The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 535 to Chapter 587. In the field, Yilan just stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm and he did not say a word. After a while, Yilan asked, Yi Xian, are you really willing to give up on that treasure? Yi Xian smiled, I'm not willing, but what else can I do? Now that I have that treasure, only death awaits me, don't you think so? Yilan calmly replied, you seem to understand. Yi Xian replied in a low voice, I have no other request, I just want to destroy the sword sect. Yilan fell silent for a moment before he replied, we can work together. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Yilan added, however, you'd better not play any tricks. Yi Xian replied, don't worry, as long as you don't play any tricks, I, Yi Xian, will never play any tricks. Yilan looked at Yi Xian, you said we should work together. How do we work together? Yi Xian looked at Shenwu City, now, we'll attack first and catch the sword sect off guard. Yilan calmly replied, isn't it better to let them kill each other now? Yi Xian said with a smile, Your Excellency, have you seen the experts in the Dao realm fighting? Yilan frowned. Yi Xian continued, inside Shenwu City, it's only the juniors from the sword sect and Wu Yuan who are fighting amongst themselves. Their Dao state cultivators have yet to make a move. Don't you think that's strange? Yilan looked at Yi Xian, just tell me. Yi Xian replied in a low voice, think about it, the sword sect has already obtained that treasure. Why would they still want to declare war on Wu Yuan? Yilan narrowed his eyes, are you saying that they have other motives? Of course. Yi Xian walked towards Yilan and spoke in a serious tone, if my guess is correct, they're putting on a show for you. Yilan stared fixedly in the direction of Divine Martial City. Moments later, his pupils shrank, they might be trying to move that treasure or subdue it. Yi Xian quickly said, yes. That supreme treasure was a divine item. Even Li Xianfeng wouldn't be able to subdue it in a short period of time. What they lacked now was time. Once Li Xianfeng subdued that treasure, at that time, the sword sect's family treasure. I don't even dare to think about it. Hearing this, Yilan's expression instantly turned gloomy. As if remembering something, he turned towards Yi Xian, you didn't subdue that treasure? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Do you think I can subdue that treasure with my strength? As he spoke, he turned to look in the direction of the sword sect. We don't have much time left. Once Li Xianfeng subdues that treasure, he'll be invincible, and all of us will die. Yilan looked in the direction of Divine Martial City hesitantly. He did not really trust Yi Xian, he was still on guard against Yi Xian. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly asked, do you know how I was able to kill a Dao realm cultivator in an instant? Yilan looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled, it's because of that treasure. Furthermore, I borrowed the power of that treasure, so I have the power to kill a Dao realm cultivator in an instant. Once Li Xianfeng obtains that treasure, not to mention all of you, even the Star Lord's true body will be instantly killed by him. Yilan fell silent. At this moment, a Dao realm cultivator next to him sent a voice transmission, this man may be selfish but his words can be trusted. No matter what, we can't let Li Xianfeng subdue that treasure. Yilan nodded and looked at Yi Xian, what about you if we make a move? Yi Xian replied in a low voice, I'll assassinate him in secret. Assassinate, Yilan's eyelids twitched. He was well aware of Yi Xian's abilities, especially Yi Xian's flying sword. In a head-on battle, the flying sword was not particularly scary, but if Yi Xian were to hide in the dark and attack from time to time, it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, let's not waste any more time. Shall we act? Yilan nodded, you'll look for an opportunity to kill the sword sect's Dao realm cultivators in one strike. Especially that Li Xianfeng, if possible, kill him first. Yi Xian nodded, everyone, I'll be waiting for all of you in the city. Having said that, he disappeared silently. After Yi Xian left, the Dao realm cultivator next to Yilan said in a low voice, we need to be careful of this person. Yilan nodded, if he really only wants revenge and doesn't want that treasure, then there's no need for us to be enemies with him. If he has other thoughts, at this point, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, I hope he's smarter and doesn't do anything stupid. Let's go. With that, the few of them disappeared silently. Shenwu City, Sword Sect. In the main hall, Li Xianfeng sat quietly with a sword in front of him. At this moment, a man in black suddenly appeared in the hall. Li Xianfeng opened his eyes. "Did you find him?" The man in black shook his head. "Sect master, that Yi Xian seems to have disappeared from the world. Trash." Li Xianfeng suddenly said angrily, "My sword sect can't even find a single person." The man in black lowered his head, not daring to speak. Li Xianfeng stood up and walked to the door. Half of his face was extremely ferocious. "Yi Xian." Right now, he wasn't thinking about that treasure, he was thinking about how to kill Yi Xian. Destroying half of his body had a huge impact on him. If he couldn't recover his body, he would never be able to advance in this lifetime. At this time, Li Xianfeng said, "Continue to search, we must find him." The man in black nodded and quickly retreated. At this time, several powerful forces suddenly appeared in the sky above the sword sect. Seeing this, Li Xuanfeng's face changed greatly. He soared into the sky, and the moment he flew out, several powerful forces directly blasted down from the sky. In an instant, boom, 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 the entire sword sect began to shake violently. Countless dust and smoke rose into the sky, and some of the main halls of the sword sect were instantly turned into dust. Enemy attack. A voice suddenly rang out from within the sword sect, and soon, several sword rays soared into the sky. In the sky, Li Xianfeng appeared in front of Yi Lan, and when he saw it was Yi Lan, he snarled, "Yi Lan, are you crazy?" Yi Lan said indifferently, "Li Xianfeng, we meet again." Li Xianfeng stared at Yi Lan, "That treasure is not in my hands." Yi Lan said angrily, "Li Xianfeng, are you trying to grind the old man's IQ to the ground?" Li Xianfeng wanted to say something, but Yi Lan suddenly disappeared. Li Xuanfeng's expression changed, and he quickly said, "Meet the enemy." As soon as Li Xuanfeng's voice fell, 6 Dao Realm swordsmen suddenly appeared, but Yi Lan and the others were not afraid at all, because they had a total of 10 Dao Realm experts on their side. 10, this time, they were naturally well prepared. Soon, the battle began. In the clouds above the sword sect, 2 old men were facing off. The old man on the right wore a linen robe, and held a sheathed longsword in his hand. This man was the previous sect leader of the sword sect, Mu Fengchen. Opposite Mu Fengchen was an old man holding a spear. The old man was thin, with a head of white hair and a face full of wrinkles, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Mu Fengchen was expressionless. "Who gave you the guts to offend my sword sect?" The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Don't scare the old man. Since the old man dared to come, why would I be afraid of your sword sect?" Mu Fengchen looked at the old man, but did not speak. Instead, he slowly walked towards the old man, and with every step he took, a powerful sword aura condensed in front of him. From afar, the old man laughed. "Come, let the old man have a taste of the legendary sword saint." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot. Chi, a glint of light flashed in the air. As soon as the glint of light appeared, the sky above the sword sect suddenly darkened. At that moment, the space above the sword sect had collapsed. In the instant that the spear-wielding elder attacked, Mu Fengchen suddenly unsheathed his sword. Buzz, the cry of a sword suddenly shook the sky. Rumble. Soon, a series of earth-shattering explosions came from the sky above the sword sect. The sword sect was also in the midst of a great battle. Li Xianfeng was fighting Yi Lan. Even though half of Li Xuanfeng's body had been destroyed, he was still very powerful. The Dao Realm cultivators of the sword sect were also blocking Yi Lan and the others. Rumble. At this moment, an explosion sounded in the sky, causing Yi Lan and Li Xianfeng to retreat. After Li Xianfeng stopped, he glared angrily at Yi Lan. "Yi Lan, the treasure is not with me." Yi Lan sneered, "If it's not with you, is it with Yi Xian?" Li Xianfeng replied, "It's with him." Yi Lan's expression turned ferocious. "Do you really think that the old man is an idiot?" Li Xianfeng wanted to say something, but Yi Lan suddenly disappeared. Li Xuanfeng's expression changed and he hurriedly stabbed with his sword. Chi, the sword flashed and the space cracked. Boom, the two collided once again and separated. Li Xianfeng had just stopped and was about to speak when his pupils suddenly shrank. He turned around and slashed with his sword. Bang, a figure was instantly sent flying. There was a sword in between Li Xuanfeng's brows. However, the sword did not stab into Li Xuanfeng's body because it was blocked by a small golden shield the size of a palm. Not far away, Yi Xian's expression was dark. He did not expect Li Xianfeng to have such a defensive treasure. That small golden shield was at least at the manifestation state. When he saw Yi Xian, Li Xuanfeng's expression instantly turned ferocious. Yi Xian, it's you. You. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Li Xianfeng angrily. Old dog Li, give me back my treasure. Li Xianfeng was enraged. He was about to speak when Yi Lan suddenly charged at him from behind. Li Xianfeng did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly turned around and stabbed with his sword. With this stab, countless sword rays shot out like raindrops. By this time, Yi Xian had already disappeared. Boom boom boom, almost 20 Dao realm experts were fighting in the sword sect. How terrifying was the power of 20 people? At this moment, the space in the sky above the sword sect was trembling violently, and it was ceaselessly cracking apart. On the other hand, countless mountains in the surroundings of the sword sect had collapsed layer by layer. At this moment, the sword sect could be said to be in a mess. In the air, after Li Xianfeng forced Yi Lan back, he roared, Yi Lan, you stupid dog. The treasure is not in my hands. You've been tricked by Yi Xian. Not far away, Yi Lan clenched his right hand. His eyes were cold. Li Xianfeng, can you change your trick to a better one? As he spoke, he looked around. Yi Xian, go kill the others. The old man will block him for you. Thank you. In the dark, Yi Xian's voice rang out, Li Xianfeng. P.S. I welcome everyone's criticism. I've read the reviews. If you think my writing is not good, you can complain. Only with criticism can I improve. Of course, I hope to hear praise. Nothing would make me happier than receiving your approval. You all hope that I can write better and more. I also hope that I can write better because I'm still poor. I can't be arrogant. Only when I write well will the readers be satisfied. That's why I've always wanted to be popular. Once I'm popular, I won't have to worry about these things anymore. Unfortunately, after a few years, I'm still half dead. Sweat. I'm ashamed, finally, to be honest, having readers to spur us on is a good thing for us writers. However, I also hope that when you complain, don't bring your family into it. Finally, thank you for your support. Whether you read the pirated version or the original version, thank you for your support. Of course, I hope that you all read the original version. Time to write. Yi Xian no longer targeted Li Xianfeng because Li Xianfeng had that manifestation realm defensive treasure. If he wanted to kill Li Xianfeng, it would waste too much energy. Yi Lan also noticed this, which was why he gave up on Li Xianfeng. A few breaths after Yi Xian disappeared, Li Xianfeng suddenly turned to the right. There, a sword ray suddenly pierced the head of a Dao realm expert from the sword sect. Seeing this, Li Xuanfeng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Soul, run! However, the Dao realm swordsman couldn't move at all. He just stared into the distance, his eyes filled with disbelief. Soul fixation sword. Yi Xian's sword was a soul fixation sword. Therefore, the swordsman's soul was already fixed in his body. He couldn't escape at all. Li Xianfeng wanted to say something, but at this moment, a sword ray suddenly flashed behind the swordsman. In the next moment, the Dao realm swordsman's head was sent flying. Blood spurted out like a fountain. No. Li Xuanfeng's face instantly turned ferocious. A Dao realm swordsman. To nurture a Dao realm swordsman, not only did it require a huge amount of resources, it also required time. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 500 years for a Dao realm swordsman to be born. Therefore, sacrificing a Dao realm swordsman was an inestimable loss for the sword sect. Not far away, Yi Lan's expression was also somewhat solemn. If he had to fight Yi Xian head-on, he wasn't afraid. Even if Yi Xian used those trump cards, he wasn't afraid. As long as he didn't underestimate Yi Xian and went all out, it was almost impossible for Yi Xian to kill him. However, if Yi Xian were to launch a sneak attack like this, then it would not be a normal kind of horror. At this moment, he rejoiced slightly, rejoiced that he had cooperated with Yi Xian. Otherwise, if Yi Xian were to play tricks while they were fighting against the sword sect, and if he didn't have a defensive treasure at the creation stage, then even he wouldn't have the confidence to block Yi Xian's sword. Fear. Be on guard. At this moment, not only did Yi Lan's heart fill with fear, he also became more cautious. They were wary of Yi Xian. In front of Yi Lan, Li Xianfeng returned to his senses and roared angrily, "Everyone, stick together." Hearing Li Shuangfeng's words, the remaining sword sect's Dao realm experts started to gather together. At this moment, they'd noticed that the Dao realm swordsman had been killed, and they were slightly panicked. Was Yixian a swordsman or a killer? Li Xianfeng turned to look at Yilan with an incomparably ferocious expression. He no longer had his usual composure. Old dog Yi, I've told you, that treasure isn't in my hands. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite. Yilan sneered, if it's not in your hands, do you think it's in mine? Li Xianfeng, the old man doesn't want to waste time with you. Hand over the treasure and we'll leave immediately. We won't interfere in your grudge with Yixian. But if you don't hand it over, today will be the end of the sword sect. Li Shuangfeng's expression turned ferocious. You? As he spoke, he turned to look down. Sword formation. As soon as he spoke, the ground of the sword sect suddenly split open, and a huge sword shot into the sky. As soon as the huge sword shot into the sky, a shapeless sword aura enveloped Yilan and the others. Besides that, 10 swords suddenly appeared in the sky above the sword sect. The 10 swords circled around, and rays of sword light enveloped the entire sword sect. Seeing this, Yilan's expression instantly turned solemn. At this moment, Li Xianfeng suddenly appeared in the center of the sword formation. In the next moment, he clasped his hands together. Annihilation of myriad swords. The swords in the sky suddenly transformed into rays of sword light that shot towards Yilan and the others. Yilan's expression changed drastically. Join forces. As soon as he spoke, 10 Dao realm experts shot into the sky. Rumble. Rumble. Soon, the sky above the sword sect started to tremble violently, and countless rays of sword light shot out. In the dark, Yixian didn't make another move. After the Dao realm experts gathered together, he didn't have a chance to attack. However, he didn't give up, and he was looking for an opportunity in the dark. Suddenly, Li Xianfeng looked at the Dao realm swordsman from the sword sect. Attack! The Dao realm experts nodded, and then numerous rays of sword light shot towards Yilan and the others. As soon as the sword sect's Dao realm experts joined in, Yilan and the others were instantly suppressed. Moreover, Yilan, who led the group, had over a dozen sword marks on his body. A cold smile appeared on Li Shuangfeng's face. He was about to activate the sword formation again when a Dao realm swordsman nearby suddenly roared. No! As soon as he finished speaking, his head flew into the sky. Yixian! Li Xianfeng roared furiously, and his face distorted. The remaining Dao realm experts' expressions changed drastically, and they didn't dare to attack again. All of them moved closer to each other. Yixian, who was hiding in the dark, was too great of a threat to them. As for Yilan and the others, they heaved a sigh of relief. If the Dao realm swordsman didn't retreat, then they would be in a terrible situation. Suddenly, an old man with a spear appeared in front of Yilan and the others, and Mu Fengchen appeared in front of Li Xianfeng as well. The old man glanced at Mu Fengchen. Let's go. Yilan was slightly hesitant. You allow? The old man looked at Yilan. Let's go. With that, he turned and left. Yilan and the others didn't dare to stay any longer, and they turned and left. The reason they dared to attack the sword sect was precisely because of Elder Yu's existence. Because the sword sect had a sword saint, and if there was no one to keep the sword saint busy, then all of them who were Dao realm experts would be giving their lives away. Seeing that Yilan and the others were about to leave, Li Xianfeng roared angrily, Want to leave? After them. Behind him, the sword sect's Dao realm experts were about to give chase, but at this time, Mu Fengchen suddenly said, Stand down. Hearing Mu Fengchen's words, the sword sect's Dao realm experts all stopped. Li Xianfeng looked at Mu Fengchen, puzzled. Master. Mu Fengchen looked at Li Xianfeng and shook his head. You disappoint me. Li Shuangfeng's face changed. Master, what do you mean? Mu Fengchen said softly, as a sect master, you let your emotions affect your decisions. Let me ask you, declaring war on Wu Yuan, what did our sword sect get? Li Xianfeng said in a low voice, that Yi Ling is in Wu Yuan. Mu Fengchen said, Yi Xian is our sword sect's enemy, and you went to look for his sister? What will the world think of our sword sect? They will think that our sword sect is useless. As he spoke, he stared at Li Xianfeng, do you think that you're useless? Hearing this, Li Shuangfeng's face turned ugly. Mu Fengchen shook his head, our sword sect wants to walk out of this place, to shake the world. However, our sword sect's reputation is equally important. A swordsman who doesn't think about using his sword to defeat his opponent, instead, he wants to capture his sister to force his hand. Is that still a swordsman? No, such a person is not fit to be a swordsman. Furthermore, it's not just useless, it's shameless. Li Xuanfeng's face turned even uglier. Mu Fengchen continued, the current Yu has been overwhelmed by rage. You're not fit to be the leader of the sword sect. Sect master, from now on, I will be the temporary sect master of the sword sect. Li Xuanfeng's face was pale as a sheet. Master, Mu Fengchen said, go back and reflect on yourself. After a moment of silence, Li Xianfeng turned and left. Mu Fengchen looked around and shook his head. They did not expect Yi Lan's group to attack the sword sect so suddenly. For so many years, the sword sect had been at peace for too long. No force had ever openly attacked the sword sect. It was precisely because of this that the sword sect had suffered a huge loss. They lost 2 Dao swordsmen. This was a huge blow to the sword sect. Mu Fengchen suddenly said, pass down my order. All swordsman disciples in the city are to return to the sect and stop fighting with Wu Yuan. Behind Mu Fengchen, a Dao swordsman quietly retreated. Mu Fengchen said again, be careful of Yi Xian. A Dao swordsman said solemnly, old sect leader Mu, if Yi Xian is still in the dark, Mu Fengchen said softly, I will find a way to force him to show himself. All of you stay in the sword sect. With me around, he won't dare to show himself. Having said that, he quietly disappeared. In the field, the swordsmen exchanged looks with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. They did not expect things to develop to this extent. The loss was too great. In a certain cave, Li Xianfeng sat on the ground with a sword floating in front of him. Behind the sword was a statue. The statue of the sword sect's ancestral founder. At this moment, Mu Fengchen appeared in front of Li Xianfeng. Mu Fengchen said indifferently, now, our sword sect has enemies on all sides. Not only that, but we also have not obtained that treasure. The world thinks that the treasure is in our sword sect, so those flies will crazily come to our sword sect. Li Xianfeng opened his eyes. I've miscalculated. Mu Fengchen continued, initially, my sword sect was in an advantageous position. But because of your greed, my sword sect is in an absolute disadvantage. Li Xianfeng shook his head. I never expected that the treasure would flee by itself. Mu Fengchen looked at Li Xianfeng and continued, you did not hand it over to me the moment you obtained it, but tried to subdue it. However, you've underestimated it. Li Xianfeng fell into silence. Mu Chen said in a soft voice, greed is the original sin. This time, just treat it as a lesson. Li Xianfeng looked at Mu Fengchen and asked, what about Yi Xian? Mu Fengchen replied, I will naturally think of a way to deal with him. Right now, you just have to meditate here. Come out when you figured it out. When he finished, he turned around and disappeared. Li Xianfeng fell into silence for a long time before he looked at the statue before him. The statue was of a young man with a sword hanging by his waist. A brief moment later, Li Xianfeng walked up to the statue and looked at it with a cold gaze. Back then, you set the rule that the sword sect cannot leave the divine martial city. Do you know that my sword sect had many chances to dominate the world? But it was your bullshit rule that forced our sword sect to hide in the divine martial city. As he spoke, his expression turned sinister. The strong rule is respected in this world, but you set this bullshit rule. You're the greatest sinner of my sword sect. When he finished speaking, he slashed down with his sword. Sizzle, the statue before him was split into 2 and fell to the ground. Outside Shenwu City, in front of a pond. The spear-wielding elder, Yuelao, stood silently with his spear in hand. The spear in his hand was very ordinary, it was just a simple metal spear. Not far from Yuelao was Yi Lan. At this moment, Yi Lan still had many sword wounds on his body. Yi Lan said in a low voice, we've underestimated the sword sect. As far as he was concerned, it shouldn't be a problem for them to take down the sword sect with Elder Yuelao's help when they launched a large-scale attack on the sword sect. However, he didn't expect that not only did they fail to take down the sword sect, they were almost forced to stay in the sword sect. If it wasn't for Yi Xian, at least half of them would have stayed in the sword sect. Yi Xian, thinking of this, Yi Lan looked around. Yi Xian, are you still here? At this moment, Yi Xian appeared not too far away on the right. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was rather pale. Yi Xian glanced at the spear-wielding elder, Yue Lao, and secretly raised his guard. This old man was definitely not someone he could fight against right now. Yue Lao also looked at Yi Xian. After sizing up Yi Xian, he said softly, "You're that Yi Xian?" Yi Xian nodded. Yue Lao nodded slightly, "You're not bad." As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian again. "The old man is curious about something. I wonder if you could dispel it for the old man." Yi Xian said, "Senior, please speak." Yue Lao said, "Although the items on the interstellar bounty board are not simple, according to what the old man knows, the treasure on you completely crushes the other items on the interstellar bounty board. Why would such a treasure be on you?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I don't know." Yue Lao frowned slightly. Yi Xian said again, "Since I was born, this item has been on me." Yue Lao asked, "Your parents left it behind?" Yi Xian nodded, "It was left behind by my mother, but it was given to him by my father, but my father. I don't know who he is." Yue Lao fell into deep thought for a moment before he looked at Yi Lan. The latter replied in a low voice, "We haven't been able to find out his father's background. We don't have any information at all." Elder Yue Lao looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said softly, "Senior, it doesn't matter how this pagoda came into my possession. It's no longer important. The pressing matter at hand is to seize this pagoda from the sword sect." Yue Lao smiled and said, "That item is yours." Yi Xian shook his head. "Senior, please don't test me. This item has brought me endless disasters. If I continue to overestimate myself and possess this item, it would be equivalent to courting death." At this point, he smiled bitterly. "Although I'm a little reluctant, there's nothing I can do. Compared to treasures, life is more important, isn't it?" Yue Lao smiled and said, "Young man, to be able to have such awareness, very good." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "To tell you the truth, I only want revenge now. Not only did the sword sect slander me, they even wanted to make a move against my younger sister and friends. This is something that I can't tolerate." Yue Lao thought for a moment, and then he said, "That Mu Fengchen told me that the treasure isn't in the sword sect's possession." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Senior, do you believe that?" Yue Lao looked at Yi Xian and smiled, "Do you?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, then they'll definitely say that the treasure is still with me, Yi Xian. Is that right?" Yue Lao nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian walked over to stand before Yue Lao. "Senior's strength has probably surpassed the Dao realm. I'm standing before you right now, so you can search me. If that item is really with me, then I'm willing to die." Yue Lao looked at Yi Xian, and in the next moment, his divine sense suddenly enveloped Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was practically transparent before Yue Lao. On the other hand, all the items within Yi Xian's spatial ring appeared in Yue Lao's mind without any reservation. After a short moment, Yue Lao withdrew his divine sense, and he looked at Yi Xian with a deep frown on his face. Meanwhile, Yi Lan said in a low voice, "Yue Lao, this sword sect is filled with crafty and cunning people. Their words can't be trusted at all." Yue Lao looked at Yi Lan, and Yi Lan said, "Earlier, when Yi Xian handed over the treasure, that Li Xianfeng actually shamelessly said that the treasure belonged to his sword sect and that Yi Xian stole it. None of these swordsmen can be trusted." Yue Lao was silent. Yi Lan continued, "Yue Lao, think about it. After the treasure was taken away by the sword sect, how is Yi Xian going to steal it from the hands of so many experts from the sword sect? Are Li Xianfeng and that sword saint stupid?" At this point, his expression turned cold. "If I'm not wrong, this is their stalling tactic. They hope that we'll place our focus on Yi Xian, and then they'll be able to subdue the treasure." Yue Lao nodded slightly, "I'm going back for a while. You guys stay here and wait for my news. Before I return, don't make a move." After saying that, he glanced at Yi Xian, then turned around and disappeared into the horizon. After Yue Lao left, Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Everyone, this sword sect's strength." Yi Lan sneered, "Don't worry, even though the sword sect is strong, we're not weak either." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "Li Xianfeng and the sword sect will definitely search for you. You must be careful. Right now, he has already treated Yi Xian as an ally." Yi Xian nodded, "I understand." At this point, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "I want to have a breakthrough. I wonder if you guys can protect me." A breakthrough, Yilan asked, a breakthrough to the Dharma breakthroughs? Yixian nodded. Yilan thought for a moment before replying, sure. If Yixian was strong, it would be beneficial to them as well. Yixian nodded and said, this place isn't safe. Let's go somewhere else. After saying that, he turned around and left. Yilan and the others followed behind him. At this moment, a Dao realm expert next to Yilan spoke to him through profound qi. Even though the sword sect can't be trusted, we can't completely trust this person either. Yilan replied calmly, of course I know that. However, it won't do us any harm if he becomes stronger now. Besides, with you allow around in the future, he won't be able to stir up any waves. The Dao realm expert thought for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it wouldn't do them any harm if Yixian became stronger now. This was because they now had a common enemy, the sword sect. With Yixian's help, it would be much easier for them to deal with the Dao realm experts of the sword sect. Soon, Yixian and the others entered a mountain range. In the mountain range, Yixian found a quiet place while Yilan and the others hid in the surroundings. Yixian was sitting cross-legged on the ground when a voice suddenly rang out from the 6th floor, do you trust them? Yixian shook his head. Naturally, he wouldn't completely trust Yilan and the others, but he had no other choice. If he didn't improve now, he wouldn't have the time to do so in the future, and he had no choice but to improve. Because his current level of strength was still not enough, he had to give it his all. Once he entered the Dharma realm, his strength would definitely increase greatly. When that time came, sneak attacks on Dao realm experts would be a piece of cake and he would be able to protect himself. Of course, he didn't completely trust Yilan and the others. He had already called the Emperor Hound back into the World Prison Pagoda. Apart from that, Xiao was also on standby with the sword at the top of the pagoda. This was the Emperor Hound's suggestion. Because Xiao combat strength was actually very terrifying, Yixian collected his thoughts and calmed himself down. A moment later, Yixian took out an immortal weapon-grade sword and stabbed it into his abdomen. Boom, a powerful force spread out from Yixian's body. Soon, Yixian began to absorb this force in a frenzy, in the dark. Yilan looked down at Yixian quietly, no one knew what he was thinking. Next to Yilan, a Dao realm expert suddenly spoke to him through Xianxia. If we attack now, Yilan said calmly, do you really think he trusts us that much? If I'm not mistaken, he must have something to rely on since he dared to increase his strength in front of us. If we attack and fight to the death with him, the sword sect will be the happiest. As he spoke, he withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the sword sect. Right now, the sword sect is our biggest enemy. The Dao realm expert nodded. Their goal in coming here was to obtain that precious treasure. Just like that, Yixian began to absorb the force in a frenzy and the aura around him grew stronger. Fortunately, Yilan and the others had used a forbidden technique around him, so Yixian's aura did not leak out. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yilan and the others also went into hiding. Wu Yuan. Heli and Tian sat in the main hall. Inside the hall, there were 6 Wu Yuan experts, 6 Dao realm experts. Besides them, Xianxia, Xianxia, Lian Wanli, and Xiaochen were also here. Heli and Tendo said, I'm sure you've heard about what happened to the sword sect. A middle-aged man walked out from below. Now that the sword sect has suffered a great loss, I think we should hit them when they're down. Hit them when they're down. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said calmly, the sword sect is heartless. Why should we talk about morality with them? An old man nodded. Indeed. The sword sect has declared war on Wu Yuan, which shows their wild ambition. At a time like this, we, Wu Yuan, can't talk about morality with them. Heli and Tian looked at Xianxia and the others. What do you think? Lian Wanli's lips curled up. Fight. And Lanxiao nodded. Fight. Xianxia said, Seniors, the sword sect's intentions are clear. If we talk about morality with them now, it's undoubtedly stupid. So, I think we should fight. Not only do we have to fight, we have to beat them to death. Xiaochen said as well, Brother Xianxia is right. The sword sect has wild ambitions. If we give them the chance, they'll definitely attack us. So, instead of waiting for them to make a move, why don't we take the initiative now? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Heli and Tian. Everyone looked at Heli and Tian as well. However, Heli and Tian shook his head. All of you underestimate the sword sect. Xianxia said solemnly, Sect leader, you mean that the sword sect has a trump card that no one knows about? Xianxia nodded. The sword sect's founding ancestor didn't just leave a clone in the sword sect all those years ago, he even left behind a destructive sword formation. Besides that, the sword sect's founding ancestor would enter the sword sect's forbidden area, the sword tomb, when he or she falls. If we attack, then the best outcome would be for both sides to suffer heavy losses, and then others can reap the benefits. Xianxia said solemnly, are we going to give up just like that? Xianxia stood up, walked to the entrance of the hall, and spoke softly, wait. Wait for an opportunity, a chance to kill them with a single strike. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly asked, how strong is the clone of the sword sect's founding ancestor? Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. The strength of the sword sect's founding ancestor and Wu Yuan's founding ancestor was a mystery, because no matter if it was the sword sect or Wu Yuan, there was very little information about them. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. In the dense forest. Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground, still absorbing energy at a crazy rate. Devouring sword, right now, he was cultivating the cultivation technique that the plain-dressed woman had left behind for him, and he had gradually discovered something special about this cultivation technique. He didn't understand it before, so he just needed to practice it, but now, he realized that this cultivation method had transformed his body into a dantian. His entire body was now a dantian. Apart from that, his current physique had another special feature, which was that he could devour swords. Of course, the swords couldn't be of a lower grade than the soul-suppressing sword, and the opponent's strength couldn't be too much stronger than his. Right now, he didn't dare to face the Dao Realm Swordsman's sword head-on. If he didn't absorb it, he'd die. After all, his current realm was too low. However, even though he didn't dare to face the Dao Realm Swordsman's sword head-on, once his realm increased, he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Time passed bit by bit, and Yixian had devoured 10 immortal weapon swords. At this moment, his aura was at least several times stronger than before. In the dark, Yilan furrowed his brows, because Yixian's aura was getting stronger and stronger. If this went on, he'd be exposed. After a moment of silence, Yilan said solemnly, everyone, seal this place together, don't let his aura leak out. Behind him, the Dao Realm powerhouses nodded. Soon, they began to seal the space around Yixian. At this moment, Yixian suddenly took out a fortune-grade sword and stabbed it into his abdomen. Boom! A powerful burst of energy instantly erupted from Yixian's body, and Yixian's body began to absorb the energy madly. At this moment, his aura skyrocketed like a volcanic eruption. In the dark, Yilan furrowed his brows again. Isn't it just breaking through to the Dharma realm? With such a big commotion, those who didn't know better would think that you're breaking through to the Dao realm. As he spoke, he reinforced the space around him again, not letting Yixian's aura leak out. With the joint efforts of several Dao realm experts to seal the space, although Yixian's aura was extremely strong, from the outside, there was not a single ripple in this place. After another hour, Yixian took out another sword of fortune and stabbed it into his abdomen. Then, he began to devour it frantically. At this moment, his body was like a vortex, crazily devouring the energy. After devouring, his aura grew stronger and stronger. In the dark, Yilan and the rest looked at each other with shock in their eyes, because the aura on Yixian's body had already far surpassed the aura of a 10,000 laws realm powerhouse. An old man next to Yilan spoke in a deep voice, this person is not normal. Yilan gently nodded. This Yixian had really shocked him. Be it in terms of strength or the increase in his cultivation level, he was clearly just trying to break through to the infinite Dharma realm. However, Yixian's aura was now close to the Saint realm. At this moment, the old man next to Yilan spoke in a low voice, if we were to become enemies, then, Yilan shook his head, right now, we have no conflict of interest with him. If he becomes stronger, it will be beneficial for us as well. The old man hesitated for a moment but did not say anything. However, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Yixian, if the current Yixian were to fight a Dao state cultivator head-on, Yixian would have a high chance of winning. Especially after he had used all his trump cards. If he did not fight head-on, a Dao state cultivator would not be a match for him. If Yixian were to increase his cultivation level once again, Yixian's power would undoubtedly increase. Fear, It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid. Fortunately, as Yilan had said, Yixian was now on their side. If Yixian became stronger, it would be beneficial for them as well. The old man felt relieved at the thought of this and stopped thinking about it. Just like that, the night passed. Just as the sky was about to brighten, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from Yixian's body. This aura was like a tsunami. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. Yilan hurriedly said, "Suppress." As soon as Yilan had spoken, the surrounding Tao state cultivators joined forces to suppress the aura. Soon, the trembling space gradually calmed down. At this moment, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. Yilan appeared in front of Yixian, the Dharma realm? Yixian nodded and rose to his feet. A powerful aura once again rippled out from his body. However, it soon returned to his body. Yixian slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Power. At this moment, his entire body was filled with power. It was different, it was completely different. Even though it was only a difference of one realm, his soul and every other aspect had been greatly improved, especially his mental strength and soul power. If he were to launch a sneak attack on a Tao state cultivator now, it would be extremely easy. Just then, Yilan's expression suddenly changed. He turned to look at the sky. Someone's coming. Just as he spoke, an old man appeared in front of the crowd. The person who had arrived was the previous sect master of the sword sect, Mu Fengchen. At this moment, Yixian had already disappeared. Mu Fengchen glared coldly at Yilan and the others. "Where's Yixian?" Yilan replied icily, "How would we know where he is?" Mu Fengchen narrowed his eyes. "Die." As soon as he spoke, he drew his sword and slashed. A dazzling ray of light from the sword slashed down from the sky. Yilan's expression changed greatly and he threw a punch forward. Boom! As soon as the punch was thrown, Yilan's entire body was sent flying 100 feet back. By the time he stopped, his entire right arm was bleeding profusely. Yilan was about to attack again when an old man suddenly appeared in front of Mu Fengchen. This person was Yuelao. Yuelao looked at Mu Fengchen and smiled. "Sect Master Mu, if your hands are itchy, how about I exchange a few blows with you?" Mu Fengchen looked at Yuelao expressionlessly. "Where's Yixian?" Yuelao smiled. "Where's Yixian?" "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask?" Mu Fengchen glared at Yuelao. "Sect Master Mu, to be honest, we are determined to obtain that treasure. Forget about your sword sect. Even if your sword sect and Wu Yuan join forces, we will not give it up. Hand it over and we will leave Shenwu Star Field immediately. Otherwise, your sword sect will never have peace. Hand it over and we'll leave Divine Martial Star region immediately. Otherwise, your sword sect will never have peace." Mu Fengchen narrowed his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" Yuelao nodded. "Yes." The sword in Mu Fengchen's hand began to tremble. Yuelao remained fearless, a faint smile still hanging on his face. Moments later, Mu Fengchen said, "I've told you before, that treasure is not with my sword sect." "Is that so?" Not far away, Yilan suddenly sneered. "That day when Li Xianfeng snatched that treasure, we weren't blind." Mu Fengchen said indifferently, "That supreme treasure did indeed fall into his hands, but that supreme treasure suddenly disappeared later on. If I'm not mistaken, that treasure should still be with Yixian." Yilan was cold. He smiled. "Do you think we're 3 years old? How could you come up with such a lowly lie?" Mu Fengchen looked at Yilan. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Yixian to come out and search him. Then you'll know if I'm telling the truth." Yilan sneered without saying a word. Yuelao also shook his head and smiled. "Mu Fengchen, you just want Yixian to come out, right?" Mu Fengchen stared straight at Yuelao. "If you search him, you'll know that I—" Yuelao suddenly interrupted Mu Fengchen. "It's just as Yilan said, your sword sect is really full of people who like to play tricks." Mu Fengchen narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Yuelao said calmly, "I've already searched him. However, that treasure wasn't there." Hearing this, Mu Fengchen furrowed his brows. Moments later, he sneered, "Well done, Yixian, you're really good." As he said this, he looked at Yuelao. "Since you don't believe me, then show me what you've got. My sword sect will take it." With that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. After Mu Fengchen left, Yixian walked out. Yuelao looked at Yixian. 10,000 Laws Realm?" Yixian nodded. "I've just broken through." Yuelao nodded slightly. I'm afraid that the sword sect hates you to death now. You better not be too high profile. Otherwise, if you're caught by that Mu Fengchen, you won't have any chance of survival. Mu Fengchen, Yi Xian nodded. Although he had already broken through, he was very clear that if he were to go up against experts like Mu Fengchen and Yue Lao, he still had no chance of winning. Yue Lao looked in the direction of the sword sect and said softly, now it seems that the sword sect really wants to swallow that treasure without a care. Yi Lan said coldly, I'm just afraid that their appetite will be small and they won't be able to swallow it. Yue Lao shook his head, this sword sect is not ordinary. We cannot underestimate them. Yi Xian looked at Yue Lao, what other trump cards does this sword sect have? Yue Lao nodded, they naturally have trump cards to be able to pass down their legacy for so many years. Rumor has it that back then, the founder of the sword sect left behind a clone in the sword sect. This clone. How strong is it? Yi Xian asked. Yue Lao shook his head, I don't know its strength, but it's definitely not weak. Those kind of people are all peerless geniuses. Even if it's a clone, it should be extremely strong. Other than that, within the sword sect, there is also a sword formation that he left behind. Rumor has it that this sword formation has extremely strong killing power. Even experts above the Dao realm can be easily killed by it. Even if it's exaggerated, it's definitely not weak. Saying that, he paused slightly and continued, other than the clone of the sword sect founder and the sword formation, the sword sect has passed down and developed for so many years. They definitely have some other trump cards. Otherwise, they wouldn't have existed for so many years. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, then what about us? Yue Lao glanced at Yi Xian and smiled, if we don't have the strength, how would we dare to covet that treasure? Yi Xian nodded, Senior, when do we launch an attack on the sword sect? Yue Lao said softly, there's no rush for now. Yi Xian said, they have already obtained that treasure. If we let them subdue that treasure, the situation will be extremely disadvantageous to us. Yue Lao was silent for a moment and said, wait. Yi Xian asked, wait for what? Yue Lao said softly, wait for reinforcements, wait for helpers. Saying that, he turned his head and looked towards the end of the horizon, they should be arriving soon. P.S. Sorry for the late update. Don't find excuses. Just say something. Don't eat rice dumplings randomly. I'm going to collapse soon, there were still 2 more chapters to go. Reinforcements, Yi Xian knew that this Yue Lao and the others must have called for reinforcements, however, it was normal. With their current lineup, they definitely couldn't wipe out the sword sect. Collecting his thoughts, Yi Xian said, Seniors, I have some matters to attend to. If there's anything, I will contact you. Yue Lao looked at Yi Xian, be careful, don't let Mu Fengchen find you. Saying this, he hesitated for a moment, then flicked his finger and a talisman appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was puzzled, this is? Yue Lao said, this is a space talisman. If you encounter any danger, just crush this talisman and I will appear instantly. Yi Xian was stunned, then hurriedly said, thank you. Needless to say, this surprised him. Yue Lao nodded slightly, go. Yi Xian cupped his fists, then turned and left. After Yi Xian left, Yi Lan suddenly said, Yue Lao, are you trying to recruit this person? Yue Lao said softly, this person is extremely talented and arrogant. He won't be willing to serve others. Moreover, we need to be wary of this person. Yi Lan was puzzled, then Yue Lao said softly, we can use him. Use him, Yi Lan understood, Yi Xian's talent was too high and his combat power was strong. This kind of person would definitely not be willing to serve him. Moreover, that treasure was Yi Xian's. If they obtained it, at that time, Yi Xian would inevitably have other thoughts, and now, their relationship with Yi Xian was to use him. Both parties were working together and using each other. Yue Lao suddenly said, before they arrive, don't act on your own. Having said that, he turned and disappeared. Wu Yuan. After Yi Xian arrived at Wu Yuan, he secretly found in Lanqiu, Lian Wanli, and Mo Xia. In the courtyard, the 4 of them sat around a table. Mo Xia looked at Yi Xian, Brother Yi, you said that they are going to attack the sword sect? Yi Xian nodded. They are waiting for someone. Once that person arrives, they will definitely start a war with the sword sect. When he spoke up to hear, he paused slightly and continued. But in my opinion, the sword sect seems to have something to rely on. So, I'm afraid the matter isn't that simple. Xianxia nodded. Wu Yuan is also preparing to take action against the sword sect, but the dean has some concerns now. Yixian nodded. I came to you this time because I hope that you'll be careful. The former sect leader of the sword sect, Mu Fengchen, is very powerful. You must not fight him recklessly. What he was most worried about now was that the sword sect would target Lian Wanli and the other two. And Lanqiu looked at Yixian. What about you? What's your plan? Yixian said solemnly, annihilate the sword sect. Annihilate the sword sect, this was his current plan. Because the sword sect Xu Fengchen and Li Xianfeng were the only two people who knew that the world prison pagoda was still in his hands, they would definitely not let him go. If he didn't annihilate them, they would annihilate him. Xianxia suddenly said, Brother Yi, if there's anything you need, let me know at any time. Yixian smiled. Definitely. Xianxia nodded. You guys chat, I'm going to cultivate. After speaking, he turned around and left. After Xianxia left, Lian Wanli suddenly said, I'll go inform Little Nine and the rest. After speaking, she also turned around and left. However, when she reached the courtyard's entrance, she suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Lanqiu and Yixian. I'm leaving. You won't do anything special, right? Yixian, Lian Wanli laughed heartily and turned to leave. Yixian shook his head. This woman, and Lanqiu suddenly said, let's go. Yixian nodded. The two of them walked towards the back mountains of Wu Yuan. Yixian didn't conceal himself. Now that Wu Yuan and the sword sect were at odds, he didn't believe that the sword sect would go crazy and come to Wu Yuan to deal with him, and Lanqiu suddenly said softly, do you still remember Qingzhou? Yixian nodded. Of course he remembered. Not only did he remember Qingzhou, he also remembered Qingqing, he still remembered the Yi family, he still remembered the state of Jiang, and naturally, he still remembered Lanqiu who was dressed in snow-white clothes. At that time, Lanqiu was still in Guesher, and he was still that youth who was filled with uncertainty about his future. Lanqiu's jade-like hand lightly brushed her hair behind her ear and said softly, we're all changing. Yixian smiled. It should be said that we're becoming mature. Lanqiu stopped in her tracks. She looked at Yixian. At that time, I liked how passionate you were. I liked that drive you had. Yixian asked, and now? Lanqiu was silent. Yixian said with a smile, have I changed? Lanqiu shook her head. It's because this world is too complicated. The world is too complicated, Yixian shook his head instead. This world isn't complicated. What's complicated is the human heart. As he spoke, he looked at Lanqiu. In my heart, you'll always be that Lanqiu who was dressed in snow-white clothes. Lanqiu said softly, at Qingzhou, at that time, you would fight for your country. In your heart, not only did you have small feelings, you also had great feelings. Yixian smiled. Is there no more now? Lanqiu nodded. Yixian said softly, Little N, do you think I've become selfish? Lanqiu shook her head. I just feel that many things seem to have changed. Yixian looked straight at Lanqiu. I've never felt that I'm a good person, but I don't feel that I'm bad either. If the current me disappoints you, then I'm very sorry. But I won't change. Because this is me, I'm me. As he finished speaking, he turned and left. Lanqiu stood silently on the spot and didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, Lian Wanli appeared before Lanqiu. Lanqiu said softly, is he angry? Lian Wanli asked, do you care if he's angry? Lanqiu nodded. Lian Wanli said, it's not that you don't like the current him. You're afraid that he'll change into a person that you won't recognize. Lanqiu nodded. Lian Wanli asked again, then where do you think he's changed? Lanqiu said softly, I can't put my finger on it. I just feel that he's slightly different. Lian Wanli shook his head. As he said, you've all become mature. Ask yourself, do you hate the current him? Lanqiu shook her head. Lian Wanli smiled. Let me ask you. When he was in Azure City, he guarded the kingdom of Jiang. When he was in Blue Sword Sect, did he guard the Blue Sword Sect? Lanqiu nodded. Lian Wanli asked again. When he was in the never-ending starfield, did he fight for the never-ending starfield? And Lanqiao nodded again. Lian Wanli said softly, he hasn't changed. Whoever treats him well, he'll treat them well. Whoever treats him badly, he'll treat them badly. At this point, she suddenly laughed. And Lanqiao looked at Lian Wanli. What are you laughing at? Lian Wanli laughed. I'm happy. Because I understand him better than you. Haha. With that, she turned and left. And Lanqiao stood quietly on the spot, silent for a long time. Wu Wen and He Liantian watched Lanqiao in secret. He Liantian was about to go over when Wu Wen suddenly shook his head. Let her think about it herself. He Liantian looked at Wu Wen. Wu Wen said softly, love is the greatest obstacle of the martial path. Of course, it's also the greatest help. Whether it's hell or paradise, it's all up to her. He Liantian said in a low voice, those two girls seem to be interested in that kid. That's not a good thing. Wu Wen said softly, it's indeed not a good thing. At this point, he said softly, I hope she severs her love with a single thought and only has the martial path in her heart. Then, our Wu Yuan might have another martial god in a few decades. Martial god, He Liantian's expression suddenly turned solemn. After the founding master of Wu Yuan, there hadn't been another martial god in Wu Yuan. He Liantian looked at Lanqiao and said softly, I hope so. Wu Wen slowly clenched his right hand and said softly, if there's a need, the old man can only interfere. He Liantian looked at Wu Wen in shock. Master wants to forcefully interfere? Wu Wen didn't say anything. He only looked quietly at Lanqiao in the distance. After Yi Xian left Wu Yuan, he was in a rather vexed mood. The sixth person suddenly said, angry? Yi Xian nodded. A little. The sixth person said softly, what are you angry about? You should be happy. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. The sixth person said, she's not doubting you, but she's worried about you. Do you know what's the most difficult between martial Dao and sword Dao? Yi Xian shook his head. The sixth person said, stick to your original heart and never change. Yi Xian fell silent. The sixth person said again, when I observed that little girl just now, she seems to have reached a bottleneck in the state of mind. If she comprehends it and resolves her martial Dao heart, her strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. And you should be her biggest obstacle. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean, senior? The sixth person said, what I mean is that there are two paths in front of her. The first is to sever her emotions, completely sever all her thoughts about you. At that time, whether you're good or bad, human or ghost, it will have nothing to do with her. At that time, there's only martial Dao in her heart. The second path is to make love. She must understand her heart and strengthen her feelings for you. She will use love to enter martial Dao, and martial Dao for martial Dao. At that time, you might be the foundation of her martial Dao. Your position in her heart might even be higher than martial Dao. Yi Xian said solemnly, Senior, which path do you think she will choose? The first one. The sixth person said, is there even a need to think about it? Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The sixth person said, because of your attitude just now. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. My attitude wasn't that bad, was it? The sixth person said softly, Kid, you better go find her. Otherwise, you might lose her forever. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The sixth person said, once she chooses to sever her emotions and resolves her martial Dao heart, you'll be no different from a stranger to her. And that Wu Yuan will definitely want her to sever her emotions. Who knows, he might use some methods to force her to sever her emotions at a critical moment. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. In the next moment, Yi Xian turned around and headed straight for Wu Yuan. Soon, Yi Xian returned to Wu Yuan. However, before he could get close to Lanqiao, he was blocked by Wu Wen and He Liantian. Wu Wen looked at Yi Xian and said, leave. Yi Xian was expressionless. Seniors, please step aside. Wu Wen's eyes narrowed slightly. Leave. Yi Xian suddenly roared angrily, scram. As soon as he said that, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. Dragon Soul, dragon power, Emoku power. Not only that, but now that he was exposed, all the blood in his body started to boil. A blood-red aura directly forced Wu Wen and He Liantian back several feet. The sixth person's voice suddenly sounded. This bloodline. P.S. There's one more chapter. In front of Yi Xian, Wu Wen and the other man's eyes were filled with disbelief. The energy that had erupted from Yi Xian's body had actually pushed them back. Pushed back, Wu Wen stared fixedly at Yi Xian with shock in his heart. Is that the power of bloodline? In front of them, Yi Xian's body was trembling violently, and his smoke puppet was actually gradually turning blood red. Right at this moment, the world prison pagoda within Yi Xian's body suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a mysterious force enveloped Yi Xian. Gradually, the blood in Yi Xian's body calmed down. Yi Xian's pupils gradually returned to normal as well. A short while later, Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Senior, what happened to me just now?" The sixth person asked, "What does your father do?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, "Why do you ask?" The sixth person said, "Nothing, I'm just asking." Yi Xian, the sixth person said, "That was the power of your bloodline just now, and it's already been suppressed by this lousy pagoda." Suppressed by the world prison pagoda? Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why is it suppressing my bloodline? Is it afraid that something will happen to me? The sixth person said, "It's afraid that something will happen to you. Your bloodline is extraordinary, and it might be in danger if it awakens. So, it directly suppressed it." Yi Xian fell silent. Bloodline? He didn't even know what the hell his bloodline was. All he knew was that he'd been the one who devoured that godly king's blood. Was his bloodline very powerful? Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this question. He paid no attention to Wu Wen and the other man, and he charged directly towards Xianxia who was nearby. He Liantian was just about to stop him when Wu Wen shook his head. "Let him go." He Liantian looked at Wu Wen, and the latter said softly, "If he intentionally stops her, the losses might outweigh the gains. Let her make her own choice." He Liantian nodded. Not far away, Yi Xian rushed in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were tightly shut. She just stood there, not moving at all. Yi Xian whispered, "Xiaoan?" There was no response. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Senior, what should we do?" The sixth replied, "I don't know." Yi Xian was speechless. She's in a meditative state right now, but she can still hear what you're saying. Tell her not to sever her emotions. If she does, you'll find that she's no longer the person you know. Cut off all emotional ties. Yi Xian gazed at Xianxia, took a deep breath, and said, "And I had thoughts about you as soon as I laid eyes on you. Oh no, it was a favorable impression. From the first time I saw you, I had a good impression of you. I don't know when it started, but someone else appeared in the depths of my heart. That person is you. After you left, I would miss you at least 3 times a day. That feeling was like a demon rat missing its rice. Day and night, every moment was torture." On the other side, Wu Wen shook his head. The old man can't take it anymore. With that, he turned around and left. He Liantian, not far away, Yi Xian continued, "Just now, someone told me that I might lose you forever. Do you know how I felt? Panic. For the first time, I panicked. If I lose you, what's the point of the sword Dao? What was the point of life? Life shouldn't just be about the way of the sword. I still want to have you." Not far away, He Liantian shook his head. Youngsters these days. After saying that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes, and there was a faint blush on her face. Yi Xian was stunned. He hurriedly said, "Xiaoan," however, Xianxia shook her head and left. Just as Yi Xian was about to chase after her, the sixth person suddenly said, "You might be shameless, but she is." Yi Xian was confused. "What do you mean, senior?" The sixth person said, "Sometimes you seem quite smart, but why are you so stupid at other times?" Yi Xian, the sixth person said, "Let's go." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I haven't told her clearly yet." The sixth person said, "What else is there to say? She didn't kill you, which proves that she didn't choose to give up on you." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Then why did she run?" The sixth person said, "Because you're too shameless." Yi Xian, at this moment, Wu Wen suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Wu Wen sized up Yi Xian. My Wu Yuan won't stop you but now, I hope that you can temporarily put aside your personal feelings. After all, you should be very clear about your current situation. Yi Xian said with a smile, Senior, are you afraid that I'll drag her down and implicate Wu Yuan? Wu Wen shook his head. I'm not afraid that you'll implicate Wu Yuan, I'm afraid that you'll drag her to death. Yi Xian fell silent. Wu Wen still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, what's your Wu Yuan's attitude toward the sword sect? Wu Wen looked at Yi Xian. What are you trying to say? Yi Xian said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, your Wu Yuan actually has killing intent toward the sword sect, but you're waiting for an opportunity. If that's the case, then we have a common goal, don't you think? Wu Wen looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued, I'm very grateful to Wu Yuan for taking in my younger sister, and the others. No, the word taking in isn't appropriate. Because Senior is very clear that it's not a loss for Wu Yuan to have them join. If Senior feels that I'll implicate them and implicate Wu Yuan, I can bring them away. I believe that there are still many forces that are willing to take them in. Wu Wen looked straight at Yi Xian. We only hope that you can leave. Yi Xian said with a smile, no matter who it is, they won't be able to separate me from my younger sister, and the others. Wu Wen shook his head. You're very selfish. Yi Xian said with a smile, I understand Senior's meaning. You hope that they'll cut off their relationship with me and stay in Wu Yuan peacefully, right? Wu Wen nodded. That's what I mean. Yi Xian asked, does Senior think that's possible? Wu Wen shook his head. Yi Xian, you're very monstrous, and your accomplishments in the future will surely be extraordinary. The old man shouldn't have a problem with them befriending you. But intuition tells the old man that you're not simple, and it should be said that you're very complicated. There are too many mysteries and uncertainties about you. Just like that pagoda, it's not normal for such a precious treasure to be in your possession. The old man is afraid that you'll bring them into a huge whirlpool. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he said, don't worry, Senior. I hope that they're safe and sound more than Wu Yuan. With that, he turned and left. Wu Wen sighed softly on the spot. He wanted to make Yi Xian leave, and he even wanted to use force. But he didn't choose to do so in the end, because Yi Xian had a deep relationship with his younger sister, and the others. If he did so, it was extremely likely that these little fellows would betray Wu Yuan. After a short moment, Wu Wen sighed softly once more, and then he turned and left. There was another reason why he'd given up, and it was because Yi Xian was sufficiently monstrous. Even though it might implicate An and the others, but if Yi Xian didn't die and was allowed to grow in the future, then Wu Yuan would be equivalent to having an extraordinary swordsman as external aid. After he saw Yi Xian and the others fight Dao realm experts, he knew that the future belonged to these young people. So, and Lanqiu and the others befriending Yi Xian was beneficial and detrimental to Wu Yuan. After Yi Xian left Wu Yuan, he'd secretly found Bai Ji. Ji. In a room. Bai Ji suddenly gazed at a nearby corner, and then she pondered deeply for a moment before she lowered her head and continued reading the scroll before her. Bai Ji sent a voice transmission. The last time you asked me to find her was at the sword sect, and I don't know where she went after that. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The sword sect? Bai Ji nodded lightly. She didn't enter the sword sect, and she just stayed outside the sword sect for a while. After that, there was no news of her at all. Yi Xian fell silent for a short moment before he said, there's no news at all? Bai Ji nodded. That's very unusual. Because with her strength, it's probably impossible for her to suddenly vanish. Yi Xian fell silent. Why are my mother and father so mysterious? He didn't hate his father who he'd never met because his younger sister was fine. So, he didn't hate anyone. Of course, he didn't really care. In any case, he and his younger sister had been relying on each other for so many years, so it didn't matter to him whether he had a father or not. So long as his younger sister was fine, then Yi Xian's world was beautiful, Bai Ji continued. Are they going to act against the sword sect? Yi Xian nodded. They should be. Bai Ji spoke in a solemn voice. You have to be careful. As far as I know, the sword sect isn't simple, and they haven't revealed their true trump card. Moreover, the sword sect has been passed down for so many years, and some of the older swordsmen might be there. They might not care about the sword sect at ordinary times, but if the sword sect has the power to annihilate the sword sect, they will definitely take action. Yixian nodded. They're in charge of the frontal attack, and I'm in charge of sneak attacks. If I can't win, I'll flee. Baizhi shook her head and smiled. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, there's one more thing. The previous sect master of the sword sect, Mu Fengchen, has left the sword sect, and we don't know where he went. Sword Saint, Yixian frowned slightly. He left the sword sect? Baizhi nodded. In short, the sword sect has been passed down for so many years. No one knows how deep their foundation is except for themselves. Yixian said, I'll be careful. You too. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. Baizhi softly said, I wish you all the best. Yixian came to the outskirts of Shenwu City. He quietly hid in the dark. What he needed to do now was to wait. Wait for Yu Lao's reinforcements to arrive. On the branch, Yixian seemed to have thought of something. He opened his left hand, and a sheathed sword appeared in his palm. Looking at the sword before him, Yixian frowned. He was quite curious about this sword. What kind of sword was it? He hesitated for a moment, and then tried to pull it, but the sword still didn't move. Yixian smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to put it away, he seemed to have thought of something and directly returned to the prison pagoda. He came before Xiaolinger and handed the sword in his hand to Xiaolinger. Try pulling it. Xiaolinger blinked, and then she took the sword. Then, she gently pulled it. Buzz, a sword's hum suddenly resounded in the prison pagoda. The next moment, Yixian's expression changed drastically. He directly left the prison pagoda. At this moment, a black cloud appeared above his head. Within the black cloud, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. At the same time, a powerful force of heaven and earth enveloped him. Yixian was speechless. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. I also wish all the college entrance examination students can get into the school of their dreams. Of course, I also hope that everyone can get into Tsinghua University. That way, we will be alumni. Today, the book review section will draw another 5 readers to send physical books. I will record the results of yesterday's draw and publish it on the book review section and public account. It will all be free. Stop. At this time, the voice of the 6th floor came from the pagoda. Xiaolinger blinked, unable to react. The 6th floor said again, little guy, stop. Xiaolinger looked up, blinking, are you talking to me? The 6th floor said, yes, stop. Xiaolinger was confused, stop what? The 6th floor. At this time, Xiaolinger looked at the sword in her hand, it was trembling violently, and there were cracks on the scabbard. Xiaolinger panicked, it seems to be coming out. The 6th floor said, then why don't you put it back? Hearing this, Xiaolinger quickly put the sword back into the scabbard. The sword immediately calmed down. Outside the pagoda, in the void, lightning danced in the black clouds like silver snakes, lingering for a long time. Yixian's expression was extremely solemn. Danger. At that moment, he had truly felt danger. If the lightning had fallen, he felt that he would have been burnt to ashes. When Yixian returned to the pagoda, Xiaolinger quickly handed the sword to Yixian. Her face was still pale. Yixian gently rubbed Xiaolinger's head, then looked up. Senior, this sword, the 6th floor said, this sword's killing intent is too heavy, it's not something you can control right now. Yixian smiled bitterly, what sword is this? The 6th floor said, I don't know, but from the sword's aura, it's not a good sword, you can't control it right now. Yixian looked at the sword in his hand, and said softly, the sword sect should know where this sword came from. Xiaolinger suddenly pointed upstairs, and said, 7th floor, I want to go. 7th floor, Yixian collected his thoughts, looked at Xiaolinger, you want to go to the 7th floor? Xiaolinger nodded. Yixian was curious. Why are you going to the 7th floor? Xiaolinger blinked. Baby. 7th floor, baby? Yixian asked, Senior, do you know what's on the 7th floor? The 6th replied, I don't know. Yixian looked at Xiaolinger. How did you know there were treasures on the 7th floor? Xiao blinked and said nothing. Yixian smiled and said, "You can't tell me either?" Xiao lowered her head slightly. "I can't say it. She asked me to keep it a secret." "Her?" Yixian frowned. "Who is she?" Xiao shook her head. "This is our little secret." Yixian smiled. "Alright, I won't ask any more. But I can't enter the 7th floor." The 7th floor, without the Tao Law, he could only sense the presence of the 7th floor, but he couldn't enter it. Xiao looked at Yixian and asked, "Can I use my sword to split it open?" Yixian's expression froze. The 6th floor suddenly said, "Some of this little girl's ideas are very dangerous. You better take precautions." Yixian smiled bitterly. "Little girl, don't be reckless. Understand?" Xiao pouted. "Alright." Just when Yixian was about to speak, he frowned slightly. Soon, he left the World Prison Pagoda. As soon as he left the pagoda, a voice rang out in front of him. "Come to the martial courtyard." Lian Wanli's voice, Yixian didn't ask why and directly disappeared. Wu Yuan. In a courtyard, Yixian found Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli said in a deep voice. "Shaoan is about to break through." "Break through?" Yixian asked. "Creation realm?" Lian Wanli looked straight at Yixian. "It's the Tao realm." "Tao realm?" Yixian was shocked. "Tao realm? How is that possible?" One had to know that Xianxia was only in the Sage realm previously. At this moment, Wu Wen suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. He glanced at Yixian and said, "She entered martial arts through emotions, and entered the Taoism through martial arts. Her state of mind was clear, and on top of that, she used to have an excellent foundation. Therefore, she entered the creation realm directly." Yixian frowned. "Entering the creation realm, then she immediately broke through to the Tao realm?" Wu Wen shook his head. "If that's all, then it's naturally great. However, her bloodline has awakened." "Bloodline awakened?" Yixian was stunned. Then, he asked, "What bloodline?" Wu Wen was silent. Just as Yixian was about to continue asking, Wu Wen said, "In short, she is like an arrow on a bowstring. She has no choice but to release it." As he spoke, he looked at Yixian. "She is about to enter the Tao from the martial Tao." Yixian said in a deep voice. "Entering the Tao from the martial Tao, is that the Tao realm?" Wu Wen nodded. "The Tao realm is also known as the Tao initiation realm. I asked them to call you here because I hope that you can help protect her in secret." Yixian looked at Wu Wen. "Senior, are you saying that the sword sect might come to cause trouble?" Wu Wen nodded. "It's not a possibility, it's 100%. That girl is a heavenly genius. Once she enters the Tao realm, ordinary Tao realm experts will not be her match. The sword sect will definitely not sit by and watch her enter the Tao." Yixian said in a deep voice. "Can you suppress it?" Wu Wen shook his head. "No. She must break through now. If she forcefully suppresses it, it will ruin things. Because we cannot suppress the power of her bloodline, nor do we dare to suppress it. Moreover, the awakening of her bloodline is also an opportunity for her." After a moment of silence, Yixian asked. "What do you want me to do?" Wu Wen looked at Yixian. "You help her in secret. Don't let anyone approach her." Yixian said in a deep voice. "Senior, do you have confidence?" Wu Wen shook his head. "If all the experts of the sword sect gathered together to deal with her, I have no confidence." As he spoke up to here, his face turned bitter. "This girl really broke through at the wrong time." Yixian said in a deep voice. "I want to see her." Wu Wen nodded. "Follow me." As he spoke, he brought Yixian and Xianxia to the back mountains of Wuyuan. At the peak of the back mountains, Xianxia stood quietly. Her clothes were as white as snow, untainted by a speck of dust. Yixian walked behind Xianxia. Xianxia said in a soft voice, "You've come." Yixian nodded. He was just about to speak when Xianxia suddenly said, "Don't speak." Yixian was speechless. Xianxia looked towards the distant horizon and said in a light voice, "Did you mean what you said to me earlier?" Yixian was stunned, and then he said, "Of course." Xianxia nodded. "I broke through." As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes. Yixian glanced at Lanqiu. With me here, no one can disturb you. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished silently. Following Yixian's retreat, all the powerhouses of the martial academy came out. Numerous formidable auras suddenly appeared in the surroundings of the martial academy. Not only that, there was a golden bell the size of a palm above Lanqiu's head. The golden bell emanated a ray of golden light that enveloped Lanqiu. Besides the golden bell, there were 4 golden flags that were over 3 m long around Lanqiu. The 4 flags directly locked down the space around Lanqiu. At this moment, the space around Lanqiu was impregnable, and even a Dao realm expert wouldn't be able to travel through space to arrive in front of Lanqiu. Moreover, there were numerous golden threads in the space around Lanqiu, and these threads formed a dense mass that locked down the space around her. If one looked carefully, one would notice that these golden threads were covered in mysterious talisman markings. These runes were drawn with mysterious runes, and the energy emitted by these runes was like a net that covered the entire space around Lanqiu, a creation realm treasure. No matter if it was the golden bell, the flags, or the golden threads, all of them were creation realm treasures. On the other hand, an old man stood atop the golden bell. This person was Wu Wen, the strongest expert in Wu Yuan right now. This time, for the sake of Lanqiu's advancement, Wu Yuan could be said to have mobilized all its experts. Such a young Dao realm expert, and one that was extremely likely to attain divinity in the martial Dao, was worthy of Wu Yuan doing this. After Yixian left the sword sect, he directly went out of the city and found Yuelao and the rest. Yuelao looked at Yixian in front of him. You want us to protect that little girl from Wu Yuan? Yixian shook his head. Yuelao's eyes flashed with astonishment. Then you? Yixian looked at Yuelao. This is our chance. The sword sect will definitely make a move against that genius from Wu Yuan, and when they make a move, it's our chance. Yuelao said, it's indeed our chance. Speaking up to here, he looked at Yixian. Then when do you think is suitable for us to make a move? After a moment of silence, Yixian said, after the sword sect makes a move. Yuelao smiled. Do you think that the sword sect has a chance to stop that little girl? Yixian nodded, yes. Yuelao smiled. I will wait for them to stop that girl. If they stop that girl, Wu Yuan will definitely take revenge on the sword sect. At that time, we can sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If they can't stop that girl, it means that Wu Yuan will resist them madly, and we can wait until both sides are injured. Yixian nodded slightly. This junior understands. After saying that, he turned and left. He knew that it was impossible for these people to protect Lanqiu together. These people will make a move, but they will wait until both Wu Yuan and the sword sect are injured before making a move. Protecting Lanqiu, this matter still depended on him. After Yixian left, Yi Lan, who was beside Yuelao, suddenly said, the sword sect should know that we are in the dark. Do you think they will make a move? Yuelao said softly, they will definitely make a move. Yi Lan looked at Yuelao, puzzled. Why? Yuelao said, the fight for the next generation. If no one in the sword sect can stop that girl, then they must eliminate her. Otherwise, the next generation of the sword sect will be crushed by that girl. Especially now, the sword sect and Wu Yuan are like fire and water. Under these circumstances, if they don't make a move, what awaits them in the future is a slow death. So, they will definitely make a move, because this is the best chance for them to make a move. Yi Lan said in a low voice, if they know that we are in the dark, will they do the same? Yuelao said softly, if they make a move, it means that they are not worried about us at all. If they don't make a move, it proves that their foundation is not as deep as we think. When that time comes, we will immediately make a move. I believe that those from the sword sect should be able to think of this as well. If we make a move, Wu Yuan will wait for that girl to break through and reap the benefits. Our goal is that treasure, not to destroy the sword sect. However, if Wu Yuan makes a move, they will definitely exterminate the sword sect. If you were the sect leader of the sword sect, what would you choose? Yi Lan looked in the direction of the sword sect. From what I can see, whether they make a move or not, their situation is not good. Yuelao said, it depends on how powerful their trump card is. If their trump card is powerful enough, they will definitely make a move against Wu Yuan first. Since Wu Yuan is making such a big fuss, they should be aware of the sword sect's trump card. No matter what, let our men get ready. Yi Lang asked, get ready to make a move? Yuelao smiled, get ready to watch the show. Rumor has it that the Sword Sect's founder and Wu Yuan's founder had a close relationship in the past. If the Sword Sect and Wu Yuan both summon their ancestor's clone, it will definitely be very interesting. Wu Yuan. At this moment, Wu Yuan was on high alert, and all the experts were out. They only had one goal, to protect Xianxia as she broke through to the Dao realm. Any force not only needed a foundation, but also fresh blood in the younger generation. Because these fresh blood guaranteed the future of a sect. Xianxia was very young, and once she stepped into the Dao realm, she would be the youngest monster in Wu Yuan's history to do so. Most importantly, Xianxia's combat power was extremely strong. Once she stepped into the Dao realm, many of the older generation Dao realm experts would not be her match. There were many monsters in Wu Yuan, and at this moment, Xianxia was the most dazzling one. For Wu Yuan, Xianxia must be protected. For Sword Sect, if they did not stop her, then in the future, if no super monster appeared in Sword Sect, the younger generation of Sword Sect would be suppressed for the rest of their lives. Especially at this moment, when they and Wu Yuan were like fire and water, the entire martial institution was on guard, but the Sword Sect was incomparably calm and didn't move at all. Yi Xian came to Tongbao Chamber of Commerce. In a room, Yi Xian sat in front of Bai Ji. Bai Ji said softly, right now, Sword Sect is very calm. The calmer it is, the more abnormal it is. Yi Xian said solemnly, once they make a move, it will be a fatal blow. Bai Ji nodded, if more than 10 Dao realm experts recklessly target Missen, Wu Yuan will not be able to stop them. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. A moment later, he got up and left. Bai Ji looked at Yi Xian, brother Yi. Yi Xian turned to look at Bai Ji, and Bai Ji turned her head. In the darkness, 2 old men walked out. Both of them were Dao realm experts. Bai Ji said softly, Old Lin, Old Xiao, go with young Master Yi. Both of them hesitated, and Old Lin said solemnly, girl, your safety. Bai Ji smiled and said, they won't target me now, go with him. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. Yi Xian said softly, Miss Bai Ji. Bai Ji interrupted Yi Xian's words, don't say any more. Right now, both you and Missen need manpower. Yi Xian nodded. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he left with Elder Lin and Elder Xiao. In the room, Bai Ji said softly, Sword Sect. How big is your trump card? Wu Yuan. When Yi Xian returned to Wu Yuan, he did not show himself. Instead, he hid in the dark. His greatest threat to the Sword Sect was hidden in the dark, in the dark. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. He wasn't far from Xianxia, about 100 feet away. Looking at Xianxia in the distance, Yi Xian suddenly frowned. The Sword Sect knew that Wu Yuan was protecting Xianxia. If they targeted Xianxia, even if they succeeded, they would have to pay a heavy price. Under such circumstances, thinking of this, Yi Xian frowned deeply. A moment later, Yi Xian entered the prison pagoda and found Xiao Linger. At this moment, the little girl was watering her spirit fruits. Yi Xian was also a little surprised because the inside of the prison pagoda was basically filled with spirit trees by this little girl. From the 1st to the 5th floor, they were all occupied by her. Yi Xian shook his head speechlessly. Did this little girl want to fill the entire prison pagoda? At this time, Xiao Linger suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said in a crisp voice, when do we leave the 6th floor? I'm running out of places to plant them. Yi Xian, haha. A voice suddenly sounded from the 6th floor. Does this little girl want to drive me away? Yi Xian also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He squatted in front of Yi Ling and said seriously, Xiao Linger, big brother needs your help with something, can you? Xiao Linger blinked. Okay. Yi Xian pointed to the top of the pagoda. Go get a sword and come down. Xiao Linger didn't think much of it. She directly went to the top of the pagoda and came down with a sword. She came in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian leaned over and whispered a few words in her ear. A moment later, Xiao Linger blinked. Can I beat it? Yi Xian said seriously, you can. Xiao Linger asked again, really? Yi Xian nodded. Really? But I'm a little nervous. Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian calmed the little girl down. Then, Xiaolinger carried the sword and left the prison pagoda. After Xiaolinger left, Yixian was silent for a moment. Then, he looked at the wooden figure on the right, this wooden man wielding a long sword. Yixian walked in front of the wooden figure and gave it a sword of the manifestation realm. Then, the wooden figure also left the prison pagoda. Yixian came to the second floor. The second floor was where the emperor dog lived. The emperor dog looked at Yixian. I understand. After saying that, it also left the prison pagoda. Yixian also left the prison pagoda. He looked at Anlancio in the distance. What he needed to do now was to wait. Wu Yuan was also waiting. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was night time. Anlancio's aura was calm and there was no movement. As for the sword sect, they did not appear either. The experts of Wu Yuan were also checking on the sword sect. As long as the sword sect made a move, Wu Yuan would know immediately. 2 days passed. On the back mountain of Wu Yuan, there was still no movement from Anlancio. And in these 2 days, there was no movement from the sword sect. The entire sword sect was dead silent. On the 3rd day, Anlancio, who was on the mountain peak, suddenly stretched out her hands. She raised her head slightly and faced the sky. Around her, a faint red glow quietly appeared. The smell of bloodline, in the air. Wu Wen looked at Anlancio with a calm expression. However, his divine sense had already covered the entire Wu Yuan. If a fly entered, he would be able to notice it. In the dark, Yixian's expression also turned solemn. He knew that Anlancio was about to break through. Once she broke through, she would be able to step into the Dao realm. Once she entered the Dao realm, Anlancio's strength would definitely undergo a qualitative change. Moreover, Wu Yuan would possess the youngest Dao realm genius in history, of course, besides the founding ancestor of Wu Yuan. After all, no one knew what sort of existence the founding ancestor of Wu Yuan was. Meanwhile, the voice from the 6th person suddenly resounded in Yixian's mind. That little girl's bloodline is really extraordinary. Yixian looked at Anlancio and asked. Senior, exactly what sort of existence is the strength of bloodline? He still didn't really understand the strength of bloodline. The voice from the 6th person said, the strength of bloodline is the strength of blood. When some people attain a certain level, they're able to change their own bloodline, and this change of his will change the bloodline of his descendants as well. This bloodline is a natural advantage. For example, the reason many great powers and clans are able to be so formidable and possess so many monstrous geniuses is a huge reason, and it's the strength of bloodline. Just like this little girl before you. If she didn't possess the strength of her bloodline, then it would be impossible for her to directly enter the Dao realm. Yixian spoke solemnly. Then isn't possessing the strength of her bloodline equivalent to cheating? The voice from the 6th person smiled. You can say that. However, the strength of your bloodline is a limit as well. Because if you're unable to break through the shackles of your bloodline after you've reached your limits, then it'll become a hurdle for you, a hurdle that you might never be able to overcome. Yixian gazed at Anlancio. Senior, is the strength of my bloodline more formidable, or is hers more formidable? The voice from the 6th person fell silent for a short moment before he said, her bloodline is comparatively normal, but yours isn't. There's no way to compare them. Yixian was speechless. Right at this moment, Anlancio's hand suddenly pressed down, and it didn't take long for strands of formidable aura to sweep out from within her. Moreover, countless black clouds suddenly converged in the sky above Wu Yuan, and a bolt of lightning flickered within the black clouds. Yixian looked up into the sky with a puzzled expression. What's that? The voice from the 6th person said, I don't know what it is. Yixian sent a voice transmission to Wu Wen. Senior, what's that? Wu Wen glanced at the surroundings, but he still hadn't noticed Yixian. He was rather shocked by Yixian's concealment technique. Even he was able to deceive Wu Wen. Wu Wen restrained his thoughts and said, this is the Dao tribulation. Once one steps into the Dao realm, one will experience Dao tribulation because it represents that she's on the verge of breaking through the shackles of this world. Moreover, the moment when the Dao tribulation descends will be the moment she's in the most danger. It's not a problem for her to endure the Dao tribulation, but it's extremely dangerous for her if she's disturbed by external forces. The slightest mistake might cause her soul to be obliterated. Obliterated, Xian's brows knit together slightly, so, in this way, the moment the Tao tribulation descends is the best opportunity for them to make a move? Wu Wen nodded. If they don't make a move now, then they won't have the chance to. Xian spoke softly, I understand. In midair, Wu Wen swept the surroundings with his gaze. Presently, the sword sect still hadn't taken any action. This caused him to feel even more uneasy in his heart, because he knew that this was the calm before the storm. Once the sword sect made a move, it would surely destroy the heavens and the earth. Wu Wen went silent for a short moment before he turned around to look at Xianxian, and he said via voice transmission, prepare for the worst. Xianxian was shocked in his heart, yet he didn't say anything and just nodded before leaving silently. In next to no time, the might of the lightning emitted by the bolt of lightning in the sky above Xianxia grew stronger and stronger, and the entire sky darkened at this moment. Rumble, lightning flickered within the layer of black clouds while numerous terrifying pressures swept down ceaselessly, and they pressed down to the point it was suffocating. Wu Wen's expression was extremely heavy because Xianxia's Tao tribulation was even more terrifying than the Tao tribulation he'd encountered when he broke through to the Tao realm all those years ago. The stronger the Tao tribulation, the greater the potential and strength of the person charging into the Tao realm would be. If it was at any other time, this would surely be a good thing. But now, it might not be so good. Just like that, around 15 minutes later, the entire sky suddenly trembled violently, and then a bolt of lightning descended like a bolt of lightning under the gazes of countless people. At the instant this bolt of lightning descended, everyone felt a strand of formidable pressure. It was capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, Xianxia opened her eyes, and then she raised her head to look up into the sky with a calm expression. Right when the bolt of lightning arrived over 100 m above Xianxia, a sword howl suddenly resounded from the northern sword sect. In the next moment, a blood-red sword shot into the sky from the sword sect, and then it shot violently towards Wu Yuan. Everywhere the blood-red sword passed, the sky was covered in blood red. P.S. I picked 10 readers in the book review section to send physical books, but only 2 of them contacted me. What about the other 8? If no one contacted me by noon, then I'll draw another one. In any case, I'll continue drawing 5 more today. Big brothers, you should take a look at the replies. After you finish reading, come back from time to time and take another look. The sword sect had made their move. At this moment, everyone in Wu Yuan felt as though they were facing a formidable foe. In the sky, wherever the blood-red sword passed, the sky was instantly dyed red, as though it was a huge piece of red cloth. The power contained within the sword caused everyone in Wu Yuan to have a change of expression. In the sky above Wu Yuan suddenly bellowed in rage. Ancestral weapon. The voice faded. Qi, a long spear exuding raging flames soared into the sky from the martial courtyard. The long spear pierced through the sky, and wherever it passed, the space was directly incinerated. Under everyone's gaze, the spear and the sword clashed in the sky. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky. Countless sword beams and flames flew everywhere, and the space within 10,000 feet cracked into a spiderweb shape. Meanwhile, the space in the sky above the martial courtyard suddenly split open, and then numerous rays of sword light slashed out from within the space that had split open. In an instant, the entire sky above Wu Yuan was covered in sword beams. Wu Yuan looked at the densely packed sword beams, his eyes cold, but he still did not make a move. He could not make a move. He was the only one who could stop the sword saint from the sword sect. In the sky, Xianxian suddenly bellowed, out of the formation. As his voice faded, numerous energy spears suddenly shot out from beneath Wu Yuan. There were many of them, and they all emitted a powerful spear intent. Very quickly, the entire heaven and earth began to tremble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. These sounds rang out continuously in the sky above Wu Yuan. Everyone in Shenwu City was shocked, and many people began to flee out of the city in a frenzy. The battle between the 2 biggest forces in the Divine Martial City could possibly destroy the entire Divine Martial City. Run! Countless people fled out of the city. Outside the city, Yuelao and the rest were quietly watching the direction of Shenwu City. Seeing the densely packed sword beams and spears in the sky above Shenwu City, Yuelao and the rest had solemn expressions on their faces. A formation like this was not something that a Dao realm expert could withstand. Even 10 of them might not be able to withstand it. Yi Lan replied softly, this sword sect sword formation is very powerful. Yuelao said coolly, a faction that has been passed down for so many years, how can it possibly not have any trump cards? Moreover, what we've seen now shouldn't be their final trump card. Yilan nodded before asking, when do we make our move? Yuelao looked in the direction of Shenwu City. Wait. Yilan nodded, then turned around to look at the 10 Dao Realm experts behind him. 10, other than that, there were still reinforcements that had yet to arrive. Yilan turned to look in the direction of Shenwu City, feeling a little puzzled. What does the sword sect have to rely on? Knowing that they were still alive, they still dared to launch a war against Wu Yuan. Was he really that stubborn, Wu Yuan? Not far from Xianxia, Yi Xian still hadn't made a move. Because the sword sect's experts had yet to appear. Yi Xian turned around to look in the direction of the sword sect. Based on the current situation, it seemed like the sword sect was serious. Once this battle started, it would depend on the true strength and foundation of both sides. At this moment, a voice resounded in the dark, "Little friend Yi, do you need us to make a move?" The person who spoke was Elder Lin of Tongbao Trading Company. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Seniors, don't make a move for now." Elder Lin said, "Young Miss sent word that the sword sect might make a bigger move. You must be careful." Yi Xian nodded. Then, he looked at Xianxia in the distance with his right hand gripping the soul-suppressing sword tightly. He wanted to see who would make a move against Xianxia first. Rumble. At this moment, another explosion resounded in the sky. In the sky above Wu Yuan, countless sword lights appeared ceaselessly. Under the frenzied attacks of these sword lights, the entire space above Wu Yuan was already shattered. However, the experts of Wu Yuan still didn't make a move. They were waiting for the experts of the sword sect to make a move. They only had a single objective, to protect Xianxia as she broke through to the Dao realm. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded in the sky, and it didn't take long for numerous bolts of lightning to descend incessantly towards Xianxia. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he was about to make a move when the voice from the sixth person resounded abruptly, "Don't. Outsiders can't interfere in such a tribulation. Otherwise, the tribulation will multiply." Yi Xian stopped and asked, "Senior, do all breakthroughs after the Dao realm experience such tribulation?" The voice from the sixth person said, "I don't know what the Dao realm of your world is. However, you're right. After one attains a certain level, every single advancement will cause one to suffer such tribulation. Endure it, and you'll arrive in another world. If you can't, then you'll transform into dust on the spot." Yi Xian gazed at Xianxia with slight worry in his heart. The tribulation lightning was extremely formidable, and it was completely according to the standards of a Dao realm expert. It could be said that even a Dao realm expert might not be able to endure it. Moreover, the sword sect was watching from all directions. The sword sect. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned cold. He glanced at the surroundings, and the experts from the sword sect still hadn't made a move. Meanwhile, the lightning had arrived above Xianxia. She clenched her right hand into a fist and blasted it upwards. Rumble. With a punch, those lightning bolts were directly shattered, turning into countless electric currents that vibrated in all directions. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn at the sight of this. Xianxia's strength is slightly heaven-defying. Meanwhile, a bolt of lightning silently condensed within the black clouds in the sky. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Senior? It's not over yet?" The voice from the sixth person said, "Generally, there are 9 lightning tribulations, and it's a narrow escape. It's over after 9 tribulations. However, this little girl's tribulation isn't the same as others, and there might be some variables." 9 variables. Yi Xian gazed at Xianxia. At this moment, although Xianxia seemed fine on the surface, her face was slightly pale. 9 times, Yi Xian's brows knit together tightly. Can Xianxia resist it? Right at this moment, countless rays of light suddenly split apart in the sky, and then an enormous sword that was 300 m long suddenly emerged from the clouds. Along with the appearance of this enormous sword, the countless energy spears below started to collapse inch by inch. Moreover, some of the mountains in the surroundings of Wu Yuan had collapsed at this moment. Everyone looked at the enormous sword in midair. The enormous sword descended bit by bit, and it emanated an extremely formidable aura of the sword. The aura of the sword surpassed that of a Dao realm expert. Moreover, the target of this sword was Xianxia. Wu Wen gazed at He Liantian when he witnessed this scene, and the latter nodded slightly. In the next moment, Xianxia shot into the sky and transformed into a ray of white light that collided with the enormous sword. Rumble, the entire sky trembled. However, the enormous sword was still there, and Xianxia had returned to where he stood earlier. At the same time, the enormous sword in midair suddenly descended swiftly towards Xianxia. Yixian was just about to attack when a black-clothed old man suddenly appeared above Xianxia. In the next moment, the black-clothed old man held a spear in his hand as he shot into the sky. Bang! The enormous sword was forcefully stopped in midair, and the black-clothed old man swung his spear. At the top of the enormous sword, the black-clothed old man suddenly spun his spear. Rumble! The entire enormous sword shook violently before it cracked apart. In midair, the black-clothed old man stomped his right foot on the ground, and his spear pierced through the enormous sword. The enormous sword behind the black-clothed old man exploded into pieces. However, as soon as the enormous sword shattered, 10 other swords suddenly appeared around Wu Yuan. At the same time, the blood-red sword in midair suddenly stopped moving. In the next moment, it flew into the sky above Wu Yuan, and then a strand of monstrous aura instantly enveloped the entirety of Wu Yuan. Moreover, there was a middle-aged man behind the red sword. He was the sword sex Li Xianfeng. Wu Yuan gazed at Li Xianfeng. You. Li Xianfeng looked down at Wu Yuan and spoke coldly, hand over Yi Ling and Xianxia, and we can avoid this battle. Wu Yuan laughed coldly. Li Xianfeng, has your IQ been eaten by a dog? How could you speak such stupid words? Li Xianfeng spoke coldly, since Wu Yuan doesn't know what's good for it, then I'll make Wu Yuan vanish from the world today. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right palm down lightly, and then he waved his left hand lightly while he chanted, the Tao of the sword reigns supreme in the world. Gather. The howls of 10 swords suddenly resounded. In the next moment, the 11 swords suddenly linked together, and the sword in the lead was that blood-red sword. Li Xianfeng pointed down lightly with his left hand, break. As soon as his voice resounded, the 11 swords that were linked together suddenly shot down like bolts of lightning, and their target was still Xianxia. Moreover, a bolt of lightning just happened to descend from above Xianxia at this moment, a bolt of lightning and 11 swords. The expressions of Heli and Tian and the others became extremely solemn. These 11 swords were too terrifying, and they weren't something that a Dao realm expert could resist head-on, because these 11 swords were a formation. Only Wu Yuan could resist them. Wu Yuan raised his head and looked up into the sky because they were forcing him to make a move. Wu Yuan gazed at Xianxia. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Where's the stone statue of Wu?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ground on Xianxia's left suddenly split apart, and then an enormous stone statue suddenly flew out. This stone statue was over 100 m tall, and it was like a pillar that could hold up the sky. After the stone statue appeared, it suddenly smashed its fist towards the sky, and this single punch caused the space in the surroundings to tremble violently. It was an extremely astounding sight. The 11 swords descended from the sky and slashed directly onto the stone statue's fist. Rumble! The stone statue's entire body trembled violently while countless cracks appeared on its arm. However, it forcefully resisted those 11 swords. Li Xianfeng laughed coldly in midair, and then he pressed his palms together before swiftly pressing them down. A ray of light suddenly erupted from the 11 swords, and it instantly pierced through the stone statue's palm. Meanwhile, the stone statue's left hand suddenly grabbed the 11 swords, and then it smashed them towards the ground. Bang! An enormous and deep hole was smashed open on the ground on the left of the stone statue, but in the next moment, the 11 swords pierced through the stone statue's palm and instantly arrived before Xianxia. At the same time, over 10 rays of light suddenly tore through the surroundings and shot straight towards Xianxia. All of them were Dao realm experts. The experts of Wu Yuan hurriedly acted, but the swordsmen didn't pay any attention to the experts of Wu Yuan, and they charged desperately towards Xianxia. Some of them even risked their injuries to arrive in front of Xianxia. Wu Yuan's expression changed. At this moment, he had no choice but to act. However, at the instant that he'd just acted, he suddenly turned to look at a certain cave on the right. There, a ray of light was shooting towards that cave. Wu Yuan's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Shit! Their objective isn't Xianxia, it's Yi Ling. It's Yi Ling. Yi Ling! All the experts of Wu Yuan were shocked in their hearts. They'd thought that the sword sex objective was Xianxia, so they'd placed all their efforts on Xianxia. However, they'd never imagined that Xianxia was only a cover for the sword sect, and their true objective was Yi Ling. Who was Yi Ling? He was an extraordinary genius that wasn't inferior to Xianxia, no matter if it was Yi Ling or Xianxia. Both of them were existences that Wu Yuan couldn't lose. After he found out that the sword sect's objective was Yi Ling, Wu Yuan was both furious and anxious. However, he couldn't separate himself at this moment because the sword sect's experts and the sword sect's sword formation were all around him. On the other hand, the experts of Wu Yuan were charging madly towards Yi Ling's location as well. The first to charge over was Yi Xian. After he found out that the sword sect's objective was Yi Ling, Yi Xian was the first to charge towards Yi Ling's location. At this moment, his aura had practically erupted explosively like a volcano. Not too far away, Mu Fengchen raised his sword, and the entrance to the cave in front of him was directly transformed into powder. His expression was calm, and it was impossible to discern whether he was happy or angry. His objective had always been Yi Ling. Only Yi Ling could make Yi Xian come out and compromise. The biggest reason the sword sect was being attacked now was because the people of the world thought that the precious treasure was in the sword sect's hands. If this misunderstanding wasn't resolved, then the powers of the outside world would act madly against the sword sect. The only person that could resolve this misunderstanding was Yi Xian. Only Yi Xian could make the powers of the outside world believe that the precious treasure wasn't in the sword sect's hands. As for Yi Xian, if the sword sect wanted him to come out, there was only one way: Yi Ling. So long as those outside learned that the treasure wasn't in the sword sect's hands but in Yi Xian's, the sword sect's current situation would be instantly reversed. Not only that, but those outside would also turn against Yi Xian and Wu Yuan. At that time, the sword sect and Wu Yuan would be in a different situation. Otherwise, the sword sect would always be at a disadvantage. That was why he paid such a high price to attack Wu Yuan. As long as they captured Yi Ling, Yi Xian would definitely compromise. Mu Fengchen was very confident because now that Wu Yuan was pinned down, no one in the sword sect could stop him. However, the moment he split open the door of the cave, a sword slashed towards him. Mu Fengchen frowned slightly. He raised his hand and swung his sword. The two swords slashed against each other. Bang! The sword in Mu Fengchen's hand broke into two, and he was instantly pushed back by over 10 m. Mu Fengchen was dazed. It broke? My sword broke? Mu Fengchen looked towards the distance. There was a little girl in front of him, and the little girl was holding a sword in her hand. The little girl was staring at him, and there was slight panic in her eyes. However, she didn't retreat. Mu Fengchen turned his head to take a look and saw a figure rushing towards him. It was Yi Xian. Mu Fengchen paid no attention to Yi Xian, and he charged directly at Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger was stunned when she saw this, and then she turned around and ran. It was Yi Xian who asked her to run. Even though Xiaolinger had that sword, her strength was too much weaker than Mu Fengchen. In the beginning, she had relied on that sword and the element of surprise to repel Mu Fengchen. Now that Mu Fengchen was mentally prepared, Xiaolinger was definitely no match for him. Mu Fengchen didn't chase after Xiaolinger. His target was Yi Ling. Just as he arrived in front of Yi Ling, a wooden figure suddenly stepped out from behind Yi Ling, and the next moment, a sword stabbed towards Mu Fengchen. The sword was as fast as lightning, and it was aimed at Mu Fengchen's vital point. Seeing that another person had appeared to block his way, Mu Fengchen's calm expression suddenly turned ferocious, and he stabbed with his sword. Bang! The wooden figure immediately retreated by 10 m, and at this moment, a huge black shadow slammed into him. Bang! Mu Fengchen was directly knocked to the entrance of the cave. It was the Emperor Hound. Mu Fengchen's eyes were cold, and just as he was about to attack again, Yi Xian had already appeared. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Not only that, but Wu Yuan's Dao realm powerhouses had also appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Mu Fengchen's expression instantly sank. He knew that his plan against Yi Ling had failed. Mu Fengchen looked at Yi Xian. You were prepared. Yi Xian said indifferently, are you surprised? Mu Fengchen glared at Yi Xian, and the killing intent in his eyes was unconcealed. At this moment, Wu Yuan, who was not far away, appeared in front of Mu Fengchen. Wu Yuan looked at Mu Fengchen coldly. Mu Fengchen, from today onwards, the sword sect will decline. No, it should be that it will disappear. Mu Fengchen sneered, with gesture Wu Yuan? Wu Yuan glared at Mu Fengchen. Everyone in Wu Yuan, listen up. Don't let a single sword sect disciple escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding Dao realm powerhouses charged out. In next to no time, a series of shocking explosions resounded outside the sword sect. Mu Fengchen glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then he turned around and transformed into a ray of sword light that vanished. At the same time, a voice resounded in the sky above the sword sect, "Everyone, retreat." In next to no time, the sword sect's Dao realm powerhouses started retreating. Wu Wen sneered, "Want to leave? Chase after them." In next to no time, all the Dao realm powerhouses in Wu Yuan chased after the sword sect's Dao realm powerhouses. As for Yi Xian, he didn't chase after them. He directly sent Yi Ling into the prison pagoda, and then he went to Enlanxia's side. At this moment, Enlanxia was still overcoming her tribulation. As for He Liantian, he didn't chase after them as well. He was also protecting Enlanxia. In the sky above Divine Martial City, Mu Fengchen had just left Wu Yuan when a terrifying pressure suddenly crushed down towards him. Mu Fengchen waved his right hand, and a ray of sword light shot out. Bang! That pressure was directly slashed into pieces by the sword light. At this moment, Yu Lao appeared in front of Mu Fengchen, and behind him were 10 Dao realm powerhouses. At the same time, Wu Yuan's Dao realm powerhouses had arrived as well. Now, all the sword sect's Dao realm powerhouses were surrounded. Yu Lao looked at Mu Fengchen and smiled. "Sect leader Mu, where are you preparing to go?" Mu Fengchen stared at Yu Lao and didn't speak. Actually, he had already expected this. Once they failed, these people would definitely come out and target the sword sect. Yu Lao glanced at Mu Fengchen. "Sect leader Mu, I'll say it again. Our objective isn't to annihilate the sword sect. As long as your esteemed sect hands over that treasure, we will turn around and leave immediately. We won't go back on our words." Treasure. Mu Fengchen's face was extremely cold. If that treasure was in the hands of the sword sect and he was being targeted, he would accept it. The problem was that the treasure wasn't in the hands of the sword sect. Agreed. This was the most aggrieved part of him. This black pot had always been carried by the sword sect for Yi Xian, and he didn't know how long he would have to carry it for. At this moment, Yu Lao said again, "So, have you thought it through?" After a moment of silence, Mu Fengchen suddenly smiled. Seeing Mu Chen smile, Yu Lao's eyes narrowed. "Sect leader Mu, it seems like you don't intend to hand over that treasure." As he spoke, he looked at Wu Wen, who was not far away. "Sect leader Wu, let's join forces." Wu Wen said indifferently, "I have the same intention." Yu Lao smiled. His smile was a little cold, and he waved his right hand. "Kill." As his voice fell, behind him, 10 Dao realm experts directly charged towards the sword sect's swordsman. Wu Yuan's experts also charged towards Mu Fengchen and the other swordsmen. There were close to 20 Dao realm experts. Wu Wen and Yu Lao also locked onto Mu Fengchen. As long as Mu Fengchen made a move, the two of them would immediately attack, and at this moment, Wu Wen and Yu Lao's expressions suddenly changed, and both of them roared at the same time, "Stop." However, they were still a little dazed. Not far away, several black afterimages flashed by. As these black afterimages flashed by, the heads of 2 Wu Yuan's Dao realm experts directly flew out. On Yu Lao's side, the heads of 2 Dao realm experts also fell to the ground. In an instant, 4 Dao realm experts had fallen. Soon, the Dao realm experts on Wu Yuan and Yu Lao's side hurriedly retreated behind the two of them. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page, and at this moment, 6 men in black appeared beside Mu Fengchen. These 6 men in black were faintly discernible, and their entire bodies were shrouded in black robes, and it was extremely strange. Wu Wen stared at Mu Fengchen. "These are not your sword sect's people." Mu Fengchen sneered, "Indeed, they are not my sword sect's experts. Why, only you are allowed to have allies, but my sword sect is not allowed to have allies." Wu Wen glanced at the 6 men in black. "Who are you?" The leader of the men in black suddenly said, "Sect leader Wu, our target is only that Yi Xian, and we hope that your sect will not interfere." As he spoke, he looked at Yu Lao. "The same goes for you guys." Wu Wen sneered, "Our target is Yi Xian?" The men in black said, "If Wu Yuan doesn't interfere, we will not make a move against Wu Yuan." Wu Wen looked at Yu Lao, and the latter said indifferently, "We can't let them touch Yi Xian." Wu Wen nodded. Actually, Yi Xian's life and death did not have much to do with the two of them. And the reason why they wanted to protect Yi Xian was because there was only one goal, and that was no matter what the sword sect and these mysterious people's goals were, they had to stop them. Right now, it was a matter of life and death, and the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Moreover, Yi Xian's strength was not weak. The men in black said softly, "Since that's the case, then Wu Yuan will accompany him in death." As soon as the men in black finished speaking, the sky above Wu Yuan suddenly darkened. The next moment, a huge black hole appeared in the sky above Wu Yuan, and at the same time, a strange aura was emitted from it. Beside Yu Lao, a Dao realm expert said solemnly, "We have to retreat." Yu Lao was silent. The Dao realm expert continued, "Our reinforcements haven't arrived, so it isn't worth it to fight them head-on right now. Retreat now and allow Wu Yuan to exhaust them is a good thing for us." Yu Lao immediately nodded. Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the 8 Dao realm experts behind him turned around and left. Wu Wen's face instantly fell when he witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, the vortex in the sky suddenly started to revolve, and then a destructive beam of light erupted from within it. As soon as the beam of light appeared, the expressions of everyone here changed. Doomsday. Even the Dao realm experts felt that doomsday had arrived. Wu Wen's expression changed drastically when he saw the beam of light, and he suddenly shouted furiously, "Summon the ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, Heli and Tian roared furiously, "Summon the ancestor." After a moment of silence, the statue at the entrance of the martial arts hall suddenly shattered, and then a woman with a spear in her hand appeared in the sky above the martial arts hall. The woman glanced at the surroundings with a slightly dazed gaze, but it didn't take long for it to clear up. In the next moment, she raised her head and frowned slightly before raising her hand and swinging her spear. Bang! The black beam of light shattered, and the enormous vortex shattered along with it. All the experts of Wu Yuan instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Mu Fengchen suddenly laughed savagely, "Do you think you're the only ones who have an ancestor?" As he spoke, he turned around and gazed towards the sword sect, "Summon the ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, the statue at the entrance of the sword sect suddenly split apart, and then a man in a green robe appeared. As soon as the man appeared, the sword at the top of the pagoda within Yi Xian's body suddenly started trembling violently, and the entire pagoda was trembling. It was trembling madly. It was fear. Yi Xian was astounded, and then he hurriedly gazed towards the sword sect. There, the green-clothed man had suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the sky. His eyes seemed like an ocean of blood, and at the instant he opened his eyes, the sky in an area of over 100,000 kilometers had instantly turned blood red. P.S. Please send monthly votes. I've chosen 10 readers yesterday, and all of them have contacted me. There are a few who haven't contacted me yet. I'll name them. Sprite 250, Imperial Emperor Cutie. There are a few more that I'll continue to draw today. Thank you all for your support. Also, I'll basically read every single comment, no matter if it's good or bad, I'll read it seriously. Thank you all for your monthly votes and subscriptions, and thank you all for your suggestions and criticisms. End of this chapter. As soon as the young man opened his eyes, it wasn't just the entire sky that instantly turned blood red, a strand of extremely powerful killing intent even blanketed the surroundings. The eyes of everyone here actually started to slowly turn red while they were enveloped by this killing intent. It was killing intent. At this moment, the hearts of everyone here were filled with killing intent. Even an expert like Mu Fengchen couldn't resist this killing intent. Right when everyone was about to be corroded by this killing intent, the green-cloaked man from the sword sect suddenly closed his eyes. As soon as he did, the killing intent in the surroundings instantly receded like a receding tide, and the entire sky returned to normal. Everyone here gazed at the green-cloaked man. Meanwhile, the green-cloaked man opened his eyes again. But this time, his gaze had returned to normal. The green-cloaked man gazed towards Wu Yuan, and then his gaze descended onto the founding ancestor of Wu Yuan in the end. He grinned when he saw the founding ancestor of Wu Yuan, and then he took a step forward and arrived in front of the Wu Yuan's founding ancestor. Meanwhile, Mu Fengchen and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully, "Founding ancestor." The green-clothed man glanced at the Wu Yuan's founding ancestor and the others, and then he nodded slightly. After that, he gazed at the woman and was about to speak. However, the woman suddenly spoke indifferently, "Your sword sect seems to intend to destroy my Wu Yuan." The green-clothed man was slightly stunned, and then he glanced at the surroundings. It didn't take long for him to frown. "What's going on?" Mu Fengchen's expression changed, and he hurriedly walked over to the green-clothed man and bowed respectfully, "Founding ancestor, it isn't my sword sect that intends to destroy Wu Yuan. It's Wu Yuan that has colluded with outsiders to frame my sword sect. Countless swordsmen of my sword sect have died miserably at their hands. The green-clothed man gazed at Mu Fengchen. Lies. Mu Fengchen's expression changed. He was about to speak when the green-clothed man turned around and gazed towards the sword sect. A moment later, the green-clothed man closed his eyes slowly. At the same time, a ray of white light shot into the center of Mu Fengchen's forehead. At this moment, Mu Fengchen's figure was frozen on the spot. All the experts of the sword sect were shocked. A moment later, the green-robed man opened his eyes. At this moment, he already knew everything. He turned around and looked down, and that was where Yixian was. Yixian's expression changed when he saw the green-clothed man as well, and he became vigilant in his heart. The green-robed man looked at Yixian. A moment later, his expression softened and he said with a smile, "Come forward." The green-clothed man looked at him. Yixian, Yixian said, "Yi as of yi of a sword." Yixian was puzzled. "What are you complaining about?" The blue-clothed man wanted to say something but hesitated. A moment later, he opened his palm and from the top of Yixian's world prison pagoda, a sword suddenly flew out. Finally, this sword steadily fell into the blue-clothed man's hand. Tower-top sword. Yixian's expression changed. This green-robed man was indeed related to the sword at the top of the pagoda. The green-robed man looked at the sword in his hand and smiled. "Long time no see." The sword trembled slightly, and the cries of the sword shook the heavens. The green-robed man smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you for a while." The sword trembled as if it was responding to something. At this moment, a blood-red sword suddenly flew in front of the azure-robed man. Seeing this sword, a look of surprise flashed in the azure-robed man's eyes. "It's you." As his voice fell, he pointed at the blood-red sword. The sword shook violently. Soon, a voice sounded from within. "I never expected to meet you in such a manner." The azure-robed man smiled and said, "I didn't expect it either." "How have you been all these years?" The blood-red sword said, "Not very well. I met a fellow who sealed my main consciousness. If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have any hope of recovering in this lifetime." The azure-robed man asked, "Who sealed you?" The blood-red sword said, "A woman. I can only blame myself. I was too arrogant in the past." Sigh. The azure-robed man smiled and said, "It's not a bad thing." The blood-red sword said, "Indeed. Being sealed during this period has allowed me to understand many things." The azure-robed man smiled and said, "What do you plan to do next?" The azure-robed man fell silent for a moment and said, "I want to roam around again." The azure-robed man nodded. "Then we'll part ways here." The blood-red sword said, "We'll meet again." As soon as it finished speaking, it turned around and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the boundless horizon. After the blood-red sword left, the azure-robed man looked at Yixian once more. It wasn't just the azure-robed man, even the nearby founding ancestor Wu Yuan was sizing up Yixian. Her eyes carried a rare trace of gentleness. Yixian was slightly puzzled by her gaze. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere was quite awkward. Everyone had thought that after the two founding ancestors appeared, there would be a huge battle, but they hadn't expected it to turn out like this. In particular, the sword sect's swordsman experts had ugly expressions on their faces. The azure-robed man suddenly looked at Yixian's abdomen. In the next moment, he opened his palm and a sheathed sword appeared in his hand. It was the sword that Yixian couldn't pull out. Looking at the sword in his hand, there was a trace of surprise in the azure-robed man's eyes. "It's you." The sword in the azure-robed man's hand trembled violently. The azure-robed man didn't say anything. He put the sword back into the world prison pagoda within Yixian's body, and Yixian took the opportunity to ask, "Senior, what sword is this?" The azure-robed man smiled and said, "The sword of an old friend. This sword isn't something you can control right now, so don't casually unseal it. Wait until you're strong enough before unsealing it." At this moment, the black-cloaked man next to Mu Fengchen suddenly said, "We didn't come here to listen to your nonsense." As the black-cloaked man spoke, the azure-robed man turned to look at him, and in the next moment, the black-cloaked man's head flew off. Everyone present was shocked. Instant kill. Mu Fengchen instantly broke out in cold sweat. The black-cloaked man's strength was almost on par with his. He was instantly killed just like that. The azure-robed man said indifferently, "You won't be able to hear it now even if you wanted to." Saying so, he glanced at the remaining black-cloaked men. "Is there anyone else who doesn't want to hear it?" The black-cloaked men didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They turned around and left. The azure-robed man suddenly said, "Did I say you could leave?" They stopped, and one of the black-clothed men turned to look at the azure-robed man. "Your Excellency, we are." Before he could finish, the heads of the black-clothed men next to him flew off. Everyone. The azure-robed man looked at the black-clothed man. "What do you want to say?" "I'm listening." The black-clothed man fell silent for a moment before he said, "You're bullying the weak." The azure-robed man pointed at Xian in front of him and said with a smile, "Aren't you guys bullying him?" The black-clothed man fell silent for a moment before he said, "Do you think you're very strong?" The azure-robed man smiled, "What do you mean by that? How should I answer you?" The azure-robed man laughed fiercely, "The strength of the organization behind us is something that you can't even imagine. You'll never be able to imagine it in your entire lifetime." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the azure-robed man. However, he'd only just taken a single step when his head flew off into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. There was slight fear in the eyes of everyone here. The strength of the sword sect's founding ancestor is slightly too strong. The azure-robed man turned around to look at Xian, and he smiled. "Actually, I envy you." "Envy me?" Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" The azure-robed man roared with laughter. "I was really miserable all those years ago." Xian was completely bewildered. He was just about to ask about it when the azure-robed man gazed at Ling, who'd appeared by Xian's side. There was a wisp of gentleness in his eyes as he gazed at Ling, and then he pressed his fingers together and tapped lightly. A ray of light instantly shot into the center of Ling's forehead. Ling's figure trembled slightly, and then a powerful aura swept out from within her. The azure-robed man spoke softly, "I've undone the seal within her, so her current physique won't suffer any restrictions. You must protect her well." Xian nodded, "I will." The azure-robed man nodded slightly, and then he seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Xian's stomach. "It wasn't his doing that you were trapped. If you have any complaints, then feel free to look for the original owner of this pagoda. Of course, you can look for me as well." After a moment of silence, the voice from the 6th floor resounded, "I got along very well with him, really." The azure-robed man looked at Xian, and Xian nodded, "Senior has been very helpful to me." The azure-robed man nodded slightly, "That's good." The azure-robed man looked at the nearby founding ancestor of Wu Yuan, and the latter nodded slightly. She looked down at Xianxia, who was still overcoming her tribulation. The Wu Yuan founding ancestor arrived by Xianxia's side, and she gazed at Xianxia as she said softly, "I'm quite surprised." The azure-robed man smiled, "I'm very surprised as well." The Wu Yuan founding ancestor nodded slightly, "Wait a moment for her." The azure-robed man nodded, "I have something to deal with." As he spoke, he turned to look at the nearby Mu Fengchen and the others. Mu Fengchen and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully. The azure-robed man spoke softly, "I said all those years ago that the Wu Yuan sword sect has been on good terms for generations. You should be aware of this, right?" Mu Fengchen and Li Xianfeng instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The azure-robed man looked at Li Xianfeng. "That day, you told me that I was the one who harmed the sword sect?" Li Xianfeng's face immediately paled. The azure-robed man shook his head. "I left this avatar here in hopes of helping the sword sect cross the 5th dimension tribulation in the future. I didn't expect it to be used by you. You are too outstanding." Mu Fengchen hurriedly bowed respectfully, "We know our mistakes." The azure-robed man shook his head, "Do as you wish." As he spoke, he turned to Xian, "Do you have any questions?" Xian said in a deep voice, "Why is this pagoda on me?" The azure-robed man said, "There are many reasons. Of course, the biggest reason is you." Xian frowned, puzzled. The azure-robed man smiled, "She and I have always felt that you are what we think you are, but you are not. Of course, there are some things that are meaningless to tell you now. When you reach the 9th floor of this pagoda, you will understand everything." Xian was silent for a moment, then asked, "This pagoda can lead to the 5th dimension?" The azure-robed man nodded, "Yes." Xian asked again, "Have you gone to the 5th dimension?" The azure-robed man shook his head. Xian asked again, "Why?" The azure-robed man said softly, "Do you know why this pagoda appeared in this universe?" Xian shook his head. The azure-robed man looked at the horizon, it escaped. Xian, the azure-robed man said softly, "Someone is playing a very big game of chess. using all living beings as chess pieces. As he spoke, his mouth curled into a cold smile. Even the three of us are being schemed against. Yixian asked, who? The azure-robed man looked at Yixian. I don't know. If I knew, I would have killed him long ago. Yixian. Looking at the green-robed man in front of him, Yixian's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. He knew that this man in front of him should be one of the masters of the three swords at the top of the pagoda, and this world prison pagoda could indeed lead to the fifth dimension, yet, it had escaped from the fifth dimension. Also, who was the chess player the green-robed man spoke of? Yixian shook his head. There were too many questions. At this time, the green-robed man suddenly said, don't think too much. Just do your best. Yixian looked at the green-robed man. Was this pagoda left to me by my father? The green-robed man smiled. It's not easy for me to answer this question. Let's change it. Yixian looked at the green-robed man and asked, someone told me that my bloodline isn't simple. It should be said that it's a little abnormal. Does Senior know what's going on? The green-robed man nodded. I know. Yixian asked, what kind of bloodline do I have? The green-robed man hesitated for a moment before smiling. This is also not easy to answer. Let's change it. Yixian smiled bitterly. Then can Senior tell me something I know? The green-robed man was about to speak when the Wuyuan ancestor walked over. She walked to the green-robed man's side. That's enough. The green-robed man nodded. He turned to look at Mu Fengchen and the rest. The sword sect went against my will. That was your choice. From this moment onwards, your sword sect has nothing to do with me. Not killing you is out of respect for my brothers in the past. This sword sect was founded by them and is their blood, sweat, and tears. All of you are on your own. As his voice fell, his and the Wuyuan ancestors' bodies gradually turned illusory. Not far away, the Wuyuan ancestor and the rest bowed respectfully. Farewell, ancestor. The Wuyuan ancestor nodded. Finally, she looked at Lanxiu below. Remember my words well. And Lanxiu nodded. The green-robed man looked at Yixian and said, from now on, walk on your own. Yixian was about to speak when the green-robed man and the Wuyuan ancestral master suddenly raised their heads. In the next moment, they looked at each other with a hint of doubt in their eyes. After a moment of silence, the azure-clothed man and founding ancestor Wuyuan suddenly soared into the sky. In practically an instant, the two of them had traversed through countless starfields. In the end, the two of them stopped in a starry sky. Not far in front of the two of them, there was a gravestone that was thousands of feet long floating in the air. The tombstone was pitch black, and beneath it stood a long-haired man. The long-haired man's upper body was naked and his eyes were covered. He supported the tombstone with one hand and stood there like an undefeatable god of war, and on that tombstone, there was a row of blood-red words carved. The first 4 blood-red words were especially eye-catching: prison, Yixian. Beside the green-robed man, Patriarch Wuyuan said softly, they're here. The green-robed man nodded. That's fast. At this moment, the man in the distance suddenly smashed the tombstone toward the green-robed man and the bare-robed man. With this smash, the starry sky around them began to collapse inch by inch. The green-robed man was expressionless. With a point of his finger, a ray of sword light slashed the tombstone. The tombstone stopped, but the green-robed man's sword light shattered and turned into nothingness. As for the tombstone, it was not damaged at all. However, an arm-long sword mark had appeared on the bare-robed man's body. The green-robed man was about to attack again, but at this moment, he had become completely illusory. The green-robed man shook his head. This is troublesome. As his voice faded, the lower half of his body had disappeared. In the distance, the bare-robed man did not attack again. The green-robed man looked at the bare-robed man opposite him. A ray of sword light twirled at his fingertips. He was about to attack when he seemed to have thought of something. He shook his head and smiled. I can't help him too much. As his voice faded, he and founding ancestor Wuyuan had completely disappeared. The bare-robed man carried the tombstone and continued forward. The direction he was heading in was the direction that the green-robed man and the bare-robed man had come from. Divine Martial Galaxy, Divine Martial City, Wuyuan. The sudden departure of the green-robed man and the bare-robed man stunned everyone here. They left just like that. At this moment, the atmosphere here was rather awkward. the relationship between the sword sect's founding ancestor and the founding ancestor of Wu Yuan was clearly not ordinary. The sword sect was in the most awkward position. They hadn't expected that things would turn out like this after they summoned their founding ancestor. Their allies had been completely annihilated by their founding ancestor. That was like summoning an enemy. No matter what, the sword sect could be said to have suffered a huge loss. Not only had they lost so many Dao realm swordsmen, but they were also blamed by their founding ancestor. Moreover, their founding ancestor had killed all the Dao realm experts of their allies. So, the sword sect would definitely take the blame for that. When he thought up to this point, Mu Fengchen felt like killing himself. This time, sword sect had given up everything and lost everything. Mu Fengchen suddenly said, "Let's go." Li Xianfeng suddenly asked, "Just like that?" He was still a little unwilling to accept it. Mu Fengchen turned to look at Li Xianfeng. "What else do you want? What else do you want?" At the end of his words, he was practically roaring. Li Xianfeng could be said to have played a huge role in the sword sect's current situation. If Li Xianfeng wasn't his own grandson, he would have killed him a long time ago. It was Li Xuanfeng's foolish actions that brought the sword sect to this point of no return, and now, Li Xianfeng actually didn't want to give up. Li Xianfeng wanted to say something, but Mu Fengchen suddenly said angrily, "Look, what do we use to fight now?" "With what? With your head?" Now that the sword sect had suffered heavy losses and all their allies had been killed, the current sword sect couldn't fight against Wu Yuan at all. Moreover, Elder Yuelao and the others were still outside. Now that they had lost their allies, once these people made a comeback, what awaited the sword sect was destruction. Li Xuanfeng's expression was extremely ugly, but a moment later, his expression returned to normal. "Grandfather is right. Grandson was foolish." Mu Fengchen coldly looked at Li Xianfeng. "Let's go." Li Xianfeng looked at Yi Xian, who was not far away. His expression was calm, no killing intent, no anger, just very calm. Yi Xian was silent. Li Xianfeng didn't say anything and left with a group of sword sect experts. The people from Wu Yuan didn't stop them, because if they were to stop them now, it would be a life and death struggle with the sword sect. If these sword sect Dao realm experts were to disregard everything, it would be a devastating blow to Wu Yuan. It could be said that Wu Yuan would win, but it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. Wu Yuan didn't want to do that. Moreover, there was no need for Wu Yuan to do that. Right now, the sword sect was like a street rat. Countless forces would target them. Wu Yuan only needed to wait for those forces to slowly grind the sword sect to death. Wu Yuan turned around and looked beside Lanqiu. Suddenly, his expression changed because someone had disappeared. Sword sect. When Mu Fengchen and the rest returned to the sword sect, they saw the mess of the sword sect. Everyone's expression was incomparably complicated. The glory of the past had turned into this in less than a day. Most importantly, not only did the ancestral master not help the sword sect, he even got rid of the sword sect's ally. Without the protection of the ancestral master, it could be said that the sword sect had lost a great trump card. Mu Fengchen shook his head. "Gather all the sword sect disciples and settle them down. Also, give up some territories in the city to Wu Yuan." Everyone returned to Wu Yuan. Behind Mu Fengchen, an old man nodded and quietly retreated. Mu Fengchen glanced at Li Xianfeng not far away. "If you have enmity or hatred, just keep it in your heart. Showing it out is the behavior of an idiot. Remember, a barking dog doesn't bite." With that, he turned around and left. Li Xianfeng remained silent. Hate, of course he hated it. What he hated the most was being played by Yi Xian, being toyed with by someone weaker than him. How could he be reconciled to it? In particular, he was extremely unwilling to lose that precious treasure, but he was very clear that he had been overwhelmed by anger before. Li Xianfeng took a deep breath and lightly smiled. "Yi Xian, we have started anew." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he suddenly drew his sword and slashed forward. As the sword slashed down, a figure in front of him was sent flying. This figure was Yi Xian. Seeing that it was Yi Xian, Li Xianfeng sneered, "So it's you. I didn't expect you." At this point, his pupils suddenly constricted. "No." As soon as he said that, Yi Xian, who was flying not far away, suddenly disappeared. And a sword had pierced through the back of his head. Dreamscape, the second dreamscape. It wasn't just the second dreamscape, there was also the dragon soul, dragon power, and moke power. Of course, there was also the soul-subduing sword. This time, he could be said to have used all his strength in this assassination. After the sword pierced through Li Xuanfeng's head, Yi Xian and his sword silently disappeared as if they had never been there. The moment Li Xianfeng disappeared, Mu Fengchen appeared in the field. When he saw Li Xianfeng standing stiffly on the spot, his hands trembled. Around him, the Dao Realm swordsman from the sword sect also appeared. One of the Dao Realm experts hurriedly walked in front of Li Xianfeng. At this moment, Li Xianfeng was still breathing. The Dao Realm expert examined Li Xianfeng, then looked at Mu Fengchen and shook his head. His soul has been injured by a mysterious power. There's no way to reverse it. Mu Fengchen walked in front of Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng grinned. I didn't expect that I would die like this. Mu Fengchen looked at Li Xianfeng and did not speak. Li Xianfeng looked at the end of the horizon and said softly, my original goal was to make the sword sect famous and make swordsmen from all over the world join our sword sect. Unfortunately, greed brings harm. The word greed has not only blinded my eyes, it has also blinded my heart. As he said that, he looked at Mu Fengchen. Don't underestimate him. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes no longer had any color, his soul was completely destroyed. His soul had truly been destroyed. Mu Fengchen looked at Li Xianfeng for a very long time. In the end, he turned around and left. He came to the hall of the sword sect and looked at the statue of the man in green clothes. After a while, he shook his head and smiled. What's the point of having an ancestral master who can't protect the sword sect? From now on, the sword sect has nothing to do with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed with his sword. The statue of the man in green clothes was instantly reduced to powder. P.S. The weather is hot, but the room is cold. I just want a monthly ticket, but why does it seem so hopeless? After killing Li Xianfeng, Yi Xian immediately left the sword sect. He did not want to be surrounded by the sword sect. The reason why he took the risk to kill Li Xianfeng was not because he acted on impulse, but because this person must die. Of course, whether it was Li Xianfeng or Mu Fengchen, in Yi Xian's heart, they were all people who must die. He had no way to kill Mu Fengchen yet, so he chose to kill Li Xianfeng. He, Yi Xian, did not want to keep his enemy alive overnight. If he could kill, he would kill. When Yi Xian returned to Wu Yuan was also in a mess. Although Wu Yuan won this war, they also paid a certain price, especially the group of black-cloaked men that appeared at the end, causing Wu Yuan to lose quite a few experts. Seeing Yi Xian, Wu Yuan asked solemnly, you went to the sword sect to kill Li Xianfeng? Yi Xian nodded. Wu Yuan shook his head, impulsive. That Li Xianfeng and Mu Fengchen are master and disciple in name, but in reality, they are grandfather and grandson. You killed Li Xianfeng, that Mu Fengchen will definitely seek revenge at all costs. Yi Xian smiled. If I didn't kill him, would they let me go? Wu Yuan was silent. Yi Xian said softly, they won't let me go. Since that's the case, why don't I kill them first? He was very clear that although the sword sect's founding ancestor reprimanded the sword sect's Mu Fengchen and the others, that group of swordsmen will not change. After all, that founding ancestor is no longer a person of this era. Moreover, the sword sect knows that he has the world prison pagoda. Of course, even if the sword sect let it go, he will not let it go. This time, if it wasn't for him being prepared, Yi Ling will definitely fall into the sword sect's hands. When he thought of this, he wished for nothing more than to kill everyone in the sword sect. In front of Yi Xian, Wu Yuan shook his head slightly. Forget it. You're not from Wu Yuan, and the old man doesn't want to care so much. With that, he turned around and left. Yi Xian found in Lanxiu, Lian Wanli, Yi Ling, Mo Yunqi, and the others. Everyone had gathered. This group of people were all from the Azure Firmament world. In the courtyard, Yi Xian said in a low voice, everyone, it might be your misfortune to know me, because I feel that I will definitely have a lot of troubles in the future. He still remembered what the green-robed man had said when he left. It wasn't a coincidence that the World Prison Pagoda had appeared in his possession. It was as if someone had deliberately arranged for this to happen, and he wasn't too clear on the complexities of the situation. But he knew that this matter definitely wasn't over. At the side, Mo Yunqi chuckled. Are you afraid of implicating us? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I've already implicated you guys. Mo Yunqi said in a low voice, actually, Bandit Yi, the few of us aren't weak either. I've also reached the origin realm, and ordinary sage realm cultivators aren't my match at all. After a period of time, it'll be easy for me to kill Creation Realm cultivators. Bai Zai suddenly said, his opponents are all Dao Realm cultivators now. Mo Yunqi, Yi Xian said in a low voice, Brother Mo, Wu Yuan is a good place. You guys can learn a lot of things here, and you must cultivate well. In the future, I hope to fight alongside you guys. He knew that most of the time, some people would disappear as they walked, and he didn't want to lose these friends in front of him. These people were all friends that he had gone through life and death with. Mo Yunqi smiled. Bandit Yi, don't worry. We won't be left far behind by you. Yi Xian smiled. No matter what, you guys are my friends, my brothers. This will never change. Mo Yunqi chuckled. I'm not used to you being so emotional all of a sudden. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and smiled. Cultivate. Mo Yunqi suddenly stood up. I won't waste any more time with all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Bai Zai stood up and left as well. And Lanqiu looked at Yi Xian. What do you plan to do next? Yi Xian said softly. Take the initiative to attack. And Lanqiu nodded slightly. Be careful. Yi Xian said, all of you as well. Be careful of the Sword Sect and the Star Lord. The Star Lord, according to his guess, the group of black-clothed people that appeared earlier might have been sent by the Star Lord, and the appearance of these people allowed him to understand that even though Elder Yuelao and the others didn't believe that he had the World Prison Pagoda, there were still people who believed that he had it. In short, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. After bidding farewell to Lanqiu and the others, Yi Xian left Divine Martial City, and he went to look for Elder Yuelao and the others outside the city. Elder Yuelao glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian glanced at Elder Yuelao and the others. Everyone, do all of you intend to leave just like this, or do all of you intend to annihilate the Sword Sect and obtain that treasure? Elder Yuelao said indifferently, what do you think? Yi Xian said, if it's the latter, then the Sword Sect is weak right now, and it's our best opportunity. Elder Yuelao fell silent. Obviously, he had some worries. Yi Xian shook his head lightly and smiled, and then he turned around and left. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the side. Is young Master Yi disappointed in us? Yi Xian stopped and turned around to look. The nearby space had suddenly split open, and then a woman walked out. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She wore a long black dress, and her long hair draped over her shoulders. She held a black folding fan in her hand. Behind this woman, there were two elders. One of them wore a white robe, and the other wore a black robe. Seeing this woman, Yi Lan and the others' expressions changed. They hurriedly walked in front of the woman and bowed respectfully. Third young miss. Elder Yuelao didn't speak, and he quietly retreated to stand behind the woman. The folding fan in the woman's right hand lightly touched her left palm. Yi Lan and the others hurriedly retreated to the side. Yi Xian realized that Yi Lan and the others' faces were actually dripping with cold sweat. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Who was this woman? She actually made these Dao Realm experts fear her to this extent. At this moment, the woman looked at Yi Xian. She sized up Yi Xian and smiled. A man of striking appearance and monstrous strength. Not bad. Yi Xian said, Miss, you're too kind. The woman smiled. No, you're the first person I praised. Yi Xian smiled. Then I'm honored. The woman looked in the direction of Shenwu City. I heard that the Sword Sect's founding master and Wu Yuan's founding master have both appeared? Yi Lan hurriedly nodded. Yes. The woman said softly, rumor has it that these two are heavenly geniuses. It's a pity that I haven't seen them. Yi Lan respectfully said, Third young miss is the true heavenly genius. In time, third young miss will surely surpass your predecessors. The woman suddenly looked at Yi Lan. Am I that scary? Yi Lan was stunned, and hurriedly shook his head. The woman looked straight at Yi Lan. If I'm not scary, then why are you flattering me? Yi Lan broke out in cold sweat again. The woman calmly said, You're a Dao Realm expert after all. You should have the demeanor of a Dao Realm expert. Do you understand? Yi Lan hurriedly nodded, but he was laughing bitterly in his heart. This third young miss in front of him was not just any ordinary ruthless person. The third young miss looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Ye's goal is to destroy the sword sect? Xian nodded. The third young miss smiled. You want to join forces with us? Xian nodded again. The third young miss walked to stand in front of Xian and looked straight at Xian. Rumor has it that the treasure is not in the hands of the sword sect. It's in the hands of Brother Yi. Xian smiled. What do you think, miss? The third young miss smiled. I hope young Master Yi can tell me. Xian said, it's in the hands of the sword sect. The third young miss looked at Xian without saying a word. Xian smiled. See, you don't believe me again. The third young miss smiled. Brother Yi, to avoid unnecessary trouble, can I examine you? Xian shook his head. No. The third young miss narrowed her eyes. Why? Xian walked to stand in front of the third young Mississippi. Although you look amiable on the surface, you're arrogant in your bones. Third young miss, I want you to understand that I don't insist on cooperating with you, nor am I asking you to cooperate with me. As he spoke, he looked straight at the third young Mississippi. Of course, if the third young miss is willing to let me examine you, then I'm also willing to let the third young miss examine you. As soon as Xian finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell on Xian. Xian ignored everyone's gazes and turned around to leave. He knew the faces of many people very well. The more you take a step back, the more they'll take a yard after taking an inch. This kind of person can't be spoiled. As for cooperation, it's naturally good if he can cooperate, but it doesn't matter to him if he can't. In the end, he still has to rely on himself. Right at this moment, two old men appeared in front of Xian. Xian stopped in his tracks. At this moment, the third young miss behind him smiled. Brother Yi, you might have misunderstood. As she spoke up to this point, she walked to stand in front of Xian and looked straight at Xian. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just telling you. Do you understand? Xian suddenly struck with his sword. This sword was incomparably swift, and it directly slashed to the end in front of him. The third young miss didn't dodge, and she just stood there. However, Xian's sword seemed to slash at thin air. But the third young miss was still standing in front of him. The third young miss was expressionless. She was about to speak when she suddenly frowned. She raised her right hand to block. This block directly blocked one of the swords. Bang! The third young miss instantly retreated explosively. She had just stopped when the two flying swords slashed at her. The third young miss waved her lily-white hand lightly. Bang! The two flying swords directly shattered. At the same time, she suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a figure directly flew out in front of her. It was none other than Xian. The third young miss's mouth curled into a cold smile. But in the next moment, her pupils constricted, and she crossed her arms in front of her to block. A sword slashed down. Bang! The third young miss instantly retreated explosively by 300 m. At the same time, a wave of sword light enveloped the third young Mississippi. But in the next moment, a sword howl suddenly resounded from within the wave of sword light. In the next moment, a wave of sword light tore through the wave of sword light. The wave of sword light shattered, and the third young miss walked out with a sword in hand. The third young miss lightly tapped her sword forward. Crack! Something seemed to shatter in the surroundings. Along with this sound, everything returned to normal. The third young miss looked at the nearby Xian. The triple illusion really surprised me. Xian spoke softly, you're a swordsman. The third young miss walked towards Xian with her sword in hand. Surprised? Xian nodded, a little. The third young miss smirked. At this moment, the old man behind her was about to make a move, but she shook her head, I'll do it myself. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared. Her speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Xian, thrusting her sword towards Xian's chest. However, Xian did not dodge, and allowed the sword to stab into his chest. The third young miss's face changed slightly, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, Xian suddenly rushed towards her, and a sword was placed on the third young miss's throat. The surroundings quietened down. The third young miss looked straight at Xian, try and touch me. Xian slashed down with his sword. One of the third young miss's arms was sent flying. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The third young miss stared at Xian, do you know what you're doing? Yi Xian slashed again. Chi, the third young miss's entire left arm was sent flying. Yi Xian placed a sword across the third young miss's throat. Continue talking, and I'll continue slashing. It's fun. The entire place was silent. At this moment, Yi Xian was surrounded by Dao realm cultivators. Especially Elder Yuelao, a black-robed elder and a white-robed elder who were glaring at Yi Xian with a murderous look in their eyes. They were already prepared to attack at any time, but they never thought that Yi Xian would be completely unharmed after taking a blow from the sword. This was too strange. Even though the third lady had lost both her arms, she still looked calm in front of Yi Xian. However, at this moment, her thoughts had changed. The man before her was not afraid of her, he really dared to kill her. Furthermore, he was already prepared to kill her. She could sense the murderous intent in Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian indeed had this thought. He did not want to make enemies, but if he had to, he would choose to kill them all. The third lady glared at Yi Xian. If you kill me, you and your friends will never have a day of peace. I'm not threatening you, I'm just telling you the truth. Yi Xian smiled. Even if I don't kill you, you'll still seek revenge on me, won't you? As he spoke, his smile turned cold and he was about to make his move. Young Master Yi. At this moment, a voice rang out. A woman was slowly walking towards them. The newcomer's features were 70 to 80% similar to the third lady. She was dressed in a snowflake-long dress and had a slender figure. Her features were exquisite and she was extremely beautiful. When they saw the newcomer, Yi Lan and the others hurriedly bowed. Greetings, eldest lady. Unlike before, there was no fear on their faces, only respect. The woman nodded gently and looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, have you thought about how to leave this place after killing her? Once you kill her, we will temporarily give up on the sword sect and seek revenge on you. Have you ever thought about your friends and family? Even if you can escape, can they? Yi Xian smiled. Miss, what do you think I should do? The woman replied softly. Young Master Yi, our target is not you, it's that treasure. But before that, we have to confirm if that precious treasure is still in your possession. If it's not with you, then I'm your friend. If it's with you, as long as you're willing to hand it over, we can still be friends. Yi Xian replied, You've already searched me. As he spoke, he looked towards Yuelao, who was not far away. Yuelao looked at the eldest miss and nodded slightly. The eldest young miss smiled and said, I still want to see it one more time, and it will be the last time. Because someone told us that the treasure has returned to you, and he asked us to give up on targeting the sword sect. Yi Xian was silent. The eldest young miss continued, Young Master Yi, this matter is beneficial to you as well. If the treasure isn't in your hands after my inspection, then from this moment onwards, many powers won't be keeping an eye on you. They will be keeping an eye on the sword sect, and so will we. If you don't cooperate, many forces will hesitate because they don't want to be used. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian looked straight at the eldest young miss. Let them retreat 100,000 feet away. Yuelao frowned slightly. Yi Xian, don't push your luck. Yi Xian ignored Yuelao and looked at the eldest young miss instead. The eldest young miss looked at Yuelao and the rest. All of you, step down. Yuelao was a little hesitant. The eldest young miss said again, Step down. Yuelao and the rest didn't dare to disobey and immediately stepped down. Soon, there were only 3 people left. Yi Xian, the third young miss, and the eldest young Mississippi. Yi Xian let go of the third young miss and walked in front of the eldest young miss. Check it. Just as the eldest young miss said, he needed to prove that the treasure wasn't on him. Only then would those forces in the dark give up on him. Only then would those people be completely at ease and target the sword sect. The eldest young miss smiled and said, Looks like young Master Yi is very confident in yourself. Yi Xian said indifferently, Check it. The eldest young miss walked in front of Yi Xian and placed her right hand on Yi Xian's chest. Soon, a powerful force instantly enveloped Yi Xian. And at this moment, a sword was pressed against the back of the eldest young miss's neck. As long as the woman in front of him made the slightest movement, his sword would instantly pierce through this woman. And this sword was the soul-suppressing sword. If this sword went down, this woman would definitely die. The eldest young miss stared at Yi Xian. Her divine sense directly entered Yi Xian's body. At this moment, everything in Yi Xian's body was clearly seen. Of course, the World Prism Pagoda was not discovered. This world prison pagoda already had a bit of consciousness. When it actively hid, ordinary people couldn't discover it at all. A moment later, the woman withdrew her right hand and looked at Xian. You don't have a dantian. Xian smiled and said, yes. The woman took a deep look at Xian and was about to speak, but Xian quietly disappeared. And at this moment, Yuelao and the rest appeared in front of the woman. The eldest young miss turned around and looked in the direction of Divine Martial City. It was unknown what she was thinking. Yuelao said solemnly, eldest young miss, is that treasure on him? The eldest young miss shook her head. Yuelao said, then it is in the hands of the sword sect. The eldest young miss said softly, this person's words cannot be completely trusted. Yuelao frowned slightly, eldest young miss means that it might be on him? The eldest young miss nodded, this person is quite mysterious. I can't see through him. Of course, that item might be in the hands of the sword sect. This sword sect might be doing that to divert our attention. Yuelao said solemnly, take down Xian first? The eldest young miss said softly, we have already lost our best chance. Speaking up to here, she looked at the third young miss, I have told you 1,000 times, when you are outside, don't look down on the people of the world. You think you are ruthless, but there are people more ruthless than you. The third young miss was expressionless, I was careless. Speaking up to here, she looked at the eldest young miss, you obviously have the strength to keep him here, why did you let him go? Yuelao and the rest also looked at the eldest young miss. The eldest young miss looked at the direction of Shenwu City and said softly, keeping him alive is still useful. Whether that treasure is in his hands or the sword sect's hands, they must die. Yuelao said softly, eldest young miss wants to deal with the sword sect first, then you can make use of this Xian? The eldest young miss nodded, eliminate the sword sect first. The third young miss suddenly said, why not kill this Xian first? The eldest young miss looked at the third young miss, if we kill him, who will help us deal with the sword sect? The third young miss looked at the eldest young miss, you are so sinister. The eldest young miss looked in the direction of Shenwu City, Yuelao, send a message to the sword sect, tell them to give them one last chance. If they don't hand over that treasure, the sword sect will disappear from this world forever. With that, she turned and left. Yuelao took a step forward, and this step directly arrived in the sky above the sword sect. As soon as he appeared, Mu Fengchen appeared in front of him. Yuelao looked at Mu Fengchen, Sword Saint Mu, are you sure you don't want to hand over that treasure? Mu Fengchen said indifferently, it seems that you still don't believe that the treasure is not in the hands of my sword sect. Yuelao said, you said that it is in the hands of Xian, then what proof do you have? Mu Fengchen asked back, how did Xian prove it to you? Yuelao said indifferently, he asked us to search you. Why? Is Brother Mu willing to let us search you? Mu Fengchen sneered, if I let you search us, will you believe that the treasure is not on us? Yuelao looked straight at Mu Fengchen, we won't. Mu Fengchen smiled, then come at me if you have the ability. Yuelao shook his head and smiled, it seems that as eldest young miss said, your sect has a backer. Is it that Star-Lord? Mu Fengchen sneered, my sword sect will wait for you. With that, he turned and left. Yuelao was silent for a moment, then turned and left. Outside Shenwu City. Eldest young miss looked in the direction of Shenwu City and smiled, they are very confident. Yuelao nodded, it should be that Star-Lord who interfered. Star-Lord, eldest young miss said softly, this Star-Lord has yet to appear. Yuelao said in a low voice, eldest young miss, do you think it is possible that this sword sect handed that treasure to the Star-Lord? Eldest young miss shook her head, if that treasure is in their hands, they will definitely not hand it over. No one is willing to hand over such a treasure. With that said, she frowned and looked at Yuelao, that day, Xian handed it over voluntarily? Yuelao nodded. Eldest young miss frowned even deeper. At this moment, Yuelao said, that day, he was surrounded by us and the sword sect. He handed over this item to escape. This person knows how to let go. If he didn't hand over that treasure that day, he would definitely die. Eldest young miss said softly, did you find out the person behind this person? Yuelao shook his head, our people went to never-ending star domain, and the person who destroyed the Star-Lord's clone that day was a middle-aged man. However, that middle-aged man has disappeared, and we don't know where he went. Eldest young miss looked at Yuelao, we can't find out either? Yuelao shook his head, we can't. In short, this Xian's background is not simple. Eldest young miss said softly, how can it not be simple? Yuelao said in a low voice, if that treasure is not in his hands, then it is best for us not to be enemies with him. This person has grown to this extent at such a young age, he will definitely be a peerless swordsman in the future. With that said, he did not continue. The forces behind them were very strong, but Xian was not weak either. Eldest young miss was silent for a moment, then looked in the direction of the sword sect. Destroy the sword sect first. With that, she opened her palm, and a voice transmission talisman suddenly pierced through the air. After a few breaths, in the sky above the sword sect, a 3 kilometers long rift had suddenly split open in space, and numerous roars resounded incessantly from the depths of space. At this moment, everyone in Divine Martial City looked in the direction of the sword sect. In the sword sect, Mu Fengchen looked up at the sky, and in the space split, 12 people rushed out. These 12 people all wore black armor and helmets, and there was a long black saber hanging from their waists. Below them was a unicorn. The unicorn was several times larger than an ordinary horse, and it had a pair of black wings. Its hooves were like lightning, and it moved as fast as light. Seeing these 12 people, Mu Fengchen's expression changed. At this moment, he knew who the hidden force was. Tang clan, the super-aristocratic family of the southern wasteland world. It was rumored that the Tang clan's cavalry was invincible on land. Mu Fengchen looked at the sky, and said softly, Xian. Even if my sword sect perishes, I will pull you down with me. P.S. Physical books, I can't give them to everyone, I'm really sorry. The reason why I only ordered 30 is because the price is really expensive, because I ordered the hardcover edition, the paper material is hard, very exquisite. There are only a few copies left today, after sending them out, there will be no more. Earth is also in the process of preparing for it. You guys will like it. Thank you everyone for your support, thank you. Love you all. When the Tang clan had attacked the sword sect, Xian had been in the library of Wuyuan. Understanding the world, ever since he had left Qingqing, he had no idea what the universe was like. He only knew that it was very big. There were many detailed records about this world in Wuyuan. The book he was reading was called View of the World. This book had detailed records about the universe. From the book, he learned that the universe was endless and there were countless galaxies. The known boundaries of the universe were the southern wasteland, northern wasteland, western wasteland, and eastern wasteland. These 4 astral realms were the boundaries of the known universe. Outside the 4 astral realms was unknown. No one knew what was out there. The universe inside the 4 astral realms was called the chaotic universe. No one knew the origin of the name. There had been many brilliant civilizations in the chaotic universe. Among them, the most mysterious and ancient was the primordial race. Rumor had it that the martial arts civilization of the chaotic universe originated from the primordial race. They had disappeared for some reason and there were only scattered records. After the primordial race were the Shin clan and the Underworld clan. However, there were very few records about these 2 races. They only knew that they had disappeared mysteriously. After these 2 races came the chaotic era. The so-called chaotic era was when countless factions divided the chaotic universe. The chaotic universe was in a state of division. During this period, the chaotic universe was extremely chaotic. It wasn't until the first master of the Order Alliance appeared and established order that the chaotic universe gradually returned to normal. However, after that, the Order Alliance's talents withered. There was no one like the first master of the Order Alliance who could shake the all-heaven starfield. In the current era, there were a few powerful factions. The first was the Order Alliance. Although it wasn't as powerful as before, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, the Order Alliance was still the nominal leader of the chaotic universe. Apart from the Order Alliance, there were 5 super factions. They were 1 nation, 2 races, and 2 sections. 1 nation was the Theocracy. It was located in the eastern wasteland. The Theocracy could be said to be the most prosperous place in the chaotic universe. It had a vast territory and controlled more than 1,000 galaxies. Not only that, but it also had a prosperous martial arts civilization. There were also many mysterious orthodoxies, such as the Confucian school, the theocracy, and the military school. It could be said that after the Order Alliance, the theocracy's martial arts civilization represented the entire chaotic universe. Back then, God Nation wanted to unify the entire universe, but they were stopped by the Order Alliance. The attacker was a Star Lord of the Lawful Order Alliance 3,000 years ago, Gu Tadian. This person could be said to be the most monstrous person after the first Star Lord of the Order Alliance. When this person appeared back then, he shocked the entire world. When the Divine Nations invaded, this person went to the Divine Nations alone and never returned. However, the Divine Nation also retreated and never stepped into the Eastern Wasteland realm again. The world had almost forgotten about the Divine Nation. As for Gu Tadian, there were many rumors about him. Some said that he killed God Emperor of the Divine Nation and left the chaotic universe. Some said that after he killed God Emperor, he was severely injured and died. Some said that he was imprisoned in the Divine Nation. Many more. Below the Divine Nation were the two races. These two races were the Tang clan and the Monster clan. The demon race was located in the Western Wasteland domain and had an agreement with the first planet lord of the human race that the human race and the demon race would not offend each other for generations. The other clan, the Tang clan, was located in the southern wasteland world. The Tang clan was very mysterious. There was only one record about them: their cavalry was unbeatable on land. After the Tang clan were the Wu Yuan and the sword sect of Shenwu City. This was a special place, especially the sword sect. No force dared to look down on the sword sect because no one dared to underestimate the swordsman's combat power. Since the sword sect's founding, there had been hundreds of sword saints, and among them, there were more than 100 extraordinary sword saints. At its peak, there were 38 extraordinary sword saints and 79 sword saints at the same time. This was the sword sect's most glorious period. During this period, no one dared to provoke the sword sect in the chaotic universe. Be it the Order Alliance or the Tang clan, everyone had to give the sword sect some respect. Moreover, the sword sect and the Wu Yuan had been friends for generations and lived together in Shenwu City. Under such circumstances, no one dared to provoke Shenwu City. However, the relationship between the sword sect and the Wu Yuan turned sour. In the library, Yi Xian closed the book in his hand. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned and disappeared. At the entrance of the Wu Yuan martial arts hall, Wu Wen looked in the direction of the sword sect and said softly, "It's the Tang clan." He Liantian shook his head. The sword sect brought this upon themselves. Wu Wen said, "If the sword sect perishes, only our Wu Yuan will be left in Shenwu City." He Liantian looked at Wu Wen. "Master, you can't be." Wu Wen shook his head. "If the sword sect didn't have the ambition of wolves, our Wu Yuan would not sit idly by this time. As you said, they brought this upon themselves." Saying this, he looked at He Liantian. "You must remember, as the sect master of Wu Yuan, there are many times when a decision can bring disaster to Wu Yuan. Therefore, you must be cautious in any decision you make in the future." He Liantian nodded. "Understood." Wu Wen looked in the direction of the sword sect. The sword sect's ancestral master has already shown his trump card. Let us see what other trump cards the sword sect has. At the sword sect. The moment the Tang clan's cavalry appeared, the entire sword sect acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. All the sword sect's disciples appeared. In the eyes of these sword sect's disciples, there was fear and solemnity, but there was no fear. In the air, the 12 of them just stood there quietly. They were very quiet, just like virgins. At this time, a woman suddenly appeared in front of the 12 people. This person was the eldest miss of the Tang clan. Behind her were the second miss and the others. The eldest miss looked down at Mu Fengchen. "Sword Saint, my Tang clan has always respected the sword sect. As long as the sword sect hands over that supreme treasure, we will leave immediately. We will not go back on our words." Mu Fengchen smiled. "I have long heard that the Tang clan's cavalry is invincible on land. This time, my sword sect would like to experience it." The eldest miss looked down at Mu Fengchen and nodded slightly. "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, the 12 cavalrymen behind her suddenly charged down like rabbits. Below, Mu Fengchen suddenly laughed. "Come. Activate the sword array." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of swords resonated in the sky above the sword sect. Then, 12 swords suddenly shot up into the sky, bringing along countless sword rays. The eldest miss was expressionless and had no intention of making a move. As for the 12 cavalrymen, they did not dodge and swooped down. Everywhere they passed, the sword rays shattered and turned into nothingness. As for them, they did not even draw their sabers. Soon, the countless sword rays disappeared bit by bit. Below, Mu Fengchen suddenly charged up into the sky. Together with him were the 8 Dao realm swordsman experts from the sword sect. In the sky, Yuelao was about to make a move, but the eldest miss shook her head. Not far away, as soon as Mu Fengchen charged into the sky, one of the cavalrymen drew his saber and slashed forward. Mu Fengchen's sword slashed out. Bang! That cavalryman instantly retreated hundreds of zhang, but Mu Fengchen also retreated hundreds of zhang. As for the 8 Dao realm experts from the sword sect, they were directly suppressed and could only passively take a beating. Seeing this scene, Mu Fengchen's expression changed. He had still underestimated these Tang clan's cavalry. The strength of these cavalrymen was not something an ordinary Dao realm expert could compare to. One must know that Dao realm swordsmen's battle strength was already very strong, but facing these cavalrymen, they were actually suppressed. At this moment, a scream suddenly rang out. A Dao realm swordsman was directly killed by 2 cavalrymen. Seeing this scene, Mu Fengchen's expression changed. Retreat. As soon as his voice fell, all the swordsmen retreated. At this time, the 12 cavalrymen swooped down. There were clearly only 12 of them, but everyone from the sword sect felt like there was a magnificent army. Seeing this scene, Mu Fengchen's expression became extremely solemn. He didn't dare to let the sword sect swordsmen fight against these cavalrymen. He turned to look at the sword tomb in the back mountain of the sword sect. Summon the sages. As soon as his voice fell, 10 sword cries suddenly resounded from the sword tomb in the back mountain of the sword sect. In the next moment, 10 sword lights soared into the sky above the sword sect. In the sky above the sword sect, 10 swordsmen appeared. However, all of them were souls. Of course, they were also extraordinary sword saints. The souls of these 10 extraordinary sword saints were also one of the trump cards of the sword sect. In the sky, the 10 people looked up at the 12 Tang clan cavalrymen, their eyes filled with a trace of confusion. At this time, the leading swordsman looked down at Mu Fengchen. The latter bowed slightly. This junior is incompetent, and has disturbed the ancestors. The swordsman asked softly, did the ancestral master appear? Mu Fengchen nodded. He did. The swordsman slowly closed his eyes. Ancestral master. After a moment, he looked up at the sky, and said softly, I never thought that the sword sect would be bullied one day. Mu Fengchen's expression was somewhat ugly. The swordsman said softly, kill. As soon as his voice fell, the 10 people soared into the sky. In the sky, Yuelao said solemnly, eldest young miss, these 10 are extraordinary sword saints. Eldest young miss said lightly, just a strand of their souls. Yuelao nodded slightly, did not say anything. He looked not far away, where the 10 swordsmen were directly suppressing the 12 cavalrymen, completely suppressing them. Seeing this scene, Yuelao's face immediately sank. Eldest young miss, however, remained expressionless. They are all souls, although their combat strength is strong, their consumption is too great. Just wait. Yuelao nodded slightly. As expected, as they fought, the bodies of the 10 extraordinary sword saints became more and more illusory. Seeing this scene, Mu Fengchen's expression became extremely ugly. He did not expect that these 10 extraordinary sword saints could not deal with these Tang clan cavalrymen in a short time. Gradually, the bodies of the 10 extraordinary sword saints became more and more transparent. Although they were still suppressing the 12 cavalrymen, they were unable to kill them. At this time, the 10 swordsmen suddenly stopped. The leading extraordinary sword saint suddenly looked down at the sword sect, and said softly, no matter what the outcome is, remember, our sword sect will never compromise. As soon as his voice fell, he and the 9 swordsmen beside him turned and charged towards the 12 cavalrymen. Their souls were burning, the final blow. As the 10 transcendent sword saints' souls began to burn, the aura they exuded skyrocketed. In the air, the leader of the 12 Tang clan cavalrymen suddenly shouted, defend. As soon as his voice fell, the 12 Tang clan cavalrymen wielded their sabers to block the attack. In an instant, a saber shield appeared in front of him. At this time, the sword rays arrived. Rumbling resounded incessantly in the sky above the sword sect. The Tang clan cavalrymen retreated until they were outside the divine martial city. However, the 10 transcendent sword saints' sword rays also disappeared at this moment. However, the 12 Tang clan cavalrymen were still there. However, they didn't have it easy either. Their faces were as pale as paper. Evidently, the final attack from the 10 transcendent sword saints had seriously injured them. The sword sect. Seeing the 10 transcendent sword saints disappear, the sword sect's experts' expressions changed. The leader, Mu Fengchen, was at a loss. The sword sect, since when did the sword sect begin to decline? He didn't know. All he knew was that the sword sect had begun to decline several generations ago. In the sect, the number of sword saints decreased with each generation. Who was to blame? No one was to blame. Since ancient times, no force had been able to remain at the peak forever. The sword sect's decline was partly due to human factors, but it was mostly due to the law of nature and the general trend. When he took over the sword sect, he wanted to change. He wanted the sword sect to lead the sword sect and return it to its former glory. However, he didn't expect that the sword sect would fall into such a situation. At this time, an old man appeared beside Mu Fengchen. This person was Yu Wuchen, the old man who taught Yixian consciousness sword Dao. Because Yixian was forced to leave the sword sect, he had completely retired and never appeared in the sword sect again. But now, he had appeared. Mu Fengchen looked at Yu Wuchen. "Junior brother, am I wrong?" Yu Wuchen said softly, "You're too anxious." "Senior brother, I agree that the sword sect needs to change. However, what you need to do is not change. What you need to change is ambition. Our sword sect is currently at its lowest point. How can we be ambitious?" Mu Fengchen remained silent. Yu Wuchen continued, "The founding ancestors' intention wasn't to stop our sword sect from developing, but to protect our sword sect. Have you ever wondered why our sword sect has enjoyed such a transcendent status for thousands of years? Because we don't fight. Therefore, my sword sect has always been aloof from the outside world for thousands of years, and all the major forces have always maintained respect for my sword sect." At this point, he looked at Mu Fengchen. "Senior brother, the founding ancestors' intention is not to stop us from fighting, but not to fight for immediate benefits. During our sword sect's peak, we had dozens of transcendent sword saints. At that time, the current sect leader's strength was even more heaven-defying. However, did he lead the sword sect out of Shenwu City? No. That sect leader and the current swordsman, what are they fighting for? It's the Grand Dao." Mu Fengchen looked up at the sky. "The Grand Dao," Yu Wuchen nodded. "We are strong. Who in the world dares to bully our sword sect? If our sword sect still had 10 transcendent sword saints, would the Tang clan dare to step into our sword sect?" At this point, he looked at Mu Fengchen. "When you and Xianfeng coveted that supreme treasure, I've already told you that if a swordsman places all his hopes on a supreme treasure, it means he has no confidence in himself. Senior brother, you don't have any malicious intent towards the sword sect, but you are too selfish and ambitious. Our sword sect doesn't have the strength to support your ambition. Do you understand?" Yu Wuchen understood very well that the sword sect's founding ancestor wanted the sword sect's future generations to study the sword Dao. The founding of the sword sect was not to dominate the heavens, but to provide a home for the swordsman. Of course, at the same time, it was to ensure that no one dared to bully these swordsmen, and now, the sword sect had violated the sword sect's founding ancestor's will. Yu Wuchen was about to speak when the Tang clan's eldest young miss spoke abruptly. "Are the two of you done?" Yu Wuchen looked up at the young lady of the Tang family. The next moment, he suddenly shot up into the sky. A sword howl shot into the sky. Mu Fengchen's expression changed drastically when he heard this sword howl, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked up into the sky. At the instant that Yu Wuchen shot into the sky, the Tang clan's eldest young miss's expression changed as well. Meanwhile, 2 old men suddenly obstructed her path, and they were experts on the same level as Elder Yuelao. However, a ray of sword energy slashed down. Hiss, hiss. 2 bloody heads fell to the ground. It was an instant kill. In the next moment, a sword slashed down towards her. Her gaze was icy cold. She pressed her fingers together, and a speck of black light appeared. Bang! An explosion resounded as the speck of black light instantly exploded, and the Tang clan's eldest young miss instantly retreated over 3 km. She retreated until she was outside Divine Martial City. Meanwhile, Yu Wuchen suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, slash. A sword slashed through the sky from the sword sect, and it seemed like it could split the world apart. Meanwhile, 12 Tang clan's cavalrymen suddenly appeared in front of her, and they slashed their sabers forward at the same time. 1,000-meter-long saber chi tore through the sky and slashed towards the sword. Rumble. The entire sky shook violently, and the space in an area of over 10 kilometers cracked apart. Moreover, the saber energy practically exploded apart in an instant. Meanwhile, the leader of the 12 Tang clan's cavalrymen roared furiously, again. The 12 of them overlapped and slashed down at the same time. Hiss, a bright ray of saber energy tore through the sky. At the same time, the 12 of them vanished at the same time, and then numerous rays of saber energy slashed down like a storm against the sword energy. The powerful sword energy was forcefully stopped at this moment, and then a single breath of time passed before a saber tore through the sky and slashed the sword energy into pieces. At this moment, a figure flashed by, a figure, and a ray of sword energy. This person was Yu Wuchen. The 12 Tang clan's cavalrymen in front of Yu Wuchen suddenly roared in unison, break. The 12 of them drew their sabers at the same time. Hiss, a sharp sound tore the surrounding space apart. However, as the ray of sword energy arrived, rumble, the 12 Tang clan's cavalrymen were blasted out of divine martial city. In the sky, Yu Wuchen held his sword and looked coldly at Tang clan's young miss and the others. Meanwhile, everyone in the sword sect was looking at Yu Wuchen, or rather, everyone in divine martial city was looking at Yu Wuchen, extraordinary sword saint. Yu Wuchen wasn't a Dao realm expert, nor was he a sword saint. He was an extraordinary sword saint. Below, Mu Fengchen looked blankly at Yu Wuchen in the sky. Master. Back then, you didn't pass the position to junior brother because you wanted him to focus on the sword Dao. In the surroundings, countless disciples of the sword sect were also looking at Yu Wuchen. Their blood was boiling. Extraordinary sword saint, Yu Wuchen's appearance had undoubtedly allowed them to see a ray of light in the darkness. Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan looked at Yu Wuchen in the sky with a grave expression. Extraordinary sword saint, if Yu Wuchen had attacked Wu Yuan that day, Wu Yuan would have suffered great losses. It might even have changed the outcome. A transcendent sword saint was one of the most supreme experts in the entire chaos verse. Yi Xian was also slightly shocked. He hadn't expected that the old man who had taught him would be so strong. In the sky above divine martial city, Yu Wuchen looked at the distant eldest miss of the Tang clan. My sword sect doesn't want to fight. But if we have to fight, then my sword sect doesn't fear anyone. Eldest miss of the Tang clan looked at Yu Wuchen. An extraordinary sword saint wants to stop my Tang clan? You're thinking too much. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a voice transmission talisman shot into the sky. Bang! Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the sky. In the next moment, a powerful aura came from the crack, and a middle-aged man walked out. The middle-aged man wore a tight black robe and carried a saber on his back. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, the Tang clan cavalrymen bowed in unison. Greetings, honorable sir. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Then, he looked at eldest miss and bowed slightly. Greetings, eldest miss. Eldest miss nodded. Thank you, honorable Xiao. Honorable Xiao smiled. It's my duty. As he spoke, he turned around to gaze at Yu Wuchen who stood nearby, and he spoke softly. An extraordinary sword saint. Please provide me with your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his saber, and an expanse of light surged forward. At this moment, the entire sky was covered in this expanse of light. At the moment that Honorable Xiao drew his saber, Yu Wuchen suddenly pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. In an instant, a sword left a ray of light behind it as it tore through the sky. As soon as the sword appeared, the ray of light in front of Yu Wuchen was instantly torn apart. The sword shot forward and slashed towards Honorable Xiao. At this moment, Xiao Zuantong leaped up, and in the next moment, a long blade directly slashed the long sword. Bang! The sword was blasted flying, but it wasn't long before it was caught by a hand. It was Yu Wuchen. Yu Wuchen looked towards Wu Yuan and said, "Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and suddenly vanished. In an instant, the entire sky above Shenwu City was covered in sword and saber lights. In the dark, Yi Xian stared at the sky. He knew that Yu Wuchen wanted him to watch. The two of them were fighting in close combat. The speed of the two of them was too fast, so fast that it exceeded his current understanding. Because after using the dragon's soul, he could barely see the two of them clearly. He knew that this was an opportunity for him to reach a higher level of sword Dao. As the two of them fought in the sky above Shenwu City, the entire space was shattered. Everyone was watching the two of them. The outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the Sword Sect. Without the Sword Sect's founding ancestor's soul as a trump card, an extraordinary sword saint could be said to be the Sword Sect's last hope. After about 15 minutes, the two of them suddenly separated in the sky, but the next moment, the entire sky was filled with sword and saber lights. In Wuyuan, Yi Xian, who had been staring at the sky, slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Tang family's eldest daughter suddenly shouted, "Kill!" As soon as her voice fell, the 12 people behind her suddenly rushed down. Below, Mu Fengchen's expression became ferocious. "All disciples of the Sword Sect, listen to my command, fight to the last man." Then, he almost roared, "My Sword Sect will never compromise. My Sword Sect will never compromise." In the Sword Sect, the voice of countless swordsmen soared into the sky, resounding through the clouds. P.S. The demand for physical books is too high. I plan to order 10 more books, which will be the last 10. The reason why I won't sell them is that I can give them as gifts, but I can't profit from it because it involves copyright and other aspects. I have the right to give them as gifts, but I don't have the right to sell them. All of you should understand, you can leave a message in the book review section. Don't enter my activity post because there are too many comments. You can leave a message in the book review section because it's the easiest to win. For the last 10 books, I will be stricter. I will read each and every comment. Also, I would like to thank all the readers who came to support me this time. Please subscribe to the original version, thank you very much. Never compromise. This was the spiritual belief of the Sword Sect. What was a swordsman? A swordsman who would rather break than bend. No matter how strong the enemy was, a swordsman had to have the courage to draw his sword. No surrender, no peace, and no compromise. There was only one word to describe it: fight. This was how the Sword Sect used to be. At that time, the Sword Sect didn't fight and didn't lead Divine Martial City. But would anyone dare to look down upon the Sword Sect, even though the Sword Sect was at an absolute disadvantage now? Not a single person was afraid. Sword intent. Countless strands of sword intent shot into the sky within the Sword Sect, and they circled in the air for a long time. Moreover, they were growing stronger and stronger. The eldest young miss of the Tang clan looked down at the Sword Sect with an emotionless expression. Never compromise? Let me see how tough the bones of the Sword Sect are. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head to look at Xiao Juntong. Don't hold back. In the sky. Xiao Juntong suddenly stopped, and his right hand held tightly onto the hilt of his saber. After a moment of silence, he suddenly drew his saber and slashed forward repeatedly. In an instant, he'd slashed 10 times in succession. Bang! Every single slash from Xiao Juntong would cause Yu Wuchen to move 300 m back, and when Xiao Juntong slashed 10 times, Yu Wuchen had moved 3 kilometers back. Moreover, the space between them had become pitch black. The entire space had been slashed apart by Xiao Juntong's saber. However, it didn't take long for the space in the sky above the Sword Sect to return to normal, and a wisp of blood was flowing down from the corner of Yu Wuchen's mouth. The expressions of the Sword Sect disciples instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. Did he lose? Yi Xian looked up at Yu Wuchen in the sky as well. Did he lose? Yu Wuchen gazed at Xiao Juntong, and Xiao Juntong smiled. Please provide me with your guidance. Yu Wuchen said calmly, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. At the same time, he placed his sword against the center of his forehead. In an instant, a powerful strand of sword intent and sword chi suddenly converged within his body and into his sword. To be more precise, it converged at the tip of his sword. Crack! The space above the sword began to split apart inch by inch. In the distance, Xiao Juntong narrowed his eyes and gripped his saber tightly in his left hand. After a moment of silence, Yu Wuchen suddenly took a step forward. His left hand's fingers slid down the blade of the sword. Slash! The sound was like thunder. As soon as his voice resounded, a snow-white ray of light tore through the sky. Chi! A sharp tearing sound resounded. In the distance, Xiao Juntong suddenly unsheathed his saber and dashed forward. Behind him, countless afterimages appeared. Kill! As Xiao Juntong's voice rang out, a blade energy suddenly slashed at the sword light. There was a moment of silence. Boom! the sky suddenly shook violently as countless rays of light exploded apart. At the same time, a figure was blasted flying. It was none other than Xiao Juntong. The faces of the Tang clan's eldest young miss and the others instantly fell. At this moment, Yu Wuchen, who was still in the air, suddenly took another step forward. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, another ray of light slashed forward. Outside Divine Martial City, Xiao Juntong had just swung his saber when his figure was blasted flying again. Another 3 kilometers away, in the sky above the sword sect, Yu Wuchen took another step forward. This time, the sword in his hand flew forward. Hiss! At this moment, the ray of light was like a scorching sun, and it was so formidable that others didn't dare to look at it directly. Xiao Juntong suddenly laughed savagely, and then he drew his saber and swung it repeatedly. Rays of light shot out incessantly, but they were instantly shattered as soon as they appeared. Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly flashed through the sky. Xiao Juntong raised his saber to block it, but the ray of light had already appeared behind him. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone was staring fixedly at Xiao Juntong. Crack! The knife in Xiao Juntong's hand suddenly split open, and at the same time, the space between his eyebrows split open. He lost. In the sky, the faces of the Tang clan's experts sank. However, the Tang clan's eldest young miss was still expressionless. Xiao Juntong looked at Yu Wuchen in the distance. What an extraordinary sword saint! As soon as he finished speaking, countless rays of sword energy suddenly slashed out from his body, and he was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Good! Countless disciples of the sword sect suddenly cheered. We won. Even Mu Fengchen's face relaxed. No matter what, he didn't want the sword sect to perish. In the sky, Yu Wuchen looked at the Tang clan's eldest young miss, and the latter suddenly clapped her hands and laughed. What an extraordinary sword saint! If the sword sect had a few more extraordinary sword saints, my Tang clan would really have to reconsider. Yu Wuchen looked at the Tang clan's eldest young miss. Is a life and death struggle good for your Tang clan? The Tang clan's eldest young miss laughed. Hand over the treasure, and we will leave. If you don't, it's not a life and death struggle, but your sword sect will die. At this time, Mu Fengchen appeared in front of the Tang clan's eldest young miss. The treasure is not in the hands of my sword sect. The old man can swear on his soul. Hearing this, the Tang clan's eldest young miss narrowed her eyes. Swear on his soul. A sword sect swearing on his soul was no joke. Is it really not in the hands of the sword sect? The Tang clan's eldest young miss was somewhat puzzled. Mu Fengchen continued that Yi Xian is a cunning man. Do you think his words are trustworthy? The Tang clan's eldest young miss fell silent. Just as Mu Fengchen wanted to say something, Yi Xian suddenly appeared on the right not far away. Everyone present shifted their attention to Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Mu Fengchen stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You caused my sword sect to fall into such a situation. What do you think? You're very proud of yourself, aren't you? Yi Xian smiled. Sect Master Mu, don't say that you're the victim. Isn't it your own doing that the sword sect has fallen to such a state? Mu Fengchen's right hand tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Yi Xian looked at the Tang clan's eldest young miss. Lady Tang, if you've investigated me, you should know that I, Yi Xian, might not be strong, but I've never betrayed my friends. What about the sword sect? I've already joined the sword sect, but the sword sect actually chased me out of the sword sect because of that treasure, and even framed me for stealing the sword sect's treasure. As he spoke up to hear, he swept a glance at the sword sect disciples. The sword sect has placed a bounty on me, accusing me of stealing the sword sect's treasure. Then, let me ask, does that treasure belong to the sword sect? The Tang clan's eldest young miss looked at Mu Fengchen. Sect Master Mu, I'd also like to know, does that treasure belong to the sword sect? Mu Fengchen's face turned dark, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian spoke up. It's fine if you're slandering me. In order to kill me, the sword sect actually went to Wu Yuan to deal with my sister and friends. What did the sword sect go to Wu Yuan for? To target a little girl. Where's your face? Where's your fucking face? Yi Xian. Mu Fengchen stared at Yi Xian in anger. Yi Xian suddenly barked. What about you? Old dog Mu, you and your grandson have killed so many sword sect disciples because of your greed, don't you feel heartache? Now that the sword sect has fallen to such a state, how can you face the ancestors of the sword sect? Mu Fengchen glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, enough with this old man. The treasure is clearly in your hands, Yi Xian laughed coldly. In my hands? That day, when I handed over the treasure, your sword sect threatened Yi Lan and the others, forcing them to leave Shenwu City. He then looked at Yi Lan, who was standing behind Miss Tang. Senior Yi Lan, you saw it with your own eyes. You saw it with your own eyes. How arrogant was the sword sect that day? They lied through their teeth, saying that the treasure belonged to the sword sect. They even threatened you. Do you still remember? Yi Lan glared at Mu Fengchen. How can I forget? That day, the sword sect was really something. They even said that if we didn't leave, we would never be able to leave Shenwu City. Mu Fengchen's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Xian continued, Sect leader Mu, you said that the treasure is in my hands. Then let me ask you, that day when the treasure fell into your hands, how do you think I was going to snatch it from the hands of so many powerful cultivators? Don't tell me that the treasure grew its own legs and can walk on its own? Mu Fengchen retorted angrily, it did walk on its own. As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at Mu Fengchen. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed, you're shameless to this extent, what else can I say? Since you said it's in my hands, then it's in my hands. Yi Xian, don't bother arguing with you anymore. You. Mu Fengchen glared angrily at Yi Xian. He was so angry that he nearly spat out blood. Yi Xian ignored Mu Fengchen. At this moment, Mu Fengchen suddenly said, Yi Xian, do you only know how to talk glibly? Yi Xian looked at Mu Fengchen, then shall we fight one-on-one? Mu Fengchen narrowed his eyes, as you wish. As he spoke, he was about to make his move. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly exclaimed in shock, you really want to fight me one-on-one? You. Where's your shame? Don't you have any shame? Mu Fengchen stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. At this moment, he had regained his composure. He realized that Yi Xian was purposely trying to provoke him so that he would make a mistake. At this time, Yu Wuchen looked at Yi Xian with complicated feelings. When Yi Xian came to Sword Sect, he fancied Yi Xian's talent and potential. Unfortunately, the Sword Sect pushed this genius away with their own hands. What he didn't expect was that the Sword Sect not only pushed Yi Xian away, but also wanted to kill him. Now, the Sword Sect and Yi Xian had no chance of redemption. Because the Sword Sect was too ruthless, Yu Wuchen sighed in a low voice, Kid, since things have come to this, I don't want to say anything more. You and the old man are on different sides now. The old man will not show mercy to you because I am a member of Sword Sect. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Yu Wuchen turned to look at Miss Tang. If you don't believe me, the sect leader of Sword Sect, the old man swears on his soul that the treasure is not in the hands of Sword Sect. Lady Tang smiled, so, it's in the hands of young Master Yi. Yu Wuchen said, this thing has a spirit. It's not strange for it to run away by itself, isn't it? Moreover, the old man believes that with Lady Tang's wisdom, she should be able to understand many things. Lady Tang looked at Yi Xian and smiled, young Master Yi, do you have anything to say? Yi Xian shook his head. No. Mu Fengchen looked at Yi Xian and sneered, aren't you very talkative? Go on. At this time, Lady Tang suddenly said, no, that treasure is not in young Master Yi's hands. It's in the hands of your Sword Sect. Mu Fengchen looked at Lady Tang in astonishment, but the latter was expressionless. She opened her palm, and another voice transmission talisman soared into the sky. The next moment, the space above the Sword Sect suddenly cracked, and several powerful auras swept out from the crack. Yu Wuchen stared at Lady Tang, since we're enemies, we should kill them all, right? Lady Tang's lips curled up, the Sword Sect has been preparing for many years. Since we're here, how can we return empty-handed? Then, she looked at Yi Xian, young Master Yi, can you help us? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, sorry, my stomach hurts. Talk to you later. After saying that, he turned around and ran, everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Xian ran very fast, he knew very well that after this Lady Tang dealt with the Sword Sect, she would definitely come after him immediately. This woman was very shrewd. Eldest Miss Tang hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually turn around and run away. Obviously, Yi Xian had seen through her intentions. At this moment, the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Destroy the Sword Sect or not, eldest Miss Tang remained silent. If it was destroyed, then the Sword Sect would definitely fight to the death, and the Tang family would definitely have to pay a price. If it wasn't destroyed, then they would have shed all pretenses with the sword sect. Moreover, the sword sect was at its weakest right now. If they didn't destroy it now, then once the sword sect recovered, they would have to pay a huge price if they wanted to destroy the sword sect. Destroy it, not destroy it, eldest Miss Tang was hesitating. On the other hand, everyone from the sword sect was looking at the woman who stood before them. Any decision she made might change the fate of the sword sect. Needless to say, Yu Wuchen felt helpless at this moment, or rather, he felt slightly sad. Since when did the sword sect have to live by the whims of others? But now, the sword sect couldn't be unyielding. If they didn't fight to the death with the Wu Yuan sect, then the sword sect would have no problem protecting itself with the formations and the ancestral souls. But now, the sword sect had suffered heavy losses, and they couldn't fight the Tang family to the death, so it was best not to fight if they could. The decision to fight or not didn't lie in the hands of the sword sect, but in the hands of the Tang family. Right at this moment, Yilan suddenly said, "Eldest Miss, if we don't destroy the sword sect now, then once the sword sect takes revenge in the future. Moreover, the sword sect has been accumulating wealth for many years. If we can obtain the wealth of the sword sect, you should know that the family is expanding and needs wealth. If we can obtain the wealth of the sword sect, then we won't have to worry about wealth for the next few years." The eldest daughter of the Tang family remained silent and did not speak. Yilan continued, "Besides, the sword sect is obviously in cahoots with the Order Alliance. If we let them go this time, they will definitely side with the Order Alliance. On the other hand, once we enter into conflict with the Order Alliance in the future, the sword sect will definitely take revenge against us. So, I suggest that we pay a small price to annihilate the sword sect. Especially now that the sword sect has lost its ancestor's clone, it's the best opportunity for us to act." When he spoke up to hear, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Eldest young miss, so long as we annihilate the sword sect, then even if that treasure isn't in the sword sect's possession, we can just look for Yixian. But if we don't destroy this sword sect, once this sword sect joins hands with Yixian and Wu Yuan, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us if the Star Lord gets involved. If we destroy the sword sect and Yixian is the only one left, Wu Yuan would never be able to protect him. By then, it would be much easier for us to deal with him. Even if Wu Yuan were to protect him, it wouldn't be difficult for us." The eldest young Miss Tang looked at Yu Wuchen in the distance. "I wonder if the sect is interested in joining the Tang clan?" Everyone turned to look at the eldest young Miss Tang when they heard this. Even Yilan stared at the eldest young miss in disbelief. "This eldest young miss is even more ruthless than me. She wants to subdue the sword sect?" Yu Wuchen's expression instantly turned gloomy when he heard the eldest young Miss Tang's words. "You want the sword sect to submit to the Tang clan?" The eldest young Miss Tang smiled. "Your Excellency, we're working together." Yu Wuchen laughed icily. "Working together? Do you believe that?" The eldest young Miss Tang smiled. "It looks like the sect has no intention of working together with the Tang clan." Yu Wuchen looked at the sword sect disciples below him. "Are you willing to surrender?" "Surrender?" The sword sect disciples below him roared in unison. Ning Zhan dies. Yu Wuchen turned to look at the eldest young Miss Tang. "Are you aware of the sword sect's attitude?" The eldest young Miss Tang replied indifferently. Ning Zhan dies? "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm and there was a voice transmission talisman in her palm. Suddenly, Yu Wuchen, who was standing not too far away from her, suddenly vanished and a ray of sword light slashed towards the eldest young Miss Tang. It was obvious that Yu Wuchen wanted to strike first to gain the upper hand. Since the Tang clan was unwilling to give up, the sword sect would naturally strike first before the powerhouses of the Tang clan arrived. Yu Wuchen's attack was extremely swift and he arrived in front of the eldest young Miss Tang in the blink of an eye. The eldest young Miss Tang remained expressionless and did not dodge. However, right when Yu Wuchen's sword was 1.5 m away from her, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yu Wuchen. In the next moment, a saber struck the tip of Yu Wuchen's sword. Bang! Yu Wuchen instantly returned to where he stood earlier. Everyone looked towards the eldest young Miss Tang. There was a figure in black armor standing in front of her. The figure was tall and around twice the size of an ordinary person, and he wore a black helmet that concealed his appearance. Moreover, there was a sheathed saber hanging from his waist. Yu Wuchen gazed at the armored figure with a solemn expression in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lady Tang suddenly said, "Will the sword sect surrender or not?" When she spoke up to this point, she suddenly chuckled. The sword sect will definitely not surrender now that I've asked this question. Wait a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and the voice transmission talisman suddenly shot into the sky. It didn't take long for a group of cavaliers to charge out from the spatial rift in the sky above the sword sect, the Tang clan's cavaliers. There were a total of 16 of them. Moreover, there was a group of experts in tight black clothes and black longbows in their hands. There were a total of 9 of them. The expressions of the members of the sword sect changed when they witnessed this scene. It wasn't just the sword sect, even Wu Wen and the others from Wu Yuan had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. There were a total of 37 extraordinary experts, coupled with the armored figure by the eldest young Miss Tang's side. Such a lineup. Even the joint forces of the sword sect of Wu Yuan might not be able to resist it. Has the Tang clan become so strong? Wu Wen's eyes were filled with deep worry. In the beginning, the sword sect of Wu Yuan felt that they were the top power in the chaotic universe. But now it seemed like the sword sect and Wu Yuan had fallen behind slightly. When they had the clone of their ancestor, the sword sect and Wu Yuan still had something to rely on. After all, the clone of their ancestor was extraordinarily heaven-defying, and it could be said that no matter how many came, they would die. But now, the clone of their ancestor was gone. Whether it was Wu Yuan or the sword sect, they had lost what could be considered their strongest trump card. When he thought up to hear, Wu Wen sighed in a low voice. If the sword sect and the martial institution didn't have internal strife and joined forces, then who would dare to invade divine martial city with the clones of their ancestors present? But now, at this moment, he also felt danger. In the sky above the sword sect. As the Tang clan expert appeared, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire sword sect. This was the suppression of strength. In the sky, Lady Tang looked at Yu Wuchen. I'll ask you again. Are you going to surrender or not? Yu Wuchen was about to speak when Mu Fengchen suddenly said, Lady Tang, do you believe that the treasure is not in the hands of the sword sect? Lady Tang looked at Mu Fengchen. It's not important. Mu Fengchen said solemnly, it's very important. Lady Tang, I can guarantee you that if we fight today, the sword sect will give up everything and at least 90% of your experts will die. By then, how are you going to fight against Yixian? Or do you really think that Swordsman is that simple? That day, the Astral Lord gathered the experts from several starfields to attack Never-Ending Starfield, but what was the result? All the experts were killed, and even the Astral Lord's clone was killed. Have you never thought about this? Lady Tang shook her head. Sect Leader Mu, I don't care about Yixian now. I only want to ask you one question. Will the sword sect surrender or not? Mu Fengchen's face darkened when he heard that. He had wanted to divert Lady Tang's attention, but now it seemed that she wanted to destroy the sword sect, or rather, she wanted to swallow the sword sect whole. He suddenly looked up at Lady Tang as if he had thought of something. Your target is not only the treasure, but also the sword sect. You're wrong. Yu Wuchen spoke softly from the side. Their original objective was only that precious treasure. But the sword sect was stupid enough to fight Wu Yuan to the death. Not only did they fight to the death, but they also used their trump cards one after another. So, their target was not just the treasure. We gave her the chance. Now, not only does she want to devour my sword sect, she also wants that precious treasure. Comparing the sword sect to Yixian, she chose to get rid of us first because the sword sect is stronger than Yixian. After taking care of the sword sect, Yixian will be the only one left. It's easy to take care of them. Lady Tang smiled. The sword sect is truly stupid for not allowing you to be the sect master. As she spoke, she raised her right hand and was about to swing it. Meanwhile, Mu Fengchen suddenly said, the sword sect is willing to work together with the Tang clan. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at Mu Fengchen. Even Yu Wuchen looked at Mu Fengchen with disbelief in his eyes. Meanwhile, all the experts of the sword sect looked at Mu Fengchen as well. Everyone thought that they had heard wrong. Surrender? Mu Fengchen gazed at Miss Tang. The sword sect is willing to work together with the Tang clan. Miss Tang revealed a spurious smile. What kind of cooperation? Mu Fengchen was about to speak when Yu Wuchen spoke abruptly. Senior brother, do you know what you're saying? Mu Fengchen's expression was icy cold. Junior brother, do you really want the sword sect to vanish from this world? Yu Wuchen gazed at Mu Fengchen and remained silent. Mu Fengchen continued, the sword sect's 10,000 years of foundation can't be destroyed in our hands. Yu Wuchen shook his head, do you know that if we kneel, the sword sect's 10,000 years of reputation will be destroyed in our hands? Not only will we be unable to raise our heads high, but the ancestors of the sword sect who created countless honors will die with everlasting regret. Moreover, if we kneel, the swordsman of the sword sect will become a sword in the hands of others. Would a sword without freedom and dignity still be sharp? Would we still rather break than bend? Mu Fengchen spoke fiercely, but are we going to let the sword sect vanish from this world? Anything is possible so long as we're alive. In any case, I don't want to let Yixian benefit from this. Yu Wuchen suddenly vanished. A ray of sword light instantly pierced through Mu Fengchen's head. Mu Fengchen's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. He never thought that this junior brother of his would suddenly attack. Everyone looked at Yu Wuchen in the air. Yu Wuchen spoke softly, you're right. Anything is possible so long as we're alive. But if we have to live on our knees, then our sword sect would rather not have that. We, the swordsmen of the sword sect, can accept defeat, can accept death, but we will never live on our knees. As he spoke, he looked down, all disciples of the sword sect, heed my command. Even if our sword sect perishes, we will perish with dignity and dignity. Kill. Kill, countless swordsmen's voices resounded like thunder in the sword sect. The sword sect directly attacked. P.S. I picked a few yesterday. One of them, I think his name is. I left you a message twice, but you kept asking for books every day. Are you a devil? Didn't you read your own comments? Once again, I thank all the readers. There are still 7 books left. These are the last 7 books. I hope everyone can keep a calm heart because there are many who don't have it. However, it doesn't mean there is no chance. No matter what, this event is a benefit for everyone. I hope everyone can be happy. That's why I won't sell them. If I sell them, the nature of the event will change. Also, I really read your comments one by one. It's just that some of the replies are slower. I thank all the readers. Especially the readers who are willing to spend money to support the original version. Surrender, Yu Wuchen hadn't even considered that, why couldn't he, just as he'd said, dignity, backbone, and if there was one more, then it would be pride, since the sword sect had existed until now, when had it ever lowered its head to its enemies? It hadn't in the past, and it definitely wouldn't now. The reason Yu Wuchen had attacked Mu Fengchen was because Mu Fengchen wanted to lead the sword sect to kneel. He'd been able to tolerate Mu Fengchen earlier because even though Mu Fengchen had selfish motives, it was for the sake of the sword sect in the end, and he had the sword sect in his heart, but now, Mu Fengchen's actions were undoubtedly equivalent to betraying the sword sect. If the sword sect really surrendered, then the countless seniors of the sword sect would truly die with everlasting regret. Kill, Yu Wuchen led the charge towards the experts of the Tang clan. Meanwhile, the other swordsmen within the sword sect charged towards the experts of the Tang clan as well. At the same time, the sword sect activated all its sword formations. At this moment, the sword sect didn't dare hold back at all. They'd used all their trump cards. Sword formations appeared incessantly from the sword sect, and countless rays of light crisscrossed through the sky. For a time, the sword sect actually had the upper hand. Of course, it was mainly because of the sword sect's sword formations. Most of them had been left behind from thousands of years ago, and they could kill Dao realm experts with ease. Of course, there was a flaw, and it was that it consumed a huge amount of energy. Every single sword formation consumed a huge amount of energy. But at this moment, the sword sect naturally wouldn't fuss about it since it was about to be annihilated. Tang clan's eldest young miss was expressionless in midair, and the armored man by her side didn't attack as well. Meanwhile, Elder Yuelao spoke solemnly, eldest young miss, will suffer heavy losses if this continues. She fell silent. Elder Yuelao continued, should we send another group of experts over? She glanced coldly at him, why don't we send all the experts of the Tang clan over? Yuelao hesitated for a moment, and then he said, but if this goes on, it will be disadvantageous to us. Miss Tang looked at the armored man beside her. Stall that sword, Saint. The armored man nodded. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Yu Wuchen. Boom, an explosion suddenly resounded. The eldest daughter of the Tang family said again, attack. Yuelao and the rest also rushed out. Sword, rise. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from below the sword sect. In the next moment, the swords in the hands of countless disciples of the sword sect shot into the sky. In the air, a dozen or so Tang clan cavalrymen suddenly stood in a row, raised their sabers, and slashed down. Chi-chi, a wave of saber light slashed down, and in an instant, a series of tearing sounds resounded above the sword sect. However, there were people dying in the sword sect every second. Archers. The arrows of the 9 archers could be said to have never missed their targets. Besides the Dao realm experts, the other experts of the sword sect couldn't stop their arrows at all. However, some of the experts of the Tang clan had fallen as well, and 5 Tang clan cavalrymen had fallen. The combat strength of the swordsmen of the sword sect wasn't to be underestimated. Especially when coupled with the sword formation, even the Tang clan cavalrymen found it difficult to resist. Overall, the Tang clan held the advantage. Wu Yuan. He Liantian spoke in a low voice by Wu Wen's side. The sword sect probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Wu Wen spoke in a low voice. If the sword sect is annihilated. He Liantian gazed at Wu Wen. Master. Wu Wen spoke softly. The eldest daughter of the Tang clan is extremely ambitious. If that precious treasure isn't in the hands of the sword sect, then who will she deal with? Yi Xian, of course. Although Yi Xian isn't from Wu Yuan, he's inextricably linked to Wu Yuan. At that time, it's extremely likely that she'll use this as an excuse to deal with our martial arts institution. At that time, how will Wu Yuan resist the Tang clan? He Liantian spoke in a low voice. Master, you mean to help the sword sect? But if we do that, it's no different from declaring war on the Tang clan. Wu Wen looked in the direction of the sword sect. Without the lips, the teeth will be interdependent. Regardless of whether we offend them or not, they will definitely target Wu Yuan. As he spoke up to this point, he slowly clenched his right hand. Pass down my order. All the experts of Wu Yuan are to support the sword sect. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shook, and he directly charged in the direction of the sword sect. He Liantian hesitated for a moment, and then hurriedly followed. Soon, the experts of Wu Yuan rushed towards the sword sect. Wu Wen was very clear that this Tang family Missy's ambition was too great. With the sword sect gone, her next target would most likely be Wu Yuan. At that time, no one would help Wu Yuan, in the sky above the sword sect. As the experts of Wu Yuan joined in, the situation instantly changed. Especially when Wu Yuan also activated the formation and began to target the Tang clan's knights. In the sky, Tang family Missy's face turned extremely ugly. She did not hesitate. Everyone, retreat. Soon, all the experts of Tang clan retreated out of Shenwu City. As for the sword sect and Wu Yuan experts, they did not chase. Both sides faced off in the sky. Tang family Missy stared at Wu Wen and asked, "What is the meaning of Wu Yuan?" Wu Wen spoke indifferently. This Shenwu City is not Tang clan's territory. Please leave with your people. The corner of Tang family Missy's mouth lifted slightly. It was a cold smile. What a great Wu Yuan. Speaking up to here, her expression suddenly became somewhat ferocious. I think Wu Yuan wants to be buried with the sword sect. With that, she opened her palm, and a transmission talisman suddenly soared into the sky. In Shenwu City. Yu Wuchen appeared beside Wu Wen. His expression was rather complicated. Brother Wu Wen spoke softly. Let's not talk about the past. What's important now is to get through this together. Yu Wuchen nodded slightly. The two looked into the distance. Obviously, this Tang family Missy had called for reinforcements again. Soon, another group of cavalry appeared in the sky above the sword sect, a total of 20 people. Not only that, there were also 2 giant apes the size of a small mountain. The moment these 2 giant apes appeared, the entire sky directly trembled, as if there was an earthquake. It was incomparably frightening. At this time, Lady Tang suddenly looked at the spatial crack, and said coldly, "My good brother, why are you so stingy? Can't you give me a bit more in one go?" At this time an illusory man suddenly appeared at the spatial crack. The illusory man looked down at Tang family Missy. This is already the limit that the family can give you. If you fail this time, my good sister, you will be sitting on the bench. With that said, he turned around and disappeared. Lady Tang's expression was cold. She did not expect Wu Yuan to suddenly attack. This time, she had forced herself into a desperate situation. Outstanding Tang family children can mobilize a portion of the Tang family knights, but there is one requirement, and that is, it must bring benefits to the family. as long as it brings benefits to the family, anything is negotiable, but if the cost exceeds the return, then the problem will be huge. She has no way out now, because a few Tang family knights have died. It is not easy to train these knights. It can be said that each of them is cultivated with a huge amount of resources. Of course, if she can take down the sword sect, Wu Yuan, and that supreme treasure, even if all the Tang family knights die, it will be worth it. Thinking of this, her face gradually turned cold. She looked at the Shenwu city, and just when she was about to speak, Wu Wen suddenly said, "Let the Tang family see our Wu Yuan's trump card. Let's show them our trump card." Behind him, He Liantian suddenly turned around and disappeared. After a few breaths, a powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky from the Wu Yuan, and then, a super stone statue appeared in front of everyone. This super stone statue was twice the size of the giant ape. Not only that, but in the Wu Yuan, 3 white-haired old men suddenly appeared, but all 3 of them are soul bodies. Martial Saint. Seeing these 3 people, Lady Tang's face turned extremely ugly. At this time, Yu Wuchen suddenly said, "Attack." As soon as his voice fell, 18 swords suddenly flew out from the sword tomb in the back mountain of the sword sect. Soon, the 18 swords hovered above the sword sect. Each sword is actually at the fortune realm. Most importantly, every single one of these swords contained a powerful sword Dao will. These swords were once the swords of the ancestors of the sword sect. No matter where they are, as long as they have no successor, their swords will return to the sword sect. And the ancestors of the sword sect used these powerful swords to create a sword array. This can be said to be the last trump card of the sword sect. After the 18 swords appeared, a monstrous sword aura directly enveloped Lady Tang. The armored expert of the Tang family suddenly stood in front of Lady Tang, and not only that, the Tang family iron cavalry also stood in front of Lady Tang. Danger! This was what all the experts of the Tang family felt at this moment. On the other hand, Lady Tang's expression was calm. She glanced at the 18 swords, then looked at Yu Wuchen. "If I'm not mistaken, these 18 swords can only be used once, right?" Yu Wuchen's face was expressionless. "Even if it can only be used once, I can still spare your life." As Lady Tang said, this sword array can only be used once. The reason why these 18 swords are so powerful is that they contain the sword will of the sword sect's experts. Once activated, these sword wills will disappear, and at that time, these swords will become pure fortune realm artifacts. Lady Tang sneered, "You want to take my life? Aren't you being too confident?" Yu Wuchen said indifferently, "These 18 swords contain the sword will of 18 transcendent sword saints, as well as 18 super sword arrays. Once activated, even gods and ghosts can kill them, let alone you. If you don't believe me, the old man can let you have a try now." Lady Tang was about to speak, but at this time, the armored man beside her suddenly said, "Unstoppable." Lady Tang looked at the armored man, and he said again, "Unstoppable." Hearing this, Lady Tang's face sank. Not far away, Wu Wen suddenly said, "Lady Tang, the old man can't say for sure that he will win, but if Wu Yuan and the sword sect join hands, even if you can win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. At least 80% of the people you brought with you will die here, maybe even all of them. At that time, Wu Yuan and the sword sect will perish together, and you will get nothing. As for the experts of the Tang family, I believe that you won't dare to come to Shenwu City with your entire army. You also have enemies, right?" After a moment of silence, Lady Tang said, "Retreat." After that, she turned around and left with the experts of the Tang family. But not long after, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at the direction of Shenwu City. If it's just Wu Yuan and the sword sect, the Tang family naturally won't pay such a big price to deal with you. But if Wu Yuan and the sword sect have that treasure, speaking of this, the corner of her mouth slightly lifted. Wu Wen said in a deep voice, "You know that the treasure is with Yixian." Lady Tang shook her head. "No, it's not with Yixian, it's with you." Hearing this, Wu Wen and Yu Wuchen's faces turned ugly. At this time, Lady Tang said again, "Young Master Yi, I know you are in the dark. I will tell you this, the door of the Tang family will always be open to you. You are welcome to join us, haha." Soon, Miss Tang disappeared with the Tang clan's powerhouses. Wu Wen and Yu Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts when they saw the scene. Because if the young miss of the Tang family didn't leave, then there would only be one outcome, and that would be mutual destruction. Whether it was Wu Yuan or the sword sect, they did not want to be destroyed together. In the dark, Yi Xian looked in the direction Miss Tang left and said softly, "That woman is really sinister." The words that this woman had said before she left were actually meant to sow discord between him and Wu Yuan, as well as the Sword Sect. Needless to say, the Sword Sect and Wu Yuan would definitely be on guard against him now. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned around and disappeared quietly. Plotting against him? Not a chance. In the sky above the Sword Sect, Yu Wuchen looked at Wu Wen and said softly, "Brother Wu Wen, what my Sword Sect did to Wu Yuan." Wu Wen shook his head. "Let's not talk about the past. Now that you are in charge of the Sword Sect, I hope that both sides can put down all grudges and face everything together." He knew very well that Wu Yuan and Sword Sect did not have their strongest trump card. If both sides did not join forces, Shenwu City would definitely change hands. Yu Wuchen nodded. "Brother Wu Wen, put it down. From today onwards, my Sword Sect and Wu Yuan will live and die together." Live and die together, whether it was Wu Wen or Yu Wuchen, both knew very well that the Sword Sect and Wu Yuan were interdependent. Whoever died, the other side would not have a good ending, and if both sides joined forces, then any force that wanted to destroy them would have to pay a terrible price. At this moment, Yu Wuchen suddenly said softly, what Miss Tang said before she left, sowing discord. Wu Wen said solemnly, "That woman hoped that we would target Yi Xian, or rather, she did not want Yi Xian to stand on our side." Yi Xian, Yu Wuchen's expression was rather complicated. In fact, if he could turn back time, he would have chosen to directly suppress Mu Fengchen and his grandson. However, he had his concerns at that time. First, if he tried to suppress Mu Fengchen and his grandson, it might lead to an internal strife in the Sword Sect. After all, Mu Fengchen and his grandson had been running the Sword Sect for many years. They had absolute authority in the sect. Moreover, at that time, he somewhat agreed with what Mu Fengchen and his grandson had done. If Yi Xian were to stay in the Sword Sect, it would not be a good thing for the Sword Sect. However, he did not expect that Mu Fengchen and his granddaughter would try to kill Yi Xian after chasing him away, and would even be stupid enough to snatch the treasure. This was something he hadn't expected. When he found out, everything was set in stone. Wu Wen suddenly said, "We cannot have any dealings with this Yi Xian." Yu Wuchen looked at Wu Wen. "Brother Wu Wen, isn't this exactly what the Tang family's eldest daughter wants?" Wu Wen shook his head. "There's no other way. Yi Xian is a whirlpool. If he is in the Divine Martial City, he will bring more troubles. Because with him around, those people will definitely target our Wu Yuan and the Sword Sect at all costs. But without him, if they want to target us again, they will have to first ask if it's worth it." Yu Wuchen said solemnly, "His sister and friends are in Wu Yuan, those people." Speaking up to this point, his heart suddenly jolted. Mentality, he realized that after he took charge of the Sword Sect, his mentality had changed. He admired Yi Xian a lot, this was something he had never concealed, but after he took charge of the Sword Sect, he realized that between Yi Xian and the Sword Sect, he would subconsciously choose the Sword Sect. For the sake of the Sword Sect, he would even have some thoughts that he once disdained, for example, asking Yi Xian, his friends, and his sister to leave the Divine Martial City. Although this thought was fleeting, it still appeared. Yu Wuchen looked in the direction of the Sword Sect's sword tomb with a complicated gaze. In the past, he was the most talented person in the Sword Sect, and also the strongest. But, the previous Sword Sect's sect master, who was also his master, had passed the sect master position to Mu Fengchen. He couldn't figure out why this was happening. He even had some resentment in the past, but now, he finally understood. His master not passing the position to him was actually for his own good. If he took charge of the Sword Sect, he might not be able to break through to Transcendent Sword Saint in his lifetime. As a sect master, no matter what he did, he had to be overcautious. And this kind of mentality would definitely affect the Sword Dao. At this time, Wu Wen suddenly said, "I'll go talk to him." Yu Wuchen retracted his thoughts and looked at Wu Wen. "Will he cooperate with you?" Wu Wen said softly, "Yes. Because he values his friends and sister very much, for them, he will definitely cooperate. Also, Brother Yu, from now on, whether it is your Sword Sect or my Wu Yuan, we need to maintain 120% vigilance, to prevent that woman's sudden attack." Yu Wuchen nodded. "Understood. I have already ordered all the Sword Sect disciples outside to rush back." There were a few swordsmen in the Sword Sect who were actually outside to gain experience, and among these people, there was no lack of Dao realm experts. However, some of the swordsmen had left the sect for a very long time, some even more than 100 years, and it was unknown whether these people were still alive or dead, but as long as they were not dead, these swordsmen would definitely rush back. Soon, Wu Wen left with Wu Yuan and the other experts, and the sword sect returned to peace. Of course, the hearts of the swordsmen were not at peace. The current sword sect was in a mess. This time, the sword sect could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Not only were there only 6 Dao realm experts left, but the sword sect had also lost half of its savings. It could be said that the sword sect did not dare to activate the sword formation without restraint anymore. This was because every single sword formation consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, Yu Wuchen suddenly said, "Bury those who sacrificed themselves. Apart from that, no one is allowed to leave Shenwu City from now on." As he spoke, he looked at Mu Fengchen's corpse with a complicated gaze. "Bury him well as well." With that, he turned around and walked towards the sword tomb. As the Tang clan's experts retreated, the entire Shenwu City gradually calmed down. However, the entire Shenwu City had become a little empty. The battle between the sword sect and Wu Yuan had caused a group of people to leave, and the invasion of the Tang clan's experts had caused the few remaining people in Shenwu City to leave. No one dared to stay in Shenwu City. They were all afraid of being implicated. Outside Shenwu City, in a mountain range, the Tang clan's Missy sat cross-legged on the ground. Not far from her stood a group of knights, and beside her was the armored man. After a long time, the Tang clan's Missy opened her eyes. She stood up and looked at Shenwu City with a cold gaze. Yu Lao said in a deep voice, "Missy, what should we do now?" "What should we do?" The Tang clan's Missy narrowed her eyes. "What do you think we should do now?" Yu Lao shook his head. "Now that Wu Yuan and Sword Sect have joined forces, if the clan does not send experts over, I'm afraid more than 90% of us will die even if we take over Shenwu City." The Tang clan's Missy shook her head. "The clan will not send experts over." Yu Lao frowned slightly. "Why?" The Tang clan's Missy said indifferently, "Because someone in the clan has an opinion. The people we have are more than enough to seize that treasure." Yu Lao asked, "Give up Shenwu City?" The Tang clan's Missy didn't say anything. Yu Lao said again, "Missy, that treasure is really in the hands of that Yixian?" The Tang clan's Missy said softly, "Most likely. We have been fooled by this person since the beginning. Not only us, but the sword sect has also been fooled by him. This person is not only powerful, but his intelligence is also not low." Yu Lao nodded. "This person is not like a swordsman. And now, he is hiding in the dark, we can't do anything to him. The only way is to attack Wu Yuan, but Wu Yuan has joined forces with the sword sect." Speaking up to here, his face darkened. Now, he realized that they really could not do anything to this Yixian. The Tang clan's Missy also fell silent. The current her was extremely angry. Originally, she could take down the sword sect and then deal with Yixian. By then, not only could she deal with Yixian, she could also take down Wu Yuan. Unfortunately, Wu Yuan suddenly helped the sword sect and ruined all her plans. Especially that Yixian, he was extremely cunning. Once he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately fled. After a while, the Tang clan's Missy suddenly said, "Go contact the star regions that attacked Never-Ending Star Region." Yu Lao hesitated, then said, "I'm afraid they don't have the guts to come again." Lady Tang said indifferently, "I don't believe that they don't want revenge." Yu Lao nodded slightly, "Old man, go and try." With that, he turned and left. Lady Tang looked at Yi Lan beside her, "Help me contact some people." After a while, Yi Lan also turned and left. Lady Tang looked in the direction of Divine Martial City. "Then I'll play with you." Yi Xian. Speaking up to here, her eyes gradually turned cold. Wu Yuan. In the martial arts hall, Yi Xian stood quietly. Not far in front of him were Wu Wen and He Liantian. Wu Wen glanced at Yi Xian. "Little friend Yi, you should know why the old man sent you here, right?" Yi Xian smiled. "Senior Wu Wen wants me to leave?" Wu Wen nodded. "You must leave. My Wu Yuan cannot withstand the Tang clan and countless other forces' attacks." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "If I leave, they will still come to Wu Yuan to find me." Wu Wen looked at Yi Xian. "You should know what to do." Yi Xian smiled. Of course he knew what to do. He couldn't hide, he had to keep showing himself to attract the Tang clan's attention, then lead them somewhere else. As long as he showed himself, the Tang clan would definitely look for him, and they wouldn't pay a huge price to target Wu Yuan and the sword sect. To put it bluntly, he had to go out and attract their attention. Wu Wen said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, we have no other choice." Yixian smiled, "Take good care of my sister and my friends. I don't want Wu Yuan to hand them over for self-protection. If that's the case, then I can take them and leave now." He still had the prison pagoda. Naturally, he could take them and leave, but that would be very dangerous, very dangerous. If something happened to him, everyone would die. Wu Yuan looked straight at Yixian. "Don't worry, my Wu Yuan will never betray them for self-protection." Yixian nodded, "I will remember Senior's words. If Senior goes back on his words, I will kill everyone in Wu Yuan at all costs. If Senior keeps his words, I will stand on Wu Yuan's side at all costs, and attract everyone's hatred at all costs." After saying that, he turned and left. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and said, "Tell my sister, her brother won't let anyone harm a single hair on her. If anyone does, then I, Yixian, will die." After saying that, he walked out. P.S. Because there are 4 readers who didn't come to me for their books, I have decided to draw a new one. Because there are only 6 books, I will only pick the handsome ones. Let me see how many readers can be mentioned in the same breath as me in terms of appearance. Those handsome readers who only read books and vote, you can't keep a low profile anymore. Come out. Watching Yixian leave, Wu Wen remained silent for a long time. Beside Wu Wen, He Liantian said softly, "What will this guy do?" Wu Wen shook his head. "No matter what he does, it has nothing to do with us." At this moment, Qin Shan suddenly rushed in. "Yi Ling, that girl is gone." Hearing this, Wu Wen and He Liantian's expressions changed. The current Yi Ling was even more precious than before. Because the sword sect's founder had removed the restriction on Yi Ling's constitution, the current Yi Ling could reach the Dao realm in half a year at most. Moreover, there was no limit to Yi Ling's growth. The 2 of them disappeared. On an empty street in Shenwu City, a little girl rushed out of Shenwu City. "Brother," the little girl cried as she ran. Her tears were like a broken dam. Soon, the little girl rushed to the gate of Shenwu City and shouted towards the outside, "Brother!" There was no response. At this moment, Wu Wen appeared in front of Yi Ling. Yi Ling looked at Wu Wen and felt wronged. "Grandpa Wu, where is my brother?" Wu Wen said softly, "He left." Yi Ling squatted on the ground and held her face with both hands. She cried bitterly. He doesn't want me anymore?" At this moment, she did not look like a manifestation realm expert at all. At this moment, she was a little girl panicking because she lost her brother. Wu Wen squatted in front of Yi Ling and said softly, "Girl, it's not that he doesn't want you. He left to protect you. Do you understand?" Yi Ling shook her head and tears flowed uncontrollably. "I don't understand. I just want to follow him. I just want to follow him." As she spoke, she suddenly stood up and rushed outside. "Brother," Wu Wen hurriedly stopped Yi Ling. "Girl, do you know that you are his biggest weakness in this life?" Yi Ling looked at Wu Wen. Her tears seemed endless. Wu Wen spoke in a low voice, "Your brother is strong, extremely strong. However, he has a weakness, and his greatest weakness is you. The sword sect didn't defeat him, and neither did the Tang clan. But you defeated him, and you defeated him very easily. Do you understand?" Yi Ling clenched his fists and said nothing. Wu Wen continued, "You are his greatest weakness. If you were captured by the Tang clan, what would happen to him? Now that you're following him, can you help him? Girl, the current you needs to cultivate properly. Only when you are strong enough can you not implicate him and even protect him. Do you understand?" Yi Ling clenched her fists. She didn't say anything. She just cried. She kept crying. Wu Wen said softly, "As long as you are strong and safe, no one will be able to threaten your brother. Do you understand?" Yi Ling wiped the tears off her face and looked around. "Brother, I'll work hard. But you must promise me that nothing will happen to you. You must come and find me. You must." The surroundings were incomparably quiet. There was no response. Wu Wen said softly, "He heard me." Yi Ling looked around blankly and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, can you come out and see me for a while? Just for a while." I promise I won't pester you. I promise to go back and cultivate properly. Can you come out and see me for a while? However, there was still no response. Yi Ling cried even harder. Wu Wen's expression was rather complicated. He knew that the Yi Xian siblings had depended on each other since they were young and had a deep relationship. However, he didn't expect that this pair of siblings had such a deep relationship. Yi Ling wiped the tears off her face and pulled Wu Wen's hand. Grandpa Wu, let's go. Wu Wen nodded and pulled Yi Ling toward the divine martial city. When they reached the gate, Yi Ling suddenly stopped. She turned around and shouted, "Brother, if you die, I definitely won't live." After saying that, she turned around and ran toward the divine martial city. At the city gate, Wu Wen turned his head and looked somewhere before turning around and leaving. Outside the divine martial city, Yi Xian suddenly appeared. He looked at the divine martial city with a calm expression. However, there were 2 streaks of tears on his cheeks. After a while, Yi Xian said softly, "Girl, brother will live well." After saying that, he turned around and left. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at a mountain range. In front of a pool, the young lady of the Tang clan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked in the opposite direction and saw someone standing there. All the experts of the Tang clan looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled faintly. "Lady Tang, I came here to tell you something." Lady Tang smiled and said, "What is it?" Yi Xian smiled faintly. An illusory Xiao Ta suddenly appeared between his brows. Seeing the illusory Xiao Ta, Lady Tang narrowed her eyes. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I want to tell Lady Tang that the treasure is in my hands, and I am going to the Order City now. Lady Tang, we will meet again." After saying that, he disappeared. No one made a move because it was not Yi Xian's real body that came, but a clone. The Order City. Lady Tang's expression was extremely cold. The Order City was the territory of the Order Alliance. Beside him, an old man said in a deep voice, "He wants to lure us away." Young Mistress Tang looked at the divine martial city. She just looked at it calmly. However, everyone present could sense the rage of this eldest young Mississippi. The best way to make Yi Xian stay was to attack Wu Yuan. But now that Wu Yuan and the sword sect had joined hands, it would be very difficult for her to take them down, especially Yi Xian. If she attacked Wu Yuan now, Yi Xian would definitely help. Even she did not dare to underestimate Yi Xian now. She had to be wary of a killer who could kill a Dao realm swordsman in seconds. Moreover, if Yi Xian went to the Order City now, if she attacked Wu Yuan, there was no guarantee that Yi Xian would not hand over the treasure to the Order Alliance. Once the treasure fell into the Order Alliance's hands, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the Tang clan to get it back, or rather, they would have to pay a price that was at least 100 times higher than what they were paying now. After all, the Order Alliance was not something that Yi Xian and the Divine Martial City could compare to. Yi Xian's trip to the Divine Martial City had once again ruined all her plans. The old man next to Lady Tang said, "Why don't we inform the family and ask them to send experts here? For that treasure, the family will definitely be willing." Lady Tang shook her head. "If we do that, we will force him to hand over the treasure to the Order Alliance. At that time, it will be difficult for us to get the treasure." The old man said in a deep voice, "Young lady, that treasure is so important, why didn't the family come in person?" Lady Tang shook her head. "He can't touch it. If he does, the one from the Order Alliance and the one from the Monster Clan will definitely take action." The old man understood. If the Tang Clan's strongest expert took action, the Order Alliance and the Monster Clan would definitely not sit idly by. Because no one wanted to see a situation where one clan was the strongest. Similarly, the Order Alliance's Star Lord could not take action himself because if he did, the Tang Clan and the Monster Clan would also stop him. Lady Tang suddenly said, "Everyone, split up and head to the Order City." Saying this, her expression gradually turned cold. Killing intent flickered in her eyes. As the Tang Clan's experts left, Wu Wen and Yu Wuchen looked at each other in the sky above the holy martial city. Both of them felt relieved. At this time, Wu Wen suddenly said, "We still can't be careless. Judging from this incident, the Tang Clan and the Order Alliance obviously have a bigger plan. And we, without the Ancestor's clone, is equivalent to losing a deterrent force. Ancestor's clone, whether it was Wu Wen or Yu Wuchen, they felt a little bitter in their hearts. Was the ancestor's clone strong? Of course it was strong. Killing Dao realm experts was like killing chickens. Moreover, judging from the sword sect's ancestral master's attack, even a transcendent sword saint level expert would most likely be killed in a second. With the two clones, unless the Tang clan used the entire clan's strength, it was impossible to take down the sword sect and Wu Yuan. However, the sword sect and Wu Yuan had an internal conflict and called the two ancestors out to fight. The problem was, the relationship between the two ancestors was not ordinary, stupid, whether it was Wu Yuan or the sword sect. What they did this time could be said to be extremely stupid, especially the sword sect. It was especially so for the sword sect. Originally, the sword sect wanted to summon their ancestor to swallow up the martial institution and unify the divine martial city. However, they didn't expect that after their martial ancestor appeared, he directly killed their ally. He called out his biggest trump card to fight himself. Every time Yu Wuchen thought of this, he could not let it go. Wu Wen said softly, "I'm afraid the peace of this chaotic universe will be broken with Yixian's treasure." Yu Wuchen nodded, "I hope our two clans can survive this storm." Wu Wen looked at the distant horizon and said softly, "Actually, I'm most curious about the person behind Yixian. Until now, that person has not appeared. Is he worried about something?" Yu Wuchen looked at Wu Wen. "Brother Wu Wen, what strength do you think the person behind Yixian has?" Wu Wen shook his head, "I don't know. However, the person behind him is definitely not simple. Moreover, Yixian also gives me a mysterious feeling. That treasure fell into the hands of your sword sect, but it returned to his hands in the end. There is only one explanation, that treasure has already recognized him as its master." Hearing this, Wu Wen's face changed. Wu Wen looked at the horizon and said softly, "I'm afraid that the Tang clan and the Order Alliance can't do anything to him, and when the time comes, they will target his sister." Yu Wuchen wanted to say something but hesitated. Wu Wen also did not ask, because he knew what Yu Wuchen wanted to say. However, Wu Yuan would not give up on Xianxia and Yi Ling. This was because Xianxia had already obtained the inheritance of the Wu Yuan ancestral master, and Yi Ling's seal had been removed by the sword sect ancestral master. These two people would definitely shock the heavens in the future. Yu Wuchen sighed softly, "The Tang clan, the Demon clan, the Order Alliance. They have already started to pay attention to Yixian." This Yixian situation, Wu Wen said softly, "It depends on his own luck." In a boundless starry sky, a sword flew quickly. The sword's speed was very fast, and after traveling for an unknown amount of time, it finally arrived at a small island. In the center of the small island, there sat a woman in a plain dress. She was playing chess. The woman raised a white chess piece and placed it down. A moment later, a black chess piece quietly landed on the chessboard. As this black chess piece landed, the outcome of the game was immediately decided. The woman in the plain dress was silent. At this moment, the chess piece on the chessboard suddenly disappeared, and a line of words appeared: 50 great Daos, for 9 heavenly evolutions, 1 man escapes. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Looking at the line of words on the chessboard, the plain-dressed woman fell silent. Just then, the sword slowly floated to the plain-dressed woman's side. It floated quietly and did not disturb the plain-dressed woman. After a long time, the plain-dressed woman suddenly chuckled. "The great path is life, and life is like a game of chess. You can either be a chess piece or a player." With that, she waved her hand and the line of words disappeared. Just then, the sword beside her flew to her and trembled slightly as if it was saying something. After a while, the plain-dressed woman smiled and asked softly, "Is he okay?" The sword trembled and a faint sword hum sounded. After a moment of silence, the plain-dressed woman suddenly looked at a small flower not far away. The flower was delicate and beautiful. The sword suddenly pointed to the right. Clearly, the plain-dressed woman was following it. The plain-dressed woman shook her head. "I've already led the way for him. He should walk the rest of the way himself." With that, she looked at the small flower and smiled. A flower that is protected by others cannot withstand the wind and rain. The sword trembled slightly as if it was saying something. The woman in the plain dress smiled and said, "The great Tao is something that is walked out, not protected by others." With that, she held the sword in front of her and walked towards the distant horizon. In the air, the sword trembled as if it was saying something. "Where are you going?" The plain-dressed woman looked at the end of the starry sky and smiled. "To kill people." By the time she finished speaking, she had already disappeared. And on the chessboard on the island, another line of words appeared: "Tao cannot be spoken, Tao cannot be spoken, Tao can be spoken, Tao is not Tao." Order City in the Chaotic Universe. Order City was located in the Northern Wilderness Realm and was under the jurisdiction of the Order Alliance. It took Xian less than half a day to reach the Northern Wilderness Realm. Because of the interstellar teleportation formation, there was an interstellar teleportation formation in the Shenwu City. With this formation, the entire chaotic universe could be said to be very small. And from the observed world, Xian learned that there was a higher-level teleportation formation other than the interstellar teleportation formation, the spacetime teleportation formation. This teleportation formation was very terrifying. It would take less than 15 minutes to travel from the southern wilderness region to the northern wilderness region. When the Tang clan's experts came to the Divine Martial City, they used this formation. However, this kind of formation also consumed a lot of resources. Ordinary forces simply couldn't afford it. Xian looked at the Order City in the distance, and the introduction of the Order City appeared in his mind. Order City. This used to be the capital of the Order Alliance and was once the most prosperous city in the entire Northern Wasteland domain. However, it was no longer the case. This was because the Lawful Order Alliance had moved their capital to the Sky Mountain Range in the north of the Northern Wasteland domain. It was now the most mysterious Sky Mountain city in the Northern Wasteland domain. The reason why it was mysterious was because the Order Alliance didn't allow outsiders to enter Mountain Ascension City, therefore, that place was extremely mysterious. As for the Order City, although it was no longer the capital of the Order Alliance, it was still bustling with activity. The entire orderly city was filled with the aura of history. Ancient, this was Xian's first impression. Xian did not openly enter the Order City. He could not defeat the Tang clan, let alone the Order Alliance. Moreover, he knew that the Order Alliance definitely knew that he was coming to Order City. These major forces did an excellent job in gathering information. On the streets, Xian walked slowly. He was currently wearing a black robe and a black veil. Coupled with the chaotic energy that concealed his swordsman aura, ordinary people would not be able to detect him. On both sides of the streets, people came and went. They were all martial artists. Moreover, some of their auras were very powerful. Apart from that, he also sensed that there were a few hidden powerful auras in the city. After a while, Xian found an inn. In the room, he sat cross-legged on the bed and entered the World Prison Pagoda. Cultivate, although he was stronger than before, the enemies he encountered now were also stronger than before. He needed to improve his strength now. Xian found the wooden puppet and began to spar with it. The wooden puppet's strength lay in its exquisite close combat swordsmanship. In close combat, it had a fatal suppressive force and targeted power. Right now, he had a huge flaw in close combat. Right now, his flying sword was strong, but his swordsmanship was very poor. Xian used the wooden sword and began to spar with the wooden puppet. Although he had already reached the 10,000 laws realm, if he did not use some powerful sword skills, he would still be somewhat suppressed when fighting with the wooden puppet. Of course, if he used his trump card and the soul-suppressing sword, the wooden puppet would definitely not be his match. Xian practiced like this, again and again. The next day, Xian suddenly sat on the ground. He had been training hard for 12 to 14 hours. It had to be said that sparring with this wooden puppet was very enjoyable. He had the same feeling when fighting with people in Qing City. When fighting with people in Qing City, it was a close combat fight. If one's reaction was slow, they might lose their life. In that kind of environment, playing to the limit, playing to the heartbeat, and now, when he was fighting against the wooden man, he felt the same feeling again. Very crazy, very exciting, one careless move and he would either die or be injured. After resting for a moment, Xian stood up and began to spar with the wooden puppet again. Inside the prison pagoda, Xian was crazily cultivating while the emperor dog was sleeping soundly. For demonic beasts like them, sleeping was the best way to cultivate. As for Xiaolinger, she was still planting her spirit fruits. Right now, she had hundreds of spirit fruits. If these spirit fruits were sold, they would definitely be worth a city. It could be said that other than those few creation realm treasures, Xian was not as rich as her. However, this little guy valued spirit fruits more than his life. Xian did not dare to sell this little guy's spirit fruits. This little guy would go crazy. Xiao Linger had already occupied the 5th floor. Soon, she came to the entrance of the 5th floor. She held her chin with both hands and looked at the 6th floor, deep in thought. And beside her, there was a sword. She picked up the sword and walked to the entrance of the 6th floor several times, but she seemed to be worried about something and gave up in the end. Of course, it was only temporary. She hugged the sword and turned to leave. On the 6th floor, a voice suddenly sounded. Is this little girl calculating whether she can beat me or not? On the 3rd day, Xian lay on the ground. At this moment, his whole body was drenched in sweat. Not only that, but there were also dozens of bloody wounds on his body. At this moment, Lil Linger came up to him with 2 bright red fruits in her arms. Lil Linger handed the fruits to Xian. Xian did not stand on ceremony. He picked them up and ate them. As soon as the fruits entered his stomach, a wave of pure spirit aura immediately spread out from his body. Very quickly, the injuries on his body actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xian was shocked. He looked at the fruits in his hand and asked in astonishment, what fruit is this? Xiao Linger blinked. A little red fruit. Xian, Xiao Linger asked, is it delicious? Xian nodded. Yummy. Xiao Linger pointed to the 2nd floor and said excitedly, do you want some more? I have a lot. Xian's mouth twitched. The fruits in his hand were definitely more precious than immortal crystals because of their terrifying recovery ability. At this moment, Xiao Linger suddenly approached Xian and whispered, when will the 6th floor leave? Xian's mouth twitched again. This little girl still had not given up on the idea, however, he was also a little curious. When would the 6th floor leave? Xian looked up. Senior, can you leave the tower? The 6th floor said, not at the moment. Xian was puzzled. Why? The 6th floor said, it is dangerous outside. It is safer to stay here. Xian's face darkened. Senior, are you joking? The 6th floor sighed. I am not joking. It is indeed dangerous outside. Don't worry, I won't stay here. When it is time to leave, I will. Xian hesitated. Senior, aren't you angry that you were locked up for so many years? The 6th floor smiled. You want to ask why I didn't do anything to you? Xian smiled sheepishly and nodded. The 6th floor said, firstly, the one who locked me up wasn't you, but this tower. Even if I wanted to take revenge, I would take revenge on this tower. Taking revenge on you is a sign of incompetence. Xian asked again, Senior, don't you want this tower? The 6th floor smiled. This tower is a treasure. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted. However, this tower is not something that I can have. This tower has great karma, and I couldn't even withstand it when I was at my peak, let alone now. So, don't worry, I won't have any designs on your treasure. Xian shook his head and smiled. Senior, you are wise. I am truly impressed. He was sincerely impressed. An expert like this knew what to take and what not to take, being able to pick up and let go. This was a wise decision. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to let go, but that he couldn't. The World Prison Pagoda was already attached to him, the 6th floor said. Actually, the karma of this tower isn't something you can handle. However, you are no ordinary person. There is someone strong backing you to block most of the karma. Otherwise, you would have reincarnated a long time ago. Xian smiled. No matter what, I hope we can get along well. The 6th floor said, that's exactly what I want. Even though we are not from the same era, your personality and temperament are to my liking. So, we should be able to get along well. Xian wanted to say something, but he stopped. The 6th floor said, what are you trying to say? Xian asked, Senior, if I gather all 9 laws, can I really control this tower? The 6th floor said, no. Xian was puzzled. Why? The 6th floor said, strength. If you aren't strong enough, you will never be able to make it serve you wholeheartedly. If you gather all the laws, you will only be able to use some of the pagoda's functions and restrict us who are imprisoned here. Yixian nodded. I understand. The sixth floor said, do you want to see the seventh floor? Yixian was startled. I can see it? The sixth floor said, yes, I can feel that the seal on the seventh floor has loosened. I can use my divine ability to let you see the seventh floor. At this moment, Xiaolinger suddenly said, look, look. Yixian looked at Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger blinked. There's a treasure. Yixian asked with a smile, what treasure? Xiaolinger shook his head. I don't know. Yixian looked up at the sixth floor. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. The sixth floor said softly, it's nothing. I also want to know what kind of trash the seventh floor is. How can he be above me? This demon. I can't accept this. Yixian. Unacceptable, Yixian was amused. Regardless of whether it was the fifth or sixth floor, they actually cared about why they were one floor lower than the others, but then again, it made sense. Regardless of whether it was the fifth or sixth floor, they were all peerless powerhouses. They must have once shocked an entire era. The seventh floor, Yixian was curious. Xiaolinger said there were treasures inside. What kind of treasures could there be? This little guy was so mysterious. At this time, the sixth floor said, you are the pagoda master, so the pagoda will not hurt you. However, your strength is too low, so you need my help. Later, use your divine sense to force your way into the sixth floor. Yixian nodded, okay. The sixth floor said, calm your qi and focus. Yixian slowly calmed down. Soon, his heart was at peace. At this time, a powerful force suddenly surged into his body. Yixian opened his eyes. In his eyes, sword rays flashed like lightning. Xiaolinger was startled and took a few steps back. She was panicking. At this time, the sixth floor said, enter the seventh floor. Yixian ignored the terrifying force in his body. His divine sense went straight to the seventh and sixth floor. However, at the entrance of the seventh floor, a mysterious force blocked his way. Yixian quickly asked, Senior, what should we do? The sixth floor said, what else can we do? Force your way in. Yixian gathered all of his divine consciousness and blasted it towards that force. Rumble, in an instant, Yixian felt like his head was hit by a hammer, and he almost fainted. But luckily, there was a force that kept stimulating him, preventing him from fainting. At this time, the sixth floor's voice suddenly sounded, hurry up, the seventh floor's restriction will automatically repair itself. You don't have much time. Yixian quickly calmed himself down and looked up. At this time, he was already on the seventh floor. There was only a table on the seventh floor. On the table, there was a box. On the box, there was a candied fruit wrapped in spiritual energy. Beside the box, there was an ancient book. Other than that, there was nothing else. What the hell, a box, an ancient book? Yixian was a little confused. This was the thing that was locked on the seventh floor? At this time, the person on the sixth floor suddenly said, look at that ancient book. Yixian's gaze landed on the ancient book. At this time, a line of words suddenly appeared above the book, unparalleled martial art, infinite sword. Boundless sword, Yixian frowned slightly. He moved closer and continued reading. Using the sword as a thought, using the thought as a sword. Wherever the thought is, the sword is. With a single thought, I can launch a sneak attack and backstab an enemy within a 300 m radius. I can disregard any defense, any armor, any laws, any secret techniques, any divine abilities, any Tao laws, any restrictions of the heavens and earth, and any realm. Seeing this, Yixian was dumbfounded. An unparalleled martial art, ignore everything, what the hell was this? Yixian suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued reading, because there was more. After killing the enemy, you can immediately enter the state of emptiness. You are not restricted by the heavens and earth. No laws, no secret techniques, no Tao laws, no cause, no effect. When he read this, a powerful force suddenly appeared in the seventh floor. Boom, Yixian's divine sense was directly driven out of the seventh floor. In the first floor, Yixian felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow and retreated a few meters. At this moment, his head was extremely heavy like lead, At this time, Xiao Linger carried 2 fruits to Yixian. Yixian quickly ate them. Soon, the heavy feeling in his head gradually disappeared. However, his heart was like a raging sea. He could not calm down for a long time. An unparalleled martial art, judging from the introduction, that infinite sword was really too heaven-defying. Yixian sat on the ground and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, is that unparalleled martial art exaggerated?" After a moment of silence, the person on the 6th floor said, "No." Yixian was shocked. "How is that possible?" The person on the 6th floor said softly, "Now, I truly believe that this tower is from the 5th dimension." Yixian was confused. "Senior, what do you mean?" The person on the 6th floor said, "Although rumors say that this tower is from the 5th dimension, there is no direct evidence. But now, there is. This unparalleled martial art exists not only in your era, but also in my era. Do you know why this martial art is so heaven-defying?" Yixian shook his head. "Senior, please enlighten me." The person on the 6th floor said, "Because it is not a 4th dimension martial art, but a 5th dimension martial art." 5th dimension, Yixian said in a deep voice, "This unparalleled martial art is from the 5th dimension?" The person on the 6th floor said, "Of course. Otherwise, how could it be so heaven-defying? The reason why it can ignore everything is because it is higher than the laws and Tao laws of the 4th dimension, and it is not restricted by the 4th dimension. Moreover, this martial art should be one of the best in the 5th dimension. Otherwise, it would not be locked in here." Yixian was confused. Why would a martial art be locked in a tower? The person on the 6th floor said, "Maybe because it is too heaven-defying, or maybe it is something else. Whatever the reason, it is enough to prove that it is very terrifying. If you learn this martial art now, I think you can kill that transcendent sword saint from the sword sect in a second." "Kill transcendent sword saint in a second?" Yixian was startled, then he smiled bitterly. "Is it really that heaven-defying?" The person on the 6th floor said, "If it is not heaven-defying, why would it be locked in the 7th floor?" Yixian was about to speak, but Xiao Linger pulled his sleeve. Yixian looked at Xiao Linger, and Xiao Linger pointed upstairs, full of anticipation. "What is inside?" Yixian smiled, "A box and a stick of candied hawthorn." "Candied hawthorn, a box." Xiao Linger blinked, then clapped her hands, and said excitedly, "Mine, that is mine." Yixian, Xiao Linger seemed to think of something. She looked up at Yixian, and said happily, "That is mine, she left it for me, hee." Yixian smiled, Okay, it is yours." Xiao Linger hurriedly said, "I want to go in." Yixian shook his head, "You can't go in for now." Xiao Linger asked, "Why?" Yixian smiled, "Anyway, we can't go in for now. Let's wait for a while, okay?" Xiao Linger blinked, "Okay." After saying that, she turned and ran away. At this time, the 6th person suddenly said, "This little one's way of thinking is very dangerous, you better be careful, or else she might cause a big mess for you one day." Yixian nodded slightly. He also knew that Xiao Linger was a dangerous person. To say that she was naive, she had a lot of evil ideas, but to say that she was not naive, she did not understand a lot of things, she just thought it was fun. In any case, he had to be careful. Yixian seemed to think of something, and immediately asked, "Senior, is this unparalleled martial art stronger than my life and death sword?" The 6th person said, "You can't compare it like that. Your sword skill is more of a belief in the way of the sword, its power depends on your understanding of the way of the sword. It can be said that this is a growth-type sword skill. As for this unparalleled martial art, it belongs to the 5th dimension. If you really want to compare, only the original owners of the 2 sword skills can fight it out, only then will you know which is stronger." Yixian smiled, "Then there is no other way." The woman in the plain dress, at the thought of this, he suddenly missed her a little. The woman who could be said to be the one who changed Yixian's fate, he wondered where she was now. After a while, Yixian shook his head, collected his thoughts, and continued to cultivate. Sparring with the wooden man had greatly improved him, especially in terms of close combat. It could be said that he had undergone a qualitative transformation from before. Of course, he did not forget about his own life and death sword. One should know that his flying sword was now his most lethal trump card. And the divine blood technique, all of these could be combined with his life and death sword, using blood to condense the sword. This divine blood technique was also one of his trump cards. He could use the opponent's blood to condense the sword, and then control the flying sword to defeat the enemy. In fact, this move was a group attack sword skill. The more enemies, the better, because the more blood, the more powerful this divine blood technique would be, and the Moka power could still be used. As for the God King sword, it was also one of his strongest trump cards. The enhancement of the dragon soul and dragon power was not just a little bit. Overall, his current strength was still somewhat dependent on external objects, and if he removed the soul-subduing sword and the God King sword, his strength would be reduced to a certain extent. And now, what he was training was his basic skills. He could use external objects, but he had to recognize himself. On this day, Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly looked up. The next moment, he left the prison pagoda and returned to his room. And at this moment, outside the room, a voice suddenly sounded, "Young Master Yi, our city lord invites you in." City lord, Xian frowned slightly. He had been discovered. Xian opened the door, and outside was an old man. The old man glanced at Xian. "Young Master Yi as well?" Xian asked, "Your city lord?" The old man nodded slightly. After learning that young Master Yi had arrived, the city lord sent this old man to invite young Master Yi to the city lord's mansion. Xian said with a smile, "What for?" The old man shook his head. "This old man doesn't know. Young Master Yi will know when you get there." Xian asked, "What if I don't go?" The old man said, "This is up to young master." However, the city lord said that many people in the city are looking for young Master Yi, including a woman from the Tang clan. Tang clan's young miss. Xian was silent. This woman still came in the end. After a moment, Xian said, "Let's go." The old man nodded slightly. "Young Master Yi, please." Xian walked out. Soon, under the old man's lead, he arrived at the city lord's mansion. In a large hall, the old man brought Xian into the hall and quietly retreated. Not long after, a man walked in. The man's face was pale and he looked extremely weak. The man walked in front of Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, I am the city lord of Order City, Lu Shibai." Xian nodded. "City Lord Lu, why did you ask me to come here?" Lu Shibai smiled, and then he looked to the side. There, a woman walked out. She wore a black dress, and she had an extremely beautiful appearance. This woman was the Tang clan's young miss. Tang clan's young miss looked at Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, I trust you've been well since we last met." Xian smiled. "I haven't seen you for a few days, and Miss Tang has become even more beautiful. I wonder if Miss Tang is betrothed to someone." "Oh, I don't mean anything by it. I'm just asking, really." Tang clan's young miss looked straight at Xian, and she suddenly smiled. "If young Master Yi is willing to give me that treasure as a betrothal gift, what harm is there in me marrying young Master Yi?" Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "How about this? We'll have a son first, and after that, we'll give the treasure to our son. What do you think?" Tang clan's young miss stared at Xian and didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly became slightly strange. At the side, Lu Shibai suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Yi, it's not a simple matter for you to become the son-in-law of the Tang clan." Xian smiled. "It's fine. I'm willing to work hard." Lu Shibai shook his head. "Let's get back to business." Xian looked at Lu Shibai and smiled. "Governor Lu, what role are you playing now?" Lu Shibai smiled. "Brother Yi, don't worry. I'm not greedy for the treasure. I was just dragged by Lady Tang to invite Brother Yi here for a talk." "Talk?" Xian nodded. "Let's talk then. I'm a very reasonable person." Lu Shibai smiled. "Take your time. I'll keep a lookout for you." Then, he stood up and left. After Lu Shibai left, Lady Tang looked at Xian. "What do I have to do for you to hand over the treasure?" She didn't use force because she couldn't do it in the City of Order. This wasn't the Tang clan or Shenwu City. If she used force, the Order Alliance would definitely intervene. When the Tang clan and the Order Alliance fought, Xian would reap the benefits again. Xian smiled. "Lady Tang, I want to ask you something. Does the Tang clan know what the treasure is?" Lady Tang said, "If we don't know what the Dowie is, why would we pay such a huge price to get it?" Xian smiled. "I'm all ears." Lady Tang was silent for a moment. "It's from the fifth dimension." Xian asked, "What else?" Lady Tang looked at Yi Xian. Isn't that enough? Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he shook his head. You guys really scared me. A fifth dimension item, clearly, these people's understanding of the world prison pagoda was that it came from the fifth dimension. Other than that, they didn't know anything else. Lady Tang suddenly said, Young Master Yi obviously knows more than me. Why don't you tell me? How should I address Lady Tang? Yi Xian asked. It's really rude to keep calling you that. Lady Tang looked at Yi Xian. Tang Qing. Tang Qing. Yi Xian said seriously, it's a good name. The word Qing is extraordinary. There's a saying in ancient times, the blue sky, the white clouds, the moon on earth, shining alone on the mountains and rivers for 10,000 suns. This blue character. Tang Qing suddenly said, Young Master Yi, are you really a swordsman? Yi Xian looked at Tang Qing. Of course. Tang Qing shook his head. Why do I feel like you don't look like a swordsman at all? On the contrary, I think you're more like a lowly cultivator. Really lowly, I'm not joking. Yi Xian was speechless. Tang Qing picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then she said, Young Master Yi, please introduce me to that treasure. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up. Why don't you go in and take a look yourself, Miss Tang? Go in myself. Tang Qing narrowed her eyes. At this moment, the hall suddenly became very quiet. A moment later, Tang Qing shook her head and smiled. Young Master Yi, aren't you afraid that I'll go in and take it away? Yi Xian said seriously, I'm not afraid, because I believe in Miss Tang's character. Tang Qing looked straight at Yi Xian. I'm afraid, because I'm afraid that I won't be able to come out after I go in. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Tang doesn't believe in my character? Tang Qing nodded. I really don't. Yi Xian was speechless. Tang Qing said seriously, Young Master Yi, you're a smart person. I don't want to beat around the bush with you. My Tang clan will not give up on the treasure you have. Not only my Tang clan, but there are also many unknown forces who are eyeing it. Young Master Yi, leaving this treasure on you is a scourge to you. Do you know that? Yi Xian nodded. I know. Tang Qing stared at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi is not a stupid person. You've been keeping this treasure for so long. It's not because you're greedy, but for some other reason. Yi Xian smiled. An illusory Xiao Ta suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Seeing this illusory Xiao Ta, Tang Qing's eyes narrowed. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Tang, this is the treasure you want. Tang Qing looked at the Xiao Ta. She slowly clenched her right hand, but then loosened it. What do you mean, Young Master Yi? Yi Xian said seriously, Miss Tang, I can tell you that if this treasure falls into your hands, it will bring disaster to your Tang clan. Do you believe me? Tang Qing shook her head. You know nothing about my Tang clan's strength. Yi Xian smiled. You know nothing about this pagoda's abilities and dangers. Tang Qing looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian put away the prison pagoda and said, Miss Tang, do you know what happened in the never-ending starfield that day? Tang Qing said, I know Daoyi a little. Yi Xian smiled. Then do you know why the Astral Lord did not dare to go to the never-ending starfield that day? Tang Qing looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian said, Miss Tang, anyone who wants this pagoda will not have a good ending. To be honest, I might not have a good ending in the future. But now, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. I can't give it to you. Tang Qing frowned. Why? Yi Xian smiled and did not speak. Tang Qing's expression changed. It has already recognized you as its master. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Tang Qing said in a low voice, if I want this treasure, I must kill you first. Yi Xian said, yes. Tang Qing looked at Yi Xian. Why are you telling me so much? Yi Xian smiled. I want to make you give up on the idea of taking the treasure. Tang Qing shook her head. Impossible. Even if I give up, my Tang clan will send someone else. Besides, Young Master Yi, even if I believe you, my Tang clan will not allow this pagoda to fall into the hands of other factions, such as the Order Alliance or the demons. Yi Xian smiled. What do you plan to do next, Miss Tang? Tang Qing smiled. Prepare to watch the show. Yi Xian frowned. At this time, Tang Qing said, Young Master Yi, as you said, the treasure you have isn't simple. Of course, you aren't simple either. As such, I have issued a bounty for you in my name. Anyone who can kill you will be rewarded with 3 divine artifacts and 5 million divine crystals. Not only that, I have also revealed your whereabouts. Right now, there should be a lot of people gathered outside the city lord's mansion. Yi Xian was silent. Tang Qing continued, Young Master Yi, don't think about making a move against me. If you kill me, the people sent by the Tang clan might not use such a gentle method. Moreover, Young Master Yi, you can't kill me. If I were you, I would immediately escape because the Order Alliance's experts should be on their way. Not only them, but the demon's experts might also arrive soon. Yi Xian stood up and gave Tang Qing a thumbs up. Good plan, Miss Tang. Tang Qing looked straight at Yi Xian and smiled. Compared to Young Master Yi, I'm still far inferior. You played with my Tang clan and the sword sect in the palm of your hand. Your intelligence isn't ordinary. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. Tang Qing smiled coldly, and her body suddenly turned illusory. Not only her, but the space around her also turned illusory. Obviously, she wanted to teleport away through this space. She didn't want to fight Yi Xian right now, because it was meaningless, since Yi Xian and the treasure weren't simple. Then she would let Yi Xian fight with others. The Tang clan would watch the show from behind and wait for an opportunity to act. Right at this moment, Tang Qing's expression suddenly changed. Because the space around her suddenly returned to normal, Tang Qing was just about to attack, but a sword was already pressed against her forehead. Tang Qing stared fixedly at Yi Xian. How did you do that? Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all. He just grabbed Tang Qing's shoulder and tossed her into the pagoda. Within the pagoda, Tang Qing looked around vigilantly. She knew that this was probably the treasure. A space of its own, meanwhile, a young girl appeared in front of Tang Qing, and it was Xiao Ling-er. Xiao Ling-er was stunned when she saw Tang Qing, and then she turned around and ran. She vanished in the blink of an eye. But it didn't take long for her to appear in front of Tang Qing again. But this time, there was a sword in her hand. Xiao Ling-er was vigilant as she gazed at Tang Qing. Tang Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. She was just about to attack when a mysterious force suddenly enveloped her. The first level of the Tao Law. As soon as this force appeared, Tang Qing noticed that she was actually unable to move at all. At this moment, Tang Qing's expression finally changed, or it should be said that she was slightly panicked. Only now did she realize that she didn't seem to be able to resist. Tang Qing gradually calmed down. In front of her, Liu Ling-er looked at her warily, outside the pagoda. As soon as Tang Qing vanished, Lu Shibai suddenly walked in. He looked at Yi Xian and asked, Where's Miss Tang? Yi Xian smiled. Miss Tang asked me not to tell her. Lu Shibai's eyes narrowed slightly. Young Master Yi, it's best that you tell her. Yi Xian walked over to Lu Shibai and smiled. City Governor Lu, this is a secret between me and Miss Lu. Lu Shibai looked Yi Xian in the eye. What if I insist on young Master Yi telling me? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Who do you think you are? As soon as he finished speaking, a flying sword suddenly slashed towards the right. Hiss, in the blink of an eye, a bloody head fell from the space on the right. At this moment, Lu Shibai had already retreated outside the hall. In his eyes, there was a trace of fear. As Yi Xian walked out of the hall, Lu Shibai suddenly said, Do you know what you're doing? Yi Xian smiled. It's none of your business. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared outside the city governor's mansion. Beside Lu Shibai, an old man suddenly appeared. Young master, do you want to keep him here? Lu Shibai shook his head. No. Even if we keep him here, it's meaningless. Killing him would only make things worse. Moreover, we can't kill him. The old man said in a deep voice, Could it be that this person did something to that Miss Tang? Lu Shibai shook his head. Go inform the Tang clan experts outside the city. As for the rest, let them handle it themselves. The old man nodded slightly and turned to leave. Yi Xian did not leave in stealth because he had to cause trouble. The bigger the trouble he caused, the safer Yi Ling and the others in Divine Martial City would be. He had to attract the hatred. Yi Xian swaggered out of the city governor's mansion. At the entrance, he glanced around. There were many powerful auras in the dark. Yixian suddenly laughed. I am Yixian. I am right here. Come, please do me. At the entrance of the city governor's mansion, Yixian's thunderous laughter reverberated through the sky. At this moment, almost the entire Order City heard his voice. In the city governor's mansion, Lu Shibai looked at Yixian with a solemn expression. This Yixian was either overconfident in himself or a lunatic. At this moment, an angry roar resounded from outside the city governor's mansion. Little brat, don't be so arrogant. Grandpa will deal with you. As the voice resounded, a man suddenly appeared above Yixian's head. He was about to attack when a sword light suddenly shot up from the ground in an arc pist. In the air, the man's head flew off and blood splattered. The head fell to the ground and landed right beside Yixian's feet. Yixian kicked the head away and raised his head to look at the sky. He laughed loudly, too weak. Show me something stronger. The surroundings quietened down and no one attacked again. No one dared, because the expert that Yixian killed in an instant was a sage, and a Saint Realm powerhouse had been killed in seconds just like that. At this moment, Yixian suddenly walked towards the outside of the city. Along the way, no one stopped him. However, there were some powerful auras around him. In next to no time, Yixian arrived at the city gate. At this moment, there were 39 people standing outside the city gate. The person in the lead was the Tang clan Zhuelao, and behind him were all the Tang clan's armored cavalry. If the Order Alliance did not interfere, this lineup was enough to trample the entire Order City. Zhuelao stared at Yixian. What did you do to eldest miss? Yixian smiled. Miss Tang and I have already pledged to marry each other. Zhuelao, from now on, we are a family. Zhuelao was furious. Bulsh *T, U. At this moment, Tang Qing suddenly appeared beside Yixian. At this moment, Tang Qing's cultivation base had been sealed. This was not done by the prison pagoda, but by the 6th floor. In the prison pagoda could seal Tang Qing, but after coming out, the prison pagoda couldn't. However, as long as they entered the pagoda, the 6th floor could make a move. However, outside the pagoda, the 6th floor couldn't make a move. According to his words, he didn't want to attract the attention of the Tendo of the 4th dimension. No matter what, whoever entered the pagoda would be out of luck. Yixian walked to Tang Qing's side, his left hand wrapped around Tang Qing's waist. He said with a smile, Zhuelao, go back and tell my future father-in-law that Qing and I are truly in love. Tell him not to break us up. I don't want others to laugh at me. Zhuelao flew into a rage. Yixian suddenly said, Qing is already pregnant. Tell my future father-in-law that once the child is born, we will go back to see him. And that treasure will be my, Yixian's, betrothal gift. Elder Zhuelao was trembling in anger. He still wanted to say something, but Yixian had already disappeared with Tang Qing. Just as Zhuelao was about to chase, Tang Qing's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, don't chase. Zhuelao stopped. The expression on his face was extremely unsightly. In the darkness, many experts were dumbfounded. This Yixian was Tang clan's son-in-law, and that treasure was already given to Tang clan as a betrothal gift. What was going on? Some people believed it, some didn't. No matter what, the situation had become even more complicated. Some experts who wanted to fight Yixian had already started to hesitate, some even temporarily gave up on fighting Yixian. They were prepared to wait and see. Of course, there were some people who felt that something was wrong, but they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Inside the city lord's mansion, the old man beside Lu Shibai said in a deep voice, this Tang Qing is being controlled. Lu Shibai nodded. This Yixian isn't simple. The old man was about to speak, but at this moment, Lu Shibai suddenly looked towards the sky. The Order Alliance's people are here. Unfortunately, they are a bit late. Just as he finished speaking, several experts suddenly appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion. Outside Order City, in a mountain range thousands of miles away, Yixian found a waterfall. He sat beside the pool. Not far from him was Tang Qing. Tang Qing looked at Yixian. You want to shift the attention of the world to my Tang clan? Yixian nodded. Tang Qing said indifferently, some brainless people believe you, but do you think those with brains will believe you? Yixian smiled. It's enough that your people don't find trouble with me for the time being. Or rather, it's enough that they find trouble with me. And everyone else. Tang Qing squinted his eyes. You are attracting hatred, hoping that everyone's attention will be focused on you. This way, no one will care about your sister in Divine Martial City. Yixian smiled, not saying anything. Tang Qing glanced at Yixian. She walked to Yixian's side, sat down, and placed her feet in the river, gently floating with the water. Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground. He didn't care about Tang Qing, the current her couldn't escape. The restriction on the 6th floor, unless it was an expert above Dao realm, couldn't be broken. Even those above Dao realm might not be able to break it. Tang Qing suddenly asked, who placed the restriction on me? Yixian smiled, a senior. Tang Qing squinted his eyes, the rumored person behind you. Yixian shook his head, no, a senior who was originally in this pagoda. Tang Qing frowned, your pagoda, there are people imprisoned? Yixian nodded, yes. Tang Qing said in a deep voice, how strong are they? Yixian smiled, if they come out, it shouldn't be a problem to destroy your Tang clan. Tang Qing shook her head, you don't know anything about my Tang clan. Yixian thought for a moment, and then asked in his heart, Senior, with your strength, can you destroy this Tang clan? Let me clarify, this Tang clan should be extremely strong. The 6th person was silent for a moment, and then he said, am I very weak in your heart? Yixian was stunned, and then he shook his head, of course not. The 6th person said, then why are you asking me this question? You just need to understand one thing, I'm imprisoned on the 6th floor, and the experts of the Tang clan are still roaming around outside. Yixian said in a deep voice, Senior, there are still geniuses out there. The 6th person said, of course, but the true experts won't appear in this universe. Yixian was puzzled, why? The 6th person said, because if you go out of this universe, you will be rejected by the Tendo. Do you know what a Tendo is? Tendo? Yixian shook his head, I don't really know. The 6th person said, the spirit of this universe. Yixian asked, is it strong? The 6th person said, not strong, you can go defy the heavens in the future. Yixian's face darkened, like hell I'll believe you. At this moment, Tang Qing suddenly said, that senior is definitely strong, but do you really think he can go against my Tang clan? If he can, why is he holed up in the pagoda? Yixian looked at Tang Qing, Miss Tang, don't test me. Because even if I told you his true strength, you wouldn't believe me. Tang Qing looked at Yixian, tell me, I'll believe you. Yixian smiled, that senior is imprisoned in a treasure of the 5th dimension, Miss Tang Qing, do you think he's simple? Tang Qing fell silent. Yixian shook his head, and didn't say anything else. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and then led Tang Qing into the pagoda. Cultivation, whenever he had time, he would cultivate like a madman, and during this time, his close combat skills had greatly improved. Yixian was cultivating, the Emperor Hound was still sleeping, and Xiao Ling was still working on her spirit fruits. Tang Qing looked at the entire pagoda, and fell into deep thought. In the beginning, before coming into contact with the pagoda, she also felt that it was only a treasure, and couldn't possibly harm the Tang clan. But now, she gradually changed her mind. The feeling this pagoda gave her was terror, extremely terrifying. Intuition told her that the Tang clan couldn't control this pagoda. And for the Tang clan to give up, that was impossible. Tang Qing pondered for a long time, and then she came to the 2nd floor, where Xiao Ling was working on her spirit fruits. Seeing Tang Qing, her expression instantly became alert. Towards humans, apart from Yixian, she was wary of everyone else. Tang Qing smiled, you're planting spirit fruits? Xiao Ling nodded, yes. Tang Qing smiled, why are you following a human? Clearly, she had already recognized Xiao Ling's identity. Xiao Ling blinked, and then said, he's a good person, he won't hurt me. Tang Qing asked, how do you know he's not using you? Xiao Ling looked at Tang Qing, are you trying to sow discord between me? Let me tell you, I won't fall for your trick, unless you chase the 6th floor away from me. Tang Qing narrowed her eyes, is he very powerful? Xiao Ling nodded, and said seriously, very powerful. Tang Qing asked, has he always been here? Xiao Ling looked at Tang Qing, human, are you trying to trick me? Tang Qing, Xiao Ling looked at Tang Qing, if you do me a favor, I'll be tricked by you. Tang Qing, Xiao Ling pointed to the 6th floor, the 6th floor, you help me chase away the guy on the 6th floor, and I'll let you trick me, how about it? Tang Qing shook his head and smiled, I don't have that ability. Xiao Ling spread her hands, then I won't be tricked by you. After saying that, she turned around and continued to play with her spirit fruits. Tang Qing was silent for a moment, then turned and left. Soon, she arrived in front of the Emperor Hound, looked at it, and frowned slightly. After a moment, her expression suddenly changed, You're the legendary guardian beast of the Protoss? The Emperor Hound opened its eyes and looked at Tang Qing, you know me? Seeing the Emperor Hound admit it, Tang Qing's expression became extremely solemn, it's really you. You're also locked here? The Emperor Hound asked, how do you know me? Tang Qing said solemnly, my Tang clan has some records about the Protoss. The Emperor Hound's expression was indifferent, and after a moment, it shook its head slightly and went back to sleep. The glory of the Protoss, after all, had become history. At this time, Tang Qing asked again, why are you here? The Emperor Hound ignored Tang Qing, and Tang Qing didn't continue asking, returning to the first floor of the prison pagoda. Looking at Xian, who was training with the wooden man, Tang Qing fell into deep thought. At this time, Xian's expression suddenly changed, and the next moment, he directly left the prison pagoda. As soon as he left, the space in front of him split open, and a spear pierced through the air, stabbing straight at him. When the spear came, Xian didn't dodge. He took a quick step forward and stabbed with his sword. That sword was as fast as lightning, that sword was as sharp as an awl, bang, the spear and sword shook violently and the two figures retreated rapidly. Soon, Xian stopped. Not far from him stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a tight-fitting robe. He stood ramrod straight and held a spear in his right hand. His eyes were as sharp as knives. The middle-aged man looked coldly at Xian. Where's the young lady? An expert of the Tang clan, Xian smiled. She's fine. Don't worry. The middle-aged man looked coldly at Xian. Xian, I heard that you're a young talent. I didn't expect you to use a woman as a hostage. That's not what a man would do. Xian said indifferently, I heard that the Tang clan is a great clan. I didn't expect you to send dozens of Dao realm experts to deal with a young man who's not even 20 years old. Is this what a man would do? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. It seems that you won't hand over the young lady. Xian smiled. I won't hand her over. I'll piss you off. The middle-aged man's eyes twitched. His eyes became colder. Then go to hell. As he said that, he was about to attack. However, Xian turned around and ran. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dense forest. The middle-aged man's face changed. He stomped his right foot and dashed into the forest. However, when he entered the forest, Xian had disappeared. The middle-aged man gripped his spear tightly in his right hand. He was extremely vigilant. Before he came, he already knew about Xian. This person had the strength to kill Dao realm experts. No, he had the ability to kill Dao realm experts in seconds. He couldn't afford to be careless against Xian, especially when it came to Xian, who hid in the dark and assassinated him. The middle-aged man didn't continue to move forward. He started to retreat until he reached the edge of the forest. Then, he used his divine sense to scan the forest in front of him. However, he didn't find anything, and his expression became even more solemn. In the end, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before choosing to leave. Somewhere in the dense forest, Xian frowned slightly. This guy actually didn't want to come in. If the other party came in, he was 90% sure that he could kill him. Of course, he was confident in facing them head-on. However, he couldn't face them head-on because he didn't know how many of them were rushing over. The Tang clan would not challenge him to a duel. Other than the Tang clan, he also needed to be careful of the Order Alliance. Seeing that the middle-aged man refused to enter, Xian turned around and left. After the middle-aged man left, he returned to Order City. In a certain tea house in the city, a middle-aged man sat down. In front of him was an old man, Elder Yuelao. Yuelao looked at the middle-aged man. Failed? The middle-aged man nodded. Yuelao said solemnly, Lin Mook, this person can't be underestimated. The middle-aged man called Lin Mook nodded. I exchanged one move with him. This person's strength has surpassed the Dao realm. Rumor has it that he has many trump cards. If he uses them all, normal Dao realm experts won't be his match. Saying this, he looked at Yuelao. Is the mist still alive? Yuelao shook his head. I don't know. What is the family's attitude? Lin Mook said solemnly, you know that the miss has an engagement with the Qin clan. Once this matter spreads out, the Qin clan and our Tang clan will lose face. Saying this, he hesitated. Yuelao said softly, is there anything you can't tell me? Lin Mook sighed, the Qin clan is worried about their face. I'm afraid they will. Yuelao's eyes narrowed, they dare. Lin Mook shook his head, our Tang clan needs people now. The Qin clan can be considered our right hand. We have to care about their face. Yuelao said solemnly, what is the family's attitude? Lin Mook said, let me find her. If, saying this, he didn't continue. Yuelao's face sank. At this moment, Lin Mook said, the Qin clan might have already sent people out, and their goal, Yuelao said coldly, they wouldn't dare. Lin Mook shook his head, we have to find the miss first. Otherwise, the family might have already acquiesced to the Qin clan. Yuelao suddenly raged, that damned Yixian, he is a hooligan. That night, in the vast mountain range, Yixian leaned against a tree and sat down. In front of him was a bonfire. He had already used chaotic energy to cover the surrounding space. Opposite Yixian was Tang Qing. Yixian was roasting a wild chicken. It was golden and fragrant. Tang Qing suddenly asked, why don't you ask me how he found you? Yixian said, apart from you, there is no one else. Tang Qing looked at Yixian, then you're just going to let it go like this? Yixian smiled, I don't care what method you use to inform your Tang clan's experts. I'll give you another chance. You have a second chance, but not a third. Tang Qing lightly said, bringing me along will only make your situation more troublesome. Yixian shook his head, with or without you, my situation will become very troublesome. Tang Qing looked at Yixian, young Master Yi, your wisdom is outstanding. If you are willing to give up that treasure, Yixian smiled and said, Miss Tang Qing, firstly, although this treasure doesn't belong to me, it is indeed mine for now. Don't you think it's a little too far-fetched for you to claim that it's for my own good by snatching something that belongs to me? Second, I've told you before, it's not that I don't want to give it up, but that it is one with me. If I want to give it up, it won't be willing. Tang Qing looked at Yixian, then what do you plan to do? Become enemies with the entire world? Yixian shook his head, this isn't what I want. But if the entire world wants to become my enemy, then I have no choice. If I have to kill, then I have to kill. If I have to run, then I have to flee. Tang Qing's eyelids twitched, are you crazy? Can you kill my Tang clan? Can you kill the Order Alliance? Can you kill the Demon clan? Yixian spread his hands, then what do you think I should do? Surrender? I beg you to let me off this time. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to give up the World Prison Pagoda. Rather, this pagoda had already followed him and was connected to his divine soul. If this pagoda didn't voluntarily remove its connection with him, then if anything happened to it, he would be the first to die. Moreover, this was Yixian's item. Why would he hand it over? Moreover, if he handed it over, would they let him off? No, these people wouldn't let him off. The more he knelt, the faster he would die. Now that he had the pagoda, he had a trump card. At least if he couldn't win, he could perish together with them. Once he handed it over, he could only wait for death. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't hand it over even if he died. Take a risk, take a gamble, everything is possible. Tang Qing looked at Yixian without saying a word. Yixian flicked his finger and a chicken drumstick landed in front of Tang Qing. The latter didn't stand on ceremony and ate it. After Yixian finished eating, he leaned against the tree and asked in his heart, Senior, how can I unlock the 7th level? He couldn't wait to obtain the unparalleled martial art in the 7th level, immeasurable sword. If he could obtain this unparalleled martial art, his ability to protect himself would be greatly enhanced. The 6th person said, Dao La. If you can find the 7th level Dao La, you can enter. Yixian said in a deep voice, if I find the 9th level Dao La, will I be able to enter? The 6th person said, in theory, yes. Yixian was struck dumb. Then he asked, why in theory? The 6th person said, why do you want to open the 9th level? Are you courting death? Yi Xian, the sixth person said, did you forget about the fifth person? Or is it because I'm too easy to talk to that you think that everyone in the pagoda is easy to talk to? Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, he almost forgot about that. Although the sixth person was easy to talk to, Jian Zizai and the fifth person weren't easy to talk to at the beginning, especially the fifth person. He almost killed him. The seventh person said, walk the path you're walking on. The sixth floor continued, walk the path you're walking on. As he said that, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Tang Qing. Miss Tang, are there any differences in the Dao realm? He realized that he had met some Dao realm experts, but among them, there were weak and strong ones. He realized that he had met some Dao realm experts. But among these Dao realm experts, there were some who were weak and some who were really strong. Tang Qing glanced at Yi Xian. You don't know? Tang Qing said, Dao realm is divided into 3 types, beginning Dao, knowing Dao, and proving Dao. Beginning Dao is to know the existence of Dao, and knowing Dao is to have a certain understanding of Dao. Proving Dao is to have a good understanding. The Genesis Dao is to know the existence of the Dao, and this first knowledge is to have a certain understanding of the Dao, and this Dao validation is to have more or less understood. Beginning Dao is to know the existence of Dao, and knowing Dao is to have a certain understanding of it. Proving Dao is to have a good understanding of it. Tang Qing said, those who came this time are all at the Genesis Dao realm. However, their strength isn't something that the Genesis Dao realm experts outside can compare to. Tang Qing said, our Tang clan cavalry is divided into 3 types, proving Dao realm cavalry, beginning Dao realm cavalry, and above that. She looked at Yi Xian. 3 different levels of Tang clan cavalry. This woman was telling him how strong the Tang clan was. Yi Xian asked, what level are Mu Fengchen and Wu Wen from the sword sect? Tang Qing said, knowing Dao realm. Yi Xian asked, what about Yu Wuchen? Tang Qing said, he's still knowing Dao realm. Yi Xian frowned, but his strength far surpasses Wu Wen and Mu Fengchen. Tang Qing said, because he has another identity, the extraordinary sword saint. The extraordinary sword saint is equivalent to the Dao validation realm. If he attains the Dao validation realm and is an extraordinary sword saint, then he can even easily surmount realms to kill experts above the Dao validation realm. An extraordinary sword saint, Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Tang, what level do you think he is in the sword Dao? He was a great sword immortal before this, but he didn't know what level he was at now. Tang Qing glanced at Yi Xian, cheap sword saint. Extraordinary cheap sword saint. Yi Xian was taken aback, and then he said, am I considered a transcendent sword saint? Tang Qing nodded, yes. Even Yu Wuchen isn't a match for you at the same level. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Also, I want tickets. Yi Xian's face darkened. How could he not hear Tang Qing's sarcasm? Yi Xian didn't want to argue with her. He leaned against the tree and asked, Miss Tang, why did the sword sect and Wu Yuan decline to this extent? In the observed world, the sword sect and Wu Yuan were as famous as the Order Alliance and the Tang clan. But now, the strength of the sword sect and the martial institution wasn't just a little bit inferior to the Tang clan. Tang Qing shook her head. That's because you don't know when they were at their peak. When the sword sect was at its peak, who dared to disrespect them? At that time, there were more than 30 transcendent sword saints in their sect. Back then, there was an incident where the sacred son of the demon race killed a disciple of the sword sect. After that, 16 transcendent sword sages charged into the demon race's hinterlands, forcing the demon race to execute that sword sect disciple. Yi Xian frowned. The demon race didn't dare to fight? Tang Qing said calmly, how? You don't know how terrifying 30 transcendent sword saints were. When they joined forces, they could destroy the world. Moreover, the sect master of the sword sect was unfathomable. In addition, they were on the same side as Wu Yuan. How could they fight? I'm afraid they couldn't kill the demon race. Yi Xian nodded slightly and asked, what about Wu Yuan? Tang Qing said in a deep voice, when Wu Yuan was at its peak, a super genius appeared in Wu Yuan. His name was Zhou Yafu. When this person was around, Wu Yuan was at its peak. This person was invincible. He looked for people to fight every day. First, he fought with the demon king of the demon race. Then, he fought with the Tang clan master. Finally, he fought with the Order Alliance's Star Lord. Speaking up to this point, she paused and said, he even won. Yi Xian was speechless. Tang Qing said, at that time, he alone was enough to block a magnificent army, and that time could also be said to be the peak period of the martial arts institution. Yi Xian asked, is Zhou Yafa still coding? Tang Qing said softly, I don't know. I only know that he went to the Eastern Wasteland domain in the end. He probably went to the Divine Kingdom. As for whether he was beaten to death or went somewhere else, I don't know. Yi Xian frowned. Is a Divine Kingdom very powerful? Tang Qing was silent. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Tang Qing suddenly said, back then, he almost unified the myriad worlds. Do you think he's amazing? Yi Xian said, I know about this. I think it was stopped by that Star Lord back then? Tang Qing said softly, I'm afraid only the Divine Kingdom and the Star Lord know what happened at that time. At this point, she wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian asked, what's wrong? Tang Qing glanced at Yi Xian, fine, I'm afraid I won't be able to live for long anyway, so there's nothing I can't say. Do you know why there were so few records about the Divine Nation and the Star Lord after that? Yi Xian shook his head. Tang Qing said, because the Star Lord died in battle. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, died? Tang Qing nodded. He died a terrible death. His body is still hanging in the Eastern Wasteland domain's God Burial Plain. This is also a disgrace to the Alliance of Order. Everyone in the Alliance of Order wants to bring back their ancestor's body. Yi Xian frowned. No, if the Star Lord was defeated, why would the Divine Kingdom retreat? Tang Qing looked at Yi Xian. This has something to do with you. Yi Xian was stunned. Something to do with me? What? Tang Qing said in a low voice, this treasure of yours first appeared in the God Burial Plain and disappeared in the end. Therefore, my ancestor speculated that the Divine Kingdom's retreat might have something to do with this treasure of yours. But as for the specific reason, we are not sure. It had something to do with this tower? Yi Xian shook his head. The tower couldn't speak or it would know what had happened. The great god and the others on the second floor were locked up and in a deep sleep. They must not know what had happened. No, someone knew what had happened, the girl in the plain dress, she wasn't locked up, this plainly dressed woman definitely knew what had happened back then, Tang Qing added, no matter what, the future generations should remember Gu Tadian. If it wasn't for him, the world would be under the Divine Kingdom's rule. Yi Xian smiled. Maybe it's not a bad thing? Tang Qing shook his head. It's definitely a bad thing. Those who are conquered won't be treated well. Moreover, once they are unified, they won't have any enemies. At that time, it will be a disaster for those who are ruled. Yi Xian nodded. You're right. He then looked at Tang Qing. Miss Tang, what about the Tang clan's peak? Tang Qing said, the first was 1,000 years ago, when the Tang clan's most outstanding clan master appeared. The second is now. Yi Xian was puzzled, but Tang Qing said, I can't tell you that. Yi Xian nodded. Okay, I won't ask. Tang Qing said, in fact, the Sword Sect and Wu Yuan didn't decline because of their internal problems. Of course, it had nothing to do with their internal problems in the beginning. Every force has its peak and weak moments, but they didn't stabilize themselves when they were weak. Not only that, but they also consumed each other. Just like this time, they wasted their greatest trump card, the ancestor's avatar, for the sake of internal strife. She shook her head. If they hadn't wasted the ancestor's soul, I wouldn't have attacked the Sword Sect. The reason why they have fallen to such a state is because their decision-makers made stupid decisions one after another. At this point, she looked at Yi Xian. One more thing, and that is the utilization of talents. You will never know how much our clan values talents. As long as you are talented, no matter who you are, where you were born, or where you came from, we will value you. Of course, nothing is more important than the clan's interests. However, if your development is in line with the clan's interests, the clan will nurture you at all costs. Not only that, as long as you are strong and beneficial to the clan, even a woman can become the clan master. In the history of the Tang clan, there have been 9 female clan masters. Here, we don't discriminate. Even if you are an illegitimate child, as long as you are capable, the position of crown prince will immediately be yours. that clan master left behind a message. Yixian asked, what message? Tang Qing looked at Yixian. If you are capable, you can do it. Yixian, if you are capable, you can do it. Yixian was silent. At this moment, he was still a little shocked. There was a reason why such a large clan was so powerful. At this moment, he thought of the Qingqing Yi clan. Back then, those elders of the Yi clan only cared about their own interests. In front of them, the clan's interests were nothing. Just like that great elder. In order to let his grandson ascend the position, he could be said to be unscrupulous. Tang Qing didn't say anything else. She leaned against a tree and quietly ate the chicken drumstick in her hand. Not far away, Yixian also didn't say anything else. He took out a wooden figure. This wooden figure was Yi Ling. Yixian gently stroked the wooden figure. He wondered how that lass was doing now. Not far away, Tang Qing looked at Yixian and fell into deep thought. No matter what the outcome of Yixian's scheme was, she knew that it wouldn't end well for her. As a member of the Tang clan, she had a lot of resources, but also a lot of helplessness. In short, the clan's interests were paramount. For the clan's interests, even the clan master could be sacrificed. What more her? A moment later, Tang Qing slowly closed her eyes. The surroundings were silent. Wu Yuan. In a cave, Yi Ling sat cross-legged on a praying mat. The aura around her was getting stronger. Outside the cave was Wu Wen and all the Dao realm experts in Wu Yuan. After An Lanqiu broke through, it was now Yi Ling's turn. Moreover, Yi Ling was also trying to break through to the Dao realm. Once Yi Ling succeeded, Wu Yuan would have 2 young Dao realm experts. No, 4, because even Wan Li and Mo Xia already showed signs of breaking through to the Dao realm. Monsters, the 4 most monstrous people in Wu Yuan. Once all 4 of them successfully entered the Dao realm, it had to be said that the entire Wu Yuan was excited. Because Wu Yuan had been quiet for too long, in time, the martial arts institution would be able to return to its peak. Of course, they were nervous as well because they were afraid of being suppressed by the Order Alliance, Tang Clan, and the Demon Race. Now that Wu Yuan had lost its strongest trump card, if those people were to act against Wu Yuan, then Wu Yuan would be in an extremely dangerous situation. At the entrance to the cave, Qin Shan suddenly appeared by Wu Wen's side. There's news of him. Wu Wen gazed at Qin Shan, and the latter spoke in a low voice. He kidnapped the eldest young miss of the Tang clan in Order City. The experts of the Tang clan are looking for him now. Moreover, according to what I know, the experts of Order City are looking for him as well. Wu Wen's expression eased up slightly when he heard this. Yixian keeping these powers busy was naturally great news for Wu Yuan. Moreover, the longer they could keep him busy, the better. Wu Wen fell silent for a moment before he asked, how is he now? Qin Shan shook his head. His whereabouts are unknown. However, he might show himself again. When he spoke up to hear, he hesitated for a moment before he said, if he doesn't show himself, then no one will be able to do anything to him. All of them were aware of Yixian's concealment technique, and if Yixian kept fleeing and concealing himself, then no one would be able to do anything to him. Wu Wen shook his head. He won't. As he spoke, he gazed at the nearby cave. If he does that, then those hostile powers will target Yi Ling. So, he won't conceal himself. Qin Shan sighed softly. He's actually quite loyal. Wu Wen nodded. He really is. However, no matter if it's my Wu Yuan or the Sword Sect, we can't let him live. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked towards the horizon. I hope he's blessed by the heavens. Qin Shan nodded lightly. I hope so. Order City. Within the mountain range, Tang Qing who was leaning on a tree suddenly opened her eyes, and she looked at Yixian who was nearby. You might be in big trouble. Yixian furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean? Tang Qing looked straight at Yixian. Order Alliance has already invited Liang Dao sect, and your whereabouts will soon be known by them. Yixian said in a deep voice, my concealment technique is very powerful. Tang Qing shook her head. As long as you haven't surpassed this tendo, you won't be able to hide. Just as Yixian was about to speak, the voice from the 6th floor suddenly sounded. Kid, someone is calculating you. Yixian was stunned. What do you mean? The 6th floor said, calculating. This person is quite skilled. Oh. I should remind you to run. Run. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Chapter 7, I have no other requests except for monthly votes and subscriptions. Today is double monthly votes. If I tip 1 monthly vote, I will get 2 monthly votes, and so on. Monthly votes. All readers who come to Zongheng to subscribe and support me. A small subscription is the biggest support for me. Today, 5 readers will be selected to send physical books. These are the last 5 books, and also the last draw. Thank you to all readers. Monthly votes, subscriptions, support, please love me. Run. As soon as the voice on the 6th floor faded away, Yi Xian got up and disappeared with Tang Qing. At the instant when Yi Xian disappeared, an old man suddenly appeared on the scene. The old man wore a green robe, held a tortoise shell in his left hand, a string of copper coins in his right, and a pair of straw sandals on his feet. As soon as the old man landed on the ground, a black-robed old man appeared by his side. The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice, "Heavenly Masterly, did they escape?" Heavenly Masterly glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly, "He knows we're coming. He's not simple." The black-robed old man nodded, "According to our information, he really isn't simple." Heavenly Masterly's eyes narrowed, "I suspect he's being guided by an expert." An expert? The black-robed old man frowned, "An expert?" Heavenly Masterly nodded, "He's so young, so it's impossible for him to see through the old man's divination technique. There's only one explanation, someone saw through it and told him." The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice, "Can Heavenly Masterly divine the other party?" Heavenly Masterly pondered for a moment, and then he said, "Let the old man give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, his right palm trembled lightly, and the string of copper coins in his hand suddenly flew out. The copper coins fell to the ground in a messy mess. Heavenly Masterly looked at the copper coins on the ground, and then his right fingers started moving. Gradually, the copper coins in front of him started moving, and the space around him started trembling as if something was moving, a few thousand kilometers away. The voice of the 6th person suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind, "Stop." Yi Xian immediately stopped. The 6th person said, "Someone's divining you." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "What should we do?" The 6th person said, "Enter the pagoda." Yi Xian asked, "So they can't divine me?" The 6th person said, "Of course. If they could divine this lousy pagoda, would they still be living in this lousy place?" Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly, and then he hurriedly entered the pagoda. The moment Yi Xian entered the world prison pagoda, Heavenly Masterly, who was thousands of miles away in the mountain range, suddenly frowned. The black-robed elder hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Heavenly Masterly looked into the distance and frowned. "Strange." "How strange?" Feng Xiyuan could still detect the trace of this person's aura, but at this moment, it suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated. The black-robed old man said in a deep voice, "Why is it like this?" Heavenly Masterly looked at the copper coins on the ground. At that moment, all the copper coins had stopped. Heavenly Teacherly said softly, "There are only 2 possibilities. The first is that he's dead, and his soul has been destroyed, completely disappearing. The second is that he used something to conceal himself and has already jumped out of this world." The black-robed old man said in a low voice, "The second." Heavenly Masterly nodded. "This person is not simple." As he spoke, he looked into the distance and said softly, "Of course, if he appears, I will know him at the first possible moment." The black-robed old man said, "Heavenly Masterly, don't leave me during this period of time. Yi Xian is too strong, and he's especially skilled in the art of assassination. Even a Dao realm expert would find it difficult to resist his assassination." Heavenly Masterly said with a smile, "Will he come to kill me?" The black-robed old man was just about to speak when Heavenly Masterly's pupils suddenly constricted. He turned around, opened his palm, and a copper coin blocked the space between his brows, and at the space between his brows, a sword had appeared out of nowhere. However, this sword just happened to be blocked by the copper coin. The black-robed old man reacted extremely quickly and blasted his palm forward. Bang, rumble, the space in front of the 2 of them trembled. At the same time, a figure retreated explosively. It was Yi Xian who retreated explosively. The black-robed old man was just about to attack again when Heavenly Masterly suddenly said, "This is an illusion." As soon as he said that, he opened his right palm and quickly wrote a word with his left hand. Then, he gently pressed his right hand forward. Break! As soon as he said that, the space in front of the two of them suddenly became illusory, but it quickly returned to normal. At this moment, Xian was no longer there. Heavenly Masterly said softly, "This concealment technique is really amazing." The black-robed old man's expression was somewhat ugly. Just now, Xian had actually attacked in front of him. He looked at Heavenly Masterly. "Heavenly Master, can you find his whereabouts?" Heavenly Masterly shook his head. "Not at the moment." The black-robed old man frowned slightly and was puzzled. "Why?" Heavenly Masterly said softly, "That sword strike of his just now wasn't really to kill me, but to break my chi. There's an expert behind this person." As he said that, he suddenly became somewhat excited. "Alright, let's let the old man fight with him. Let's return to the city. I'm going to set up a formation." As soon as he said that, he turned and left. The black-robed old man also turned and left. Not long after the two of them left, Xian suddenly appeared in the field. His expression was somewhat solemn. That Heavenly Masterly didn't seem like a weakling at all, as the sixth person said. The other party's divination technique did have some skill. Right now, his greatest advantage was that he could hide in the dark. Once he lost this advantage, his situation would become very bad. At this moment, the sixth person suddenly said, "Does he want to fight me?" Hearing that, Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "How could he be a match for you, senior?" The sixth person said, "Don't even think about fighting me. I won't fight, and I can't fight." Xian was speechless. The sixth person said, "This divination technique is a rather evil secret technique. Even in my era, it was relatively rare. The most powerful thing about it is that it can borrow the earth eye, the heaven eye, and the eye of all things. That person, Feng Xiyuan, can already borrow the earth eye, and knows how to calculate with his fingers and the tortoise-shell divination technique. Although your chaos was strong enough before, it couldn't cut off your fate and karma. This divination and calculation is using your fate and karma to find you." Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I still don't quite understand." The sixth person said, "It's normal. The art of divination is mysterious, and ordinary people can't understand it." Xian asked, "Senior, how should I deal with it?" The sixth person said, "That's your problem." Xian was speechless. The sixth person said again, "I'm going to rest for a while. If I'm fast, I'll wake up in half a month. If I'm slow, I'll wake up in half a year. I hope you're still alive when I wake up. Take care." Xian hurriedly said, "Senior, I have another question." However, there was no response. Xian's face darkened. This guy was sleeping at a time like this. What the hell? How was he going to deal with Heavenly Masterly? After a moment of silence, Xian turned around and left. He didn't choose to continue running. Instead, he walked toward Order City. It wasn't his style to keep hiding. Soon, Xian returned to Order City. As soon as he arrived, he felt a powerful energy wave. Xian followed the energy wave and soon arrived in front of an altar in the center of the city. On the altar, Heavenly Masterly was fiddling with something. Seeing Heavenly Masterly, Xian frowned slightly. Clearly, he was setting up a formation to deal with him. In the dark, Xian looked around. There was no one around except for the black-robed elder who followed Heavenly Masterly. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to believe that there was only one expert. Xian quietly retreated. On the altar, Heavenly Masterly was holding a wooden sword and gesturing something. In front of him was a sand table. In the sand table, the sand suddenly began to tremble. Beside him, the black-robed elder crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. However, his divine sense was constantly covering the surroundings. Of course, he hoped that Xian would appear. If Xian appeared, he could save himself a lot of trouble. On the altar, Heavenly Masterly suddenly pointed the wooden sword in front of him. "Appear." As soon as he said that, his face instantly turned pale. And in the sand table, a figure quietly appeared. Not only that, but the surrounding environment was also displayed. Although it was a little blurry, it was getting clearer. The black-robed elder stared at the sand table. he knew that the sand table would soon show Xian's position. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, they could rush over in an instant. At that time, Xian wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Soon, Xian's appearance and the surrounding environment on the sand table became clearer. The black-robed elder stared at the sand table. Heavenly Master Li's face became even paler. Not only that, but cold sweat also flowed down. And at this moment, there was a sudden change. The appearance of Xian that appeared on the sand table suddenly disappeared. Heavenly Master Li and the black-robed elder were directly stunned. But what shocked them even more was that the surrounding spiritual energy was all gone. Not only the surrounding area, but the entire orderly city's spiritual energy had actually disappeared completely. What's going on? The black-robed elder suddenly swept his gaze around, his face full of confusion. Heavenly Master Li also frowned, his face full of confusion. Without spiritual energy, his formation would naturally lose its effect, but the problem was, why was there no spiritual energy? Moreover, the entire orderly city's spiritual energy had disappeared. How was that possible? As the spiritual energy in the orderly city disappeared, the entire orderly city fell into a panic. The sudden disappearance of spiritual energy made many people uncomfortable. Because without spiritual energy, what could they do with the little bit of spiritual energy in their bodies? It was gone after releasing a martial arts technique. In front of the altar, Heavenly Master Li suddenly said in a deep voice, "It might be Xian's doing." The black-robed elder looked at Heavenly Master Li, and the latter said, "No, he definitely doesn't have the ability to do so. It must be the person behind him." As he spoke, he looked at the black-robed elder. Has the Order Alliance found out about the background of the person behind him? The Order Alliance shook their head. Only the Star Lord knows about Dao Yi, but he didn't tell us. Heavenly Master Li frowned slightly, and he thought to himself, Xian is clearly not simple. If we continue to do this to Xian, it's very likely that we'll lose both myself and the Liang Dao sect. Meanwhile, the black-robed elder suddenly said, "Don't worry, Heavenly Master Li. Our Order Alliance will deal with Xian and the person behind him. Heavenly Master Li just needs to find his whereabouts." Heavenly Master Li shook his head. There's no spiritual energy, and setting up a formation requires a huge amount of spiritual energy. The black-robed elder said, "We'll provide divine crystals." Heavenly Master Li shook his head. This person is too mysterious, and he's not an ordinary person. I'll have to return to the sect and ask my master to see if our Liang Dao sect can deal with Xian. The black-robed elder's face instantly darkened. Fuck, you still want to see if you can deal with him? Heavenly Master Li's expression became more serious the more he thought about it. He had only come to return a favor to the Order Alliance. To him, finding someone was naturally a small matter. But from the looks of it, it wasn't that simple. He knew that Xian had a treasure on him, but he didn't know much about Xian. But now, he realized that Xian wasn't simple. He might have an expert behind him. If this continued, he might bring disaster to himself and the sect. He had to first see if this person could be dealt with. Thinking of this, Heavenly Master Li turned around and left. The black-robed elder didn't even stop him. Seeing Heavenly Master Li disappear into the horizon, the black-robed elder's expression was extremely ugly. He really left. The black-robed elder was a bit stunned. Moments later, the black-robed elder turned around and left. Without the Liang Dao sect, if Xian didn't show himself, no one could do anything to him. There was only one way to make the Liang Dao sect continue to act, and that was to get the sect master to agree. Within the Order City, as the spiritual qi disappeared, the entire Order City fell into a state of panic. It should be said that the entire Order City was in chaos. Humans were greedy. Usually, many people hid it well, but once there were no laws or moral restraints, they wouldn't even recognize themselves. But soon, the entire Order City regained its calm. This was because those who took the opportunity to cause trouble were beheaded without any warning and their corpses were thrown onto the streets. In less than 2 hours, the streets of the Order City were piled with over 100 corpses. Among them, there were over a dozen manifestation realm experts. It was truly a bloodbath. In a certain tavern, Yuelao and Lin Mu sat opposite each other. Yuelao said solemnly, "I received news that Heavenly Master Li also failed." Lin Mu looked around. This city's spiritual qi suddenly disappeared. Was he the one who did it? Yuelao nodded, "Yes. This happened in the Sword Sect too." Lin Mu frowned. How did he do it? Yu Lao shook his head. I don't know, Lin Mu said solemnly. The family has sent a message. Yu Lao hurriedly asked, what does the family mean? Lin Mu said, the Qin family has asked the family to cancel the engagement. Yu Lao flew into a rage. How dare they? Lin Mu shook his head. The Qin family's explanation is that the miss has fallen into the hands of that Yixian. Even if she doesn't die, her innocence will be ruined. Thus, they want to cancel the engagement. Yu Lao said in a low voice, clan head has already agreed? Lin Mu nodded. Also, pass down the order that if the eldest miss has already perished, then avenge her at all costs. But if she hasn't perished, at this point, he didn't continue. Yu Lao stood up, I'll make a trip back to the clan. Lin Mu shook his head. It is already a foregone conclusion. Yu Lao's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Wuliang Mountain. The Wuliang Mountain was located in the northern wasteland domain, hundreds of thousands of miles away from the City of Order. The Wuliang Mountain was 9,900 meters tall. If one looked down, the entire mountain seemed to be standing in the endless starry sky, and one could reach out and pluck the stars. After returning to the immeasurable mountain, Heavenly Masterly went straight to the immeasurable hall. Inside the hall, Heavenly Masterly bowed slightly to the old man. Master. The old man wore a hemp robe and his beard was so long that it could touch the ground. This person was the current sect master of the Liangdao sect, Mo Wuliang. Mo Wuliang said, you came for that Yixian? Heavenly Masterly nodded. Yes. Disciple couldn't find this person's whereabouts even with the tortoise shell technique and the earth-finding array. I'm afraid there is an expert behind this person, so I came to ask Master if this Yixian can be offended by my Liangdao sect. Mo Wuliang shook his head. I won't interfere in this matter. Heavenly Masterly frowned. Master, who is behind this Yixian? Mo Wuliang stood up and walked to the entrance of the hall. He looked up at the starry sky and said softly, no matter who it is, it's someone we can't afford to offend. Heavenly Masterly said in a low voice, so strong? Mo Wuliang said indifferently, if he isn't strong, then how can Yixian live until now with the treasure? And that treasure, although it is the world's treasure, it is also the world's #1 disaster. Heavenly Masterly asked, my Liangdao sect won't participate? Mo Wuliang was silent. Heavenly Masterly asked again, Master, are you hesitating? Mo Wuliang shook his head. Not at all. In terms of martial strength, my Liangdao sect can't even compare to the Sword sect, and the Sword sect was almost exterminated because of this treasure. How would I dare to be greedy? What I'm worried about is that my Liangdao sect doesn't want to participate, but someone is forcing us to participate. At this point, he suddenly raised his head. These bastards are here. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man and a black-robed old man appeared in front of him. Mo Wuliang looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. So it's Protector Qin Tian of the Order Alliance. Qin Tian smiled. Sect head Mo, please don't blame me for disturbing you. Mo Wuliang smiled. Not at all. Come, invite me in. Soon, a group of people entered the hall. In the hall, Qin Tian smiled. Venerable Mo, I won't waste any more time. This time, Sect Head Mo already knows why I'm here, so I hope that Sect Head Mo can help me. Mo Wuliang said solemnly, Protector Qin, this isn't a simple matter. Qin Tian smiled. If Sect Head Mo has any difficulties, please feel free to speak. Mo Wuliang sighed. Protector Qin, you're a straightforward person. The old man won't beat around the bush with you. This divination is equivalent to peeking into the secrets of the heavens, and peeking into the secrets of the heavens comes with a price. If it was an ordinary person, it would naturally be a small matter to the old man. But this Yixian isn't an ordinary person. Even the old man can't help but admire his concealment technique. And to find him, you'll need to pay a huge price. Qin Tian smiled. Sect Head Mo, please speak frankly. Mo Wuliang said. Firstly, the old man needs a large amount of god crystals to set up the array, at least 5 million. Secondly, the old man needs someone to help the old man withstand the heavenly tribulation. Any divination of karma and fate might result in a heavenly tribulation. If there is, the old man needs someone to help him withstand it. Thirdly, and most importantly, the old man needs the Order Alliance to send 3 knowing realm experts to protect my Liang Dao sect. Qin Tian went silent. Mo Wuliang asked again. Does sect head Qin feel troubled? Qin Tian shook his head. If the Order Alliance can do this, can you help us find his whereabouts? Mo Wuliang nodded. Yes. But there's only one chance. After the old man sets up the array, his vitality will be greatly damaged and he will need to rest for a long time. So, if you know where Yixian is, you must capture him. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for at least 2 months. Qin Tian thought for a moment. Sect head Mo only needs to find his whereabouts. We'll handle the rest. With that, he looked at the black-robed old man. Fetch 5 million god crystals for sect head Mo. 5 million god crystals. Even though the black-robed old man was very unwilling, he still chose to get it. 5 million divinity gems was not a small number. After the black-robed old man turned and left, Qin Tian looked at Mo Wuliang. Sect head Mo, rumor has it that you know the secrets of the heavens. Do you think that Yixian is alive or dead? Mo Wuliang shook his head. Guardian Qin, don't joke with the old man. Know the secrets of the heavens? Guardian Qin, do you believe in such nonsense? Qin Tian smiled and didn't say anything. Know the secrets of the heavens, only at his level did he truly understand what the so-called secrets of the heavens were. Who could know the future? At least in his opinion, no one. Could the ancient race powerhouses of the past be any weaker than the people of the present? If they knew the future, how could they have been exterminated? Of course, once one reached a certain level, it was true that they could sense some things in the dark. For example, danger, and the Liang Dao sect's divination was actually using this heaven and earth to find out where Yixian was. It wasn't knowing the future, of course, this method couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, the black-robed old man who left earlier returned. The black-robed old man pointed and a storage ring landed in front of Mo Wuliang. Mo Wuliang glanced at it and kept the storage ring. Please wait outside for a moment. The old man is about to set up an array. When Yixian appears, I will inform the 2 of you. Qin Tian looked straight at Mo Wuliang. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Mo Wuliang said seriously, of course not. But, let me say this first. If you can't catch him, then don't blame the old man. Qin Tian nodded. Of course. Then the 2 of us will wait for sect head Mo's good news. With that, the 2 of them turned and left. After the 2 of them left, Heavenly Masterly suddenly said, Master, didn't you say that you wouldn't get involved? Mo Wuliang said indifferently, if we don't get involved, do you think the Order Alliance will give up? Will they? Heavenly Masterly shook his head. Mo Wuliang said softly, we have no choice but to get involved. But, we won't offend that Yixian. Heavenly Masterly looked at Mo Wuliang. Master, what do you mean? Mo Wuliang was silent for a moment. Then, he pointed his finger and a black jade pendant landed in front of Heavenly Masterly. This is a teleportation stone. It can teleport you 1,000,000 miles in an instant. But, you only have 2 chances. Give this to that Yixian. Heavenly Masterly said solemnly, if the Order Alliance finds out, Mo Wuliang shook his head. If you don't say it, I don't say it, and Yixian doesn't say it, no one will know. Heavenly Masterly was about to speak when Mo Wuliang suddenly said, he won't say it. Heavenly Masterly was puzzled. Why? Mo Wuliang smiled. Because he's not stupid. If he says it, will the Order Alliance kill the old man? They won't. On the contrary, we will completely stand on the Order Alliance's side. By then, he will have nowhere to hide. With that, he looked into the distance. This little swordsman is very smart. Heavenly Masterly nodded. Where is he now? Mo Wuliang said indifferently, in my Liang Dao sect. Heavenly Masterly was stunned. Mo Wuliang said again, he just came in. He's not far behind you. Heavenly Masterly's expression changed. He turned around and saw a youth standing not far from him. It was Yixian. Yixian looked at Mo Wuliang, Senior has good eyesight. Mo Wuliang smiled. Are you here to kill me? Yixian shook his head. No, I'm just here to take a look. Really, I don't have any other intentions. Mo Wuliang laughed and said, little friend, the energy on your body should be the chaos energy, right? Yi Xian's heart trembled. This old man isn't just your average level of power, Mo Wuliang said again, little friend, can you cooperate with the old man and put on a show to help my Liang Dao sect out of danger? Yi Xian looked at Mo Wuliang. Why are you helping me? Mo Wuliang chuckled. Everyone wants to snatch your treasure. The old man wants to do the opposite. Although you don't seem to have any hope of winning, what if you do? If that time really comes, the old man only has one request. I hope that little friend can let the old man take a look at that treasure. The old man has spent his entire life studying the dimensions of the universe. The old man really wants to know what kind of world the fifth dimension is. P.S. To those who didn't get a book, I'm very sorry. I really can't give it to everyone. However, I will hold similar events in the future. I won't be typing this morning. I'll be chatting with everyone, talking about life and the plot. If you have anything you want to say, praise me, scold me, have any suggestions, or have anything you want to say, leave a message. I'll definitely reply. If I leave my QQ, congratulations, you've won the prize. Lastly, I hope that everyone can subscribe to the official website. The society is under a lot of pressure right now. Without a subscription, my wife can't even think about it. The moment I think about it, 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 it's a car. I'm only 18. How could he bear such a huge pressure, seeking monthly votes? Please subscribe. Please subscribe. The fifth dimension, Yi Xian finally understood. This old man wanted to understand the fifth dimension through the world prison pagoda. That's right, to understand the fifth dimension, there's nothing better than the world prison pagoda. At the thought of this, Yi Xian asked, Senior, why don't you look at it now? Mo Wuliang smiled, the old man wants to look at it now, but are you willing to let me look at it for free? Yi Xian smiled, but didn't answer the question. Junior is willing to cooperate with Senior's act. Yi Xian smiled, then looked at Heavenly Masterly. The latter pointed his finger, and the transfer stone landed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian kept the transfer stone, and just as he was about to leave, Mo Wuliang suddenly said, later on, the old man will reveal little friend's whereabouts to them. The old man hopes that little friend can activate the transfer stone when they arrive. Little friend, rest assured, this transfer stone is special, unless the Star Lord acts, otherwise, they won't be able to stop you. Yi Xian nodded, understood. With that, he was about to leave. But at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and turned to Mo Wuliang, Senior, may I ask, how did you know my whereabouts so accurately? Mo Wuliang said seriously, little friend, your primal chaos energy is indeed impressive. However, it isn't omnipotent. In this period of time, there are countless people with special abilities. Don't underestimate anyone, especially the Order Alliance and the Tang clan. Yi Xian clasped his fists, many thanks for the reminder. With that, he turned and left. As for the question just now, he didn't ask again, since the other party didn't want to say. If he asked again, it would seem like he had no sense of propriety. Yi Xian left without a sound, as if he had never appeared. Heavenly Masterly looked at Mo Wuliang with a serious expression. Master, what is that primordial energy? Mo Wuliang said softly, in the early stages of a universe's birth, there will be 3 types of energy. One is the primordial energy. Heavenly Masterly asked, what about the other 2? Mo Wuliang said, Yin and Yang, one Yin and one Yang, they have the power to destroy heaven and earth. As he spoke, he looked at Heavenly Masterly. Heavenly Master, you have to remember that you can be ambitious, but ambition is a double-edged sword. If you don't handle it well, you'll die a horrible death. Heavenly Masterly nodded. I will follow Master's teachings. Mo Wuliang nodded, let them in. Heavenly Masterly retreated. Not long after, Celestial Masterly walked in with the 2 of them. At this moment, a water screen appeared in the middle of the hall. Something seemed to be forming in the water screen. Qing Tian and the black-robed old man stared fixedly at the water screen. In next to no time, a figure appeared within it, and it was Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the City of Order. At this time, the scene suddenly stopped, and the water curtain disappeared. Not far away, Mo Wuliang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the ground was covered with it. Not only that, his face was abnormally pale, as if he was about to die. Qin Tian was about to speak, but Mo Wuliang waved his hand. Quickly go and capture him. The old man will be fine after resting for 2 months. Qin Tian nodded. Sect head Mo, take care. With that, he and the black-robed old man disappeared. As soon as the two of them disappeared, Heavenly Masterly hurriedly said, Master, Mo Wuliang said softly, life is like a play, and sometimes, we have to act. From now on, if anyone comes looking for me, tell them that I'm recuperating. With that, he turned and left. In the City of Order. At the corner of the city, Xian suddenly stood up. The moment he stood up, 2 people appeared in front of him. It was Qin Tian and the black-robed old man. Apart from these 2, there were 7 experts around them, all of them were in the Dao realm. Qin Tian looked at Xian. Surprised? Xian said in a low voice, that's impossible. You can't find me. Qin Tian said indifferently, Xian, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. You have 2 choices now. First, hand over that treasure. Second, fight all of us alone. At this point, he smiled. Of course, you can also choose to escape. However, we've already reinforced the surrounding space. If you want to use the space to escape, you'll have to break through all of our powers by yourself. Xian was silent. Qin Tian slowly clenched his right hand. Have you thought it through? Xian nodded. Yes. With that, he looked at Qin Tian. I choose the third option. Qin Tian nodded and made an inviting gesture. Please begin your performance. A stone suddenly appeared in Xian's palm. It was the teleportation stone. He circulated his Xian qi, and in the next moment, he disappeared. The air in the field suddenly froze. Gone. Qin Tian and the others looked at each other. In the next moment, Qin Tian suddenly appeared where Xian was. He pressed his palm down lightly. The space was undamaged. In other words, Xian didn't break through space. Then the question came. How did he escape? Meanwhile, the black-robed old man spoke abruptly, we shouldn't have given him any chance. We should have swarmed him and annihilated him the moment we saw him. All the experts in the surroundings looked at Qin Tian. Even though they didn't say anything, they couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. Let him perform? That was great. That performance wasn't just ordinarily brilliant. Qin Tian's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He'd originally thought that it was absolutely foolproof. Even if Xian grew wings, it would be impossible for him to escape. However, Xian had slapped him in the face. Qin Tian spoke in a low voice, let's return to the Dao sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the group away. In next to no time, Qin Tian led the group to the Dao sect once more. Heavenly Masterly appeared before Qin Tian. Guardian Qin, did you capture Xian? Qin Tian's expression was rather unsightly. Heavenly Master Li's face sank. You let him escape again? Qin Tian nodded. Yes. Brother Li, can you let your master make a move again? Heavenly Master Li smiled bitterly. Brother Qin, you saw my master's state with your own eyes. He's already suffering from a backlash. If he's not careful, his life will be in danger. If he were to make a move again now, he'll definitely die. Furthermore, with his current state, even if he makes a move, he might not be able to find out Xian's whereabouts. Qin Tian said in a low voice, is it really that serious? Heavenly Masterly pointed to the pool of blood on the ground. Brother Qin, look. This is blood essence. You don't know how powerful that formation is. You should also know that prying into the heavenly secrets will cause you to be targeted by the Tendo. Sigh, it's not easy in our line of work. Qin Tian's face twitched as he looked at Heavenly Masterly. Heavenly Masterly said again, Brother Qin, it's not that Master doesn't want to help, but he's really powerless right now. Qin Tian said in a low voice, when will sect leader Mo recover? Heavenly Masterly thought for a moment before saying, 2 months. Qin Tian nodded. We'll look for sect leader Mo in 2 months. With that, he turned around and left with everyone. Heavenly Masterly instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Tian and the others leave. If the Order Alliance were to go head-on, then the Liangdao sect would definitely be no match for them. However, 2 months from now, Heavenly Masterly frowned deeply when he thought up to this point. After Qin Tian and the others left the Liangdao sect, the black-robed old man suddenly said, "Guardian Qin, I think there's something wrong with Heavenly Masterly." Qin Tian said indifferently, "Are you trying to say that they don't want to help us?" The black-robed old man nodded. "I have that feeling." Qin Tian said softly, "What's the reason? What reason do they have to help Yixian?" The black-robed old man fell silent. Qin Tian said in a low voice, "Our Order Alliance is in need of manpower now. We need to do our best to rope in the Liangdao sect and not offend them so that they can side with the Tang clan." The black-robed old man nodded. "Understood." Tendo Qin said, "We'll come again in 2 months. When that time comes, he shouldn't have any more excuses. Tell our people not to go out and look for that person. I'm going back. Also, keep an eye on the Tang clan at all times. That treasure can be in Yixian's hands, but it can't be in the Tang clan's hands." After saying that, he quickly disappeared not too far away. The black-robed old man and the others also disappeared. Hundreds of thousands of miles to the right of the Order City, there was a small mountain with a pool on it. As the small mountain was a volcano, the temperature of the pool was very high, just like boiling water. There was an invisible light screen around the pool that enveloped the entire pool. Strange energy flickered around the light screen. Clearly, it was an array formation. In the middle of the pool sat a woman with her legs crossed. The woman's long hair was like a waterfall, her eyebrows were like swords, and there was a small mole at the corner of her mouth. She was very beautiful. The water in the pool was already boiling, but the woman's body was completely fine. Beneath the ground, some mysterious energy was gathering towards the woman. The woman's body was frantically absorbing the energy. Gradually, her body began to tremble and her brows furrowed. Obviously, it was a critical moment. At this moment, a figure suddenly landed in front of the woman. Splash, water splashed everywhere. Pfft! The woman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She opened her eyes and saw a man standing in front of her. The man was about 20 years old, wearing a blue and white robe, and there was a sheathed sword hanging on his waist. The man was naturally Yixian. After he activated the teleportation stone just now, he felt dizzy. That feeling was very uncomfortable, he wanted to vomit. At this moment, Yixian looked in front of him. When he saw the woman in front of him, he was instantly stunned. So beautiful, that was Yixian's first impression. Of course, that was not the point. The point was that the woman was naked. At this moment, Yixian could not help but sigh. She was really beautiful. However, after taking a look, he closed his eyes tightly. One should not be a pervert. He, Yixian, would not take advantage of others' difficulties. Of course, the problem he had to consider now was how to resolve this misunderstanding. Yixian said very seriously, "Miss, if I say that this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" The woman looked at Yixian, did not speak, nor did she move. There was a flow of energy flowing in her body. Yixian said again, "Miss, you should quickly put on your clothes." "Don't worry, I've already closed my eyes. I can't see anything." "Really, I can't see anything." The woman still did not speak. She just looked at Yixian calmly. She did not feel embarrassed or angry that a man had seen her naked. Yixian saw that the atmosphere was not right. He cupped his fists and said, "Miss, this was indeed an accident. I did not see anything. We will meet again." With that, he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, the woman behind him suddenly threw a punch at his back, fast, like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Sensing the woman's sudden attack, Yixian turned around and blocked with his arms. Bang! Yixian was instantly thrown dozens of feet away. After stopping, Yixian's expression became extremely serious, because at that moment, his arms had cracked. Not only that, his internal organs felt very uncomfortable, as if they had been torn apart. What a strong force! Yixian raised his head and looked not far away. At that moment, the woman had already put on her clothes. The woman was wearing a tight white dress with a purple ribbon tied around her waist, which made her figure appear even more graceful and fiery. The woman's beauty was not the same as other women's. Her eyebrows were like swords, her body was straight, and there was a sense of heroism in her beauty. The woman slowly walked towards Yixian. Yixian forcefully suppressed the discomfort in his heart and said in a low voice, "Miss, this is a misunderstanding." The woman did not speak. She slowly clenched her right hand. As she clenched her fist, Yixian suddenly felt an invisible pressure. So strong, Yixian's expression became more and more serious. This woman actually gave him a feeling that he was invincible. This was aura, the pressure that came from her aura. Just as Yixian was about to draw his sword, Tang Qing's voice suddenly sounded, "Ask her if her name is Zhao Mu." Yixian hesitated, then looked at the woman, "Are you Zhao Mu?" The woman stopped and frowned slightly. She still did not speak, but there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Tang Qing said softly, "It should be him. I advise you to run away quickly." Yixian did not understand, "Why?" Tang Qing said, "Have you heard of the law rank?" Yixian shook his head. Tang Qing said, "The so-called law rankings are the most valuable rankings in the entire Chaosverse. Of course, that's aside from the unknown divine kingdom. There were 10 people on the law rank, and it was updated every year. In order to be on the list, there were 2 requirements. The first was that one had to be a Dao realm expert, and the second was that one had to be below the age of 25. The person before you is Zhao Mu, ranked 3rd on the law rank. Thirdly, do you know what that means? Yes, she at least knew about the realm of dreams now. She is also the type that can challenge those of a higher level. Yixian said solemnly, "Can't I beat him?" Tang Qing said calmly, "No, you're so powerful, how could you lose? However, Uncle Yi, do you think it's meaningful to fight with her? Moreover, the power behind this person isn't weak either. Do you really want to become enemies with the entire world?" Yixian smiled sheepishly. "That's true. There's no point in fighting him." After saying that, he turned and ran. Seeing Yixian run, Zhao Mu frowned. The next moment, she tapped the ground with her toes and disappeared into the distance like an arrow. At the end of the horizon, Yixian frowned when he sensed Zhao Mu chasing after him. "This woman isn't going to let me go." Tang Qing said calmly, "Who told you to look at her body?" Yixian said, "I didn't do it on purpose." Tang Qing said, "I'll cut off your head and say it wasn't on purpose. Is that okay?" Yixian was speechless. At this moment, Zhao Mu suddenly sped up. Yixian didn't stop and continued to run. He didn't mind fighting with this woman, but he was afraid that this would attract the attention of the Orderly Order Alliance and the Tang clan. If that happened, it wouldn't be a one-on-one fight, but a group fight. It didn't take long for Yixian to arrive above an ocean, but Zhao Mu still hadn't left. Right at this moment, Zhao Mu suddenly stopped. She gazed at the ray of light in the sky, and then she slowly closed her eyes. After a moment of silence, she took a step forward. Hiss, something seemed to have been torn apart here. In the next moment, a figure descended in front of Yixian. It was Zhao Mu. Yixian's expression changed when he witnessed this scene. "What sort of speed is that?" Zhao Mu gazed at Yixian, and then she didn't waste her breath and just smashed her fist forward. Hiss, this punch caused the space in front of Yixian to be instantly torn apart. Yixian didn't dare act carelessly when he saw this, and he immediately drew his sword and slashed. Bang, the ray of light instantly collapsed, and then Yixian was blasted 300 m back. When he stopped moving, the space around him had split apart completely. Yixian's expression gradually turned solemn when he witnessed this scene. This woman's strength was not just an ordinary level of strength. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu suddenly raised her right hand towards the sky. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky while countless bolts of lightning converged. In the next moment, she suddenly clenched her right hand. Swish, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot down from the sky and descended onto her fist. A bolt of lightning traversed the heavens and the earth. Yixian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. What technique is that? It seems quite formidable. At this moment, Zhao Mu suddenly took a step forward. As soon as he did so, a bolt of lightning instantly appeared in front of Yixian. It was impossible to dodge. This time, Yixian didn't dare act carelessly. He tightened his grip on the sword in his right hand, and a strand of mysterious energy suddenly converged into his sword. Dragon energy. Yixian held the sword in his right hand and swung it down. Hiss, a ray of golden sword energy slashed down in a straight line. Rumble, the space in the surroundings suddenly shook violently, and then Yixian retreated repeatedly. Xiaomu was just about to follow up with another attack when two flying swords suddenly slashed towards her. Her brows knit together slightly, and she raised her arms horizontally. Bang, the sword struck her arms, but she only moved around 3 m back. Moreover, her clothes weren't even torn apart. Yixian's expression turned slightly unsightly when he witnessed this scene. Is she really that monstrous? At this moment, his entire body felt limp and numb. If his sword hadn't blocked most of the energy of the lightning, then he might have been reduced to a dried corpse by now. Tang Qing spoke abruptly. Do you think that you're the only monstrous genius in the younger generation? Yixian was about to speak when Xiaomu suddenly vanished. Yixian frowned slightly, and then his figure flashed to the side. A bolt of lightning brushed past his chest, and then he drew his sword and swung it horizontally. This slash struck Xiaomu's stomach. However, it wasn't able to break through Xiaomu's body. It was like it had struck a piece of divine metal at the Dao realm. Yixian was about to withdraw his sword as soon as it failed to break through Xiaomu's defenses. However, Xiaomu suddenly raised her knee and struck him. Yixian hurriedly raised his sword horizontally to block it. Bang! Yixian retreated 1,000 feet in an instant. Moreover, his expression had turned extremely unsightly when he stopped. Because the creation realm sword in his hand had actually bent, that was a sword at the creation realm. Xiaomu was about to attack again when Yixian suddenly said, "Stop for a moment." However, Xiaomu didn't stop. She arrived in front of Yixian again and launched a side kick at Yixian's head. The space around Yixian collapsed as soon as he threw the kick. Yixian was shocked. He didn't take the kick head-on, and he flashed backwards 300 m instead. However, he hadn't even stopped when an afterimage suddenly charged towards him. Everywhere the afterimage passed, the space collapsed inch by inch. Yixian frowned. This time, he didn't retreat. He suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. In the next moment, countless flying swords instantly engulfed Xiaomu. There was a moment of silence. Bang, those flying swords suddenly collapsed, but in the next moment, another flying sword slashed towards him. Xiaomu blocked with her arm. Bang, she instantly retreated over 30 m, but before she could stop, another flying sword slashed towards her. Just like that, Xiaomu instantly retreated over 600 m, flying swords crisscrossed all around her, one after another, not giving Xiaomu any chance to catch her breath. However, these flying swords weren't able to do anything to Xiaomu. Her physical body was too strong. At this moment, Xiaomu's right palm suddenly pressed downwards. In the next moment, she suddenly lifted it up. Bang, a powerful force suddenly exploded from her palm. In an instant, the space around her exploded, and Yixian's flying swords vanished without a trace. A few breaths of time later, the space around them returned to normal. At this moment, they were 300 m apart. Xiaomu gazed at Yixian, clenched her right hand, and was about to attack. However, Yixian suddenly said, "Wait." As he spoke with a serious expression. "Miss, do you know who I am?" Xiaomu gazed at Yixian in silence. Yixian said, "Let me tell you, I'm from the Order Alliance." "Have you heard of the Order Alliance?" "You." His voice stopped abruptly. Because Xiaomu had suddenly charged towards him, but countless flying swords blocked her path in the next moment. Xiaomu smashed her fist forward. A few breaths of time later, all the flying swords had vanished. However, at the moment, Yixian was gone. Xiaomu's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she witnessed this scene. She glanced at the surroundings, and her divine sense spread out like a net. However, she still didn't notice anything. After a moment of silence, she suddenly slapped her palm forward. Rumble, where her palm landed, the space began to collapse inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, the space within a radius of 1,000 m had collapsed. When the space was restored by the laws of heaven and earth, Xiaomu was already gone. Xiaomu arrived at the Order City. She glanced at the 3 words Order City on the city gate, and in the next moment, she punched through the air. Boom, the entire city wall in front of her was directly smashed by her punch. Countless people in the Order City were shocked. Xiaomu walked into the city, and finally, she arrived at the city lord's mansion. Lu Shibai walked out, and when he saw Xiaomu, he frowned slightly. "Your Excellency." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Mu, who was in front of her, suddenly punched out. In an instant, countless lightning bolts bombarded the city lord's mansion like a storm. Lu Shirbai's expression changed greatly, and his figure trembled as he retreated. Rumble, in an instant, the entire city lord's mansion turned into ashes. Not far away, Lu Shirbai's expression changed greatly, and he looked at Zhao Mu in horror. What terrifying strength! Meanwhile, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Mu. The black-robed old man stared fixedly at Zhao Mu. Your Excellency, who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Order Alliance's territory? Are you tired of living? Zhao Mu looked at the black-robed old man, and in the next moment, she suddenly vanished. Hiss, inch by inch, the space here collapsed. P.S. Do you have tickets? I've been thinking a lot lately, and I feel that I should ask for monthly tickets. Only by asking for monthly tickets will I have motivation, a huge motivation. Of course, I don't care about monthly tickets. Monthly tickets and rewards are nothing to me. What I care about is motivation. Yes, motivation. Conclusion, I want tickets for motivation. Asking for tickets. Asking for tickets. The black-robed old man's expression instantly changed when he saw Zhao Mu attack. Who's that woman? That thought had just appeared in the black-robed old man's mind when Zhao Mu appeared in front of him, and then a powerful force blasted towards him. The black-robed old man's expression was icy cold. He didn't shrink back, and he smashed his fist towards Zhao Mu as well. He was very confident in this punch. After all, he was a knowledge realm expert. How could he possibly lose to such a young woman? However, he regretted it when Zhao Mu's fist collided with his fist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded abruptly, and then the black-robed old man was pushed over 100 m back. As soon as he stopped, the ground beneath his feet was instantly blasted into powder. The expressions of the experts of the Order Alliance in the surroundings instantly became extremely solemn when they witnessed this scene. On the other hand, the black-robed old man's expression had become solemn as well. His entire right arm had been blasted into pieces, and even his internal organs had cracked apart. The might of a single punch was so terrifying, he'd actually lost completely in that collision just now. The black-robed old man gazed at Zhao Mu. Who exactly are you? Meanwhile, Lu Shirbai spoke abruptly. She's Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu, the black-robed old man's pupils constricted slightly. Zhao Mu, the disciple of the Southern Sect's martial master. The Southern Sect's martial master, he was an extremely terrifying person, and even the Order Alliance had to treat him with caution, because he was ranked second on the Dao rankings 100 years ago, and he'd even become an extraordinary martial saint at that time. He was the youngest extraordinary martial saint in the last 10,000 years besides the founding ancestor of the Wu Yuan, Zhou Yafu. Now, he could be said to be unfathomable. There were 6 exalts in the world right now, and the Star Lord was one of them. The Southern Sect's martial master was another one. Even the Order Alliance didn't dare to rashly offend such a figure. The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice. Miss Mu, I presume there's a reason you attacked my Order Alliance, right? Zhao Mu pressed her fingers together and drew lightly on the ground, and it didn't take long for 2 words to appear on the ground. Swordsman. The black-robed old man frowned slightly. Swordsman? What do you mean, Miss Mu? Zhao Mu pressed her fingers together again, and 2 words appeared on the ground. Come out. The swordsman is out. The black-robed old man glanced at Lu Shirbai, who was not far away. The latter said in a deep voice, Miss Mu, are you saying that a swordsman from my Order Alliance has offended you? Zhao Mu nodded and waved her finger. Another line of words appeared on the ground. Let him out. Lu Shirbai looked at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man spoke in a deep voice. Although our Order Alliance has swordsmen, he hasn't appeared here. Moreover, those 2 old fellows are in closed-door cultivation. At this time, Zhao Mu pointed with his fingers again, and another word appeared on the ground. Young. A young swordsman? The black-robed old man was stunned. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and he hurriedly waved his right hand, causing an illusory portrait to appear before him. The person in the portrait was Xianxia. The black-robed elder asked, Miss Mu, is it this person? Zhao Mu nodded. The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice. Miss Mu, he isn't a member of my Order Alliance. Zhao Mu's brows furrowed slightly, and his expression was unfriendly. The black-robed old man hurriedly said, Miss Mu, the old man didn't lie to you. This Xianxia really isn't a member of our Order Alliance, and we've been looking for him everywhere." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Zhao Mu. "He told you that he's a member of our Order Alliance?" Zhao Mu nodded. Hearing this, the black-robed old man's face instantly turned ugly. "This is framing, ah." At this time, Zhao Mu turned around and left. The black-robed old man hurriedly asked, "Miss Mu, did he offend you?" Zhao Mu didn't answer, and continued walking forward. The black-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Mu. "Miss Mu, our Order Alliance is also looking for him, why don't we join forces?" If they could pull Zhao Mu in, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for the Order Alliance. Zhao Mu glanced at the black-robed old man, and didn't speak. She continued walking forward. The black-robed old man appeared in front of Zhao Mu again, and at this time, Zhao Mu suddenly punched out. The black-robed old man's face changed greatly, and he used his left hand to block. Bang! The black-robed old man instantly retreated 100 zhong. At this moment, his entire left arm also cracked, and at the same time, a word appeared on the ground in front of him, "annoying." The black-robed old man. After Zhao Mu left, the black-robed old man's face was extremely cold. "This damned Yixian." As he spoke, he looked at his right arm, and there was nothing there. Seeing this, the black-robed old man's face gradually became somewhat malevolent. Not far away, Lu Shibai glanced at the black-robed old man, and no one knew what he was thinking. On a certain island, Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground, and at this moment, he was madly devouring god crystals. One had to admit that Zhao Mu's strength was very strong, and in the previous battle, he had consumed too much energy. At this time, Tang Qing appeared in front of Yixian, and she glanced at Yixian. "I discovered a secret." Yixian was a little curious. "What secret?" Tang Qing said indifferently, "Your strength." Yixian frowned. "I don't really understand." Tang Qing shook her head. "Feng Siyuan seems to be at a disadvantage, but in fact, that is not the case, because you have not used your real killer move. And those trump cards of yours, basically, once you use them, people will die, such as that sword of yours. As far as I know, that sword of yours is aimed at the soul. When Feng Siyuan and that woman fought, if you use this sword, although her body is strong, her soul may not be strong. Once she forcibly withstood your sword, you are confident that you can kill her, right?" Yixian nodded. "If she doesn't have a trump card, this sword will definitely kill her. However, if I have a trump card, how can others not have a trump card? Don't you think so?" Tang Qing laughed. "You have tender feelings for the fairer sex." Yixian shook his head. "First of all, I don't have any deep grudge against her. Strictly speaking, I was in the wrong first. Second, I don't have the confidence to kill her. What good will it do me if I continue to fight with her and both of us get hurt? No, not at all. Third, if this person can reach this level, the force behind him must not be weak. If I kill her, it will undoubtedly bring disaster to myself. What do you think?" Tang Qing said indifferently. "He will not let you go." Yixian laughed. "Miss Tang, let's change the topic. For example, I want to know, will the Tang clan come to save you?" Tang Qing was expressionless. "What do you think?" Yixian laughed. "It depends on Miss Tang's importance." Tang Qing sat on the side. "If you want to use me to threaten the Tang clan, then you are gravely mistaken." Yixian asked, "Why?" Tang Qing said indifferently, "The family's interests come first." Yixian frowned slightly. "They will sacrifice you?" Tang Qing laughed. "What do you think?" Yixian suddenly laughed. "Don't be so decisive. Let us wait and see whether Miss Tang is important to the family or not." Tang Qing glanced at Yixian, but did not speak. Yixian also did not speak again, continuing to devour the divine crystals. Just like this, about 2 hours later, Yixian had more or less recovered. He got up and looked at Tang Qing not far away. Just as he was about to speak, the space above their heads suddenly split open. A giant hand slammed down from the split space. Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pointed with his fingers. Buzz, a sword light soared into the sky, directly slashing at the giant hand. Chi, the entire boulder was directly split in two, and at this time a figure swooped down from the sky. Yixian frowned slightly, and he lightly slashed with his fingers. Chi, a sword light slashed diagonally over his head. Boom, a loud noise rang out, and the figure retreated dozens of feet to the left. It was a young man, about 20 years old. The young man stared fixedly at Yixian, and he was about to speak, but at this time a flying sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man's face changed, and he dodged to the side, directly dodging the flying sword, but in the next moment, a sword silently appeared behind him. Sensing this flying sword, the young man was shocked, and he forcefully dodged to the side, but it was still a little too late, and the sword directly cut off his right arm. On the right, the young man had just stopped when a sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man's pupils suddenly shrank, and at this moment, he knew that he was finished, but just when the sword was half an inch away from his eyebrows, it suddenly stopped. It was unknown when an old man had appeared beside the young man, and his hand was holding on to the flying sword. Xian looked at the old man, and the old man wore a luxurious robe, and his aura was restrained, and he could not see the depth of his aura. The old man glanced coldly at the young man. You overestimate yourself. Now you know the gap between you and others? The young man's face was a little ugly, but he did not dare to reply. The old man turned to look at Xian not far away, as expected of the person who gave the order alliance and the sword sect a headache. You're really not ordinary. Xian looked at Tang Qing. Is he from your Tang clan? Tang Qing shook his head. Xian asked again, from the order alliance? Tang Qing shook his head again. Xian still wanted to ask, but Tang Qing suddenly said, Qing clan. Qing clan. Xian was stunned, and then he was a little startled. From what I remember, I have never offended any Qing clan. Tang Qing said indifferently, Qing clan has an engagement with my Tang clan. Xian was slightly stunned, and soon, he turned to look at the two old men not far away. Are you here to save her? The old man said indifferently, Xian, this old man does not want to talk nonsense with you. We want this woman. Xian frowned slightly. You're not here to save her. As he spoke, he looked at Tang Qing, and the latter said indifferently, I've been captured by you. How can the world think that I'm innocent? Hearing this, Xian understood. This Qing clan is not here to save, but to kill, Xian said in a deep voice. Your Tang clan allows them to kill you? Tang Qing smiled. Since they're here, it proves that I've been abandoned. Do you understand? Xian went silent for a moment, and then looked at the old man. Sir, actually, Miss Tang and I are innocent. Really, we've never touched each other's hands. Xian. At this time, the young man not far away suddenly roared, You're courting death. Xian ignored the young man, and looked at Tang Qing instead. They don't believe me. I'm finished. My innocence has been ruined by you. Tang Qing's eyelids twitched, and just as she was about to speak, the young man not far away suddenly glared at her. Slut, why don't you go die? You're ruining my Qing clan's reputation, ruining my own. Your mother is the lowest servant of the Tang clan. You're also lowly. Tang Qing looked at Xian, and her eyes were like silk. You were really amazing last night. My bones turned soft. I want more tonight. Xian. Hearing Tang Qing's words, the young man's face turned livid. He was about to speak when the old man said coldly, What a disgrace. The young man looked at the old man. Second uncle. The old man looked at the young man coldly. Anger is the expression of a coward. The young man did not dare to talk back and could only glare at Tang Qing not far away. The old man looked at Tang Qing. Miss Tang Qing, this old man hopes you can understand. Tang Qing smiled. You want to kill me, do you need me to understand? The old man said indifferently, If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You originally had a respected position in the Tang clan and even had a marriage alliance with my Qing clan, but you were captured by this Xian. Forgive this old man for being blunt. For the reputation of my Qing clan and your Tang clan, you should choose to commit suicide. Tang Qing smiled. Next to them, Xian was silent. Tang Qing suddenly smiled. Reputation? Haha. There was a trace of sadness in his laughter. The old man's face was cold. Your Tang clan's elders have spoken. If you die, they will definitely kill Xian to avenge you. Not only that, you are also the eldest miss of the Tang clan. You can have a grand funeral and even enter the Tang clan's Hall of Heroes. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled. What if I don't commit suicide? The old man looked at Tang Qing. Then you are a traitor of the Tang clan. Tang Qing was silent. At this time, Xian suddenly asked, How did you find me? The old man looked at Xian coldly. Do you really think your concealment technique is invincible? Xian said with a smile, You found me, but you didn't bring any strong tangs with you. Something is wrong with you. The old man narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Yixian looked around and laughed. No, I don't mean anything. The old man ignored Yixian and looked at Tang Qing. Have you made your choice? Tang Qing said softly, my sister. The old man said, don't worry, the Tang clan will not implicate anyone. Tang Qing nodded. Understood. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head and looked at the sky. There, the sun was setting. Tang Qing smiled slightly. All these years, I've never found the sunset to be so beautiful. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly slapped her forehead with her right hand. Just as she was about to slap herself on the forehead, a sword suddenly blocked her hand. The one who attacked was Yixian. Tang Qing looked at Yixian. Yixian shook his head and smiled. Miss Tang Qing, you're really stupid. Tang Qing looked at Yixian and did not say anything. Yixian smiled and said, reputation? Family honor? Let me ask you, if the Qing family wants you dead so badly, why do you still care about their reputation? And the Tang clan wants to sacrifice you for a so-called reputation. Is it worth it for you to die for such a clan? Tang Qing smiled and said, young Master Yi, what do you think I should do? Yixian smiled embarrassedly. I've never thought about that. Tang Qing smiled lightly. As he said, this is already the best ending for me. At least, I can still leave a good reputation, right? Yixian shook his head. You're wrong. Tang Qing looked at Yixian. Yixian said seriously, reputation and whatnot, it's all fleeting. In my opinion, how others treat me, I will treat others the same way. The Qing family wants you dead for their so-called reputation, and your Tang clan wants you dead for their so-called reputation and honor. This is bullshit. In their hearts, you're not even comparable to reputation and honor. And you want to fulfill their so-called reputation and honor. Ask yourself, do you think it's worth it? Tang Qing looked at Yixian. If one day, will you entreat your sister like this? Yixian said calmly, I will definitely kill everyone in Wuyuan. Tang Qing looked at Yixian and didn't say anything. Yixian said again, my sister can fight for Wuyuan, even die in battle, because she is a student of Wuyuan. If Wuyuan is in trouble, she can't run, let alone betray Wuyuan. This is her responsibility. But if Wuyuan uses this method to kill her, I won't agree. Tang Qing shook his head. Your sister has a brother who can do anything for her, but I don't. Yixian said, then you need to control your fate in your own hands. Tang Qing was about to speak, but at this moment, the young man not far away suddenly said fiercely, are you done? If. Yixian suddenly turned around, and the next moment, a flying sword suddenly slashed at the young man. The old man's expression changed, and he flicked his sleeves. Boom, the flying sword was directly blocked. The old man looked at Yixian and was about to speak, but suddenly, a voice came from the side. Be careful, this is an illusion. As soon as the voice fell, the old man suddenly turned around, and the head of the young man beside him flew out. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Seeing this scene, the old man was stunned, and of course, he was more afraid. As for the young man, his eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect to die like this. Yixian looked at the young man coldly. Don't interrupt when I speak. After saying that, he looked at the old man not far away. The old man's expression changed, and he retreated hundreds of feet, distancing himself from Yixian. At this moment, 6 old men appeared around Yixian. The weakest was at the Genesis Dao realm, 3 of them were even at the Knowledge realm. Yixian looked at Tang Qing. Are there any experts from the Tang clan? Tang Qing glanced at the 6 of them and shook his head. No. Yixian roared with laughter. You found my whereabouts, but you didn't notify the Tang clan. Looks like you want to take that treasure for yourself. The old man's eyes narrowed. We don't want to take that treasure for ourselves. We just want to obtain it first, and then give it to the Tang clan. Yixian shook his head. Do you believe what you just said? A wisp of killing intent flashed through the old man's eyes. Attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 experts around him were about to attack. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly said, wait. The old man frowned slightly. Yixian spoke seriously, I'm willing to hand over that treasure. The old man was stunned. You, are willing to hand over that treasure? Yixian nodded. Yes. The old man stared fixedly at Yixian and didn't speak. Yixian said, I'm serious. The old man laughed savagely. Do you think this old man is an idiot? As he spoke, he gazed at the experts of the Qin clan, attacked together. Don't give him any chance. As he spoke, the 7 of them charged at Yixian. The old man was very clearly aware that Yixian was definitely playing tricks. The best way was to kill Yixian. That way, no matter what tricks Yixian was playing, it would be useless. Yixian's expression changed when he saw the 7 of them charge at him. He hadn't expected the old man to be so decisive. 1 against 7? Of course he couldn't defeat them. Yixian suddenly turned to look at Tang Qing. Quickly notify the experts of the Tang clan. Tell them that the Qin clan has betrayed us. As he spoke, he tapped with his finger, and a transmission talisman descended before Tang Qing. Tang Qing glanced at Yixian, and then she pinched the voice transmission talisman lightly, causing it to vanish instantly. After that, she looked at the experts of the Qin clan and said, they'll be here soon. The experts of the Qin clan stopped moving. The old man who led the group had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He stared fixedly at Yixian and laughed fiercely. Do you think you can turn the situation around just like that? Kill. Quickly kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 of them attacked in unison. Yixian suddenly placed Tang Qing within the pagoda, and then he took his sword with both hands and swung it forward. At this moment, he'd immediately utilized Dragon Soul, Dragon Energy, and Emoku Energy. His sword had only just swung down. Bang! Yixian's figure was instantly blasted flying. This flight covered a distance of several thousand feet. As soon as Xianxia stopped moving, the experts in front of him were about to attack again. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly pointed the soul-suppressing sword forward, split. As soon as he spoke, the soul-suppressing sword trembled violently, and then a mysterious force flashed. In the next moment, one of the experts of the Qin clan who was charging at the front had suddenly stopped while terror filled his eyes. The others had stopped as well, and they gazed at that expert. Meanwhile, that expert's eyes had lost all color, his soul was gone. All the experts of the Qin clan exchanged glances when they witnessed this scene, and there was a wisp of shock and fear in their eyes. His soul was gone with just a single attack. All of them gazed at Yixian. Yixian's face was slightly pale, but he stood ramrod straight like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. Meanwhile, the old man who led the group from the Qin clan spoke abruptly. He suffered backlash. Quickly kill him. Quickly. Suddenly, Yixian pointed his sword at a Dao Genesis realm expert who wasn't too far away from him, split him up. As soon as he finished speaking, the expression of that expert who was pointed at by Yixian's sword instantly changed drastically, and he retreated like a madman. However, he'd only taken a few steps back when he felt like something within him was slowly vanishing. His soul, he spoke with terror, save. He hadn't even finished speaking when his figure suddenly froze on the spot, and then his eyes lost focus at a visible speed. The expressions of the others here instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. He instantly killed another Dao realm expert. All of them gazed at Yixian, and there was dense fear in their eyes this time. Even the eyes of the old man who led the group were filled with fear, and he glanced at the sword in Yixian's hand. There's something strange about that sword. It was strange. All of them gazed at the sword in Yixian's hand, the soul-suppressing sword. Yixian grinned. There's nothing strange about it. It's true. I've suffered backlash, and I can't even launch a single attack. Quickly attack me. The corners of the old man's eyes twitched when he heard Yixian, and he stared fixedly at Yixian. A short while passed before he suddenly gazed at the experts of the Qin clan. He's definitely suffering backlash. Let's join forces together and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, he intended to charge forward. However, it didn't take long for him to notice that besides himself, no one else had moved. The old man was stunned for a moment, and then he said furiously, he's exhausted. Now is the best time to kill him. All of them glanced at each other. Right when they were hesitating, Yixian suddenly cried out. Everyone looked at Yixian. Yixian wiped off the cold sweat on his face and said, I've suffered backlash. I don't have any strength left. You guys quickly come and hit me. I'm really not lying to all of you. I'm begging all of you. Hit me. My skin is really itching. Everyone was speechless. P.S. There was an earthquake last night, and there were obvious aftershocks in Giang as well. I sincerely hope that everyone will be safe. I also hope that there will be no more disasters in the world. Humans are really weak in the face of natural disasters. Most of the time, when we look up at the starry sky and think about it seriously, we humans are really insignificant. I don't know much about the universe. I only know that it's huge, extremely huge, extremely huge. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something more realistic. Please subscribe. I hope that the readers of Zongheng will support me by subscribing. In my heart, I still want to make money. Sweat. Will they think that I'm too vulgar? The expressions of the experts from the Qin clan had instantly become unsightly when they witnessed this scene. It seemed like Yixian was intentionally baiting them to attack. Meanwhile, the old man who led the group from the Qin clan spoke furiously. He's just putting on an act. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to look at Yixian who stood nearby. You can deceive them, but you can't deceive the old man. As he spoke, he charged towards Yixian. Suddenly, Yixian stood up, and he pointed the soul-suppressing sword at the old man. The old man's expression instantly changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped and retreated over 100 m back. All the others were speechless. The old man gazed at Yixian. Even though he was fine, he was still quite terrified. Yixian's attack was too mysterious. Moreover, his intuition told him that Yixian was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight, and he just had to press down lightly to destroy Yixian. However, he was afraid as well. He was afraid that Yixian still had the ability to attack again. However, he was very clearly aware that this might be the best opportunity for him. When he thought up to this point, he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly roared furiously, "All of you, get over here." His roar was like a thunderclap. All of them looked at Yixian. Yixian's face was pale and carried a trace of ferocity. He seemed like a wild beast that had gone mad. The old man who led the group from the Qin clan spoke abruptly, "If all of us are suppressed by him, then we'll definitely develop inner demons in the future, and we won't be able to advance by even half an inch." All of them fell silent when they heard this. Just as the old man had said, if they were suppressed by a little kid, then it wouldn't just be bad for their reputation, they would become timid as well. Moreover, it was very likely that their timid hearts would become inner demons. All of them exchanged glances when they thought up to here, and then they charged towards Yixian. Yixian's face was emotionless as he held the soul-suppressing sword tightly in his right hand, and a strand of formidable energy condensed within his right arm. Right at this moment, several powerful auras suddenly appeared in the distant horizon. The experts of the Qin clan stopped in succession when they saw the scene. The old man in the lead glanced at the sky, and his expression instantly became unsightly. An expert of the Tang clan, at this moment, Yixian, who was not far away, suddenly said, "I surrender." The Qin family's experts looked at Yixian. In between Yixian's brows, an illusory Xiao Ta suddenly appeared. Then, that illusory Xiao Ta floated in front of the Qin family's experts. The people of the Qin clan were stunned. What was this Yixian up to? But soon, everyone's eyes fell on the Xiao Ta in front of them. Looking at this Xiao Ta, the expressions of the Qin clan and the others instantly became extremely solemn. Of course, there was even more desire and greed. At this moment, an expert from the Qin clan suddenly looked at the old man in the lead. "Qin Ming, are you going to take it or not?" The old man called Qin Ming suddenly became clear-headed. The experts of the Tang clan were about to arrive. Should he take it or not? An instant later, Qin Ming grabbed the World Prison Pagoda. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the Qin clan turned and ran. At this moment, the experts of the Tang clan arrived. Yixian suddenly roared angrily, "Qin clan thieves, return my treasure." As he finished speaking, he pointed towards the distance and roared angrily, but he didn't chase. This time, the experts from the Tang clan were Yuelao and Lin Mu. The two of them glanced at Yixian, then looked at the horizon. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They had seen Qin Ming take the treasure with their own eyes. Lin Mu said solemnly, "Is the Qin clan rebelling?" Yuelao's face sank. "Chase." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Yixian and saw Yixian's weak appearance. His killing intent rose. Yi Xian said indifferently, if you don't chase, that treasure might fall into the hands of the Order Alliance. Hearing this, Yu Lao fiercely glared at Yi Xian. Just you wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Lin Mu disappeared into the horizon. Not long after the two of them disappeared, another group of experts flew over Yi Xian's head. The experts of the Order Alliance. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile, then turned and left. Very quickly, he found a quiet place, sat down cross-legged, and started to heal his injuries. As for the World Prism Pagoda, it really wasn't in his possession. However, he wasn't worried at all. The self-protection ability of this broken pagoda wasn't just an ordinary level, moreover, there was the 6th floor and the Emperor Hound within the pagoda. Apart from this, it was simply impossible for others to forcefully enter the pagoda. At the end of the horizon, the people of the Qin clan were madly running. Qin Ming, who was in the lead, was extremely excited. Treasure, he was holding a 4th-dimensional treasure in his hand right now. So long as the Qin clan obtained this treasure and subdued it, then the Qin clan wouldn't have to rely on the Tang clan anymore, and it could even become a top-rate power in the chaotic universe. The time to change their destiny had arrived. At this moment, besides excitement, there was nothing else in Qin Ming's mind. Meanwhile, an expert of the Qin clan by his side said abruptly, the members of the Tang clan have caught up. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Ignore them. The expert hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Qin Ming, have you thought about the consequences it would bring to the Qin clan if we take this treasure away? Qin Ming said in a low voice, you're saying that the Tang clan and Order Alliance will suppress us? The expert shook his head. It's not suppression. It's very likely that they'll annihilate us. My Qin clan doesn't have the ability to protect this treasure. Qin Ming said coldly, could it be that we're just going to hand over this treasure? The expert hesitated to speak. Qin Ming shook his head. My Qin clan has been lying low for so long, and this treasure is our Qin clan's only hope. We can't give it up. No matter what, we have to give it our all. The expert still wanted to say something, but Qin Ming said in a low voice, we have no way out. If we don't succeed, we die trying. The expert let out a low sigh and nodded. Just as Qin Ming said, the Qin clan could only give it their all. Behind Qin Ming's group, the Tang clan's Lin Mu and the other experts were madly chasing. Besides them, the experts of the Order Alliance were also chasing. Lin Mu suddenly looked at Yu Lao. Quickly notify the clan. Just say that the treasure has fallen into the Qin clan's hands. Have the clan send reinforcements. Yu Lao nodded. In the next moment, he crushed a voice transmission talisman. In the next moment, in the depths of a mountain in the distant southern wasteland world, a group of cavalry suddenly shot into the sky. Behind this group of cavalry was a sea of flames. The Tang clan cavalry, there were only 9 people in this group of cavalry, but every single one of them was at the knowledge realm. Not only that, but every single one of them wore equipment that was at least at the creation realm. The 9 of them rode demon horses, stepping through the air with an imposing aura as they headed straight for the northern wasteland world. Northern wasteland world. Behind Lin Mu's group, the leading black-robed elder said in a low voice, the Tang clan is calling for reinforcements. As he spoke, he turned to look at an elder beside him. Call for reinforcements. The elder nodded. He opened his palm and a black jade stone suddenly shattered. North of the northern wasteland world, in Ascending Heaven City. A group of black-robed people suddenly appeared at the city gates. In the next moment, this group of people disappeared without a trace, like ghosts. Like Liang Dao sect. In a secret room, Mo Wuliang sat on the ground. In front of him, there was a tortoise shell. Beside the tortoise shell, there were several copper coins. Mo Wuliang's right hand pinched his fingers together, and he muttered something. Around him, traces of strange numbers were moving. After an unknown period of time, the tortoise shell in front of him suddenly shattered. The strange numbers around him also disappeared without a trace. Blood slowly flowed out of Mo Wuliang's mouth. After a moment, he stood up and walked to the door. He looked at the end of the horizon, a little dazed. Yi Xian. Fate does not lie in the 4th dimension. How is this possible? At this moment, a bolt of divine lightning appeared above the Liang Dao sect without any warning. In the next moment, boom, the entire Liang Dao sect was directly turned to ashes. after a long time, in the ruins, an elder climbed out. He looked up at the horizon. I was wrong. I will not calculate his fate anymore. In the skies of the northern wasteland world, Qin Ming led the Qin family's experts in a mad dash. Qin Ming hugged the world prison pagoda tightly. How much longer until the experts of the family arrive? An expert beside him said in a low voice, at most half an hour. However, the experts of the Order Alliance and the Tang family are also on their way. Qin Ming said fiercely, ignore them. Fight. As he spoke, they sped up, and behind Qin Ming and the others, Lin Mu, Yue Lao, and the others were also madly sprinting. Lin Mu said in a low voice, Yue Lao, is the Qin family crazy? Yue Lao shook his head. They are not crazy. They are fighting. That treasure is extraordinary. If they can truly control it, at that time even the Tang family will not be able to do anything to them. Lin Mu was puzzled. Why does Yixian want to hand over that treasure? Yue Lao fell silent for a moment, and then he said, just now, I saw that his face was pale and his body was weak. Obviously, he had fought with the Qin family just now. Moreover, he is obviously unable to defeat the Qin family by himself. So, he should be handing over that treasure to save his life. Lin Mu thought for a moment, and then he nodded. Forget about him. As he spoke, he looked into the distance. Everyone, speed up. Around half an hour later, Qin Ming and the others arrived before an ancient city. This city was called Myriad Mountain City. It wasn't large, and it had a population of less than 1 million. And this city was a subsidiary city of the Qin family. After entering the city, Qin Ming roared furiously, sacrifice the formation. As soon as he spoke, numerous pillars of light suddenly shot into the sky from within the city, and they blasted towards Lin Mu and the others who were chasing after them. Lin Mu and the others were instantly forced to a stop. But in the next moment, they started to break the formation madly. In the city below, Qin Ming brought the World Prison Pagoda to a secret room, and then he glanced at the experts of the Qin family by his side. All of you stand guard here. The experts of my Qin family will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the secret room. Within the secret room, Qin Ming gazed at the World Prison Pagoda, and his eyes burned with undisguised desire. Gradually, this desire transformed into greed. A short moment later, he suddenly tapped with his finger, and a drop of blood essence fell onto the World Prison Pagoda. After a moment of silence, the World Prison Pagoda tore open space and vanished. Qin Ming was stunned when he saw the scene. At this moment, the door to the secret room was suddenly opened, and then a white-haired old man walked in. The white-haired old man walked directly in front of Qin Ming. Where's that treasure? Qin Ming was stunned, and he was slightly at a loss. It was here just now. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the white-haired elder's face became extremely gloomy. What do you mean? Qin Ming panicked, it was here just now. Saying that, he pointed at the space in front of him, it was here just now. The white-haired elder glanced at the space in front of Qin Ming. After a moment, he suddenly looked at Qin Ming's finger. There was still a trace of blood there. Seeing this scene, the white-haired elder's eyes narrowed. You subdued that treasure. Qin Ming was shocked and quickly said, Elder Qin Feng, I didn't. It was just in front of me. The white-haired elder stared at Qin Ming. Hand over that treasure and I won't pursue this matter. Qin Ming's face became slightly pale. He wanted to say something but the white-haired elder's divine sense had already locked onto him. There was killing intent. At this moment, Qin Ming suddenly sobered up. He knew very well that when he brought the treasure in, the Qin family's experts outside saw it. Now that the treasure had disappeared, no one would believe him no matter what he said. He didn't know why the treasure disappeared, but he knew that it was definitely related to Yixian. After he calmed down, the more he thought about Yixian, the more he felt that something was wrong. How could Yixian hand over the treasure so easily? He had fallen for Yixian's trick. Qin Ming no longer thought about Yixian because he didn't have the mood to think about Yixian anymore. He only had two choices now. The first was death. The Qin family would definitely think that he had taken the treasure for himself. In the Qin family's hearts, he was definitely not even 1/10,000th of the treasure. If he couldn't take out the treasure, he would definitely die. As for the second choice, at this moment, the white-haired elder suddenly said, Qin Ming, that treasure is related to the Qin family's future. Don't be stupid. At this moment, Qin Ming suddenly turned around and ran. He was extremely fast and escaped from the secret room in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the white-haired elder's expression changed drastically and he quickly chased after him. Outside the secret room, the Qin family's experts were dumbfounded. What was going on? After Qin Ming escaped into the air, he glared at Qin Feng. You want to silence me? Qin Feng. The experts who followed him out also looked at Qin Feng. What was going on? Lin Mu and the others were also stunned. What was the Qin family doing? In the air, Qin Ming stared at Qin Feng. Everyone, this Qin Feng wants to take that treasure for himself. After he took the treasure, he wanted to kill me to silence me. The experts of the Qin family, Lin Mu and the others, Qin Feng looked at Qin Ming. Do you know what you're saying? Qin Ming said sinisterly, Qin Feng, you're still pretending. After I gave you that treasure, you actually wanted to kill me. You traitor of the Qin family. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. I think you want to keep the treasure for yourself. Qin Ming said angrily, you're slandering me. You are simply deranged. You're even more shameless than that Yixian. Qin Feng's face was ashen, his right hand slowly clenched. Qin Ming, old man, it looks like you're really tired of living. As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, Qin Ming suddenly said, look, he wants to kill me to silence me. All the experts of the Qin family gazed at Qin Feng with rather hostile expressions. Qin Feng was furious when he witnessed this scene. Do all of you believe him? Meanwhile, a group of cavalrymen suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and then the grand formation that enveloped the entire ancient city exploded into pieces. At the same time, the black-robed old man and the others from the Order Alliance had arrived as well. The members of the Tang clan and Order Alliance had surrounded the Qin family with great tacit understanding. However, they didn't attack because it seemed like the Qin family was in internal strife. Qin Feng stared at Qin Ming. Why are you doing this? Why am I doing this? Qin Ming was very clearly aware that he would definitely die if he didn't do this. Moreover, he might have a chance at survival by doing this. Every man for himself, and the world destroys him. Qin Ming gazed at Qin Feng. I should be the one asking you that. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you think the family will believe you? As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man appeared by his side. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, the expressions of Lin Mu and the others became solemn. A Dao verification realm expert, Qin Ming's expression became slightly unsightly when he saw this middle-aged man. The person before him was one of the two protectors of the Qin family, Qin Xiao. This person's strength was ranked in the top 5 of the Qin family. After Qin Xiao appeared, his gaze descended onto Qin Ming. Why? Qin Ming sadly smiled. It looks like Protector Qin Xiao doesn't believe me. If you don't believe me, you can search me. Qin Zhao's divine sense enveloped Qin Ming, and the latter didn't resist. After a short moment, Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He looked at Qin Feng, and the latter spoke in a low voice. When I entered the chamber earlier, he said that the treasure was gone. I questioned him, and he did this. Qin Xiao spoke in a low voice. Elder Qin Feng, I want to search you. Qin Feng nodded. Search me then. Qin Zhao's divine sense enveloped Qin Feng, and after a short moment, his frown deepened. Because it wasn't. Qin Xiao looked at Qin Ming. Did that treasure escape, or did it fall into Elder Qin Feng's hands? Qin Ming spoke in a low voice. It's in his hands. Not too far away, Qin Feng was enraged. Qin Ming, are you a mad dog? Do you believe that this old man won't slap you to death? Qin Ming was about to speak, but at this time, not too far away, Lin Mook suddenly said, your acting is quite good. The Qin family powerhouses all looked at Lin Mook. Lin Mook smiled. How wonderful. As he spoke, he actually said that the treasure disappeared. Fierce. Admirable, truly admirable. Not too far away, the black-robed old man from the Order Alliance also said, truly wonderful. As he spoke, the treasure disappeared just like that. As he spoke to hear, he shook his head and smiled. Everyone, do you still want to say that the treasure has already returned to Yixian's hands? Qin Xiao looked at the black-robed old man. That treasure has a spirit of its own. For it to escape on its own isn't anything strange. The black-robed old man sighed. I suddenly discover that I feel a bit of sympathy for this Yixian. As he spoke, he looked at Qin Xiao. Honestly speaking, are you insulting our intelligence? Qin family people, this old man doesn't want to waste words with you. Today, if you don't hand over the treasure, none of you will leave. As his voice fell, 10 black-clothed people suddenly appeared not too far away from Qin Xiao and the others. Seeing these 10 black-clothed people, Qin Xiao and the others' complexions instantly turned dignified. Law enforcers, these were the most elite powerhouses of the Order Alliance. They were the same as the Tang clan cavalry. But, these people weren't very famous because those that had seen them had all died. Law enforcers, Tang clan cavalry, Qin Zhao's complexion became extremely ugly. Let alone these 2 super influences, even a single one was something that the Qin family couldn't stop. Qin Xiao was silent for a moment. He looked at Lin Mook. Brother Lin Mook, there must be some misunderstanding here. Lin Mook shook his head, don't try that. If you directly hand over the treasure to me, then I will believe that it is a misunderstanding. Not only will I believe it, but my Tang clan will also believe it. At that time, we will still be friends for generations. Qin Zhao's complexion became ugly. Treasure? He also wanted to know who had the treasure. Thinking of this, he looked at Qin Ming and viciously said, is the treasure in your hands or not? Qin Ming was expressionless, no. Qin Xiao looked at Qin Feng. The latter coldly said, you still don't believe in the old man's character? Not far away, Qin Ming coldly sneered, in front of that treasure, who would have any character? When Qin Feng heard this, he was instantly enraged. He turned to look at Qin Ming, I will slap you to death, you piece of trash. As his voice fell, he directly charged at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's complexion changed. But, he didn't wait for death. He immediately charged at Qin Feng. Just like this, the 2 Dao realm powerhouses of the Qin family began to fight. Not far away, Li Mu and Yuelao glanced at each other. What was the Qin family doing? This didn't seem like an act at all. At this moment, Qin Xiao suddenly said, retreat. As his voice fell, he turned and ran. He knew that no matter how he explained, the Tang clan and Order Alliance wouldn't believe him. In fact, he himself didn't believe Qin Ming and Yuelao. Seeing that Qin Xiao was about to retreat, Li Mu's expression turned cold, kill. As his voice fell, the Tang clan cavalry directly charged at Qin Xiao and the others. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Order Alliance also charged over. Qin Xiao roared, kill. As his voice fell, a powerful aura swept out from his body. Somewhere in the boundless mountain range, Yixian sat on the ground. In his arms, there was a large pile of divine crystals. Not only that, he also ate many spiritual fruits that Shaolin gave him. Backlash, using the sword soul separation twice in a row had consumed too much of his body's energy. He didn't usually use the sword soul separation because it consumed a lot of energy. With his current ability, he could at most use it twice. After 2 times, he basically had no combat strength left. Therefore, unless there was a special situation, he wouldn't use the sword skill. Now, he also realized that he had a flaw. All of his powerful sword skills and trump cards consumed a lot of energy. Realm, he was currently in the 10,000 laws realm, and at this realm, it was still difficult for him to completely control his powerful sword skills and trump cards. However, he didn't want to improve immediately. He didn't want to recultivate his realm to be a process. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly split open, and then, a Xiao flew out. It was the prison pagoda. Yixian grinned, you're back. At this moment, the prison pagoda suddenly collided with Yixian's chest. Bang! Before Yixian could react, his entire body was directly sent flying. This time, he flew for a distance of 100 zhang, and as soon as he stopped, the prison pagoda appeared in front of him again, and then collided with his chest. Bang! Yixian was sent flying again. However, the moment he was sent flying, several flying swords suddenly slashed towards the prison pagoda. However, these flying swords were directly absorbed by the prison pagoda when they approached the prison pagoda. Then, bang 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 bang, in the battlefield, Yixian flew back and forth, unable to fight back. After about a quarter of an hour, Yixian had just crashed to the ground, and the prison pagoda appeared in front of him again. Yixian hurriedly said, don't. Let's talk this out. Let's be reasonable, be reasonable. The prison pagoda did not attack again. Instead, it entered Yixian's body. On the ground, Yixian's face was bruised and swollen. His entire body was aching. At this moment, he discovered how terrifying this prison pagoda was. This was definitely stronger than a transcendent sword saint. Moreover, this prison pagoda could even store things. On the ground, Yixian lay quietly. At this moment, Tang Qing appeared in front of him. Tang Qing looked at Yixian and said calmly, "If you can win, use your fists. If you can't, use reason. You're really something." Yixian, Tang Qing sat not far from Yixian and said softly, "I never thought that this pagoda would really recognize you as its master." Yixian smiled bitterly, "Do I look like a master to you?" Tang Qing's expression was rather complicated. "Young Master Yi, I'm actually very curious. I'm curious as to why it would recognize you as its master." Yixian sat up and said with a smile, "Am I really that unbearable in Miss Tang's eyes?" Tang Qing shook her head. "Young Master Yi's wisdom is unparalleled. You're strong and decisive. A person like you can be called an outstanding person." Yixian was stunned, then said, "I've never admired anyone in my life, but I admire Miss Tang Qing." Tang Qing was a little curious. "Admire me?" "Admire what?" Yixian said seriously, "I admire Miss Tang Qing's foresight." Tang Qing was stunned, then laughed. "Young Master Yi, your skin is so thick, it's really rare." Yixian chuckled, "Something like skin. There are thousands of people in the world, and they all have tens of thousands of faces. Some people have the same skin, but they lead different lives. Those who laugh on the outside, cry on the inside. Those who laugh on the inside, cry on the outside. This skin is the most unreliable thing in the world. What's the use of it?" Tang Qing smiled, "So young Master Yi chose to be shameless. A shameless person is invincible, right?" Yixian laughed, then said, "Miss Tang, you look much more cheerful. What's wrong? Have you thought it through?" Tang Qing said softly, "So what if I can't get over it? Many a time in one's life, one is like a chess piece that can only be manipulated in one way or another." As she said that, she looked at Yixian. "Young Master Yi, don't you feel the same way?" Yixian smiled and said, "I only know that I have to work hard in everything, and if there are no results after working hard, then I have no regrets." Tang Qing glanced at Yixian with a complicated expression. A moment later, Tang Qing suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, can you let me go?" Yixian looked at Tang Qing, who smiled and said, "Just kidding." Yixian said, "You can leave." Tang Qing looked at Yixian and did not say anything. Yixian flicked his finger, and a wisp of white light entered Tang Qing's glabella. Soon, Tang Qing's restriction was lifted. Tang Qing smiled. "Why?" Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Miss Tang Qing, I won't play games with you. Letting you go isn't because I have tender feelings for you." Tang Qing smiled and asked, "Then why?" Yixian smiled and said, "The Tang family has already given up on you, so it's useless for me to keep you by my side. If I let you go, perhaps you'll remember our relationship and help me in the future. Moreover, I feel that you will definitely not be loyal to the Tang family after you leave, and you might even look for trouble with the Tang family. To put it simply, there's no harm for me if you leave, and it might even be beneficial for me in the future." Tang Qing remained silent for a moment, and then she smiled and said, "Thank you." Yixian was slightly puzzled. "Thank me for what?" Tang Qing chuckled and said, "Thank you for your straightforwardness, young Master Yi. Even though you're very thick-skinned, I have to say that you're a very good person. The sword sect's abandonment of you is absolutely the greatest loss they've suffered in their lives." After saying that, she turned around and left, but she soon stopped. "Young Master Yi, don't be so gullible in the future, especially women." Yixian smiled and said, "I hope that I won't become enemies with Miss Tang Qing in the future. Of course, if that day really comes, Miss Tang can rest assured that my sword is very fast, and I guarantee that you won't feel any pain." Tang Qing nodded slightly. "Take care." After saying that, she disappeared not far away. Yixian looked into the distance, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this time, the Emperor Hound's voice suddenly sounded, "Boy Yi, are you interested in this girl?" Yixian recollected his thoughts and said with a smile, "What do you think?" The Emperor Hound said, "I think this girl is interested in you." Yixian shook his head and smiled, "Brother Emperor Hound, have you rested well recently?" The Emperor Hound said, "Not bad, my strength has improved a lot." Yixian quickly asked, "How strong is it?" The Emperor Hound said lightly, "It's equivalent to the Tao confirming realm." Yixian was stunned, "It's that strong?" The Emperor Hound said coldly, that strong? I'm afraid you don't know when I was at my peak. If I was at my peak, then let me tell you, I could slap these people to death with a single slap. Xian laughed, then I'll be relying on Brother Emperor Hound to protect me from now on. The Emperor Hound said in a low voice, boy, even though you've successfully framed that Qin clan, those powers aren't idiots. You can deceive them for a while, but you can't deceive them forever. Xian nodded, I know. The Emperor Hound asked, what do you plan to do next? Xian was about to speak when the World Prison Pagoda suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, the World Prison Pagoda trembled slightly as if it was trying to express something. After a short moment, Xian said in a low voice, can you speak? The World Prison Pagoda trembled violently and smashed directly towards Xian. Xian's expression changed, and he raised his sword to block. Bang! Xian was instantly blasted back 300 m. The World Prison Pagoda was about to attack again when Xian suddenly said angrily, I'm telling you, don't go too far, or else. The World Prison Pagoda suddenly vanished, and a ray of black light flashed. Bang! Xian was blasted flying again. On the ground, Xian crawled up. At this moment, the World Prison Pagoda appeared in front of him, and then it jumped up and down in a very arrogant manner. Xian's face twitched. How did I offend this malefic existence? Meanwhile, the Emperor Hound suddenly said, has the pagoda spirit woken up? Xian smiled bitterly, I don't know. If the pagoda spirit had woken up, it wouldn't be so childish, right? The World Prison Pagoda was acting quite childish now. The Emperor Hound said in a low voice, do you think there's something wrong with its intelligence after it was heavily injured? Xian thought for a moment, and then said, that's possible. The Emperor Hound said, let's not talk about that for now. It seemed to want you to do something just now. Can you understand it? Xian shook his head, and was about to speak when Xiao suddenly appeared in front of him, I can understand it. Xian was slightly startled, you can understand it? Xiao nodded, it wants you to find something. Xian asked, what is it looking for? Xiao turned to look at the World Prison Pagoda, and then she mumbled something, and the World Prison Pagoda suddenly jumped up and down. Xian's expression froze, Brother Emperor Hound, can you understand what they're saying? The Emperor Hound said, you think too highly of me. The world of the big shots is not something that trash like me can understand. Xian, at this time, Xiao looked at Xian, it wants you to find that Dao. Dao, Xian said, Dao Law? Xiao quickly nodded, yes, that Dao Law. Xian asked, it wants to find Dao Law? Xiao nodded her little head, it said that you're too lazy to even look for Dao Law. You're just, at this point, she glanced at Xian, and did not speak. Xian asked, what is it? Xiao hesitated, and then said, it said that you're an idiot. You didn't even chase away the 6th floor. You're really too stupid. Xian's face darkened, you were the one who said that. Little blinked her eyes. It said so. At the side, the prison pagoda trembled, as if expressing something. Xiao said again, it said that I'm right, you're an idiot. You're a big idiot. At this point, she seemed to realize something, and quickly shut up. Xian, Xiao blinked, did I say something wrong? Xian shook his head, no, you're very outstanding. Really? Xiao giggled, and then pointed to the right, it said that there are Dao laws over there, and it wants you to go. Xian looked to the right, and after a moment of silence, he nodded, let's go. With that, he sent Xiao to the prison pagoda, and then disappeared with the prison pagoda. Find Dao laws. To unleash the power of the prison pagoda, the best way was to find Dao laws. Not only could Dao laws repair the prison pagoda, but they could also increase his strength. Given the current situation, he needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the Order Alliance and Tang clan came back to their senses, it would be impossible for him to fight them with his current strength. Under the guidance of the prison pagoda, Xian disappeared into the boundless horizon. Myriad Mountain City. At this time, Myriad Mountain City was a mess. Dozens of Dao Realm experts had fought here. How could this place withstand it? And on the battlefield, the Order Alliance and Tang clan had a tacit understanding not to target each other. Their target was the Qin family. The Qin family only had Qin Shao, Qin Ming, and Qin Feng left. The rest of them had all perished. As for Qin Ming and Qin Feng, they didn't fight amongst themselves. If they did, then everyone would die. Xianxia glared at Lin Mu. Brother Lin, do you really have to be so ruthless? Lin Mu said indifferently, ruthless? Your Qin family acts one way in front of my Tang clan and another way behind my back. Let me tell you, if your Qin family doesn't hand over that treasure today, let alone you, your entire Qin family will perish. Qin Xiao looked at Qin Ming and Qin Ming. Do the two of you really want my Qin family to be buried with you? Qin Feng looked at Qin Ming. Even if you don't care about yourself, do you not care about your descendants? Qin Ming fell silent. After a moment, he looked at Lin Mu and the others, saying softly, when that treasure was in the secret room, I wanted to subdue it. However, it suddenly disappeared. If I'm not wrong, it has returned to Yixian's side. Lin Mu shook his head and smiled. To be honest, I also feel a bit sorry for Yixian. It hasn't been easy for him to live until now. In this kind of situation, you all still want to frame him. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Qin Xiao. P.S. A reader said that today is his birthday and asked if I could add more. Of course I can. I wish you a happy birthday. Thank you very much for reading my book, and thank you even more for supporting the original. I will write better stories, become more handsome, and make you all like them even more. The expressions of Qin Xiao and the others instantly became extremely unsightly when they heard Lin Mu. Obviously, Lin Mu and the others didn't believe Qin Ming at all, but it made sense. After all, who would believe him? Meanwhile, Lin Mu's gaze gradually turned icy cold. Qin Xiao, I don't have the time to waste with you. Just tell me, hand it over or not. Qin Xiao had a ferocious expression on his face. Hand it over? I don't have anything, so what do you want me to hand over? When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Qin Ming. Do you really want to bury your entire clan with you? Qin Ming spoke solemnly. That treasure really did flee by itself, and it's definitely in Yixian's hands now. Qin Xiao roared furiously. Do you even believe that? Do you? Qin Ming remained silent. He knew that he couldn't explain himself. At this moment, he realized how severe the situation was. It wasn't just a matter of his own, it was related to the fate of the entire Qin clan. It was absolutely impossible for the Qin clan to resist the joint forces of the Tang clan and Order Alliance. Moreover, the Order Alliance and Tang clan would absolutely not allow him to escape. He had no way out because the Qin clan wouldn't protect him. Moreover, the Qin clan wouldn't even be able to protect themselves. He had no way out. It was a hopeless situation. Qin Ming laughed miserably when he thought up to this point. Greed. Greed is the original sin. There was only a single reason why he'd fallen into such a situation. Greed. The moment greed arose, he would be doomed eternally. At this moment, he truly realized that he'd been tricked by Yixian. Yixian had succeeded in using his greed to divert the attention of the Order Alliance and Tang clan. Yixian. Qin Ming's expression gradually turned icy cold when he thought up to this point, and he gazed at Lin Mu and the others. I was the last person to come into contact with that treasure, and it really has fallen into Yixian's hands. Lin Mu was about to speak when Qin Ming's body suddenly started burning. He was combusting. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Even Qin Xiao and the others were stunned. Suicide. Qin Ming had actually chosen suicide. At this moment, Lin Mu and the black-robed old man from the Order Alliance frowned tightly. This Qin Ming wanted to use his death to prove that the treasure wasn't in his hands. On the battlefield, the burning Qin Ming had a crazed look on his face. Yixian. Haha. What a good Yixian. You caused the old man to die. The old man will not let you off easily. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Mu and the others. Order Alliance, Tang clan, this Yixian is not only talented but his intelligence is also outstanding. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him before he fully matures, then it won't be long before you can do anything to him. As soon as he finished speaking, his body was completely engulfed in flames, and it didn't take long for him to turn into ashes. The surroundings were extremely silent. Qin Xiao and Qin Feng remained silent. The two of them didn't expect Qin Ming to suddenly do this. Although the three people in front of them were dead, they couldn't commit suicide. The reason why Qin Ming had committed suicide was obviously because he didn't want Yixian's plan to succeed. At the very least, he wanted to shift the attention of the Tang clan and the Order Alliance to Yixian. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Mu not far away. Brother Lin Mu, if my Qin clan really had that treasure, they would definitely save us at all costs. perhaps we would directly hand it over to protect ourselves. But now, no one from my Qin clan has come to rescue us. This is enough to prove that the treasure isn't in our hands. You've all interacted with that Yixian before. You know better than me how treacherous he is. Moreover, didn't the sword sect fall into his trap in the same way? Yixian, Lin Mook and the rest fell silent. Yixian, they naturally knew how treacherous he was. This fellow didn't seem like a swordsman at all. This was because he was too shameless, using all sorts of tricks. Moreover, he was extremely shameless. This kind of person was a disgrace to the swordsman, and this kind of person was the most troublesome, because he was capable of doing many shameless things. At this time, Yuelao suddenly transmitted his voice. Regardless of whether the treasure is in Yixian's hands or not, we cannot let these three go. Hearing this, Lin Mook's eyes narrowed. Kill. Kill. The Qin clan was a vassal of the Tang clan, and their actions this time was undoubtedly a betrayal. Under such circumstances, if the Tang clan did not kill the chicken to warn the monkey, wouldn't the other vassal forces have thoughts of rebelling? Furthermore, the words of the Qin clan could not be trusted completely. Whether the treasure was on them or not, they would know once they killed them. As Lin Mook's voice fell, the Tang clan cavalry charged towards Lin Xiao and Yuelao. Seeing Lin Mook and the rest attack, Lin Zhao's expression turned savage. Since you won't let us live, then we'll fight to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward the group of Tang clan cavalrymen. On the other side, the black-robed old man and the rest did not make a move. Beside the black-robed old man, an expert asked solemnly, "Should we make a move?" The black-robed old man shook his head. "Watch the show." Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded, and by the time the black-robed old man and the rest looked over, Qin Feng's head had already flown into the air. Crushed, the black-robed old man's expression was extremely solemn when he saw the strength of the 9 Tang clan cavalrymen. These Tang clan cavalrymen were truly strong. Right at this moment, Qin Xiao, who was nearby, was suddenly sent flying. At this moment, his left arm was gone. Moreover, only a single Tang clan cavalryman had attacked. Both of them had been fighting one-on-one. However, Qin Xiao had been completely crushed. Not too far away, Qin Xiao raised his head and took a look. In the distant void, there was an old man looking down from above. This person was the current patriarch of the Qin clan, Qin Zhong. He had arrived a long time ago, but he did not make a move. He just watched silently. Qin Xiao stared fixedly at Qin Zhong. "I do not resent the clan. Please protect my family, patriarch." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the Tang clan cavalryman, and in the next moment, his abdomen swelled up. In the blink of an eye, a destructive force erupted from within him. Rumble, the space in an area of several thousand meters violently trembled and cracked apart. Not far away, the Tang clan knight held his saber with both hands and leaned his body forward, using his saber as a shield. Just like that, he managed to completely block the power of the explosion. However, he was also forced back nearly 100 zhang. A short moment later, the surroundings returned to calm. Both Qin Xiao and Qin Feng had perished, but neither of them had that precious treasure on them. Lin Mu raised his head and saw that Qin Zhong had appeared out of nowhere. Qin Zhong glanced at Lin Mu. "Is that enough?" Lin Mu sneered. "Patriarch Qin, do you think this matter is over?" Qin Zhong shook his head. "Whether or not it's over is not up to you. Let me remind you one last time. Yixian gave up that precious treasure of his own accord in order to divert your attention to my Qin family. Do you know what he's doing right now? Do you think he'll be idle? As for Yixian, he will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. Once he becomes an extraordinary sword saint, coupled with his assassination techniques, I really don't know if your Tang clan cavalrymen will be enough to kill." Lin Mu fell silent. Yixian, the Tang clan had never dared to look down on this person. Right now, Yixian was only a great sword immortal. But once he became a sword saint, he might even become an extraordinary sword saint, even transcendent sword saint. At that time, he would definitely be very terrifying. At this time, a voice sounded out from the side. "Patriarch Qin Zhong, aren't you trying to divert the attention of my Tang clan and the Order Alliance?" Lin Mu turned and looked. When he saw who it was, he was stunned. Tang Qing, the young miss of the Tang family. Tang Qing walked in front of Qin Zhong and smiled. "Patriarch Qin Zhong, what we are discussing right now is not that precious treasure nor is it Yixian, but your Qin family." What was the agreement between your Qin family and my Tang clan in the past? Has your Qin family forgotten your own status? Qin Zhong looked at Tang Qing, not speaking. Tang Qing continued, your Qin family's current actions are betrayal. Do you think my Tang clan will let your Qin family off? Qin Zhong smiled, then what do you think we should do? Tang Qing smiled faintly. She opened her palm and a beam of white light suddenly flew out. Soon, a figure appeared in front of her. Seeing this figure, all the Tang clan cavalry knelt on one knee. Lin Mu and old Yuelao did the same. Because this figure was the current patriarch of the Tang clan, Tang Yen, Tang Qing bowed slightly to the figure. Tang Qing greets patriarch. Tang Yen said, what is it? Tang Qing said, the Qin family has betrayed us. Tang Qing suggests that we immediately eradicate the Qin family to rid ourselves of this disaster. Not far away, Qin Zhong glanced at Tang Qing but did not speak. Tang Yen asked, how did you escape? Tang Qing's expression was calm, he let me go. Tang Yen asked, why? Tang Qing said, he felt that the family had abandoned me and that I was no longer of any use in his hands. He let me go because I have a grudge against the family. This is beneficial to him. Tang Yen asked again, what do you think? Tang Qing said, I have a grudge against the family. Tang Yen looked at Tang Qing and waited for her to continue. Tang Qing clenched her fists, of course, I blame myself even more. It was my own stupidity and carelessness that allowed me to be captured by Yixian. When she spoke up to hear, she raised her head to look at Tang Yen, from this moment onward, I want the family to never abandon me again. I want to prove to the family that abandoning me was the greatest mistake of the family. The surroundings were extremely silent. Not far away, the black-robed old man glanced at Tang Qing and said softly, this girl. At this moment, Tang Yen suddenly said, from this moment onward, Tang Qing will be promoted to the deputy cavalry commander of the Tang clan. She will be able to freely mobilize 30 cavalrymen, 2 Dao realm experts, a 9-dragon jade pendant, and 1 million divine crystals. She will also be able to freely enter Tiansong Pavilion, Divine Skill Pavilion, Heaven's Abode Holy Lands, and train soldiers. Hearing Tang Yen, the 9 Tang clan cavalry suddenly turned around and knelt to Tang Qing, greetings, Commander Qing. At this moment, Lin Mu and old Yuelao's expressions changed. Tang Qing's current treatment was something that only the young masters of the Tang clan could enjoy. Moreover, those young masters were fighting for the position of heir. This meant that the patriarch wanted Tang Qing to fight for the position of heir. It also meant that Tang Qing had truly entered the core circle of power in the Tang clan. Lin Mu and old Yuelao hurriedly bowed to Tang Qing as well. Greetings, Commander Qing. The title of Deputy Cavalry Commander of the Tang clan was much, much greater than that of the Tang clan, because it was real power. As for the eldest young miss of the Tang clan, it was just an empty title. Tang Qing stood up and bowed slightly to Tang Yen. Tang Qing has not let down the patriarch's expectations. Tang Yen said, return to the Qing clan and discuss it with your 9th brother and the others. You can decide whether to kill them or keep them alive. Besides that, do your best to search for Yixian's whereabouts. He's a great threat that cannot be allowed to live. Tang Qing nodded, understood. As he spoke, he slowly relaxed his hands. His expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. After Tang Yen disappeared, Tang Qing glanced at Qin Zhong, who was not far away. The latter smiled and said, Miss Tang Qing, you're really good. Tang Qing did not respond to Qin Zhong. She turned to look at Yuelao and the rest. Return to the clan. Soon, the group of people left. After Tang Qing and the others left, Qin Zhong looked at the black-robed old man. Sir, would you like to talk? The black-robed old man shook his head. There's nothing to discuss. With that, he turned around and left. Normally, he would want to talk, but now, he didn't want to. Firstly, the Qin clan's betrayal of the Tang clan was extremely shameless. If the Qin clan could betray the Tang clan, then they could also betray the Order Alliance. Secondly, the Qin clan was obviously trying to get the Order Alliance to take over the Qin clan. Once the Order Alliance accepted the Qin clan, the Tang clan would definitely take revenge at all costs for the sake of their reputation. Although the Order Alliance wasn't afraid, the Qin clan wasn't worth it. If the Order Alliance didn't do anything, they would be able to reap the benefits because it was highly possible that the Tang clan would not let the Qin clan off. Although the Qin clan wasn't as strong as the Tang clan, they weren't that weak. If the two clans could fight to the death, that would naturally be good. If not, it didn't matter. In any case, the Order Alliance wouldn't lose anything. Moreover, his current mission was to find Yixian. He did not want to be dragged down by the Qin clan. After the black-robed old man and the others left, Qin Zhong remained expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. A short moment later, just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared not too far away from him. The figure was like a shadow, and he couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly. Qin Zhong narrowed his eyes and clenched his right fist. The figure laughed and said, "Now it seems that the Qin family is in a very bad situation." Qin Zhong stared straight at the mysterious man. "Who are you?" The mysterious man said indifferently, "He can save the Qin clan." Qin Zhong chuckled. "You?" As his voice fell, he flicked his sleeves and the space in front of him trembled. An instant later, an afterimage suddenly appeared in front of him. Qin Zhong's expression changed slightly as he threw out a punch. Boom! Qin Zhong retreated rapidly, and this time, he retreated several thousand feet. At this moment, Qin Zhong's expression turned solemn. The mysterious man said softly, "Do you believe me now?" Qin Zhong glared at the mysterious man. Apart from the Tang clan and the Demon clan, no one can stop the Tang clan. The mysterious man shook his head and chuckled without saying a word. With a wave of his palm, a golden strip of cloth suddenly appeared before Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong's expression changed drastically when he saw the golden strip of cloth. "You." 1,000,000 miles to the north of the City of Order in the Eastern Wasteland domain was a sea region known as the Sky-Concealing Sea Domain. This sea region was boundless and had countless islands. Because the spiritual qi in this sea region was thin, there were no valuable spiritual veins or natural treasures. Therefore, the Order Alliance had never sent anyone to manage this place. It was not worth it to waste manpower here. As for this place, very few people came here, because even though there were many islands here, they weren't very valuable. Standing on the shore, Yixian looked at the vast sea in the distance and said softly, "There are Dao laws here?" At this time, the prison pagoda appeared in front of it. It swayed about, as if it was expressing something. The corner of Yixian's mouth twitched. He hurriedly said, "Xiaolinger, what is it saying?" Xiaolinger appeared in front of Yixian. She glanced at Xiao Ta and said, "It said, that Dao, Dao, Dao." Yixian's face darkened. "Dao laws." Xiaolinger hurriedly said, "Dao laws." It said that it's hiding. Hiding? Yixian was stunned. He then looked at the prison pagoda. "You're their master. Let it come out." Hearing Yixian's words, the prison pagoda seemed a little agitated. It began to jump left and right. As it began to jump, the space in the field began to twist strangely. Yixian's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly said, What is it doing?" Xiaolinger blinked. "It's angry." Yixian was puzzled. "What's it angry about?" Xiaolinger said, "It said that those Dao laws don't want to return after they escaped. They're all traitors." Yixian had a strange expression on his face. He knew that some Dao laws were extremely formidable. For example, Xianxia had taken human form, but he wasn't willing to return. Obviously, the other high-level Dao laws were definitely thinking the same thing. They'd escaped with great difficulty, so who would want to return? Meanwhile, the prison pagoda started jumping again. Xiaolinger gazed at the prison pagoda for a long time, and then she looked at Yixian and spoke in an extremely serious tone. "It said that it lived on the 6th floor for too long. You should ask it to move out." The prison pagoda turned to Xiaolinger. Yixian's face darkened. "You said that?" Xiaolinger blinked with a very innocent expression. Yixian said seriously, "What exactly did it say?" Xiaolinger hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "It said that the Dao law is in this area, but it's hidden. It can't sense it. It wants you to find it." Yixian said in a low voice, "How do I find it?" The prison pagoda started jumping again. The corners of Yixian's mouth twitched, and he looked at Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger blinked and said, "It said that it doesn't know." Yixian was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger was muttering something to the prison pagoda again. She was slightly excited, and she gestured quickly with her hands. The prison pagoda was jumping as well, and it seemed to be expressing something. After a short while, Xiao Linger calmed down. But she seemed to be slightly unwilling, and then she raised 2 fingers. Her attitude was very firm. The prison pagoda swayed from side to side. Obviously, it didn't agree. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger turned around and disappeared. But it didn't take long for her to reappear. But at this moment, she was holding a sword in her hand. Xiao Linger pointed the sword at the prison pagoda. One-on-one. Yixian was dumbfounded. What's going on? How did they end up fighting just like that? The prison pagoda trembled, and then it smashed directly towards Xiao Linger. Lil Linger shouted angrily, "Hey, give me your life." As she spoke, she slashed at the prison pagoda with her sword. Just like that, the human and pagoda started fighting in midair. Yixian was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? In next to no time, Yixian's expression became slightly solemn. Because he noticed that Xiao Linger was very strong. It wasn't just the sword in her hand, but she herself was very strong. He knew the strength of the prison pagoda. Ordinary Dao vindication experts were not its match, but at this moment, this Xiao Linger was actually evenly matched with it. This Xiao Linger's strength was like the prison pagoda, forever a mystery. At this moment, the prison pagoda and Xiao Linger suddenly stopped. Xiao Linger hugged her sword and panted, "Let's stop first. I'm a little tired. Let's fight another day." The prison pagoda trembled, expressing its agreement. Xiao Linger hugged her sword and returned to the prison pagoda, while the prison pagoda returned to Yixian's body. The fight was fast, but it stopped just as fast. Yixian was a little confused. After a moment, Yixian shook his head. "I don't understand the world of the big shots." As he spoke, he looked at the distant sea region. Dao Law, he didn't know what Dao Law it was, but he knew that he had to obtain it. The higher the level of Dao Law, the more terrifying its power. If he could obtain it, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. After a moment, Yixian disappeared. Search. Before long, Yixian entered the vast sea region. The surroundings were very quiet, and there were no demonic beasts at the bottom of the sea. 2 hours later, Yixian stopped on an island. Looking at the vast sea region before him, he frowned. Because he had no clue at all. During these 2 hours, his divine sense swept the surrounding islands and sea region, but he didn't find anything. Where was this Dao Law hidden? Yixian was a little annoyed. After a moment, his figure trembled, and he flew into the distance. Before long, Yixian arrived on the sea surface. He spread out his divine sense, and not only that, he also used the dragon soul. At this moment, his divine sense covered the surrounding sea region for hundreds of miles. However, there was still nothing. Yixian withdrew his divine sense and frowned. At this moment, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of him. A moment later, a powerful force sucked him into the whirlpool. Yixian's expression changed drastically as soon as he entered the vortex. He slashed forward with his sword. However, nothing happened when the sword slashed down. Yixian frowned and hurriedly said, "Brother Emperor Dog?" There was no response. Shocked, Yixian quickly contacted the World Prison Pagoda. However, he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with the World Prison Pagoda. What's going on? At this moment, he realized that he had stopped, and his surroundings were pitch black. He couldn't see anything. Yixian frowned slightly. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Pissed, the sword light had just appeared, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yixian's expression darkened. He opened his palm, and in an instant, countless flying swords slashed in all directions. However, after these flying swords slashed, they disappeared without a sound. All disappeared. Yixian's expression was slightly unsightly. What is this place? After a moment, he walked forward, but it was pitch black all around him. No matter how he walked, he felt like he was walking on the same spot. Around 2 hours later, Yixian stopped. During these 2 hours, he had used all the methods he could, but it was still useless. He was still trapped here. There was no sound, no light, even his sword light couldn't survive in this place, in this dark space. Besides him and the darkness, there was nothing else. Just like that, another 2 hours passed. At this moment, Yixian was starting to feel annoyed because this feeling was too terrible. After an unknown amount of time, Yixian suddenly stood up. he slashed forward with his sword, but it was still pitch black all around him. There was no movement at all. Gradually, Xian's expression became slightly ferocious. "Who is it? Come out and fight me." However, there was no movement at all. There was no response at all. Xian's expression was ferocious. He immediately used the dragon soul and dragon force. Soon, flying swords flew everywhere, but almost in an instant, these flying swords all disappeared into the darkness. Another long time passed. At this moment, he had lost the concept of time. This was because he didn't know how much time had passed since he entered. In any case, he felt like a few years had passed. Torture. Now, he felt like he was being tortured every second of the day. He felt like he was about to collapse. He even wanted to be freed. When this thought appeared in his mind, Xian was instantly shocked. He was so weak. His state of mind was so unbearable. When he encountered difficulties, he would actually want to give up. He would also be angry because of failure. And anger was the expression of an incompetent person. He was a swordsman with a clear sword heart, but at this moment, his state of mind was so irritated. After a long time, Xian finally understood that he had many flaws, but when he was not faced with difficulties, these flaws were not reflected. Human nature, most of the time, a person's flaws and evil side were well hidden, but as long as there was a chance, they would be completely exposed. Therefore, it was often said that human nature could not withstand tests and scrutiny. However, as a swordsman, he must look straight into his heart, straight into his worst and most evil side. What was the true clear sword heart? Look straight into his heart, recognize it, and follow it. Don't run away. I'm the good, and I'm the bad, both good and bad are me. Thinking of this, the sword in Xian's hand suddenly trembled violently. What is a sword saint? Xian said softly, from a mortal to an immortal, from an immortal to a saint, and to become a saint, one must first recognize oneself. That's right, I, Xian, have many, many flaws. Yes, I, Xian, am shameless. I am shameless. When I see a beauty, I will have crooked thoughts. Yes, I am such a shameless and shameless person. Wang, a sword's hum suddenly resounded in this darkness. In the darkness, the hum of the sword resounded and did not stop for a long time. The sword could communicate with the mind. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, and a sword quietly floated in front of him. Understanding the heart, at this moment, he understood one thing, and that was to clearly understand his own heart. A person could deceive anyone in the world, but he could not deceive his own heart. The heart was the truest mirror in the world. Xian stood up and opened his palm. In his palm, a sword spun violently. The sword contained two kinds of sword intents, good and evil sword intents. At this moment, his sword intent had undergone a transformation, and with the support of this sword intent, the soul-suppressing sword in his hand had also undergone an earth-shattering transformation. At this time, Soul's voice suddenly sounded, "Congratulations, young master, your sword path has entered the sage realm." Sword sage, Xian said softly. What is the difference between a sword sage and a sword immortal? Specifically. After a moment of silence, Soul said, "Young master, can you feel your own sword intent?" Xian opened his left hand, and soon, the two kinds of sword intents enveloped him. After a while, he discovered that his sword intent seemed to have something more inexplicable than before. At this time, Soul suddenly said, "Young master's sword intent has a trace of spiritual intelligence than before." Spiritual intelligence? Xian asked, "What do you mean?" Soul said, "All things have a spirit, and so does sword intent. Of course, whether a sword intent can have a spirit or not depends on its master. Young master's state of mind has improved, and he has a more thorough understanding of himself and the sword, and this understanding has directly led to the transformation of young master's sword intent. This transformation is a living being. Young master's sword intent has a spirit, and its power and effect are at least 50% higher than before. In other words, after young master became a sword sage, his strength also increased by at least 50%. Increased by 50%, Xian opened his palm, and the sword in his hand suddenly flew out. The sword was faster than lightning. This speed was indeed at least 50% faster than before. Now, he was confident that he could kill a knowledge realm powerhouse head-on. If it was an assassination, he could even try to kill a Dao validation powerhouse. At this time, Little Soul suddenly said, "Young master, you must not be arrogant and complacent. Becoming a saint may just be the beginning." This sword Dao entering sainthood is like a Genesis Dao expert who has just come into contact with the Dao. The word Dao is broad and profound, and involves far too many things. It's not something that can be understood in a day. Yixian nodded. Understood. As he spoke, he glanced around. Little soul, do you know where this place is? Little soul said in a low voice, I don't know. This place is very strange, young master must be careful. Yixian nodded. He held onto his sword and walked towards the distance. At this moment, his sword intent began to spread out in all directions. Not only that, but he also used the power of the dragon's soul. With the support of the dragon's soul, the sword intent became even more powerful, but in next to no time, Yixian noticed that his sword intent was being destroyed by a mysterious force. Yixian's expression turned cold when he noticed this, and then he turned around and vanished. In an instant, countless rays of sword light crisscrossed within this expanse of darkness. Swish, a tearing sound suddenly resounded in this darkness, and soon, a ray of white light appeared not far away from Yixian. Seeing this, Yixian hurriedly flashed forward and charged directly into the ray of white light. A moment later, Yixian felt a gust of cold wind. At this moment, he had returned to the sea. Yixian greedily absorbed everything around him, and a moment later, he said softly, as expected, only when everything is lost does everything seem so precious. Just now, in that darkness, he truly felt that time passed like a year. That feeling was even more terrifying than when he had fought a dozen Dao realm experts, endless darkness without any hope. It was a slow torture. Are you the new master? At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded not far away from Yixian. Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. Not far away from him stood a woman in a black dress. The woman looked less than 20 years old, wore a black dress that was as black as ink, and there was a bit of cinnabar between her brows. Yixian said in a low voice, You are the Dao Law. The woman looked at him coldly and didn't speak. At this moment, Yixian suddenly patted the prison pagoda lightly. Come out. However, there was no movement from the prison pagoda. Yixian was stunned. Not coming out, at this moment, he could already sense the prison pagoda. The Dao Law was right before him, but this fellow actually didn't come out. What's the meaning of this? As if he had thought of something, Yixian's expression suddenly changed, and he cursed in his heart. Could it be that it can't defeat the prison pagoda, so it doesn't dare to come out? When he thought of this, cold sweat instantly flowed down Yixian's back. That's entirely possible, even though the prison pagoda is formidable. What's its current state? It's half crippled. Under such circumstances, it might really be unable to defeat the Dao laws of these monsters. At this moment, the woman in a black dress suddenly said, You're so weak, so why did it choose you as its master? Yixian looked at the woman in a black dress, and he hesitated for a moment before he asked. Am I very weak? The woman in a black dress frowned slightly. Are you not weak? Yixian thought for a moment and said, Why do you think I'm weak? The woman in a black dress gazed at Yixian. She didn't speak, but she suddenly flicked her sleeve. Yixian's expression instantly changed drastically, and he raised his sword to block it. Bang! In an instant, Yixian retreated explosively by over 1 km. Moreover, the space in an area of 3 kilometers in front of him had turned pitch black. Moreover, his right hand had lost all feeling. Yixian's expression instantly became extremely solemn. Meanwhile, a woman walked out from within the pitch-black space. It was the woman in a black dress. The woman in the black dress glanced at Yixian. Weak? Yixian fell silent. Now he knew why the prison pagoda didn't come out. The current prison pagoda was definitely unable to defeat the woman in a black dress. Moreover, based on what she said, she probably knew that he had the prison pagoda, and she didn't seem afraid at all. Meanwhile, the woman in a black dress suddenly said, Make it come out. Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Why don't you go in? The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Do I look very stupid? Yixian was speechless. The woman gazed at Yixian and asked, Why did it choose you? Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, Miss, firstly, my current strength isn't very strong indeed. However, don't you think that I have a lot of potential? Potential? The woman spoke coldly, You have a hair. You don't even have a hair. Yixian was dumbstruck. This woman is using vulgarities. The woman gazed coldly at Yixian. Make it come out. I'm going to beat it to death. It actually chose such a weak person to be its master. I want to see if it's blind. Yi Xian's face sank, and he roared furiously in his heart. You can even tolerate that? Come out and beat it. There was no movement in the prison pagoda. At this moment, Xiao suddenly said, it wants you to beat it. Yi Xian was furious. I can beat it, and you want me to call you over? Xiao suddenly said, do you want me to beat it for you? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. All right. When Xiao held that sword, her combat strength was extremely terrifying. As soon as Yi Xian spoke, Xiao instantly appeared in front of him, and she was holding a sword in her hand. Xiao glanced at the woman in a black dress in the distance. She hesitated for a moment, and then she looked at Yi Xian. Sorry, my stomach hurts. I'll talk to you later. After she finished speaking, she turned and ran back into the prison pagoda. Yi Xian's expression froze. Why does that sound so familiar? Right at this moment, the woman in a black dress suddenly vanished on the spot. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed drastically. He stabbed swiftly with his sword, and a ray of cold light flashed like a bolt of lightning. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yi Xian's figure was pushed over 1 kilometer back. As soon as he stopped moving, he suddenly felt the scene before him darken. This time, he didn't dare hold back at all, and he immediately utilized his dragon soul energy and dragon energy. At the same time, 2 types of sword intent swept out from within him. Slash! As soon as Yi Xian spoke, a ray of light slashed down forcefully. Hiss! A sharp sound of something tearing apart resounded. Rumble! As soon as Yi Xian's sword slashed down, his figure was blasted flying again. This time, he flew for almost 3 km. As soon as he stopped, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Yi Xian wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was quite unsightly. My first battle as a sword saint is already so miserable. Meanwhile, the woman in a black dress appeared before him again. She gazed coldly at Yi Xian. Hand it over. Yi Xian was furious, and he thought to himself, you asked me to look for the Tao Law, and now I've found it. Why aren't you coming out? Are you just going to watch me get beaten up? Xiao said, it said that it didn't ask you to get beaten up, so you can hit her. I think what it said makes sense. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the woman in a black dress was about to attack again, but Yi Xian turned around and fled. He was extremely swift, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The woman in a black dress was stunned. He ran just like that. Obviously, she hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually run. In the next moment, she chased after Yi Xian. At the end of the horizon, Yi Xian was dashing madly on his sword. Meanwhile, Xiao voice resounded abruptly. It asked you not to run and to hit her, cripple her, and then drag her in here so that we can torture her together. Yi Xian's face darkened. Ask it if it knows whether it can or can't beat her. Xiao said, it said that it'll hit you if you continue running. Yi Xian flared up with rage. Can you not bully the weak and fear the strong? Can you have some backbone? Can you come out and fight her head on? Can you not hide in there like a turtle? After a moment of silence, Xiao suddenly said, it asked you why you can't defeat her. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I really want to know the answer to that as well. Right at this moment, the woman in a black dress suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian stopped. She gazed at Yi Xian. You actually fled. Yi Xian was just about to speak when the space on his right suddenly rippled violently, and then a woman walked out. The person who came was Zhao Mu. Yi Xian's expression instantly became unsightly when he saw Lin Mook. Misfortune never comes alone. When Lin Mook saw Yi Xian, she clenched her right hand tightly. However, right at this moment, over 100 meters to Yi Xian's right, the space there suddenly split open, and then a group of black-clothed people floated out. The person in the lead was the black-robed old man from the Order Alliance. Moreover, the 9 black-clothed figures behind the old man were all Knowledge Realm experts. This group had just appeared when a ray of white light flickered over 30 m to Yi Xian's left, and then 11 people suddenly appeared. It was the Tang clan's Lin Mook, and there were 9 Tang clan cavalrymen standing behind him. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Who else is celebrating their birthday? Step forward, I want to see just how thick-skinned you can be. Everyone was here. Yi Xian had calmed down instead. All of them intended to kill him. So, here's the problem. Who should I let kill him? He didn't dare to answer or ask. The atmosphere here had become quite strange, regardless of whether it was the Order Alliance, the Tang clan, Zhao Mu, or the woman in a black dress. None of them attacked first. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly said, "Everyone, why don't we sit down and have a chat? What's the point of fighting and killing every single day? Let's calm down, have some tea, and chat. Life is still very beautiful." Shut up. The woman in a black dress suddenly glanced at Yixian, and then she gazed at the members of the Order Alliance. "Where did all of you come from? Fuck off right now." Yixian hurriedly gave her a thumbs up. How domineering. At this moment, he kind of liked this black-dressed woman's hot temper. The black-robed old man from the Order Alliance frowned slightly when he heard her. "Who are you?" She was just about to speak when Yixian hurriedly said, "She's my big sister." The woman in the black dress looked at Yixian. Yixian hurried to shut up. Then he stood there quietly, motionless. "Big sister?" The black-robed old man gazed at her and was about to speak when she suddenly vanished. At the instant that the woman in black disappeared, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically. It was especially so for the black-robed old man. He crossed his arms before swiftly sweeping them forward. Bang! The others hadn't even recovered from their shock when the black-robed old man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Moreover, his arms had vanished as soon as he stopped moving. The expressions of everyone here instantly became extremely solemn when they witnessed this scene. Zhao Mu glanced at the black-robed woman but didn't speak a word. She gazed coldly at the black-robed old man's group. Trash. The black-robed old man stared fixedly at her with an extremely solemn expression. "Who are you?" The black-dressed woman ignored the black-robed old man. Instead, she turned to look at Yixian, who had retreated hundreds of feet away. "Are you trying to run?" Yixian shook his head. "No." The black-dressed woman pointed at the black-robed old man and the others. "Are they here to kill you?" Yixian nodded. The black-dressed woman said angrily, "They came to kill you, and you ran? You are the Tower Master. Take charge of the 5 dimensions." At this point, she suddenly stopped. Yixian asked, "What's in charge of the 5 dimensions?" Everyone turned to look at the black-dressed woman. The black-dressed woman suddenly turned to look at Lin Mook and the others. She angrily said, "What are you looking at?" As soon as she finished speaking, she stomped her right foot. Boom! The space in front of her collapsed in an instant and a powerful force swept towards Lin Mook and the others from the pitch-black space. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Lin Mook and the others were blasted thousands of feet away. Seeing this scene, Yixian's eyelids twitched. This woman's strength was definitely that of a Dao validation expert. At this moment, Zhao Mu suddenly looked at the black-dressed woman. She had also been blasted back, but she had only been blasted back a few feet. Seeing Zhao Mu look over, the black-dressed woman raised her brows. "Unhappy?" Zhao Mu nodded. In the next moment, she dashed forward like a cheetah that had been waiting for a long time. Her speed was so fast that even Yixian couldn't see her clearly. The black-dressed woman sneered and directly punched towards Zhao Mu's fist. Simple and direct violence. As soon as their fists collided, boom, the surrounding space violently trembled. Neither of them retreated. Both of them forcefully withstood each other's strength. At this moment, the black-dressed woman's fist suddenly spun forward. Boom, the space in the surroundings instantly cracked apart, but Zhao Mu actually didn't move at all. The black-dressed woman's brows knit together slightly when she witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu suddenly unclenched her fist and opened it. After that, she grabbed the black-dressed woman's fist and twisted it. In an instant, a powerful force swept out from the center of her palm. Suddenly, a ray of black light surged out from her palm. Bang! In an instant, the space in an area of 3 kilometers turned pitch black. The expressions of the experts from the Order Alliance and Tang clan changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated explosively. On the other hand, 2 women were in a fierce battle in that pitch-black space. Their battle hadn't just caused the space in the surroundings to shatter apart, even the islands below them had been transformed into powder by the aftershock of their attacks. Lin Mook and the black-robed old man had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Because the strengths of the black-dressed woman and Zhao Mu weren't ordinary, it could be said that these 2 women far surpassed everyone else present here. No, there's still Yixian. When they thought of Yixian, Lin Mook, the black-robed old man, and the others looked towards where Yixian stood. However, it was empty now. He fled, their expressions instantly became unsightly. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man hurriedly gazed at the two women who were still fighting in the distance. "Stop fighting. Yixian has fled." Yixian has fled. The two women stopped fighting nearby. When they looked towards where Yixian stood, they frowned at the same time. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman suddenly pointed at the black-robed old man. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The black-robed old man's face twitched. "Is she a devil? How can I be blamed for this?" The black-robed woman's face turned livid with rage, and she grew angrier the more she thought about it. Suddenly, she charged at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. He didn't have the ability to fight at all, but it didn't take long for 9 black-clothed figures to obstruct his path, and then 9 rays of cold light formed a square formation that enveloped the black-robed woman. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as the square formation shattered, and the 9 black-clothed figures were blasted back repeatedly. After she blasted them back, the black-robed woman intended to continue attacking. But a moment later, her brows knit together slightly, and she raised her head to look up into the sky. An invisible pressure had suddenly condensed in the sky, and at the same time, black clouds had condensed. The black-robed woman blinked when she witnessed this scene, and then she turned around and left. She was extremely swift and vanished in the blink of an eye. After she left, the pressure in the sky calmed down, and it didn't take long for it to vanish completely. Everything returned to normal. Xiaomu had turned around and vanished as well. Only the members of the Tang clan and Order Alliance remained here. Both sides had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. They'd allowed Yixian to flee again. Meanwhile, the space in front of Lin Mook suddenly trembled, and it didn't take long for a voice to resound. "Return to the clan. Return to the clan." Lin Mook led the Tang clan cavalry behind him and left. The black-robed old man remained silent for a long time before a transmission talisman suddenly flew out from before him. He gazed at the transmission talisman for a very long time before he finally spoke in a light voice. "Guardian Qin Tian, I'm useless and have failed numerous times. Guardian, please replace me with someone else." A moment later, a voice suddenly sounded in front of the black-robed old man. "Approved." Hearing this, the black-robed old man immediately felt relieved. He was a little afraid of Yixian. This time, it was only 2 arms. Next time, who knew what would be broken? Furthermore, his intuition told him that for a person like Yixian, the Order Alliance wouldn't be able to deal with him. If they really wanted to target Yixian, they should have sent a supreme expert, or even a Star Lord himself, to directly kill Yixian and eliminate all future troubles. If this dragged on, it was tantamount to giving Yixian time to grow, and this Yixian's growth rate was very fast. It wouldn't be long before even a Dao-proving realm expert wouldn't be a match for Yixian. The black-robed old man shook his head and sighed. Actually, he knew that the higher-ups of the Order Alliance were definitely aware of the problems he was thinking about. He also knew that the higher-ups had their worries. They were worried that if they were to forcefully attack Yixian, then it would cause the conflict between the Order Alliance and the Tang clan to escalate, because the Tang clan would absolutely not allow that treasure to fall into the hands of the Order Alliance. Moreover, it was exactly because of this reason that Yixian had been able to survive until now. No matter what, all of this had nothing to do with him now. A short while later, the black-robed old man led everyone away. As for Yixian, he didn't even want to think about Yixian. Just thinking about him gave him a headache. Tang Clan, Hall of Heroes. The Hall of Heroes was a hall that the Tang clan used to discuss matters. Ordinary disciples of the Tang clan didn't have the qualifications to enter this hall. In front of the Hall of Heroes, there was a statue of a woman. The statue was vivid and lifelike, just like a real person. The woman wore a white floral dress and her long hair draped over her shoulders. There were a few small braids in between her long hair. In her right hand, she held a book titled Time and Dimensions. This woman was the most stunning genius in the history of the Tang clan, Mu Nanji. She was also the first female head of the Tang clan in history. Logically speaking, her surname should be Tang. However, she had always insisted that her surname was Mu. The Tang clan members didn't dare to disobey her and could only obey her orders. Below the statue of the woman, there was a sentence, who said that women were inferior to men. It was because of this sentence that the status of women in the Tang clan had changed greatly. In the Tang clan, women had the same authority and status as men. The education, cultivation, and resources that only men could enjoy in the past were also available to women. In fact, women could also become the heir or the head of the family. Moreover, there was no such thing as status in the Tang clan. If the son of the clan leader wasn't good enough, he would still be eliminated. If the son of a servant was strong enough, he could also be promoted. In short, if you can do it, then do it. The current patriarch of the Tang clan, Tang Yen, was once the illegitimate son of a down-and-out disciple of the Tang clan and a maidservant. The Hall of Heroes was usually empty because the patriarch would only gather the experts of the Tang clan to discuss important matters within the hall. Today, there were over 30 people standing within the hall. The weakest amongst them was at the Dao realm. Some were old, some were young, and there were even many women. Tang Qing was amongst them as well. The hall was very silent. A long time passed before a figure suddenly appeared within the hall. Everyone present bowed in unison. Greetings, Patriarch. It was the patriarch of the Tang clan, Tang Yen, one of the 6 great experts of the Tang clan. Tang Yen said, "Let's put the matter of the Qing clan aside for now. Today, we'll discuss Xianxia. Perhaps everyone here doesn't know him very well. Tang Feng, tell us about him." A young man walked out from below. He was the 9th young master of the Tang clan, Tang Feng, and he was one of the contenders for the position of heir. Tang Feng bowed slightly to everyone here, and then he said, "Yixian was born in Qingqingxi clan. His mother is a daughter of the Dugu clan from the upper dimensions, and his father's identity is unknown. He came into contact with the sword Dao at the age of 18, and he became a sword immortal at the age of 19. There's a mysterious person standing behind him, and his identity and strength are unknown. His strengths are extremely high natural talent in the sword Dao, meticulous thinking, decisive in killing, firm will, loyal to his friends, thick skin, and not inflexible. He does what others don't and is capable of what others can't." When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment before he continued. His weaknesses are, loyal to his friends, and he cares too much about his younger sister and friends. If my Tang clan can't defeat him head-on, then we can attack his friends and family, especially his younger sister, and crush him with a single strike. Everyone in the hall gazed silently at Tang Feng. Tang Feng smiled and said, "Of course. My Tang clan is a large clan after all. If we can't deal with a single Yixian and target his friends and younger sister, then it would be beneath our dignity." Meanwhile, a man walked over from nearby, and he smiled and said, "Ninth brother, you're wrong. A man should naturally not be bothered by the trifles. My Tang clan has been able to stand until now not because of benevolence or so-called morality." Everyone looked at the man who spoke. He was the 2nd young master of the Tang clan, Tang Yi. He was also one of the people fighting for the position of heir of the Tang clan. Tang Feng smiled and said, "Second brother is right. However, my Tang clan is a large clan. If we can't deal with Yixian and target his younger sister and friends, aren't we afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Tang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Why should the strong care about what the weak think? Would an elephant care about what the ants think?" Tang Feng smiled. "That's second brother's attitude and thoughts. However, I insist on my own opinion." Tang Yi smiled. "Then let the patriarch make the decision." Everyone looked at Tang Yen. Meanwhile, Tang Yen looked at Tang Qing. "Qing what do you think?" Everyone looked at Tang Qing when they heard this. They were rather surprised. Tang Feng looked at Tang Qing as well, and he still had a smile on his face. Tang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the hall, Tang Qing suddenly said, "The Tang clan knows nothing about the person behind Yixian." Some of the people here frowned when they heard this. The person behind Yixian, Tang Qing glanced at them and said, "Why did that treasure fall into Yixian's hands? Who is Yixian's father? Why did the Star Lord's clone vanish without a trace that day? And the experts from countless other stellar regions? Who could have instantly wiped them out? Was that person a single person or a power? My Tang clan knows nothing about it." Tang Yen suddenly said, "Continue." Tang Qing nodded and said, "My Tang clan is one of the strongest powers in the world, but I feel that we shouldn't underestimate anyone even more. Especially this Yixian. Such a precious treasure was actually in his hands. This matter itself was strange. Moreover, this person has an evil beast with him, an evil beast from the era of the god race. Evil beasts, hearing this, an old man suddenly asked, an evil beast from the god race era? Tang Qing nodded. I saw this beast when I was with him. This beast is indeed an evil beast of the god race. Beside her, Tang Feng suddenly said, Big sister, are you talking about the demonic beast beside him in the never-ending starfield? Tang Qing nodded, yes. Tang Feng nodded slightly. I was blind. I can't even recognize this beast's true origin. Tang Qing looked at Tang Yan. Clan leader, I think that we should wait and see for now. There are 2 reasons. First, it's not just my Tang clan that wants that treasure, the Order Alliance also wants it. Even the Demon clan might have secretly made a move. Apart from that, the disciple of the Southern Sect's martial master, Zhao Mu, is also looking for Yixian. All these signs show that someone is more anxious than us. At this moment, whoever makes the first move will force Yixian to reveal his trump card or the person behind him. The second reason is that no matter who obtains that treasure, they will become the target of everyone. Even if it's our Tang clan, once we obtain that treasure, we will definitely force the Law and Order Alliance to ally with the Monster clan. Because they will definitely not allow us to become the strongest clan in the world. With that, she returned to her original position. At this time, Tang Yan said, What do you think? A Tang family elder looked at Tang Qing. But if we wait and see, what if that treasure falls into the hands of the Order Alliance? Tang Qing said softly, What the elder is worried about should be what all of you are worried about. Actually, we can let the clan leader restrain the Astral Lord. If the Astral Lord does not move, the clan leader will not move. Under such circumstances, if the Order Alliance wants to obtain that treasure, then they will definitely have to send someone to kill Yixian. Besides the Astral Lord, there shouldn't be anyone in the Order Alliance who is 100% confident in killing Yixian. In this way, once the Order Alliance wants that treasure, then they will definitely have to fight Yixian to the death. At that time, our Tang clan can just watch from the shadows and act when it's necessary. Tang Feng suddenly said, What Big Sister means is that we won't make the first move, but we won't give up either. Whoever makes the first move, and if Yixian can't win or is killed, then we'll act at that time. Right? Tang Qing nodded. The more we want to obtain that treasure, the calmer we have to be. When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment before she continued. Ancestor Nanji once said that it's easy to conquer a country, but it's difficult to defend it. Our Tang clan's current status wasn't easy to obtain, so we can't take a single wrong step. Because a single step might lead to eternal damnation. As she spoke up to this point, she looked at Tang Yen. Patriarch, I've finished speaking. Everything is up to you. Tang Yen said, Does anyone have a different opinion? Meanwhile, Tang Yi suddenly looked at Tang Qing. What Big Sister means is that not only can we not make the first move, we have to stop the Order Alliance from obtaining that treasure. In other words, we're protecting Yixian? Tang Qing smiled, Second brother, are you trying to say that I'm siding with Yixian? Tang Yi smiled, Big Sister, you've misunderstood. Tang Qing chuckled, I'm a member of the Tang clan. As soon as she finished speaking, she fell silent. A member of the Tang clan, Tang Yi glanced at Tang Qing and didn't say another word. Because if he did, then he could be targeted. It was extremely unwise to do so at a time like this. Meanwhile, Tang Yan suddenly stood up, We'll do as Tang Qing says. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. But it didn't take long for him to appear once more. There's something strange about the Qin clan. Don't get involved. I'll deal with it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Along with Tang Yan's disappearance, the others left successively. As soon as Tang Qing left the main hall, Tang Yi's voice suddenly came from behind her, Big Sister, are you really not angry at all when the clan abandoned you? Tang Qing stopped and said softly, Of course I'm angry. But I'm more angry at myself. If I'm outstanding enough, I think the clan will definitely protect me at all costs, right? Tang Yi smiled, Big Sister, you've really seen things through. Tang Qing said softly, Second brother, there's only one heir apparent. Everyone wants it, and I want it too. However, we might just be whetstones for others. Tang Yi smiled. Big sister, you're trying to tell me that you're not my enemy, right? Tang Qing smiled. Second brother, you should know that in your heart. I'm just reminding you. Tang Yi looked at the statue of Munanji in front of him and said softly, I believe in fate, but I want to fight for it. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. In the hall, Tang Qing walked to the statue of Munanji. Looking at the statue in front of him, Tang Qing fell into deep thought. On an island in the concealing sky sea, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in front of a fruit tree. Absorbing divine crystals, at this moment, he still had some lingering fear. That black-dressed woman's strength was really too strong. And that Zhao Mu, that woman was also very heaven-defying. Fortunately, the two of them were people with explosive tempers. They would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood a chance. At this moment, the World Prison Pagoda appeared in front of Yi Xian. It began to jump rapidly. Xiao Linger appeared beside him. She glanced at the World Prison Pagoda, then looked at Yi Xian. It said, why did you run? You should capture her and bring her in. Yi Xian said, I can't beat her. Xiao Linger asked, it asked why you can't beat her. Yi Xian pointed at the World Prison Pagoda, you ask it, why doesn't it dare to come out and fight? Xiao Linger looked at the World Prison Pagoda, and a moment later, she looked at Yi Xian, it said you're good at lying, right? Trick her into coming in. Yi Xian almost fainted. What was going on with this World Prison Pagoda? Did it have the intelligence of a 3-year-old? Why would it ask such idiotic questions? Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, the space nearby suddenly trembled. Then, a woman walked out. It was that black-dressed woman. Yi Xian's face fell as soon as he saw the woman in the black dress. She had actually come looking for him. At this moment, Xiao Linger suddenly said, it was the one who called her here. Yi Xian was stunned, then pointed at the World Prison Pagoda. It was the one who called her here? Xiao Linger nodded. Yi Xian almost fainted when he heard this. Mother **Ker, is this stupid pagoda crazy? Not far away, the black-dressed woman walked in front of Yi Xian, and the World Prison Pagoda and Xiao Linger disappeared. Yi Xian, the black-dressed woman looked at Yi Xian, why aren't you running anymore? Yi Xian said calmly, you also want this pagoda? The black-dressed woman said coldly, what do I want this stupid pagoda for? Yi Xian said, then why are you chasing me? The black-dressed woman suddenly clenched her fists. She was very angry. You are the pagoda master, how can you be so weak? You can't be so weak. Yi Xian hurriedly said, calm down first, you have to understand, I am very young now. I am only 18 years old, 20. The black-dressed woman looked coldly at Yi Xian, from your bone structure, you are at least 20. Yi Xian's mouth twitched, 20 it is, I am only 20. I am still a child. Oh no, I am still a youth. How strong do you expect me to be? The black-dressed woman said coldly, let it come out. Yi Xian said solemnly, it wants you to enter. The black-dressed woman's mouth curled into a cold smile, do you think I am stupid? If I enter, I will be controlled by it. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, don't you want to go back? The black-dressed woman looked at Yi Xian as if looking at an idiot, it is so fun outside, why go back? Yi Xian hesitated, then said, are you from the 5th dimension? The black-dressed woman shook her head, no. Yi Xian was stunned, then you, the black-dressed woman said calmly, when we were conscious, we were already in this stupid pagoda. Speaking of this, she suddenly became angry, this stupid pagoda. I told it not to fight. It insisted on fighting, said it could win. This idiot was almost broken by them, and caused us to be almost scattered. This big idiot is so stupid I want to cry. Yi Xian. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. In the end, she suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said angrily, get it out. I'm going to kill it. This idiot. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It's not coming out. The woman in the black dress said angrily, then I'll hit you. With that, she punched at Yi Xian from afar. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless and slashed forward. TCH, a sword beam flashed down, boom, the sword beam exploded instantly. At that moment, Yi Xian had already retreated 1,000 feet away. His expression was a little grim. If this went on, his whereabouts would definitely be exposed. The woman in the black dress was about to attack again when Yi Xian suddenly said, that's enough. The woman in the black dress frowned slightly. What's enough? Xian said seriously, when experts fight, we should stop when it's too late. We've already exchanged one move, so we should stop when it's too late. The woman in the black dress blinked and her brain short-circuited. Xian hurriedly took the opportunity to say, I have to say that you're the most powerful Dao Law I've ever seen. You're the first person I admire. The woman in the black dress was expressionless. Are you sucking up to me? Let me tell you, I won't fall for it. However, I feel that although you're a little weak, you're an honest person and have some redeeming qualities. Xian was speechless. The woman in the black dress said again, You've seen other Dao laws? Xian hurriedly nodded. Yes. There's the Grand Dao Law, Space Dao Law, and Dream Dao Law. The woman in the black dress frowned slightly. Let me see. Xian hurriedly activated the Grand Dao Law. Soon, a tiny earth character appeared on his glabella. Grand Dao Law. Upon seeing this Grand Dao Law, the woman in the black dress took a look at Xian. What else? Xian hurriedly took out the Space Dao Law and Dream Dao Law. A moment later, the woman in the black dress asked, Do you know how to use them? Xian nodded. I know. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm. Very quickly, the power of the earth and the surroundings rapidly gathered towards him. Not long after, a sword condensed in his hand. Xian waved the sword in his hand at the black-dressed woman. Look. The black-dressed woman glanced at Xian. That's it? Xian nodded. The black-dressed woman's gaze suddenly became somewhat pitiful. Xian suddenly felt hurt. He quickly asked, Is there another way to use it? The black-dressed woman said indifferently, No. Xian smiled. Understood. Understood. You're afraid that I'll defeat you after mastering it. The black-dressed woman sneered, Are you joking? Do you know how powerful I am? Xian said calmly, Then what are you afraid of? The black-dressed woman sneered, You still want to provoke me? Do I look like an idiot to you? Xian sighed softly and did not say anything. The black-dressed woman said coldly, What are you sighing about? Xian said, Xianxia told me that if I encounter the Dao Law of the 5th floor, I must seek guidance from her because the Dao Law of the 5th floor is very powerful. The black-dressed woman frowned. You've seen Xianxia? Xian nodded. Yes. The black-dressed woman sized up Xian with a strange expression. Xian asked, What's wrong? The black-dressed woman suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Xian's expression changed slightly. However, he did not attack because this black-dressed woman did not have any killing intent. The black-dressed woman did not have any killing intent towards him from the beginning until now. Otherwise, he would have taken out the soul-subduing sword and risked his life. The black-dressed woman stared at Xian. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Xian hesitated before saying, Because I'm handsome? The black-dressed woman suddenly slapped down. Bang! Xian was instantly blasted 300 m away. As soon as he stopped, the black-dressed woman suddenly appeared in front of him. You're able to control that damned pagoda now, right? Xian did not dare to be mischievous and immediately nodded. The black-dressed woman looked Xian in the eye. I'll teach you how to use the Dao Law. However, you have to do me a favor. Xian asked. What favor? The black-dressed woman spoke indifferently. I want to enter the pagoda to recuperate. However, so long as I enter, that damned pagoda might forcefully control me. So, you have to help me not to let it control me. Xian fell silent. He had never expected that the black-dressed woman actually had such an intention. No wonder she had not aroused any killing intent towards him from the beginning until now. Xian retracted his thoughts and said, I'm afraid I can't do anything about it if it wants to forcefully control you. Even though he was the pagoda master, the pagoda paid no attention to him most of the time. The black-dressed woman spoke indifferently. Don't worry. So long as you agree to stand on my side, then it won't be able to do anything to me, nor will it be able to do anything to you. Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Is there a way to control it? The black-dressed woman laughed coldly. What do you think? Xian thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll make it come out, and we can discuss it. Otherwise, it's very likely that things will become very tense. He was quite worried as well. He was worried about the pagoda, because if he joined forces with the black-dressed woman, then the pagoda would definitely be in a very bad mood. He didn't want internal strife to occur within his body every single day. The black-dressed woman remained expressionless. Up to you. Yixian nodded, and then he immersed his consciousness into his body. Xiao Ta, if you really don't come out, then there's no way to discuss it. Don't worry, she won't harm you while I'm here. The three of us can't even defeat a single one of us. There was no movement from the pagoda. Yixian's face sank. Is she really that afraid of death? Right at this moment, Xiao Ling suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. She was holding a Xiao Ta in her arms. It was the pagoda. Xiao Ling blinked. It asked me to bring it out. Yixian was speechless. The black-dressed woman glanced at the pagoda with a rather complicated expression. Yixian asked, "What's wrong?" The black-dressed woman said softly, "It's very heavily injured, and its intelligence has been damaged. Otherwise, with its temper, you would have been reincarnated a long time ago." Yixian was slightly curious. Its temper is bad? The black-dressed woman said indifferently, "It's so bad that you can't imagine it. It was once in a starfield, and it was affected by a battle between two people. So, it destroyed that entire starfield." Yixian was speechless. The black-dressed woman looked at the pagoda. "I'll be recuperating inside the pagoda, and I'll also help you stabilize it. However, you can't control me, or I'll kill you. The courage you can't beat me. You have to understand this, understand?" The pagoda trembled as if it was responding to something. Xiao Ling said, "It said that it can beat you in the future." Yixian was speechless. The black-dressed woman shook her head. "It's so stupid that it's cute." After saying that, she directly entered the pagoda. Inside the pagoda, the black-dressed woman looked around. Finally, she looked at the top of the pagoda. When she saw the two swords at the top of the pagoda, she said indifferently, "Pagoda master, when are you going to take these two swords out? They're just a waste of space here." Yixian was speechless. Inside the pagoda, Xiao Ling appeared in front of the black-dressed woman. Xiao Ling looked at the black-dressed woman. "The first, second, third, fourth, and fifth floors are all mine. In addition, the sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth floors are all mine. If you don't agree, I'll." The black-dressed woman was expressionless. "What? Are you going to hit me?" Xiao Ling thought for a moment. Then, she said, "Violence can't solve problems. I'm trying to reason with you. I'm trying to communicate with you. You'll be reasonable, right?" The black-dressed woman thought for a moment. Then, she said, "You can plant them, but can I eat them?" Xiao Ling hurriedly nodded. "You can eat them. You can eat whatever you want. But you can't eat the trees. If you eat the trees, they won't grow back." The black-dressed woman nodded. "All right." Xiao Ling nodded. "I'm Xiao Ling. What's your name?" The black-dressed woman thought for a moment. Then, she said, "You." As she spoke, she suddenly gazed at the emperor dog that was lying on the ground not too far away. She walked over to the emperor dog. The emperor dog opened its eyes, and there was a trace of vigilance in them. You sized up the emperor dog and said, "Pagoda master, can this be eaten?" The emperor dog was speechless. Yixian's face darkened. "Don't do anything rash." You said seriously, "Pagoda master, its bloodline isn't bad. If you eat it, then your strength will definitely improve greatly." Yixian said seriously, "Miss Ayu, it's my friend." Ayu shrugged. "Do whatever you want." If it's not your friend in the future, then I'll eat it if you don't." The emperor dog was terrified when it heard that. Ayu paid no attention to the emperor dog, and she just walked upstairs. Xiao Ling floated over to the emperor dog and sized it up. She was slightly curious. "Are you really delicious? Can I have a taste?" The emperor dog was speechless. Ayu arrived at the fifth floor. At this moment, the fifth floor had been filled with spirit trees by Xiao Ling. Ayu spoke softly, "Has the person on the fifth floor left or?" Yixian replied, "He's been killed." Ayu's brows knit together slightly. "He's so strong that you probably won't be able to kill him." Yixian said, "I didn't kill him." It was the sword master at the top of the pagoda. Ayu's eyelids twitched. The sword master isn't dead? Xian was speechless. Ayu's expression returned to normal. Who appeared? Xian said, all three of them. Ayu blinked. A long time passed before she said, are they familiar with you? Xian thought for a moment and said, quite familiar. Ayu fell silent. Xian asked, what is it? Ayu spoke softly, it's not as simple as I thought. Forget it. I don't care. I'm going to rest. Xian hurriedly said, how do I use that Tao law? Ayu replied, you have to wake it up and restore its consciousness, and then establish a spiritual connection with it. After that, you'll fuse with it. At that time, you'll be the grand Tao law. So long as you step on the ground, you'll be able to obtain the energy of the earth. If you're slightly more formidable, you'll even be able to obtain the energy of the earth veins. If you're even more formidable, you'll even be able to obtain the energy of the earth spirit. At that time, you'll be the master of the earth. Do you know how formidable that is? To put it simply, you can make the entire world tremble with just a stomp of your foot. You're using it to condense it into a sword now, which is simply a foolish act. Which idiot taught you this? Xian replied, the sword master at the top of the pagoda taught me that. The pagoda of prison suddenly fell silent. A short while later, Ayu suddenly said, what did I say just now? Why don't I remember anything? Xian was speechless. P.S. Many readers have birthdays today. I've always thought that I was very thick-skinned, but I never imagined that there would always be someone stronger. Xian shook his head and smiled when he heard Ayu's words. It seemed that the irascible Ayu was very fearful of the owner of the three swords at the top of the pagoda, but this was normal. After all, the pagoda and the Tao laws had become like this because of the three of them. Xian collected his thoughts and asked, Miss Ayu, how do we awaken the Tao laws? On the 5th floor, Ayu said, find a place with the power of the earth veins and activate it with the power of the earth veins. Xian asked, is the power of the earth different from the power of the earth veins? Ayu said angrily, aren't you just talking nonsense? The power of the earth is the power of the earth, and the power of the earth veins is the power of the earth veins. For example, men and women are both human, but are you the same as women? Are you the same? Xian was speechless. Ayu said again, go east, keep going. There is the power of the earth veins there. Xian nodded. He glanced at the surroundings and then vanished. Before long, he arrived at the depths of the mystic sea. Ayu told him to keep going, so he didn't stop and sped up. It didn't take long for him to completely vanish above the boundless sea. Northern Wasteland World, Sky Ascension City. Standing in Sky Ascension City, one could pluck stars with their tentacles. The entire Sky Ascension City was extremely tall, as if it stood in the starry sky. This was the most mysterious place in the Northern Wasteland World, and it was also the headquarters of the Order Alliance. Over 40 people stood in the Sky Ascension Palace, and the weakest among them was a Tao Realm expert. The palace was very quiet, as if they were waiting for someone. About 15 minutes later, a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance of the palace. The middle-aged man wore a tight white robe, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His brows were filled with a heroic spirit, and he held half a book in his hand. The Star Lord, this person was the Star Lord of the Order Alliance. Everyone present bowed in unison when they saw the Star Lord. The Star Lord walked to the stone steps of the palace, sat down, and said softly, let's talk about Xian. At that moment, Protector Qin Tian walked out. Xian comes from a small world. He came into contact with the Sword Tao at the age of 18 and is now a sword immortal. This person is extremely talented in the way of the sword, and the person behind him is even more unfathomable. However, I don't know who exactly it is. An old man suddenly asked, even we can't find anything? Protector Qin Tian nodded, no information at all. The old man frowned. Is it from the God Nation? Divine Kingdom. The expressions of everyone here instantly changed when they heard this. Although this faction had not appeared for a long time, as long as one was a member of the Order Alliance, they would never forget this faction. The body of Gu Tadian, the most outstanding Star Lord of the Lawful Order Alliance, was still hanging in the God Burial Plain. At this moment, the Star Lord suddenly said, it's not them. Everyone looked at the Star Lord, and the latter looked at a skinny old man with his eyes closed. In the hall, only this skinny old man was sitting. Master Ku, this person was the military advisor of the Order Alliance. His position in the Order Alliance was only second to the Star Lord and two other special existences. Seeing the Star Lord looking at him, Master Ku opened his eyes and said softly, "The Order Alliance isn't the only ones who want that supreme treasure. The demon race, Tang clan, and some other old monsters also want it. However, everyone knows that whoever touches Yixian will be the first to suffer. Because the supreme treasure's power is limited in Yixian's hands, and Yixian can't change anything. Please continue to the next page. But if it falls into the hands of the major forces, it'll be completely different. Therefore, if we want to obtain that supreme treasure, we must first deal with the Tang clan and the demon race, not Yixian. Of course, we can't underestimate the southern sect's martial masters either. Similarly, they must first deal with us if they want to obtain that supreme treasure." The Star Lord nodded slightly. "Continue." Master Ku stood up. "It's precisely because of the concerns I mentioned that Yixian is still able to do as he pleases. During this period of time, the old man has researched Yixian. Not only did Yixian rely on his talent and strength, but he also relied on his intelligence. Of course, it's mostly because of his background. Is Yixian a person or a force? Or something else? We don't know anything about it." At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly said, "Master Ku, what do you think our Order Alliance should do now?" Master Ku said with a smile, "We have two options now. First, we can learn from the Tangs and wait and see. We will attack whoever attacks first. Second, we can attack first and use all of our strength to kill Yixian in one hit. However, we'll definitely be stopped by the Tang clan and the demon race." An old man suddenly asked, "Will they dare to fight us?" Master Ku replied softly, "They definitely will. Because once the supreme treasure falls into our hands, they can only bow down to us in the future. Just like us, we'll stop them at all costs if they try to snatch it from us." At this moment, Guardian Qin Tian suddenly said, "There's a third choice." The third choice. Everyone looked at Qin Tian. The latter said, "This person has a fatal weakness, and that's his younger sister. If we can control his younger sister, this person will be a sword of our Order Alliance. He can only slash wherever we want him to slash." Master Ku smiled. "That's true. However, we'll have to attack the Wu Yuan sword sect if we want to control his younger sister. Although they no longer have their ancestor's clone, we'll still suffer heavy losses if they die together." Qin Tian smiled, "If you don't want to sacrifice anything to obtain that treasure, that's impossible, isn't it?" Master Ku shook his head. "Guardian Qin Tian, you've overlooked something. How do you know that the Tang clan and the demon race won't attack us when we attack the Shenwu city? What if the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it?" Qin Tian replied, "This will depend on the determination of my alliance. If we fight, we'll have to end it as soon as possible." As he spoke, he looked at everyone. "Yixian is good at hiding. Unless the Star Lord takes action personally, we won't be able to find him. Even if we find him, we won't be able to kill him, especially when the Tang clan and the others are secretly stopping us. If we control his younger sister, he'll come to us." Master Ku shook his head. Guardian Qin Tian is right. However, there's a problem. What if we force Yixian to join the Tang clan or the demon race? Qin Tian smiled. "He won't. Because to Yixian, his younger sister is more important than his life. Also, now that the Shenwu city has lost its trump card, we can take this opportunity to devour it. If we devour the Shenwu city, I'm sure I don't need to explain the benefits." Devour the Shenwu city. Everyone in the hall was tempted. The sword sect and Wu Yuan in the Shenwu city had been passed down for so many years, so there must be a lot of treasures. Most importantly, there was a divine pulse in the Shenwu city. Divine pulse, that was the thing that everyone was tempted by. At that moment, the Star Lord who had been silent all this while. This chapter is not over. Please flip the page. He suddenly looked at Qin Tian. "Are you confident in taking down the Shenwu city?" Qin Tian nodded. "Yes. However, we need support. The Star Lord asked. 20 enforcers, 2 Dao validation realm and 30 Dao realm. Is that feasible? Xianxia nodded. Yes. This lineup was enough to crush the Sword Sect and Wu Yuan in the Shenwu city. The Star Lord nodded. I'll leave this to you. Master Ku will lead the rest. Pay attention to the Tang clan and the demon race and stop them from supporting the Shenwu city. Then, he got up and disappeared. Master Ku looked at Qin Tian. Be careful of Yi Xian. Don't underestimate him. Qin Tian nodded. I'll have to trouble you with the Tang clan and the demon race, Elder Ku. Master Ku nodded and left with everyone. Qin Tian also left. Filling Sky Sea region. After flying on his sword for about 2 hours, Yi Xian arrived at a small island. The island was huge, and it was the largest island he had seen in this part of the sea. Yi Xian stood on the ground, and the great Dao Law suddenly condensed between his brows. Yi Xian said, Miss Ayu, what should we do now? Inside the prison pagoda, Ayu said, use the great Dao Law to sense the surrounding earth force, then use the earth force to sense the power of the earth vein in the depths. Finally, absorb the power of the earth vein. After that, it might wake up. Upon hearing that, Yi Xian hurriedly did as he was told. Soon, with the help of the earth force, he sensed the surrounding earth force. The boundless power of the earth, he hurriedly followed the earth force to sense the earth vein that Ayu mentioned. After a long time, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Ayu, I don't feel it. Ayu said, then cry. Yi Xian was speechless. Ayu said, do you think it's that simple? Use your concentration. The earth vein is hidden in the depths. If you don't use your concentration, then how would you be able to sense it? Yi Xian nodded. He calmed himself in concentration, and a short moment passed before he started to slowly sense the earth vein again. However, he still didn't sense anything after a long time passed. Yi Xian fell silent for a short moment before he utilized the dragon soul. As soon as he utilized the dragon soul, his spiritual energy and soul instantly multiplied. Just like that, around an hour passed before Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. Because he sensed a trace of faint energy. It was extremely similar to the energy of the earth vein, but it was even purer. The energy of the earth vein, Yi Xian knew that it was definitely the energy of the earth vein. He continued searching, and it didn't take long for him to notice more and more energy of the earth vein. All of it was hidden extremely well and very difficult to notice. Meanwhile, Ayu suddenly said, activate the great Dao Law and absorb it. Yi Xian hurriedly did as he was told when he heard this. In next to no time, the energy of the earth vein started to converge towards him while the color of the great Dao Law between Yi Xian's brows grew darker and darker after it absorbed the energy of the earth vein. Around an hour later, the great Dao Law between Yi Xian's brows suddenly trembled violently, and then a strand of dazzling golden light erupted from it. At this instant, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, and a strand of formidable energy shot into the sky from within him. At this moment, he really felt like he was the master of the world, and he felt like he could defy the heavens. End of this chapter. Power. At this moment, Yi Xian felt like his body was filled with boundless power. It made him feel like he was invincible. Suddenly, the Dao Law between his brows started to tremble violently. Yi Xian's expression changed. What's going on? Ayu said, it's about to wake up. Yi Xian spoke solemnly, will it attack me when it wakes up? Ayu replied, I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. Ayu continued, if it attacks you, use the pagoda to suppress it. It's already within the pagoda, so it can't defeat the pagoda. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. That's good, otherwise, if every single Dao Law was like Ayu, then it would be impossible for anyone to live. Suddenly, the energy of the earth and the veins of the earth in the surroundings vanished. The Dao Law gradually calmed down as well. Yi Xian gazed at the Dao Law in silence. Suddenly, the Dao Law turned around and fled. Yi Xian was speechless. Ayu suddenly spoke angrily, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and chase it. Yi Xian hurriedly chased after it, but he noticed that the Dao Law was running really quickly. Meanwhile, Ayu said, activate this damn pagoda. Get it to help. Yi Xian hurriedly activated the prison pagoda. This time, the prison pagoda didn't refuse, and it immediately appeared between his brows. In the next moment, a strange force flashed, and it didn't take long for the Dao Law to be enveloped by a mysterious force. In the next moment, it vanished on the spot, and when it appeared again, it was in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to speak when the prison pagoda smashed against the Dao La. Bang! The Dao La was blasted flying, and the prison pagoda smashed against the Dao La. Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, the great tunnel suddenly flew in front of Yi Xian. It stuck close to Yi Xian as if it was asking for help. The world prison pagoda still wanted to charge over. Yi Xian immediately said, "Stop, it already knows its mistake. Don't hit it again." The prison pagoda stopped. It bounced left and right before returning to Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian looked at the great Dao La in front of him. "Why did you run?" After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "I'm afraid." His voice was a little immature, like that of a child. It could talk. Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he asked, "What are you afraid of?" The voice sounded again. "Afraid of it." Yi Xian shook his head. Needless to say, he was definitely talking about the world prison pagoda. This Xiao Ta was definitely not a kind person in the past. He had to be more careful in the future. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. Just follow me, okay?" The great Dao La fell silent for a while before it said, "All right." After that, it flew directly into the space between Yi Xian's brows and hid in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness instead of returning to the world prison pagoda. As for Xiao Ta, he didn't care about the great Dao La as long as it didn't run away. At this moment, Ayu suddenly said, "It can fuse with your soul now. In other words, you can completely borrow all of its power." "Of course, you have to know." Yi Xian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Ayu said, "You're so weak right now, so you can't bear too much earth energy and earth vein energy, let alone the legendary earth spirit energy. So, you have to restrain yourself when using it, otherwise, you'll explode." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." As he spoke, he carefully sensed the great Dao La in his divine sense. It had to be said that this power was truly too tempting. However, this power didn't belong to him. Because without the great Dao La, he wouldn't have this power. Strictly speaking, it was still external help, but now, he couldn't give up on these external help. Regardless of whether it was the Order Alliance or the Tang clan, both were much stronger than him. Under such circumstances, he could only wait for death if he still gave up on these external help. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian asked, "Miss Ayu, what Dao La do you possess?" He was very curious about Ayu as well. Ayu said, "None of your business. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. This woman's temper wasn't ordinary, and it could be compared to the great god from the second floor. The great god from the second floor. Actually, he noticed that he actually missed the great god from the second floor. "I wonder where she's gone now." A short moment later, Yi Xian shook his head and was about to leave. However, the space before him suddenly trembled. "Return to Divine Martial City quickly. Your younger sister is in danger." "Your younger sister is in danger." Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he heard this, and then he vanished on the spot. He was very familiar with the person who passed the message. It was Tang Qing whom he'd let go. Tang Clan, Hall of Heroes. All the powerhouses of the Tang clan had gathered in the hall. The leader was Tang Yen. Below, Tang Qing said, "I've received accurate news that the Order Alliance is going to attack Divine Martial City." Tang Yi smiled. "See, we won't touch Divine Martial City, but the Order Alliance will." Saying that, he looked at Tang Qing. "Big sister, do you have any countermeasures?" Tang Qing said in a deep voice, "We can't let the Order Alliance destroy Divine Martial City." Above, Tang Yen said, "Reason." Tang Qing said in a deep voice, "The Order Alliance is definitely doing this for Yi Xian's younger sister, Yi Ling. Once they control Yi Ling, it's the same as controlling Yi Xian. In that case, Yi Xian will become their sword. At that time, not only will they control the fifth-dimensional treasure, but they'll also have a super swordsman killer. Everyone should be very clear about Yi Xian's strength. If it's an assassination, even knowledge realm powerhouses won't be able to stop it. Even Dao validation powerhouses won't be able to stop it." Saying that, she looked up at Tang Yen. "I suggest that we immediately send someone to stop it." Tang Yen looked at Tang Yi and Tang Feng. "Do you have anything to say?" Tang Feng pondered for a while and said, the Order Alliance must be on guard against our Tang clan and the Demon clan. If we attack, it means we'll have a falling out. Tang Yi smiled. Falling out will happen sooner or later, and sooner or later, we'll have to do it. Why don't we attack first? However, I don't agree with helping them. Everyone looked at Tang Yi. Tang Yi said, first, Divine Martial City is not as weak as we think. Don't forget that they were at their peak. With such a foundation, they must have some trump cards that no one knows about. Just like our Tang clan, who would know our trump cards before we face the real threat of extinction? Second, we all think that Wu Yuan Sword Sect only has one ancestor's clone, but what if they have two? Such a powerhouse, even if it's just a clone, is not something a Dao validation powerhouse can contend against. Third, why do we have to protect Yixian's sister? Can't Yixian protect her himself? And if he wants to protect them, he will definitely fight the Divine Martial Arts City with everything he has. At that time, we just need to watch quietly and see what kind of trump cards the Yixian has, and we can also see what other trump cards the Divine Martial Arts City has. Tang Feng nodded. Let them exhaust each other, and we'll attack at the last moment. Tang Yi looked at Tang Qing and smiled. What do you think, big sister? Tang Qing nodded. Both of you have a point. Let the clan master decide. Tang Yi smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Tang Yan. Above, Tang Yan said, don't make a move for now. Let's wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. The experts of the Tang clan retreated in succession. Outside the hall, Tang Qing looked at the distant sky, thinking about something. Divine Martial City. Ever since the last incident, the Divine Martial City had been heavily guarded. Not only that, but all the experts from the martial institution and the sword faction had returned to the sect. Wu Yuan. In a martial arts arena, a little girl was fighting with an old man. The little girl was extremely swift like a ghost, and her attacks were extremely ruthless. Every single attack was aimed at the old man's vital points. However, the old man easily dealt with them. The little girl was Yi Ling, and the old man was the previous dean of Wu Yuan, Wu Wen. After a short while, the two of them stopped. Wu Wen looked at Yi Ling and said, you're still not fast enough, and your combat awareness is lacking. However, it's much better than last time. Yi Ling bowed slightly. Grandpa Wu, I'll work harder. Wu Wen smiled. He had to admit that he really liked the little girl before him. Perhaps it was because she'd suffered too much in Pine City, but Yi Ling didn't have the slightest air of a pampered disciple from a wealthy clan. Moreover, she was extremely sensible. Wu Wen smiled and said, don't be too impatient. You can't rush things in battle. You have to take it slow. Yi Ling nodded her head. Just when she was about to speak, an explosion that sounded like a clap of thunder resounded in the sky above the academy. Immediately after, a huge hole was torn open in the sky, and very quickly, 30 people flashed out from it like ghosts. When they appeared once again, they were already above Wu Wen and Yi Ling. Wu Wen's expression instantly changed drastically. It's the law enforcers. Activate the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Yi Ling behind him, and then he suddenly waved his right hand. An enormous golden shield smashed towards the group of black-cloaked figures. Right at this moment, numerous cold rays of light flashed by, and then the golden shield instantly shattered into countless pieces. In the next moment, a few tens of cold rays of light slashed towards Wu Wen. Wu Wen's pupils constricted abruptly. He suddenly pressed his palms together and pressed them forward. Heavenly Spirit Palm. Bang! An enormous palm suddenly stretched out from the space in front of him, and then it smashed towards the black-cloaked figures. However, this enormous palm hadn't even approached the black-cloaked figures when it was directly slashed into pieces. However, right at this moment, a sword howl suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. In the next moment, an old man appeared directly in front of Wu Wen, and then an expanse of light surged out and instantly forced the black-cloaked figures over 100 m back. The person who'd arrived was the Sword Sect's extraordinary sword saint, Yu Wuchen. Besides that, countless Sword Sect swordsmen had suddenly left the Sword Sect and arrived at Wu Yuan. There were an entire 12 Dao Realm swordsmen, and there were even 2 Dao Validation Realm swordsmen amongst them. On the other hand, all the experts of Wu Yuan had obstructed Wu Wen and Yi Ling's path, and in Xianxia, Mo Xia, and the others had appeared as well. In midair, Qing Tian looked down at everyone below him, and his eyes didn't contain a trace of emotion. Kill. He didn't waste his breath. P.S. Yesterday, this reader Unfettered One chatted with me for half the night, and he asked me to just update 2 chapters every day. He said that sitting for too long isn't good for the kidneys, and sitting for too long will cause impotence. He asked me not to follow in his footsteps. So, I didn't dare to write any more after writing 2 chapters yesterday. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the 30 law enforcers charged towards Wu Wen and the others. They were like ghosts and were extremely swift. Besides Yu Wuchen, all the other experts from the sword sect who had rushed over to Wu Yuan were stopped. Yu Wuchen himself was just about to attack when 2 powerful auras enveloped him, 2 Dao-proving realm experts. Yu Wuchen didn't dare to be careless, and he said in a low voice, "Brother Wu Wen, watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the 2 of them. The 2 Dao-proving realm experts didn't dare to be careless. The person before them was an extraordinary sword saint. In next to no time, the 3 of them were engaged in an intense battle above Wu Yuan. Meanwhile, the Dao realm experts from Wu Yuan charged towards the law enforcers as well. However, they were instantly crushed. The difference in strength was really huge. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly charged towards Wu Wen and Yi Ling. It was extremely swift, and it arrived before Wu Wen in the blink of an eye. Wu Wen's expression turned ferocious. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched forward. Bang! When he punched out, a powerful force swept out from his fist like a volcano eruption. It was a terrifying sight. Meanwhile, the black figure in front of Wu Wen suddenly punched as well. It was a very simple punch, however, the force released by Wu Wen's fist instantly vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Wu Wen retreated explosively. The figure didn't chase after Wu Wen, and it charged towards Yi Ling instead. Yi Ling's face was expressionless as he watched the figure charge at him, and there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. Right when the figure approached Yi Ling, a spear suddenly tore through the air beside him. The spear was like a bolt of lightning, and it emitted a sharp and ear-piercing tearing sound. The figure had no choice but to stop. Because if he didn't, then the spear would pierce through his head even if he caught hold of Yi Ling. This was a spear that could threaten him. The figure stopped abruptly, and he grabbed towards the right with his right hand, blocking the spear with his palm. Bang! The afterimage forcefully blocked the spear. And the power of the spear directly shattered the black shadow that enveloped him. The black shadow dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man with long hair that reached his shoulders. Right at this moment, a white figure flashed by, and then a leg kicked the handle of the spear in the next moment. Boom! The long-haired middle-aged man instantly retreated 100 feet. The person that attacked was precisely Xianxia, and Xianxia stood in front of Yi Ling, calmly looking at the long-haired man. The latter suddenly disappeared. And Xianxia's beautiful brows knit together slightly. In the blink of an eye, her arms suddenly swept horizontally forward. Boom! In an instant, and Xianxia had directly appeared 300 m away, but in the next moment, she'd suddenly vanished. Rumble! An explosion suddenly resounded in front of Yi Ling, and the long-haired middle-aged man that was charging towards Yi Ling was forcefully pushed back by a formidable force, and Xianxia appeared in front of Yi Ling once more. The long-haired man gazed coldly at Xianxia. He knew that if he wanted to capture Yi Ling, then he had to pass through Xianxia first. When he thought up to here, he slowly clenched his right hand, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Bang! The ground instantly collapsed into pieces. In the blink of an eye, an afterimage suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. At the instant that this afterimage appeared in front of Xianxia, numerous afterimages had actually appeared in the surroundings as well. Every single afterimage was so real, and Xianxia opened her palm, and then a fiery red spear suddenly appeared in her palm. In the next moment, she suddenly swept it horizontally. Hiss! The spear was like a flaming dragon, and a strand of flames instantly swept out and swept through everything. Rumble! The afterimages in the surroundings instantly vanished into thin air. At the same time, a figure instantly retreated 300 m away. It was the long-haired man. After the long-haired man was blasted back, he suddenly stretched out his right hand in the next moment, and then he pressed it down lightly. Where his palm descended, space seemed as if a pebble had fallen into the pool of water. Ripples arose from the pool of water that the pebble fell into. And Xianxia's expression instantly changed drastically, and she suddenly stabbed the spear in her right hand forward. Rumble, the spear stabbed forward, and it tore through everything. In the next moment, bang, and Xianxia was instantly blasted flying along with her spear, and she flew for an entire 300 m away. She just stopped when a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. The long-haired man had suddenly vanished, and Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. She suddenly let go of the spear in her hand, and then she clenched her right hand into a fist before she took a step forward. At the same time, her right hand smashed forward. Brink! Her fist struck out. Bang! The space in front of her instantly collapsed, and the ground and the surroundings was instantly transformed into powder. On the other hand, the long-haired man was forcefully forced to a stop in front of Xianxia, and he gazed calmly at her. Every generation produces geniuses. Xianxia's face was emotionless, and she just stood there in front of Yiling. Yiling's expression was calm as well, and she clenched her right hand tightly while a strand of energy silently condensed within it. At this moment, numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly within the Wu Yuan. Tragic, even if the Sword Sect and Wu Yuan joined forces, they still weren't a match for the Order Alliance. If it weren't for the various formations in Wu Yuan, all the Dao Realm experts in Wu Yuan would have fallen long ago. In the air, Qin Tian hadn't made a move yet. He was waiting for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was proficient in assassination. If Yi Xian appeared, it meant that someone from the Order Alliance would definitely die. After killing them, Yi Xian would immediately hide. What he needed to do was to wait for Yi Xian to appear. Once Yi Xian appeared, he must restrain Yi Xian. Apart from the Order Alliance, there was another group of experts outside the Shenwu city. Tang Clan. When the Order Alliance attacked Wu Yuan, they had already rushed over. Besides Tang Qing, Tang Yi, and Tang Feng were also present. Behind the three of them, there were 30 Tang Clan cavalrymen, all of whom were Dao Realm experts. Beside Tang Qing, Tang Feng said softly, "Back then, when Zhou Yafu was still in Wu Yuan, how prestigious was Wu Yuan back then? He alone is enough to suppress my Tang Clan and the Order Alliance. But now..." Then, he shook his head and didn't continue speaking. Tang Yi said with a smile, "The primordial race was so powerful back then, but didn't they still disappear? Everyone says that I control my own fate, but it's all nonsense. Who isn't immortal in front of fate?" Tang Feng smiled. "Second brother, I have a feeling that among the younger generation of the Tang clan, besides seventh brother, you're the strongest." Seventh Tang. Hearing this, Tang Qing frowned slightly. Everyone in the Tang clan knew about this person. This person was known as the most monstrous person in the Tang clan after Munanji. However, he had no interest in the position of crown prince. He had left the Tang clan since young to travel. Even the clan leader couldn't do anything about him. It was worth mentioning that the seventh Tang was ranked second on the law rank. Tang Yi chuckled. "Seventh brother," boom. At this moment, a loud noise came from below. The three of them withdrew their thoughts and looked down. In the city below, Wu Yuan's formations were disappearing one after another. Wu Yuan's experts were falling one after another, including the Sword Sect, in Wu Yuan. And Xianxia looked to her right and her face darkened. Wu Yuan's situation wasn't good. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. At this moment, Wu Wen, who was fighting far away, suddenly sent a voice transmission. "Shaoan, take Yiling and leave. Take Yiling and leave." Not only did Xianxia hear this, but the nearby Xianxia and Lian Wanli also heard this. Obviously, Wu Wen wanted to protect the geniuses of Wu Yuan. At the same time, he felt that there was no hope. "Leave?" And Xianxia looked at Yiling. "Leave?" Yiling looked straight at Xianxia. "No. I'm a member of Wu Yuan." And Xianxia smiled. "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Xianxia and Lian Wanli. Xianxia pondered for a moment, and then he looked up and closed his eyes slowly. In the next moment, a powerful force suddenly emanated from his body. In the sky, Qin Tian looked at Xianxia. The latter's body started to tremble violently. At the same time, a strange red glow emanated from his body. Qin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly charged into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he collided with the enforcer of the Order Alliance. The enforcer's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately transformed into a black shadow and charged at Xianxia. A moment of silence. Bang! under everyone's gaze, the law enforcer was sent flying. As soon as he stopped, his body exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Xianxia stood on the spot. His right hand was wrapped in flames, and strands of powerful aura surged out incessantly from within his body. Qin Tian's eyes instantly turned icy cold when he witnessed this scene. Tangy looked at Xianxia in the dark and said softly, "This person." Bloodline awakening, bloodline awakening. Such a person was definitely one of the top geniuses in the world. After all, the only person in the Tang family who had awakened his bloodline was the seventh young master Tang. Of course, bloodline wasn't the only standard for experts, but those who had awakened their bloodline were definitely not weak. Right at this moment, Lian Wanli suddenly raised her saber and charged into the sky. Her target was an enforcer as well. The azure dragon's saber in her hand suddenly trembled violently, and then she slashed it at the enforcer. As the saber slashed down, an azure dragon that was over 3 kilometers long suddenly flashed out from the saber. Azure dragon roar, bang, the enforcer was instantly devoured by the azure dragon. The azure dragon circled in the sky above Divine Martial City, and strands of dragon might shook down incessantly. Qin Tian stared fixedly at the enormous dragon that was over 3 kilometers long. At this moment, he realized that he'd underestimated this genius of the younger generation in Wuyuan. Meanwhile, Lian Wanli suddenly looked at Qin Tian and said, "Come, take this." As soon as she finished speaking, her body trembled and she charged towards Qin Tian. At the same time, the azure dragon in the sky suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Lian Wanli's saber. At this moment, she just happened to reach Qin Tian's head and slashed down with her saber. As the saber slashed down, the dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. Qin Tian was expressionless. In the center of his palm, a ray of white light quietly condensed. In the next moment, he suddenly lifted it up. Bang, a ray of white light shot up into the sky. Bang, the white light shattered, but Lian Wanli was directly sent flying. A few hundred meters away, Lian Wanli had just stopped when a ray of sword light suddenly flashed across the battlefield. Lian Wanli's expression changed drastically. She forcefully dodged to the side, but it was still a little too late. An arm was directly sent flying, and at Lian Wanli's original position stood an old man holding a sheathed longsword. A Dao validation expert, moreover, he was a sword saint. The old man did not stop. His sword intent enveloped Lian Wanli, and the sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently, accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed. Below, and Lanxiao's expression changed drastically. Just as she was about to act, the long-haired man in front of her suddenly took a step forward, and an invisible pressure directly enveloped her. In the air, after the old swordsman's sword intent enveloped Lian Wanli, he lightly stomped his right foot, and from the sheath in his hand, a sword suddenly flew out at an extremely fast speed. Not far away, Lian Wanli knew that she had nowhere to retreat, so she fiercely slashed forward with a saber in her left hand. Sword arrived, bang, the azure dragon saber shook violently, and Lian Wanli's left hand was directly shattered, blood splattering everywhere. And at this moment, another ray of sword light flashed across the battlefield, heading straight for Lian Wanli's forehead. At this moment, Lian Wanli knew that she could not block this sword. She slowly closed her eyes and softly said, "Yixian, after this queen dies, will you miss me?" Sword arrived. Blood splattered everywhere. This blood wasn't Lian Wanli's blood, it was Yi Ling's blood. Yi Ling had suddenly appeared in front of Lian Wanli. And Lanxiao was being held back by the long-haired man, but she wasn't being held back by anyone. So, she'd supported Lian Wanli decisively when she saw that he was in danger. At this moment, Yi Ling's palm was forcefully resisting that sword. However, her strength wasn't strong enough, so her palm was directly pierced through by the sword. However, it had saved Lian Wanli's life. Yi Ling stared fixedly at the swordsman who stood before her, and the latter suddenly pressed his fingers together and pointed. A strand of sword light flashed. Yi Ling disregarded the injury on her hand, and her figure shook as she charged forward and slapped her palm down. Rumble. As soon as her palm descended, the space in front of her instantly trembled violently, and a powerful force blasted directly onto the sword light. However, the sword light directly tore through Yi Ling's force, and it continued forward and slashed at Yi Ling. Yi Ling pressed her palms together, shouted lightly, and then suddenly moved forward. Bang, the sword light was forcefully stopped. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly vanished. Yi Ling's expression changed drastically, and she clenched her palm into a fist and smashed it forward, bang, hiss, along with an explosion and the sound of something tearing resounding, Yi Ling's figure was suddenly blasted flying. At the instant that she flew through the air, she smashed heavily against a hall in the end, and she hadn't even descended to the ground when a sword suddenly stabbed into her shoulder. Hiss, Yi Ling's brows knit together slightly, but she didn't cry. She gritted her teeth and forcefully held on. The swordsman glanced at Yi Ling, and then his figure shook as he charged directly at Yi Ling. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Ling. It was Wu Wen. Wu Wen's expression turned savage. The profound energy within his body surged as he clenched his right hand tightly, and then a powerful force instantly condensed in his fist. In the next moment, he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Rumble, the space instantly collapsed, and the powerful force forced the swordsman to stop. However, at the next moment, a beam of sword light slashed towards Wu Wen. Wu Wen fiercely clapped his hands together. Boom, this combination directly clasped a sword, but the powerful force also shook him to the point that he was forced to retreat repeatedly. In the air, Qin Tian glanced down, but he still did not make a move. Wait, he had never looked down on Yi Xian. He also knew that Yi Xian would definitely appear. Wait, he was waiting for Yi Xian to appear. The experts of the Tang clan were waiting in secret. They knew that Yi Xian would definitely return. In Yi Xian's heart, there was nothing more important than his sister. What they needed to do was wait for Yi Xian to appear and force out Yi Xian's trump card. Then, they would let Yi Xian and Divine Martial City exhaust the Order Alliance. Tang Feng suddenly asked, "Are there any movements from the demons?" "Demons," Tang Qing shook his head. "There's no news." Tang Feng nodded slightly. "Let's wait." Below, in Wuyuan. At this moment, there were only a few arrays left in Wuyuan. Among them, 6 or 7 Dao Realm experts had fallen, and 8 or 9 Dao Realm swordsmen from the sword sect had fallen. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. In the air, the swordsman from the Order Alliance suddenly walked towards Wu Wen. At this moment, Wu Wen's body had unknowingly appeared with over 10 beams of sword light, facing a Dao Realm sword sage. It was still rather strenuous for him. At this moment, the only transcendent sword sage, Yu Wuchen, was also being held back by 2 Dao validation experts. Although Yu Wuchen had the upper hand, he could not do anything to the other party in a short period of time. Wu Wen looked around. At this moment, the ground around the martial sect was littered with corpses. Among them, there were experts from the older generation, but most of them were from the younger generation. Looking at those young faces, Wu Wen clenched his fists, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. This was what it meant to be a weakling. In a world where the strong were revered, the weak could only be bullied and slaughtered by others. Wu Wen looked at He Liantian, Qin Shan, and the rest who were not far away. At this moment, He Liantian, Qin Shan, and the rest were only holding on bitterly. The 2 of them were not in good condition and could not hold on for much longer. Not only had many experts from Wuyuan died, but many of the swordsmen from the sword sect had also fallen. There was no hope. Wu Wen turned to look at Yi Ling, who was pinned to the wall with a complicated expression. "Lass, why aren't you leaving?" Yi Ling clenched her fists tightly. "My brother said that if people don't betray me, I won't betray them." Wu Wen smiled faintly. "You have a good brother." As he spoke, he turned to look at a group of Order Alliance members not far away and said softly, "Little fellows, you must remember. Remember today. Remember how our Wu Yuan was bullied and humiliated by others today. In this world, there is no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. Being weak is the original sin." As soon as he finished speaking, a flame suddenly ignited in his body, soul ignition. When they witnessed this scene, the expressions of everyone in Wu Yuan instantly changed drastically. "Dean." The eyes of countless experts from Wu Yuan almost popped out of their sockets. However, they were being held back by the experts from the Order Alliance, and they were utterly unable to stop it. Behind Wu Wen, Yi Ling's tears flowed down her cheeks. "Grandpa Wu," Wu Wen said softly, "Lass, remember. Once a person is weak, they will be bullied. So, you must become strong. You can only walk the path after this by yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a ball of flames and charged towards the experts from the Order Alliance. Nearby, the old swordsman from the Order Alliance suddenly said, "All of you, retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, the law enforcers behind him retreated. The old swordsman clenched the sword in his hand tightly. The sword in his hand trembled violently, and it didn't take long for a destructive force to appear before him. The old man raised his hand and slashed down. Slash! As soon as the sword slashed down, the cry of the sword shook the sky, and a wave of sword light slashed down towards Wu Wen like a storm. Rumble! Rumble! Explosions resounded incessantly in Wu Yuan. Under the gazes of countless people, the old swordsman retreated again and again. In the end, he retreated until he was outside Shenwu City. At this moment, the entire Wu Yuan was in a mess. Wu Yuan could be said to have been basically destroyed. The powerful aftershock of the explosion directly disrupted the battlefield and the surroundings. However, both sides didn't stop, and the Order Alliance still had the upper hand. Now, it was only a matter of time before Wu Yuan and the Sword Sect were defeated. Outside Shenwu City, the old swordsman stopped, and a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In that instant just now, he'd forcefully resisted the force of Wu Wen's self-destruction. How terrifying was the force of the self-destruction of an expert like Wu Wen. The injuries that the old swordsman suffered could be said to be very serious, but fortunately, with Wu Wen's death, Yu Wuchen was being held back, and now, the great formation of Wu Yuan had basically been destroyed. Right now, in Wu Yuan, only Xianxia, Mo Xia, and Yu Wuchen still had the strength to fight. The old swordsman wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked towards Wu Yuan. Inside Wu Yuan, Yi Ling was guarding beside Lian Wanli. Both of Lian Wanli's arms had been chopped off, and his injuries were extremely serious. Yi Ling took out a huge pile of divine crystals and placed them in Lian Wanli's arms. "Sister Lian, you take care." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the old swordsman. Behind her, Lian Wanli said weakly, "Don't go." Yi Ling shook her head. At this moment, her tears were no longer flowing. She slowly walked towards the old swordsman. In midair, Qing Tian glanced at Yi Ling, but he still didn't make a move. On the ground below, Yi Ling stopped when she arrived at where Wu Wen had been standing. She looked in front of her, and tears unknowingly flowed from her eyes. She'd really treated Wu Wen like family. At this moment, the old swordsman suddenly pressed his fingers together and pointed forward, causing a ray of sword light to shoot out. Yi Ling suddenly raised her head and swung her hands forward. 2 strands of energy swept out from the center of her palms. However, these 2 strands of energy had only just appeared when they were directly slashed into pieces by the ray of sword light. In the next moment, the ray of sword light pierced her left shoulder, and the powerful force dragged her backwards. In the end, the sword pinned her to the top of the palace, and as soon as it stopped, another sword silently arrived and pierced her right shoulder. Just like that, Yi Ling was pinned to the top of the palace by 2 swords, and her clothes had already been dyed red with blood. Yi Ling gritted her teeth. Even though she was in pain, she didn't make a sound. In the distance, the old swordsman was about to make a move when Yi Ling suddenly closed her eyes and roared furiously, "Brother!" Buzz, the cry of a sword suddenly resounded in the sky. In midair, Qing Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly clenched his right fist. In the dark, all the Tang clan's powerhouses looked in front of Yi Ling. A man had appeared there at some point. The man was Yi Xian. Qing Tian frowned slightly when he saw Yi Xian. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to appear in the open instead of hiding in the dark to assassinate him. This had exceeded his expectations. However, this was naturally a good thing for him. If Yi Xian had been hiding in the dark, he would have been a little afraid. However, if Yi Xian had come out in the open, his combat power was at most equivalent to a knowing state cultivator. Yi Xian walked to the front of the dilapidated palace. When he saw Yi Ling, who was pinned to the palace by 2 swords and covered in blood, Yi Xian was stunned. The next moment, Yi Xian slapped himself. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late." Yi Xian clenched his fists, feeling as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, causing blood to flow. Tremble! Yi Xian's whole body began to tremble violently. At this moment, the blood in his body began to slowly boil. At the same time, rays of red light gradually appeared around his body. Anger, self-blame, of course, most of it was anger. Yi Xian had never been so angry before. The intensity of his anger was rarely seen. Under the influence of this anger, the blood in his body boiled more and more, and the red light around his body grew brighter. Not only that, but his hair also began to slowly change color. At this moment, Xian's expression suddenly contorted, as if he was in extreme pain, catharsis. He felt like he was about to explode. In the distance, the swordsman frowned. He was about to make a move when Xian suddenly said, "He's possessed." Going berserk? The swordsman looked at Xian. Sure enough, Xian's mouth was dripping with blood. Critical point, his anger and blood had reached a critical point, but he was so close to a breakthrough. However, if he couldn't break through this point, he would undoubtedly die. In the air, Xian shook his head. How dramatic. I didn't expect the genius swordsman to force himself to death. At this moment, Yiling suddenly said, "Brother, they're bullying me. Beat them to death, beat them to death." Hearing this, Xian opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes were bloodshot. Almost at the same time, his black hair instantly turned blood red. Rumble, a ray of red light shot into the sky. The sky was dyed red. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. In the air, Xian stared at Xian. At this moment, his face was very pale. In the dark, Tang Feng suddenly said softly, "This is bloodline awakening, bloodline awakening." Tang Qing stared at Xian without saying a word. Inside the prison pagoda, Yu opened her eyes and frowned. After a moment of silence, she closed her eyes again. No wonder. In the Wuyuan below, powerful auras were constantly emitted from Xian's body. At the same time, his expression was extremely savage. At this moment, Xian was like a wild beast that had gone berserk. Xian stared at the swordsman from the Order Alliance in the distance. His eyes were blood red, sending chills down one's spine. The swordsman looked at Xian with a solemn expression. However, there was no fear in his eyes. The sword in his hand trembled slightly. At this moment, Xian suddenly roared. "Old dog!" In the next moment, a blood-red sword gleam flashed across the battlefield. Buzz, the sword hummed tore through the sky and shook the clouds. Xian was extremely fast. He instantly arrived in front of the old man. This time, he did not use his flying sword. Instead, he drew his sword to determine life and death. Drawing his sword to determine life and death in a rage, in this state, the power of Xian's sword was on a completely different level from the previous drawing sword to determine life and death. The swordsman's expression instantly changed when he drew his sword. His eyes were filled with shock. Without any time to think, the swordsman stabbed forward with his sword in his right hand. The sword moved like lightning and a cold gleam appeared. The two swords clashed head-on in the most direct way. It was a tit for tat. Xian's sword fell. Boom, the sword in the swordsman's hand instantly shattered. At the same time, he was sent flying several hundred zhang away. As he retreated, the space was torn inch by inch. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian's expression instantly changed. Not only Qin Tian, but the hidden Tang clan experts were also shocked. Shattering a sword saint's sword with a single strike? Below, Xian did not stop after he destroyed the swordsman's sword. He appeared in front of the swordsman again and slashed down with his sword. The old swordsman's expression instantly turned ferocious. He ignored the injuries on his body and used both his hands to guide rebirth upwards. Buzz, in an instant, countless sword lights soared into the sky and engulfed Xian. However, as Xian slashed down with his sword, the sword lights vanished. In the next moment, the swordsman was pushed back once again. As he was pushed back, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xian was just about to attack again when Qin Tian's figure suddenly flashed over to Xian. Xian suddenly roared furiously, and then he raised his sword and slashed down. Qin Tian spread open his right palm, and then an expanse of white light instantly enveloped Xian's sword light. Rumble, the white light instantly shattered. At the same time, Qin Tian's figure instantly retreated by over 1 km. As soon as Qin Tian stopped moving, Xian had already appeared in front of the swordsman. The old man didn't even have the time to react before Xian's sword nailed him to the ground. The swordsman stared fixedly at Xian. "You're a sword saint." A sword saint. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone here was shocked. Qin Tian gazed at Xian with slight disbelief as well. Actually, he'd noticed that Xian was a sword saint when Xian had slashed him back. A sword saint, such a young sword saint. Qin Tian was extremely terrified when he thought about it. Yi Xian paid no attention to them, and he walked over to the swordsman. The old man was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly stabbed his sword into the old man's throat. Hiss! Blood sprayed. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian swung his sword wildly. In an instant, the old swordsman's body was cut into pieces. In next to no time, only a pool of blood and bits of flesh remained in front of Yi Xian. Qin Tian's face was gloomy to the extreme when he witnessed this scene. After Yi Xian killed the swordsman, he suddenly turned around. In the next moment, a ray of red light flashed, and the expressions of the nearby law enforcers changed drastically. They were Yi Xian's targets. The law enforcers didn't fall into disorder, and two of them charged directly at Yi Xian. However, their heads flew soundlessly into the air before they could even get close to Yi Xian. Flying swords. At this moment, Yi Xian's flying swords were so fast that even a knowledge realm powerhouse couldn't stop them. Yi Xian stopped, and he suddenly stretched out his left hand. In the next moment, the blood on the ground suddenly trembled, and soon, the blood condensed into blood swords under everyone's gazes. Qin Tian's expression changed drastically. Retreat! Not far away, the law enforcers immediately retreated, but Yi Xian's blood swords were even faster. Hiss! 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 Countless blood swords shuttled through the battlefield, and in an instant, the heads of 9 law enforcers flew into the air. As for the rest of the law enforcers, they had all retreated from Wu Yuan. Instant kill. In the sky, Qin Tian's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He didn't expect that Yi Xian wasn't just a sword saint, but he had also awakened his bloodline. He didn't know how strong Yi Xian was now. Thinking of this, Qin Tian had the intention to retreat. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly soared into the sky. In the next moment, countless flying swords shot towards the keepers of order. The expressions of the law enforcers changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they joined forces to resist it. Qin Tian raised his head and looked up into the sky. Meanwhile, a voice entered his mind. Retreat! Retreat! Qin Tian's expression was slightly ferocious. Elder Ku, Wu Yuan and the sword sect have lost over 80% of their Dao realm experts. Now, we just have to deal with Yi Xian, and then our Order Alliance will be able to take control of Divine Martial City. If we retreat now, then all our efforts will be for naught. Elder Ku said, his current strength has surpassed the Dao validation realm. Do you know that? Qin Tian spoke fiercely. So what? His bloodline has just been activated, so how long can it last? If we don't kill him with all our might, then could it be that we're going to allow him to continue growing? In the void, Elder Ku remained silent. Moreover, law enforcers were dying incessantly in the distance. Presently, anyone who obstructed Yi Xian would simply die. Moreover, all those who died in his hands died extremely miserably. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly roared, this person is already a sword saint. Are we going to let him grow into an extraordinary sword saint? At that time, who can kill him? It's better to sacrifice a little now than to leave behind a great calamity in the future. After a moment of silence, a voice resounded in the sky, kill. As soon as the voice resounded, a dozen powerful auras suddenly charged down from the sky. In the darkness far away, Tang Feng frowned slightly. Attack? Tang Qing was about to speak when Tang Yi said with a smile, why should we attack now? Let's see what Yi Xian's limit is. Tang Feng nodded, that's true. Whether Yi Xian is dead or alive, he should be able to exhaust the Order Alliance. At this point, he looked at Tang Qing. What do you think, big sister? Tang Qing was expressionless. Whatever you say. Tang Feng smiled faintly and turned his head to look down. In addition to the dozen newly joined Knowledge Realm powerhouses, there were also 2 Dao validation powerhouses, and these 2 people directly blocked Yi Xian. However, what made everyone speechless was that these 2 Dao validation powerhouses were actually suppressed by Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian slowly clenched his right hand and turned to look at Yi Ling below. Capture that little girl first. Capture Yi Ling. Yi Ling was Yi Xian's nemesis. As long as Yi Ling was caught, Yi Xian would definitely be captured. As soon as Qin Tian's voice fell, several figures directly rushed towards Yi Ling below. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was fighting with the 2 Dao validation powerhouses, suddenly slashed them back with his sword. He held the soul-suppressing sword in his hand and suddenly pointed to the right, split. As soon as he said this, the Knowledge Realm powerhouse who was rushing towards Yi Ling stopped in place and then fell straight down. His soul dissipated. At this moment, Yixian pointed his sword in the air again. Another knowing realm powerhouse fell. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was flabbergasted by this scene. Qin Tian had a look of disbelief on his face as well. What the hell is going on? In secret, the expressions of Tang Qing and the others became solemn. Even Tang Yi had a trace of seriousness and vigilance in his eyes. Every single one of Yixian's trump cards was slightly terrifying. How many more does he have? Down below, the Dao Knowledge State experts who had not yet reached Yiling all fell to the ground silently. Their souls had vanished, and only their bodies remained. At this moment, the keepers of order in the surroundings were slightly panicking. After Yixian killed the powerhouses that were charging towards Yiling, he turned to look at the two people in front of him. At this moment, not only did his aura not weaken, it was constantly growing, especially the murderous intent on his body. It was so strong that no one dared to approach him. At this moment, Yixian held the soul-suppressing sword tightly in his right hand, and his body was enveloped by a bloody glow. His blood was boiling, and an endless stream of bloodline power spread throughout his body. As this power filled his body, he felt full of strength, boundless power. This power didn't belong to him, but the power of his bloodline. Of course, strictly speaking, it was also his own power. After all, it was his bloodline. At this moment, Yixian suddenly vanished on the spot. Nearby, the expressions of the two Dao-proving realm powerhouses changed drastically, and they hurriedly attacked together. Rumble, along with an explosion, the two Dao-proving realm powerhouses were forced back hundreds of meters by Yixian. As soon as they stopped, two flying swords silently appeared in front of them. Quick, this was the first thought that came to their minds. They joined their hands together and caught the two swords at the same time. But at this moment, Yixian suddenly appeared in front of one of the Dao-proving realm powerhouses. In the next moment, he drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. The Dao-proving realm powerhouse's pupils constricted when the sword slashed down, and he held on to Yixian's flying sword with both hands as he raised it horizontally to block. The sword descended, bang. The Dao-proving realm powerhouse was directly blasted hundreds of meters away, and as soon as he stopped, a blood-red flying sword pierced through the center of his forehead. A Dao-proving realm powerhouse had fallen. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. He'd killed a Dao-proving realm powerhouse while fighting two by himself. At this moment, there was disbelief in his eyes, and there was also fear, deep fear. Suddenly, the space in the sky above Wu Yuan cracked open, and then a figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning towards Yixian. Yixian drew his sword and slashed down. Bang! In an instant, Yixian retreated hundreds of meters explosively, and as soon as he stopped, a wisp of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In the darkness nearby, Tang Yi looked at the person in front of Yixian and said softly, Wang Jitsa. Tang Qing and Tang Feng's expressions instantly changed when they heard Tang Yi, the sage of calligraphy, Wang Jitsa, the second on the Dao ranking of the previous generation. P.S. You scolded me at the second watch, and you loved me at the third watch. What about the fourth watch? He was ranked second on the previous Dao rankings. The Dao rankings were updated every 30 years. There were a total of 10 people on the previous Dao rankings, and Wang Jitsa was one of them. Moreover, he was ranked 2nd. Moreover, Wang Jitsa was one of the 9 saints. Besides the unknown divine kingdom, there were 6 supreme experts in the chaotic universe. They were the Order Alliance's Master of the Star, the Southern Sect's Martial Master, the Tang Clan's Patriarch, the Monster King of the Demon Race, and 2 others who were unknown. Besides these 6 supreme experts, there were 9 other saints. Wang Jitsa was one of them, the saint of calligraphy. Moreover, he was an extraordinary saint of calligraphy. Strictly speaking, Yu Wuchen could be ranked amongst them as well after he attained the extraordinary sword saint realm. After all, ordinary Dao substantiation realm experts couldn't compare to them. Surmounting their realms of cultivation to challenge them, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, because all of them were experts who could surmount their realms of cultivation to do so all those years ago. In the field, Qin Tian bowed slightly to Wang Ciji, Wang Xing. Wang Jitsa nodded, and then he gazed at Yixian. He sized up Yixian and said, the power of bloodline. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from afar. Wang Jitsa looked up and saw a Dao substantiation realm expert descend slowly from the sky. It was the expert from the Order Alliance who'd fought Yu Wuchen earlier. Even though 2 Dao substantiation realm experts could keep Yu Wuchen busy for a while, they couldn't defeat Yu Wuchen. The remaining Tao substantiation realm expert didn't attack again, and he retreated instead. Yu Wuchen didn't chase after him. He descended in front of Wang Jitze and gazed coldly at Wang Jitze. The latter shook his head. "I'm not your match." As soon as he finished speaking, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yu Wuchen like a ghost. The old man wore a tight-fitting robe, had a thin figure, and had his right hand behind his back. His gaze was sharp like a blade. He was powerful. Yu Wuchen's expression turned solemn. The old man's strength was definitely not inferior to Wang Jitze, but he didn't know who he was. At this moment, Wang Ciji, who was not far away, looked at Yixian. "Come, let me see how many trump cards you still have." Yixian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the blood in his body was still boiling, and the power was still increasing. However, that power was eroding his consciousness. Gradually, Yixian's consciousness became more and more muddled. Slaughter. There was only one thought left in his mind: slaughter. As everyone watched, Yixian walked towards Wang Jitze with the soul-subduing sword in his hand. At this moment, the soul-subduing sword had actually turned blood-red. Wang Jitze calmly looked at Yixian. He did not look down on Yixian. Of course, he did not pay much attention to Yixian either. From the beginning until now, he had seen too many geniuses and killed too many geniuses. Confidence, his strength allowed him to be so confident. At this moment, Yixian suddenly leaped up. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above Wang Jitze's head and slashed down with his sword. Draw the sword and decide life and death. His sword carried a peerlessly domineering aura. It seemed like this attack could kill anyone. Countless people in the surroundings sensed this aura. Wang Jitze had an emotionless expression on his face as he stood below Yixian. He flicked his sleeve, and space trembled slightly. In the next moment, bang! Yixian was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away along with his sword. After he blasted Yixian flying, Wang Jitze suddenly made a grabbing motion with his right hand. As soon as he did that, a ray of light that had suddenly appeared in his grasp, and then he clenched his right fist lightly. Bang! The ray of light was instantly blasted into pieces. Wang Jitze gazed at Yixian. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly vanished once more, and then a ray of blood-red light tore through the surroundings. Hiss! Ear-piercing explosions resounded incessantly like firecrackers. Meanwhile, Wang Jitze took a step forward and tapped his finger forward. The space around his finger trembled slightly, and a powerful force suddenly blocked the blood-red sword light. After a moment of silence, the blood-red sword light exploded, and in that instant, a sword slashed down from above his head. Wang Jitze didn't dodge, and he met it with his fist instead. Bang! At the instant that Yixian's sword slashed against Wang Jitze's fist, the space in the surroundings trembled violently before cracking apart. It was also at this instant that Wang Jitze's brows suddenly knit together. In the next moment, he flashed over 100 m back, and then he tapped the center of his forehead with his finger. In an instant, his soul calmed down. In that instant just now, something had actually happened to his soul. Wang Jitze raised his head and looked towards his opponent. Suddenly, a flying sword soundlessly slashed towards him. He pressed his fingers together and clamped down on the flying sword, and then he exerted force lightly. Bang! The flying sword shattered. But it didn't take long for countless rays of blood-red light to suddenly slash down towards him. The dense expanse of flying swords instantly drowned Wang Jitze beneath them. At this moment, Wang Jitze took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. Bang! It was merely an ordinary punch, yet the rays of light were obliterated. It was a crushing defeat. Everyone was looking at Yixian and Wang Jitze. It was undeniable that Yixian was very strong indeed, but the gap between him and Wang Jitze was too huge. Perhaps Yixian wouldn't be inferior to Wang Jitze in the future, but Yixian wasn't a match for Wang Jitze at all. Wang Jitze walked slowly towards Yixian. Needless to say, you really aren't bad. Of course, that's exactly why you must die here today. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly clenched his right fist, and then a strand of energy silently condensed. In the distance, Yu Wuchen's face darkened. At this moment, he naturally wanted to help, but the petite old man's divine sense had locked onto him. As soon as he made a move, the petite old man would definitely act as well. At this moment, Yixian turned to look at Yiling, who wasn't far away. Yiling didn't cry. She just looked at Yixian and said, "Brother, I'm not afraid." "Really, I'm not afraid at all." Yixian's hand trembled slightly. He grinned, but it was a somewhat sinister smile. It's all right. Brother is here. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and charged towards Wang Jitsa. Bang, a powerful force swept out from Yixian's body. At this moment, he didn't hold anything back. Dragon Soul Power, Dragon Power, Emoku Power, Divine Blood Technique, coupled with the power of his bloodline, the aura that Yixian erupted with could only be described as terrifying. This had surpassed the aura of a Dao validation expert. As he charged towards Wang Jitsa, the aura on Yixian's body grew stronger and stronger. Soon, he arrived in front of Wang Jitsa and slashed down with his sword. This sword contained far too much. Of course, the most important thing was his conviction. At this moment, his younger sister was behind him. If he retreated, his younger sister would definitely die. He, Yixian, had nowhere to retreat. Since he couldn't retreat, then he would advance. He would carve out a path, draw the sword to decide life and death. With this sword, Yixian's killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. At this moment, Wang Jitsa took a step forward and met the sword with his fist. As everyone watched, Yixian's sword slashed down fiercely. Bang! As a deafening explosion rang out, Yixian was instantly sent flying along with his sword. However, Wang Jitsa was also forced to retreat a good 300 meters. The expressions of everyone in the dark changed at the sight of this. Yixian had actually pushed Wang Jitsa back with a single strike of his sword. Wang Jitsa glanced at his palm. There was a deep sword scar on his palm, a scar. Wang Jitsa raised his head to look at Yixian. Meanwhile, Yixian was walking towards him again. At this moment, Yixian seemed to have gone mad. His expression was savage and warped, and his body emanated a strange red glow. He seemed like a wild beast that had gone berserk. Suddenly, Yixian vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed, and everywhere it passed, space was torn apart like fragile paper. Wang Jitsa's eyes narrowed slightly as he stood in front of Yixian, and a strand of killing intent flashed through them. In the next moment, he charged forward swiftly and smashed his fist down. Rumble! The space around them suddenly collapsed and fell into pitch-black darkness. A few breaths of time later. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and then a figure retreated explosively. It was Yixian. However, Wang Jitsa had also retreated several dozen meters. After Yixian stopped, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth once more. Not only that, but his entire body had also split open and blood flowed out incessantly. However, the blood was quickly absorbed by him. In the distance, Wang Jitsa also had 2 sword scars on his body. He had been injured by Yixian. Qin Tian's expression darkened at the sight of this, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Tang Feng said softly in the dark, "This Yixian is probably reaching his limit." Tang Qing said, "Should we make a move?" Tang Yi shook his head, "It's not time yet. If we make a move now, we'll have to pay a huge price." Tang Feng nodded, "That skinny old man and Wang Jitsa. Just these 2 alone are enough to make us lose many Tang clan knights." As he spoke, he looked down at Yixian and said, "Let's continue waiting and see if he has any other trump cards." Tang Qing did not say anything. She just looked down, and no one knew what she was thinking. Below, in Wuyuan, Wang Jitsa looked at Yixian. At this moment, his eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. In the next moment, he directly rushed toward Yixian. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yixian. Yixian did not choose to retreat. Instead, he held his sword with both hands and slashed forward. Qi, the blood-red sword Qi slashed to the end. As Wang Jitsa punched out, the blood-red sword Qi directly exploded. At the same time, a powerful force directly engulfed Yixian. Bang! Yixian brandished his sword rapidly. Streaks of blood-red sword lights kept striking out. However, Wang Jitsa's strength was too strong. Therefore, he kept being forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Qin Tian's figure suddenly shook, and then he flashed towards Yi Ling. Obviously, he wanted to take down Yi Ling first. Not far away, when Yixian saw this, his expression instantly turned savage. In the next moment, he directly ignored Wang Jitsa and his figure trembled, appearing in front of Yi Ling. When he saw Yixian, Qin Tian's expression changed, and he immediately wanted to retreat. At this moment, Yixian suddenly roared, "Those who hurt my sister, die." As soon as he spoke, he suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Qin Tian. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Buzz, a blood-red sword chi directly slashed down. Bang, Qin Tian was sent flying in an instant. The moment he was sent flying, a ray of sword light pierced through his forehead. Chi, blood splattered. In the battlefield, Yi Xian looked around angrily and roared like a wild beast, who else? At this moment, the blood in his body completely boiled, and waves of killing intent surged out like a tide. In the distance, Wang Jitsa stared fixedly at Yi Xian. What bloodline? The more abnormal, the stronger. He killed Qin Tian in an instant. Needless to say, Yi Xian's attack had shocked everyone, even someone as powerful as Wang Jitsa was slightly shocked. Qin Tian was a Dao Validation Realm expert, and he wasn't just any Dao Validation Realm expert. However, he was killed by Yi Xian with just 2 attacks. Moreover, the aura that Yi Xian exuded was even stronger than before, especially in that instant. The power of Yi Xian's attack wasn't just a little bit stronger than before. After Yi Xian killed Qin Tian with a single attack, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian, this extremely abnormal young man. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly clenched his left hand. In the blink of an eye, the blood on the ground in the Wuyuan suddenly trembled. Then, the blood actually transformed into blood swords under everyone's gazes. The surrounding experts of the Order Alliance started to retreat slowly. At the same time, their expressions were extremely cautious. They were extremely fearful of Yi Xian, especially Yi Xian's flying swords. Ordinary people couldn't stop them at all. Wang Jitsa looked at Yi Xian. A black book had appeared in the latter's palm. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Wang Jitsa from afar. Slash! In an instant, thousands of blood swords suddenly shot towards Wang Jitsa. Almost every single one of them could easily tear space apart. The reason why these flying swords were so powerful was because they were enhanced by the dragon soul energy. For the first time, a trace of seriousness appeared in Wang Jitsa's eyes. He suddenly flipped open the black book in his hand as he looked at the countless blood swords. In the next moment, he started chanting silently. Countless black ancient characters suddenly flew out from the book, and they directly flew towards Yi Xian's blood swords. Chi 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 chi, the sound of corrosion resounded incessantly. Under everyone's gazes, the blood swords disappeared one after another. In the sky, Tang Yi said softly, "The Book of Holy Words." Tang Feng looked at Tang Yi and asked, "What is the Book of Holy Words?" Tang Yi said softly, "In Wang Jitsa's hands, the power of a peak stage creation treasure has increased by at least 50%. I'm afraid it can be compared to a Dao realm treasure." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Let's see how he'll deal with this. As soon as Tang Yi finished speaking, a throne suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, the God King's throne. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian suddenly sat down and clenched his left hand. In an instant, all the spiritual qi within a radius of 1,000 li was absorbed cleanly, and the black ancient characters in front of Wang Jitsa also disappeared without a trace at this moment. Countless blood swords instantly drowned Wang Jitsa. Rumble. Wang Jitsa was pushed almost 300 m back before Yi Xian. At this moment, even though the blood swords had vanished, there were actually over a dozen scars all over his body. Everyone's gazes descended onto Yi Xian, who sat on the God King's throne. To be more precise, they were looking at the God King's throne that Yi Xian sat on, a Dao realm treasure. Even great powers like the Tang clan and Order Alliance didn't have many such treasures. In fact, they could be counted on one hand. However, Yi Xian actually possessed a Dao realm treasure. Countless strands of spiritual qi converged madly towards Yi Xian, and they were about to surge towards the God King's throne. However, Yi Xian suddenly started to forcefully absorb the spiritual qi. He desperately needed the spiritual qi right now. The God King's throne was just about to resist when the energy of Yi Xian's bloodline suppressed the God King's throne, and then countless strands of spiritual qi instantly surged into Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian greedily took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt like he had an inexhaustible supply of spiritual qi within him. Wang Jitsa glanced at the Book of Holy Wisdom that stood before Yi Xian. At this moment, the Book of Holy Wisdom had lost its effect. Because activating the Book of Holy Wisdom required a huge amount of spiritual qi, and all the spiritual qi in an area of 500 kilometers had vanished. How do I activate it? Moreover, all the spiritual qi had been absorbed by Yi Xian. Wang Jitsa gazed at Yi Xian. Suddenly, Yi Xian vanished. Wang Jitsa's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he vanished as well. It didn't take long for Wang Jitze and Yi Xian to enter into battle once more. Wang Jitze had the upper hand, but Yi Xian gave off the feeling that he was getting stronger as the battle went on. Especially his flying sword, even Wang Jitze didn't dare to be careless. Meanwhile, the rest of the experts didn't move at all. After Yi Xian killed a batch of the law enforcers, the Law Alliance no longer had an overwhelming advantage. Especially now, there was still Mo Xia and An Lanqiu on Wu Yuan's side. The strength of these two people was something that the Law Alliance's law enforcers feared. In the dark, Tang Yi smiled. It's a deadlock. Tang Feng nodded. If this deadlock continues, it will be more advantageous for us. As for the Law Alliance, Tang Qing said softly, the Law Alliance can either retreat or send more experts. Tang Yi smiled. I hope that they will send more experts. Because this way, we can see if Yi Xian has any other trump cards. Tang Qing's expression was calm, and he didn't say anything. Tang Yi looked down at Yi Xian and smiled. Fortunately, my Tang clan didn't force Yi Xian to his death. Otherwise, we would be the ones to suffer losses. Tang Feng nodded. This person is so strong. We and the Law Alliance have greatly underestimated him. Tang Yi was about to speak when he suddenly looked up at the sky. Somewhere in the sky, the space suddenly split open. In the next moment, two old men walked out. Seeing these two people, Tang Yi's expression immediately became somewhat solemn. Experts above the Dao validation realm. These two people might not be stronger than Wang Jitze. However, in this situation, the Law Alliance had two more experts of this level. It was almost certain that they would win. At this moment, another three men in black appeared behind the old man. These three men in black were all at the Dao Confirmation Realm. Dao Confirmation Realm law enforcers, 5 people. In the dark, Tang Yi said softly, it's over. In the sky, the two old men and the 3 Dao Confirmation Realm law enforcers suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, several powerful auras charged directly at Yi Ling. Their target was Yi Ling. Sensing this, Yi Xian, who was fighting Wang Jitze, suddenly turned around and returned to Yi Xian. Looking at the 5 people charging at him, Yi Xian roared and slashed forward. Buzz, with the sound of a sword, a blood-red sword gleam surged out. However, the blood-red sword gleam was instantly shattered by the 5 people. Not only that, but Wang Jitze also charged at him. 6 pinnacle experts. Behind Yi Xian, Yi Ling suddenly walked to his side. She held Yi Xian's hand and cried silently. Brother, am I too useless? No matter how hard I try, I can't help you. When Yi Xian, who was already acting abnormally, heard Yi Ling's words, his hands trembled slightly. In the next moment, he said painfully, don't be afraid. I'm here. As soon as he said that, he stomped his right foot and the great Dao Law suddenly appeared between his brows. In an instant, the power of the earth and the power of the earth veins in the surroundings converged toward Yi Xian like a tide. At that moment, a sheathed sword suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The sword trembled violently as if it wanted Yi Xian to pull it out, because it knew that this was the only time Yi Xian could pull it out. This was because Yi Xian not only had the power of the dragon's soul and the power of the bloodline, but he also had the power of the earth and the power of the earth veins. This was Yi Xian's strongest moment. Looking at the group of people charging at him, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out. Buzz, the hum of a sword soared into the sky. A sword appeared in Yi Xian's hand. The moment the sword appeared, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the divine martial arts city. In the next moment, bolts of purple lightning flashed continuously within the clouds, and waves of pressure from the heavens and the earth pressed down on the ground. Purple divine lightning. Wang Jitze and the others stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with shock. This purple divine lightning was the legendary divine lightning. How could it appear? One must know that this type of divine lightning would usually only appear when an extremely heaven-defying genius broke through. For example, in the records, it had only appeared when Gu Tadian, Zhou Yafu of Wu Yuan, and Mu Nanji of the Tang clan broke through. The sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled violently, and as the sword trembled, the terrifying pressure in the sky above the divine martial arts city became even stronger, as if it was about to crush the earth. The pressure was so strong that even Dao realm experts were on the verge of being unable to endure it. It was the true might of the heavens and the earth. Everyone was staring at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. What sort of sword is that? At this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the sword directly pierced into the layer of black clouds. A breath of time later, bang, suddenly, an enormous bang resounded in the sky, and then the countless layers of clouds dispersed before the gazes of everyone. Moreover, the divine lightning transformed into countless bolts of lightning that shot down from the sky. Moreover, the space in the surroundings actually started to gradually become illusory. Wang Jitsa's expression became extremely unsightly when he noticed this. That sword is harming the quintessence of the world. The quintessence, every single world had its own quintessence. If that quintessence was lost, then everything in that world would wither away, and humans wouldn't be able to cultivate. The reason many stellar regions had vanished was because their quintessence had vanished. However, the higher the level of a world, the stronger its quintessence was. Thus, no one dared to destroy it, nor was it impossible to destroy it, just like this chaotic universe. If one wanted to destroy its quintessence, then only experts at the level of the Star-Lord and the others could accomplish it. Even though they could accomplish it, they didn't dare to, because divine punishment would definitely descend. No one wanted to go head-on against the Tendo of this world. The Tendo had allowed the people of the world to cultivate and made it convenient for the people of the world. But the people of the world couldn't open the door to the heavens and take a yard after taking an inch. However, at this moment, the sword in Xian's hand was actually publicly harming the quintessence of this world. Moreover, it had even destroyed divine punishment. What sort of sword is that? Xian didn't know what it was. All he knew was that there seemed to be nothing that he couldn't destroy once he held it in his hand. He could even annihilate the heavens with a single swing of his sword. This was the feeling. Xian did not want to destroy the world. He only wanted to destroy the people in front of him. Under everyone's gaze, Xian looked at Wang Jitsa and the others with the sword in his hand. In the next moment, he gripped the sword tightly with both hands. All around him, the power of the earth and the veins of the earth frantically gathered towards him. Not only that, but the bloodline power in his body was also growing at a crazy rate. Seeing this, Wang Jitsa's expression became extremely grave. Retreat! Retreat! His intuition told him not to take Xian's sword head-on. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian, who was on the opposite side, suddenly dashed forward and slashed down with his sword. Slash! His voice was like thunder, resounding through the clouds and shaking the world. As Xian slashed down with his sword, a ray of blood-red sword energy that could obliterate the heavens and the earth flashed through the battlefield, and the expressions of all the experts of the Order Alliance who stood before Xian instantly changed drastically. It was truly capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. This sword strike gave everyone the feeling that it could cut the heavens, split the earth, and destroy everything. Wang Jitsa suddenly roared furiously. Retreat! As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and brought his hands together. A powerful force condensed at the center of his palms, and then he blasted his hands forward. Bang, bang. Two powerful forces surged out from Wang Jitsa's hands. However, they seemed so weak before Xian's sword energy. The sword arrived. Wang Jitsa's two forces were practically obliterated in an instant. In an instant, Wang Jitsa was blasted flying, and his body started to crack inch by inch as he retreated. It wasn't just Wang Jitsa, all the experts of the Order Alliance who were too slow were obliterated as well. At this moment, the entire divine martial city started to collapse inch by inch, and the ground in the surroundings was collapsing layer by layer. The might of a single attack was enough to obliterate the heavens and earth. The remnant might of the attack lasted for nearly 15 minutes before it calmed down. At this moment, the entire divine martial city was in a mess. The experts of the Order Alliance in front of Xian had already retreated outside the city, and only two of them were left. They were the two experts above the Tao-proving realm. The rest of the people below them had all disappeared. Even Wang Jitsa was left with only his soul. Not only that, but his soul had already turned completely illusory, and there was nothing he could do to save the situation. In the dark, Tang Yi and the others from the Tang clan had extremely solemn expressions. With a single attack, nearly 30 Dao Validation Realm experts were killed. Not only that, but Wang Jitsa, who was their leader, was also about to disappear completely. Tang Feng and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing. Was this done by a 20-year-old youth? Below, after Xian swung his sword, he held it with both hands and supported himself on the ground. His head was lowered, and blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the red glow on his body had slowly faded away. However, the earth energy was still in his body, including the dragon soul and dragon energy. At this moment, Yi Ling grabbed Yi Xian's hand and said in a trembling voice, "Brother?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned, "I'm fine. Don't be afraid, brother can still fight." Hearing this, Yi Ling's tears flowed down. Yi Xian said softly, "Don't cry. As long as brother is here, the sky won't collapse. Even if it does, brother will carry it for you." Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian's arm tightly. He didn't say anything, but tears flowed down his face. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. Wang Jitze, who was about to disappear, was also looking at him. Wang Jitze's eyes were somewhat dazed. "I never thought that I, Wang Jitze, would actually die in the hands of a youth who's not even 20 years old." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked into the depths of the void. "This kid can't be left alive." As soon as he finished speaking, his soul completely disappeared. His soul was destroyed. "This kid can't be left alive." After a moment of silence, a shapeless pressure suddenly appeared in the sky above Martial God City. As soon as this pressure appeared, the expressions of everyone from the Wu Yuan and Sword sect changed. Even the extraordinary Sword Saint, Yu Wuchen, had an extremely solemn expression on his face. In the dark, Tang Yi looked into the sky and said softly, "Has the Star Master made a move?" A huge hand suddenly appeared in the sky above Martial God City, and then the city below started to tremble violently. The might of this palm strike was several times stronger than the sword strike that Yi Xian had executed earlier. Below, within Martial God City, no matter if it was the disciples of the Wu Yuan or the Sword sect, all of their faces turned pale. "We can't stop it," this was what everyone's intuition told them. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the huge hand. There was no fear in his eyes, and he just held on to Yi Ling's hand tightly while the sword in his right hand trembled lightly. Helplessness. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't feel helplessness in his heart. He only knew that he had tried his best. As long as he had tried his best, it was enough. Just as the huge hand was about to fall, Yu Wuchen suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "I'll leave the sword sect to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot and soared into the sky with the sword in hand. Under everyone's gaze, the sword ray directly slashed at the huge hand. Rumble, the huge hand suddenly collapsed, and Yu Wuchen rushed into the sky with the sword in hand. 15 minutes later, a figure slowly fell from the sky. At this moment, only half of the sword in Yu Wuchen's hand was left. Sect leader. Below, countless sword sect disciples were so furious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yi Xian looked at the slowly falling Yu Wuchen, and the sword in his hand trembled violently. At this moment, Yu Wuchen steadily landed in front of Yi Xian, and at this moment, Yu Wuchen didn't have the slightest breath. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he looked up into the sky. At this moment, a man appeared, Star Lord. The person in front of him was the Order Alliance's Star Lord. Yi Xian's expression turned ferocious, and he roared, "Tang Clan, if you help me restrain this person today, I will definitely kill all the Order Alliance's Dao Realm experts. There is only one chance, and your Tang Clan doesn't want it." In the sky, the Star Lord looked at Yi Xian with a calm expression. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the sky. "Really?" Yi Xian roared, "Really?" As soon as Yi Xian's voice fell, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the Star Lord. This person was Tang Yan. Tang Yan glanced at Yi Xian below. "What do you want to do?" "Do it." Yi Xian waved his right hand, and directly stored Yi Ling into the prison pagoda. The next moment, he turned into a sword ray and shot into the sky. His target, Sky City. In the dark, Tang Yi said softly, "Is he going to attack the Order Alliance? Could it be that he's crazy?" Tang Qing's expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the sky above the Divine Martial City, the Star Lord looked at Tang Yan. "Is he going to start a war with the Order Alliance?" Tang Yan said softly, "This world is like this. If you don't destroy me, I will destroy you. If you have the same chance, you will also weaken my Tang Clan, and even destroy my Tang Clan, isn't that right?" The Star Lord looked to the right. There is still the Demon Clan. Tang Yan looked straight at the Star Lord. "Compared to the Demon Clan, I am more afraid of humans. At least, even if the Demon Clan wants to start a war, they will only do it openly, and not play dirty tricks in the dark." As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. "Star Lord, if it wasn't for my Tang Clan having clan head Mu, I am afraid my Tang Clan would have been eaten by the Order Alliance, right?" The Tang clan was like the sword sects Wu Yuan, they also had times when they were weak, and at that time, the Tang clan was almost swallowed by the Order Alliance. At that time, Mu Nanji suddenly rose up and saved the Tang clan. It was also at that time that the Tang clan understood that in this world, if one clan wasn't the strongest, there would be endless battles. Therefore, all these years, the Tang clan and the Order Alliance could be said to have restrained each other. Now that the Order Alliance had suffered heavy losses, the Tang clan would not let go of this opportunity, because if the Order Alliance was given this opportunity, they would do the same, or even more ruthless. Opposite Tang Yen, the Star Lord was expressionless. This time, he knew that he had underestimated Yi Xian, and this underestimation directly made the Order Alliance pay a painful price. After a moment of silence, the Star Lord turned to look at the direction of Ascending Sky City and said softly, Ascending Sky City has never been invaded by enemies since it was built. Clan Head Tang, you have to watch carefully and see if the person you think highly of can kill all the Dao Realm experts of the Order Alliance. Tang Yen smiled, I will watch. As he spoke, he looked into the distance. At the end, a sword light flew through the clouds, heading straight for Ascending Sky City. P.S. I haven't been praised for a long time. Can anyone praise me? Most of the time, people lived for the sake of fighting for their pride, and Yi Xian wanted to fight for this pride, Sky Ascension City. This Sky Ascension City was the most mysterious city in the chaotic universe besides the Divine Kingdom. It had been 300 years since the establishment of the Order Alliance, and in these 300 years, this city had always been mysterious in the eyes of the world. It should be said that the Order Alliance was mysterious in the eyes of the world. How strong was the Order Alliance? This had always been a mystery. No one knew the true trump card of the Order Alliance, not even the Tang clan. Yi Xian didn't know, but he wanted to do it. He had already been bullied to this extent by the Order Alliance, so what else did he care about? He didn't care about anything, either if*CKU to death or uf*CK me to death. That was the mentality Yi Xian had now. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the foot of Sky Ascension City. But before he could walk up, a spear suddenly shot down from the sky above Sky Ascension City. Yi Xian raised his head and slashed down with his sword. As the sword descended, the spear was directly split into two. At this moment, a young man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The young man looked at Yi Xian with a solemn expression. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Stand down. Stand down, it was the Star Lord's voice. The young man's face darkened. He glanced at Yi Xian. He didn't dare to disobey the Planet Lord's orders and was about to retreat. But right at this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly flashed across the field, a flying sword. The young man didn't even have time to react before his head flew into the air. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The eyes of the young man's severed head were wide open, filled with disbelief. After killing the young man, Yi Xian walked towards Sky Ascension City at the top of the mountain. No one obstructed him along the way, and he soon arrived at Sky Ascension City. It had to be said that Sky Ascension City was really tall. Standing at the top of the mountain was like standing in the starry sky. Yi Xian naturally didn't have the time to look at the starry sky. He walked to the city gate with his sword in hand. A middle-aged man stood there. In the hands of the middle-aged man was a silver spear. Yi Xian didn't know who this person was, and he didn't want to know either. Immediately, he rushed toward the middle-aged man with his sword in hand. The middle-aged man slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, the spear in his hand shot out like a bolt of lightning. This spear strike was like the galloping of a powerful army, and it carried along a monstrous momentum. It was precisely this momentum that forcefully forced Yi Xian to stop. However, along with the sword in Yi Xian's hand slashing down, this momentum was directly slashed into pieces. At the same time, Yi Xian charged forward swiftly, and he held his sword with both hands as he slashed down fiercely. The middle-aged man did not retreat. Instead, he raised his spear at an extremely crafty angle, directly striking Yi Xian's sword. However, dang, the silver spear in the middle-aged man's hands was instantly broken into two. Yi Xian stepped forward and slashed down with his sword. The middle-aged man didn't dare to take the attack head-on. With a light tap of his feet, he floated backward, distancing himself from Yi Xian. The moment he stopped, two flying swords silently slashed down. The middle-aged man's expression didn't change. Using his finger as a spear, he lightly swept it forward. Boom! Yi Xian's two flying swords were directly sent flying. the middle-aged man glanced at Yixian in the distance, and finally, his gaze fell on the sword in Yixian's hand. Looking at this sword, his eyes were incomparably solemn. His spear was at the manifestation realm, but it was easily broken by this sword. What kind of sword was this? After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man said softly, "With this sword, I am no match for him." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. If he could fight, then fight. If he couldn't, then he absolutely wouldn't, absolutely not. This wasn't because he didn't have a backbone, but because he had a clear understanding of his own strength. After the middle-aged man left, Yixian continued walking towards Sky Ascension City. Right at this moment, a woman appeared in front of him. She was extremely tall, and she was half a head taller than him. She wore a tight black dress, and a glass pearl floated in her palm. She gazed at Yixian, and she didn't waste her breath at all. The glass pearl suddenly flew out from her palm, and then the scene in the surroundings changed in an instant. The starry sky. At this moment, only Yixian and the woman remained here. Both of them were in an expanse of starry sky, and the nearby Sky Ascension City had vanished as well. The woman in the black dress looked at Yixian. The glazed pearl in her hand started to spin rapidly. As it spun, the space in the field suddenly started to distort. At the same time, the power of countless stars converged towards Yixian, who was nearby. The energy of the stars, endless star force, was gathering from all directions. And its target was Yixian, who was not far away. Yixian's face was emotionless as he held the sword in his hand tightly. When the energy of the stars arrived above him, he suddenly leaped up and slashed down with his sword. Hiss, a sharp sound of something tearing resounded. At the same time, the energy of the stars in front of Yixian actually started to shatter inch by inch. It wasn't just the energy of the stars, even the starry sky here had started to shatter. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly clenched her fist, and then the energy of the stars surged down towards Yixian like tidewater. Rumble. The entire expanse of the starry sky started to tremble violently, and then it collapsed into pieces. Just like that, after about 15 minutes, Yixian and the woman in the black dress returned to the front of Ascending Heaven City. At this moment, Yixian had moved 300 m back while blood flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth. On the other hand, the woman was still standing on the spot, but the glass pearl in her hand had shattered. Glancing at the sword in Yixian's hand, the woman in the black dress fell silent. Meanwhile, Yixian walked towards the woman with the sword in his hand, and the sword in his hand was trembling violently. At this moment, Yixian's mind was clear because his bloodline had calmed down. At this moment, he felt like he could slash through anything as he held this sword, no matter what stood before him. So long as he held this sword, then he would definitely be able to slash it into pieces. Yixian stroked the blade of the sword lightly with his left hand, and he spoke softly, "What's your name?" "OM," a sword howl resounded. In the next moment, the sword in Yixian's hand suddenly flew out and swung swiftly before him. In the next moment, two words appeared on the ground: "Heavenly retribution, heavenly retribution." Yixian said softly, "What a good heavenly retribution. Today, if anyone tries to stop me, I'll kill them. If the heavens try to stop me, I'll punish the heavens." As his voice fell, he leaped up and slashed down at the woman in the distance. In front of the heavenly retribution sword, space was weaker than paper. In front of Yixian, the woman in the black dress looked coldly at Yixian. With a flick of her sleeve, a black light shot towards Yixian like a sharp arrow. Yixian didn't dodge, and instead slashed down with his sword. The black light was instantly split into two. However, at this moment, the woman in the black dress suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, an afterimage swept in front of Yixian. Before Yixian could react, a palm had already pressed against his abdomen. Yixian's entire body was about to be sent flying. However, at this critical moment, his left hand suddenly grabbed the woman's palm, and his right hand wielded the sword and slashed at the back of the woman's neck. However, the woman in the black dress was even faster. The moment Yixian drew his sword, her right hand suddenly punched at Yixian's temple. If the punch landed, Yixian's head would definitely explode. Yixian's left hand had no choice but to release the woman's palm, and he moved to the side to block. Bang! Yixian's entire body was directly blasted away, but a deep wound appeared on the woman's cheek. Blood slowly flowed along the wound, and in an instant, half of the woman's face was covered in blood. The woman in the black dress looked at Yixian with a calm expression. as if she wasn't affected by the wound on her face at all. On the opposite side, Xian held his sword and walked towards the woman in the black dress again. At this moment, the woman in the black dress turned around and disappeared, just like the middle-aged man from before. If Xian didn't have this sword, the two of them were confident that they could kill Xian. However, Xian had the sword, and they couldn't do anything about it. Xian continued walking towards Sky Ascension City. In the void, the Star Lord looked at Xian calmly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Not far from him, the Tang clan's patriarch, Tang Yen, glanced at Xian. It had to be said that he felt slightly fortunate at this moment. He felt fortunate that he listened to Tang Qing and didn't target Xian to death. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the Order Alliance that suffered losses today, but the Tang clan. Below, Xian walked to the front of Sky Ascension City, and in the next moment, he suddenly slashed forward with his sword. Hiss, a ray of light flashed. Right when Xian's ray of sword qi was about to strike the city gate, an old man suddenly appeared before the city gate, and then he waved his right hand, causing the ray of sword qi to be obliterated. Tang Yen suddenly shook his head and smiled when he saw the old man. Old freak you, your Order Alliance is really afraid of being laughed at by the world. You actually sent an old freak from 1,000 years ago. Old freak you, an expert from 1,000 years ago. He was an expert on the Dao rankings 1,000 years ago. Even though his ranking wasn't as high as Wang Jitsu's, he'd lived for a long time. Besides the Star Lord, Old Freak Yu was one of the few people from the Order Alliance who'd lived for a long time. As for his strength, it was unfathomable. If such a person came to deal with Xian, it would be obvious that he was bullying the weak. Old Freak Yu gazed at Xian with an expressionless face. However, Xian still had no intention of stopping. The sword in his hand flickered with light as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. When Xian arrived in front of Old Freak Yu, the latter suddenly stomped his right foot, and in the next moment, the space in front of Xian started to crack inch by inch. Meanwhile, Old Freak Yu suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, a powerful force suddenly smashed towards Xian who was nearby. Xian charged forward swiftly and slashed with his sword with both hands. Bang! The powerful force was instantly slashed into pieces by Xian's sword strike. However, Xian himself was instantly blasted backwards. He flew for an entire 300 m, and he just stopped when an afterimage flashed by. Xian's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly slashed to the right. As his sword descended, it seemed like he'd slashed through something, but at the same time, a powerful force blasted against his stomach. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Xian's mouth, and then he was blasted back once more. Besides Old Freak Yu, there were two other people in front of Xian. One wore a white robe, and the other wore a black robe. Seeing the two of them, Tang Yan's expression darkened. The black and white supremes of the Order Alliance. Tang Yan looked at the Star Lord, and the latter spoke indifferently. Did I say that I wanted to fight him one-on-one? Tang Yan didn't speak. One-on-one, if it was him, he wouldn't choose one-on-one either. With that sword in hand, Xian's strength was not something that an average person could fight against. After Xian was blasted away, Old Freak Yu and the other two charged at Xian. Obviously, they didn't want to give Xian any chance to catch his breath. In the distance, Xian was about to attack when the Emperor Hound suddenly appeared in front of him. The Emperor Hound glanced at the three charging over, and then it looked at Xian and chuckled. Do you want to know how strong I am now? Just as it finished speaking, a strong force suddenly crashed into its body. Bang! The Emperor Hound was instantly blasted away, and then it crashed heavily to the ground. Xian was speechless. Senior Yu and the others paid no attention to the Emperor Hound that had crashed to the ground, and they charged at Xian instead. Their objective was to kill Xian. Xian held his sword tightly while two types of sword intent surged madly from within him. Fight! He'd only come here with a single objective, and it was either one of them die. He couldn't defeat them. He didn't think too much about it. In any case, even if he couldn't defeat them, they would still attack him. Right when Xian was about to attack, the nearby Emperor Hound suddenly roared, and then a powerful strand of beast pressure suddenly swept through the surroundings. Rumble! Senior Yu and the others immediately stopped, and then they turned around to look at the Emperor Hound. Xian looked at the Emperor Hound as well. At this moment, the Emperor Hound had a ferocious expression on its face, and its entire body was growing explosively. In next to no time, its body was at least 10 times larger than before. Presently, the Emperor Hound was the size of a small hill. Moreover, there were even 2 fangs that were over 3 m long in its mouth. Those fangs were white as snow, and they emanated a ghastly cold glow that caused others to shudder with fear. Besides that, there was a pair of black wings on the Emperor Hound's back. It had transformed. Xian had heard the Emperor Hound say that it could transform. So, it seemed like the Emperor Hound had transformed right now, but he didn't know how strong it was. After it transformed, the Emperor Hound suddenly roared into the sky, and then the sky instantly dimmed down. The Emperor Hound. A trace of seriousness finally appeared in the eyes of the Star Lord who stood in midair. The Emperor Hound, that's the legendary guardian beast of the God clan. Why is it with Xian? The Star Lord's brows gradually knit together. The Emperor Hound suddenly charged towards Senior Yu and the others, and it was so swift that it caused their expressions to instantly change drastically. It was too swift. Senior Yu, who led the group, could only instinctively block with his hands. Bang! Everyone watched as Senior Yu was blasted over 1 kilometer away, and his arms were instantly shattered as soon as he stopped. The expressions of the other 2 experts from the Order Alliance instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. The Emperor Hound walked towards Olju. With every step it took, the ground would shake violently, and around its body, a powerful pressure kept surging towards Olju. Elder Yu stared fixedly at the Emperor Dog. At this moment, his arms were no longer there. At this moment, the other 2 powerhouses directly blocked in front of Olju, and one of them said, "Olju, retreat for now and recuperate." Olju did not say any nonsense as he turned around and disappeared. The Emperor Hound looked at the 2 people in front of it. Its expression was ferocious and its eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. Without another word, the Emperor Hound charged at the 2 of them. Xian was about to attack the moment the Emperor Hound charged over. However, the middle-aged man and the black-dressed woman who had stopped him earlier suddenly appeared in front of him. Apart from that, there were 10 Dao verification experts around him, 12 super experts. In the void, Tang Yan frowned. It was obvious that the Order Alliance wanted to kill Xian. There was only one reason for sending out so many experts, and that was to not give Xian any chance. 12 super experts. Under such a lineup, it was impossible for Xian to stop them at all. In the void, Tang Yan looked at Xian silently. He had no intention of attacking. The Tang clan's goal was to exhaust the Order Alliance, not to truly fight the Order Alliance to the death, because a decisive battle wouldn't benefit the Tang clan at all. Not only that, but the Tang clan's ultimate goal was the treasure. Below, the 12 experts did not waste any time and charged directly at Xian. As he watched the 12 people charge at him, Xian stabbed his sword into the ground before him, and then he slowly closed his eyes. 12 experts who had surpassed the Dao verification realm. Such a lineup wasn't something he could resist at all, but now, he had no one to rely on. He could only rely on himself. In the sky, the Star-Lord stared fixedly at Xian. Does Xian still have a trump card? He wasn't confident. Tang Yan also looked at Xian below. If this Xian didn't have a trump card, then only death awaits him. Under everyone's gaze, an illusory Xiaota suddenly appeared between Xian's eyebrows. When this illusory Xiaota appeared, the Star-Lord's expression instantly changed. Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack, but Tang Yan directly blocked in front of him. The Star-Lord roared angrily, "Scram!" As soon as he finished speaking, he directly attacked, but Tang Yan didn't retreat. Soon, the 2 of them started fighting. Below, when the illusory Xiaota appeared between Xian's eyebrows, his body began to tremble violently. However, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the 12 super experts. When they were enveloped by this pressure, the 12 people's expressions instantly changed. The middle-aged man in the lead and the black-dressed woman reacted the fastest. The 2 of them immediately fled. As for the remaining 10 people, just as they were about to flee, a blood-red punishment word suddenly appeared above their heads. The next moment, the 10 people directly disappeared. At this moment, Xian's expression suddenly distorted. Not only that, his body actually began to crack, and blood continuously flowed out from his 7 orifices. It was incomparably shocking. He couldn't bear it. At this moment, Xian suddenly roared, "Emperor Hound! Quickly F***King run!" In the distance, the Emperor Hound that was fighting was stunned. In the next moment, it turned around and ran. At this moment, Xian roared again, "Mother F***Ker, why don't you take me with you and run?" The Emperor Hound was stunned, and then it turned around and flew over to Xian. In the next moment, Yixian flew onto its back, and the emperor hound was about to fly away with Yixian. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man and the black-dressed woman from before appeared in front of Yixian once more. But right at this moment, the illusory Xiao Ta appeared between Yixian's eyebrows once more. Their expressions instantly changed, and they retreated explosively. Meanwhile, Yixian and the emperor hound had vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, Yixian's voice resounded from the horizon, "I was just trying to scare you." Haha. The two of them were speechless. In the sky, the Star Lord and Tang Yen had stopped as well. At this moment, the Star Lord's expression was extremely gloomy. 10 super experts, his heart was bleeding, this was secondary. This time, the Order Alliance had lost over 40 Dao Realm experts. Moreover, even he couldn't imagine that all of them had died at the hands of Yixian. Moreover, Yixian was just a sword saint. This time, they could be said to have suffered heavy losses, and it could even be said to be a serious injury. The Star Lord gazed at Tang Yen. The latter didn't say anything, and he just turned around and vanished. The Star Lord's expression gradually calmed down. What a Tang clan! What a Yixian! As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. At the end of the horizon, the Emperor Hound was dashing madly with Yixian on its back. At this moment, the Emperor Hound's speed was extremely swift when it had changed its voice. It didn't take long for the Emperor Hound to bring Yixian to the overflowing sky ocean, and it descended on a small island. Yixian rolled off its back as soon as he landed on the ground. Blood gushed out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth like a fountain. Not only that, but his body was shaking violently as if he was having a cramp. The Emperor Hound's face fell when it witnessed this scene. It knew that Yixian had suffered backlash. Moreover, it was an extremely severe backlash. It had no other choice now, and it could only hope that Yixian would be able to endure it. Within the pagoda, after the 10 of them were taken into the pagoda, they were slightly dazed. Meanwhile, a woman appeared in front of them. It was a Yu. A Yu glanced at them and shook her head, too weak. As soon as she finished speaking, their bodies actually started to gradually become illusory. They were horrified when they sensed this, and they wanted to resist. However, they noticed to their astonishment that it was useless no matter how they resisted. Despair. At this moment, there was only despair in their hearts. Just like that, it didn't take long for them to vanish from the pagoda. A Yu left the pagoda and arrived before Yixian. Meanwhile, Xiaoling suddenly carried a huge pile of spirit fruits over to Yixian, and she placed the spirit fruits with the most abundant spirit energy into Yixian's mouth. However, Yixian didn't even have the strength to eat them. Xiaoling started crying when she saw this, and she hurriedly said, "Don't eat them. Eat them quickly. You'll be fine once you eat them." However, Yixian still didn't speak. Moreover, his aura was growing weaker and weaker. You gazed at Xiaoling. You care about him a lot? Xiaoling raised her head to look at a Yu while tears flowed incessantly from her eyes. Big brother is a good person. Woo. A good person? A Yu shook his head slightly. He doesn't seem like a good person. Xiaoling paid no attention to a Yu. She hurriedly crushed the spirit fruits, pinched Yixian's mouth, and poured the juice from the spirit fruits into Yixian's mouth. Yixian swallowed the juice, but it was useless. Xiaoling grew even more anxious when she witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Yu sized Yixian up, and then he said softly, he first utilized the dragon soul and dragon energy, and then he activated his bloodline. After that, he utilized that lethal sword. All of that is already too much for his body to bear, yet he actually utilized the pagoda in the end. He's practically hopeless. Hopeless? The Emperor Hound frowned. There's no hope at all? A Yu fell silent for a moment before he said, there's a chance, but... Xiaoling suddenly gazed at a Yu. What hope? A Yu glanced at Xiaoling. Your quintessence is rather special. If he devours it, then there's still hope. Devour quintessence? Xiaoling was stunned, and then she said with excitement, really? A Yu spoke solemnly, little fellow, do you know that if he devours you, then you might vanish? Do you understand what I mean? Vanish? Xiaoling blinked. Does that mean I'll die? A Yu nodded. Xiaoling clenched her fists tightly, and then she suddenly started crying. I don't want to die. I still want to plant spirit fruits. I still want to play. I don't want to die. As she spoke, she suddenly sat down by Yixian's side. and then she placed her right hand between Yixian's brows. In the next moment, countless strands of quintessence energy surged towards Yixian. Xiaoling ceaselessly wiped away the tears on her face with her left hand, but the tears just wouldn't stop. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I still have many spirit trees to plant. Woo. Even though she said that, she didn't stop pouring quintessence energy into Yixian. At the same time, her voice grew softer, her face paler, and her aura grew weaker. Most importantly, her body grew more and more ethereal. Right when Xiaoling was about to vanish completely, Yixian suddenly sat up from the ground, and he hurriedly pushed Xiaoling's hand away. In an instant, Xiaoling fell into his arms, and her body became illusory as if she was about to vanish. Yixian was horrified when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly looked at Ayu. At this moment, his eyes and face were filled with terror. When he was in the Order Alliance, he wasn't afraid at all even when he faced death, but at this moment, he was afraid of losing this little girl. Ayu glanced at Xiaoling who'd closed her eyes, and he shook his head. Yixian hurriedly sent the quintessence energy he'd just absorbed to Xiaoling. Meanwhile, Ayu spoke abruptly, both of you might die if you do that. Yixian paid no attention to Ayu, and the quintessence energy within him surged madly towards Xiaoling. As for himself, his face instantly turned extremely pale, and it was extremely terrifying. The Emperor Dog hesitated to speak, and in the end, it only sighed lightly. Suddenly, Ayu said, "There's another way to save her." Yixian suddenly looked up at Ayu, and the latter spoke solemnly, "Absorb the quintessence of this world." I'm not talking about ordinary quintessence energy, I'm talking about the quintessence of this world's Tendo. Yixian hurriedly asked, "How do I absorb it?" Ayu gazed at Yixian, "Do you know what Tendo is?" Yixian stared fixedly at Ayu, "How do I absorb it?" Ayu shook his head, "If you forcefully absorb the quintessence of this world's Tendo, you'll be suppressed by Tendo. It isn't an ordinary expert, and you're no match for it right now." Yixian roared furiously, "But I want to give it a try." At this moment, he couldn't control his emotions anymore. Because he was really panicking, he was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that his family and friends would die. Ayu glanced at Yixian and said, "If you forcibly absorb the power of origin now, you will suffer the divine punishment of Tendo. You don't have the ability to resist the divine punishment. Even if it's me, I wouldn't dare, oh no, I wouldn't even dare to face it head-on. Do you understand?" Yixian was in pain. "Miss Ayu, I beg you, please don't waste time, okay? If there's anything, I'll take responsibility. I beg of you." Ayu looked at Yixian for a moment. In the end, she waved her right hand slightly. In an instant, the space was torn apart. Then wisps of dark purple origin purple gas appeared in the air. An extremely pure origin purple chi. Yixian made a grabbing motion in the air with his right hand. Soon, the original source purple gas surged toward him and Xiaoling. As soon as Xiaoling absorbed the origin purple chi, her body instantly started to solidify. Even though it was very slow, Yixian's expression instantly eased up when he witnessed this scene. However, right at this moment, a shapeless pressure suddenly appeared in the horizon. The pressure of heaven and earth. Yixian looked up. Dark clouds had suddenly gathered in the sky, and within the thick layer of clouds, bolts of blood-red lightning danced like red snakes. Divine punishment. The Emperor Hound's expression instantly became solemn when it saw the blood-red lightning bolts. Even the heavenly punishment of a Tao-proving realm expert isn't this powerful, right? Ayu sneered, "That's heavenly punishment. This is divine punishment. Do you know what that means? When an ordinary person breaks through, the Tendo will send down heavenly punishment. Actually, it's like turning a blind eye to it. After all, it doesn't dare to go too far. Since ancient times until now, there had been many people who defied the heavens and slaughtered Daos. If all the experts of this world gathered together, it wouldn't be difficult for them to overturn it. Therefore, the heavenly punishment isn't very powerful. It's just a symbolic test. If you pass, it's strength. If you don't, it's fate. However, this divine punishment means that it wants you to die." The Emperor Hound did not understand, why. Ayu said calmly, "The origin of a world is where the lifeline of the Tendo lies. It allows people to absorb the origin, but only ordinary origin chi. The origin of the Tendo is its core. Apart from those top experts, such as the Star Lord, no one else can absorb it. It's possible to absorb it forcefully using other methods, but you have to endure the divine punishment first. In any case, I can't endure it. Yes, I can't endure it for now. Do you understand? The Emperor Hound, at this moment, more than 10 powerful auras suddenly appeared in the surroundings. The one leading them was Master Ku from the Order Alliance. In the void, the Star Lord and Tang Yan appeared again. The Star Lord looked down at Yixian. Prying into the origin of the Tendo, haha. Not far away, Tang Yan frowned slightly. What was Yixian doing? Prying into the origin of the Tendo would cause one to be targeted by the Tendo. What was the Tendo? It was the spirit of the universe, although they could also obtain the origin of the Tendo, that was an agreement with the Tendo. They could only obtain a certain amount every year and could not forcibly obtain it, defying the heavens, just treat it as a joke. Those who had not come into contact with the Tendo would never know how terrifying it was. However, Yixian dared to forcibly take the origin of the Tendo. He would definitely suffer the divine punishment of the Tendo. If he could not endure it, he would die. Endure it? That would be even worse. It had been many years since someone had defied the heavens. The surrounding experts of the Order Alliance did not make a move. They just watched quietly. They were not anxious at all, because Yixian was fighting against the Tendo. They only needed to watch the show. Not far away, a woman quietly appeared. It was none other than Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu glanced at the sky and frowned slightly. In the next moment, she looked down at Yixian, and no one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Yixian stood up. At this moment, he was still so weak, but he'd stood up in the end. He had to endure the divine punishment. He had to face everything by himself. Yu spoke abruptly. I can't help you resist the divine punishment. I'm not a Tao law of this world. If I help, the divine punishment will be at least 100 times stronger, and it might even cause the Tendo to appear. Yixian nodded. Miss Yu, just protect Xiaoling for me, alright? Yu glanced at Xiaoling Xiaoling was still absorbing the Tendo's origin, and Xiaoling condition had clearly improved. Yu nodded, alright. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian. You really didn't raise her to eat her? In the beginning, she'd thought that Yixian had raised this little fellow in preparation to devour her one day. Devouring an origin was infinitely beneficial. Yixian glanced at Xiaoling and spoke softly, you must get better. When the time comes, I'll drive the 6th floor away and plant trees for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the sky. In the sky, the pressure locked onto Yixian with precision. Yixian looked up and spoke softly, just lend me some origin energy. I'll return it to you in the future. Everyone was speechless. Crack, at this moment, a blood-red bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The negotiations had broken down. As he watched the blood-red bolt of lightning descend, Yixian gripped the sword in his hand tightly and shot into the sky. During this process, blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. As everyone watched, Yixian's sword slashed at the bolt of lightning. Boom, the blood-red bolt of lightning was shattered by Yixian's sword, but at the same time, Yixian fell from the sky and smashed heavily onto the ground. Puff, as soon as he landed, Yixian spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At this moment, lightning flickered in the black clouds in the sky, and soon, another blood-red bolt of lightning descended. Nearby, the Emperor Hound was about to attack, but Yu shook his head. If you attack, the divine punishment will double, and its power will double. The situation will only worsen. The Emperor Hound frowned when it heard this. Nearby, Yixian stood up, and his hand holding the sword was trembling. Yixian looked up at the bolt of lightning, and in the next moment, he stomped his right foot. Buzz, the cry of a sword resounded through the sky, and then a blood-red sword light slashed at the bolt of lightning. Boom, the blood-red bolt of lightning was instantly shattered by the sword light. However, Yixian smashed onto the ground again, and this time, he smashed a huge crater into the ground. In the crater, Yixian vomited blood incessantly. Not only that, but his entire body had also split open, and his internal organs had also ruptured. However, the blood-red lightning in the sky was still there, and the pressure was growing stronger. The Emperor Hound's face darkened when it saw this. If this went on, Yixian would definitely die. At this moment, Yixian stood up again, but this time, he could not even stand stably. Yixian looked up at the sky. wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned. Continue. As soon as he spoke, he stomped his right foot lightly, and his entire body transformed into a sword light that shot into the sky. In the sky, another bolt of lightning was directly shattered by Yixian's sword light, but he himself smashed onto the ground again. In the void, the Star-Lord looked coldly at Yixian. To be more precise, he was looking at the sword in Yixian's hand. The reason why Yixian, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, was able to withstand so many bolts of divine lightning was actually because of this sword. Even the divine lightning couldn't withstand this sword. What sword is this? At this moment, the sword in Yixian's hand suddenly broke free from Yixian's hand, and it slashed straight into the sky. Everywhere it passed, space was directly torn apart. Streaks of blood-red lightning suddenly struck down from the black clouds. Rumble, rumble, a series of explosions resounded in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning were shattered. Everyone watched as the sword sliced through all the blood-red divine lightning, and in the end, entered the black clouds. Rumble. The entire black cloud layer instantly shattered. Seeing this scene, the Star-Lord frowned, but at this moment, a face formed by clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The next moment, boom, that sword directly fell from the sky. Seeing this face formed by clouds, the expressions of the Star-Lord and Tang Yen in the dark instantly changed. The two of them quietly bowed slightly to this face. Even they had to maintain respect for the Tendo. In the sky, that face looked down, and the next moment, a three-colored divine lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The three-colored divine lightning contained 3 types of Tao laws, 3 types of Tao laws of the four-dimensional universe. Seeing this scene, the Star-Lord and Tang Yan's expressions instantly changed. This kind of divine lightning. Even they might not be able to withstand it. One should know that when they first broke through, only 2-colored divine lightning fell. But now, it was 3-colored. Obviously, this Tendo was enraged by that sword. Below, Yu suddenly said in a deep voice, "Unstoppable." The 3-colored divine lightning fell, and heaven and earth trembled. Yixian looked at the descending 9-colored divine lightning. At this moment, he knew that he was going to die. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Ling-er, Xiao Ling-er, big brother, I tried my best. At this moment, Xiao Ling-er, who was lying on the ground not far away, suddenly sat up. She said weakly, "Box, my box, box." The Emperor Hound was stunned, and at this moment, the prison pagoda sent out a little black. Xiao Ling-er hurriedly hugged the box. She hurriedly crawled to Yixian's side and opened the box. A beam of white light shot up into the sky from the box. Everyone looked at the white light, and suddenly, a furry little fellow condensed in the white light. The little fellow was snow white, and it was holding a stick of candied hawthorn in its claws. P.S. I've been writing books for many years. I've never stopped updating because I feel that as long as there are readers, I have to be responsible for them. But now, I actually want to stop updating. Am I too arrogant? End of chapter 587. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.